Chapter 1, Sign in at the beginning, Lamborghini Sixth Element. In June in Shanghai, the sun is shining brightly and the sky is cloudless. Chu Tianling looked with a grim face at a girl under a parasol not far ahead. The girl kindly fed a grape to the man in front of her. The two were extremely close, but this scene made Chu Tianling extremely angry, because the girl was his girlfriend Gu Xiaoxiao. Chu Tianling, blinded by anger, rushed to Gu Xiaoxiao and yelled, "Gu Xiaoxiao! What have I done wrong to you? You actually cheated on me." Gu Xiaoxiao turned her head and said disdainfully, "Since you have found out, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I have been in love with Donggu for a long time. You are just a clown. Donggu can give me the brand name bags and brand name clothes I want, can you?" Chu Tianling said painfully, 3 years of relationship, is it so insignificant in your eyes? 3 years? You are wrong, Chu Tianling. 3 years of relationship is really not worth mentioning. Chu Tianling turned his head and found that the so-called brother Dong was actually Zhou Haidong, who was in the same class with him. Zhou Haidong's family had some money, and he spent it lavishly, playing with the feelings of many girls. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiaoxiao actually hooked up with Zhou Haidong. Chu Tianling is a sophomore at Shanghai University. He has been with Gu Xiaoxiao since high school. Over the past 3 years, Chu Tianling has worked part-time during the holidays to earn money to buy things for Gu Xiaoxiao. He even saved most of the living expenses given by his family and spent it on Gu Xiaoxiao. He only ate steamed buns and pickles every day and was reluctant to buy even a bottle of water. However, even so, Gu Xiaoxiao still didn't appreciate it and hooked up with Zhou Haidong behind his back. Zhou Haidong sneered and said, "Xiaoxiao, let's go. Don't bother with this poor guy. I'll take you to eat Japanese food." Gu Xiaoxiao kissed Zhou Haidong happily. Zhou Haidong picked up the car keys. The lights of a BMW flashed not far away. The two got in the car and drove away, leaving the distraught Chu Tianling standing there alone. Chu Tianling returned to the dormitory in a daze, lay on the bed, and pulled the quilt over his head. Seeing him like this, his roommate Gu Shenkai couldn't help but ask, "Tianling, what's wrong with you? Didn't you go out on a date with Gu Xiaoxiao?" Another roommate, Lin Hai, said, "Just look out the window and you'll know." Zhou Yuan stood up and looked outside. Gu Xiaoxiao got out of Zhou Haidong's car and kissed Zhou Haidong before leaving. Then she happily walked towards the girls' dormitory with the bag in her hand. Zhou Yuan, who had a hot temper, stood up and was about to cause trouble for Gu Xiaoxiao, but Chu Tianling suddenly stood up and stopped him. Gu Shenkai had to sit down in a sullen manner. Ding! The Supreme Godly Rich system has been successfully bound. The host currently has one sign-in opportunity. Do you want to use it? Chu Tianling was stunned for a moment. System? Having read a lot of novels, he was naturally very familiar with it, but he didn't expect that one day he would also be bound to the system. Without hesitation, he silently said in his heart, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million Chinese currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a Lamborghini Sixth Element. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a set of Villa No. 1 in Dirun Xiangshan Mansion. Chu Tianling was stunned and asked quickly, "System, why are there 3 rewards? Also, where is the Lamborghini?" Host, there are 3 sign-in rewards for each time, divided into different grades. The reward you just received is grade D. The Lamborghini you received is now parked in the parking lot of your school, and the car keys have been placed in the drawer of the table next to your bed. The relevant documents of the Lamborghini and the property certificate of the villa are all in the car. Looking at the stunned Chu Tianling, Zhou Yuan thought he was hit by a breakup and asked quickly, "Tianling, are you okay?" Chu Tianling came back to his senses and smiled, saying, "Yuanzi, do you think I look like someone with something to do? Come on, I'll treat you two to dinner today." After saying that, Chu Tianling took out the Lamborghini car keys from the drawer. Seeing the car keys, Zhou Yuan and Lin Hai were stunned. Chu Tianling smiled and said, "I was just trying to experience life before. Today, my dad learned that I was heartbroken, so he bought me this car and asked me to go for a ride." This was the method Chu Tianling had thought of to deal with the two of them. Chapter 2, It's only 100 million. Is it worth it? The 3 of them came to the school parking lot and quickly found Chu Tianling's car. Looking at the luxury car in front of him, Zhou Yuan asked with difficulty, "Tianling, looking at your car keys, your car should not be cheap." Lin Hai said quietly, "It's not expensive. It's a Lamborghini Sixth Element. I saw it at the auto show with the old man. The price is 80 million. Zhou Yuan was so frightened that he almost fainted. What? Just a car costs 80 million? Zhu Tianling said calmly, isn't it just a car? Zhou Yuan was speechless. What a damn pretentious guy. What do you mean it's just a car? How many people can't afford a wheel even if they work hard all their lives for a car worth 80 million? Lin Hai asked, Tianling, why haven't I heard you say this before? Zhu Tianling naturally evaded the question by saying that his parents did not allow him to tell others about it. After all, the existence of the system should not be known to others. The three of them got in the car. Zhu Tianling started the car and drove out of the school. Lin Hai asked, Tianling, where are we going to eat? I've been hungry for a long time, you have to treat me to a good meal this time. Or should we go to the old place? The old place Lin Hai was talking about was a barbecue restaurant where the three of them used to eat together. Of course, Zhou Yuan and Lin Hai usually paid for the meal. Zhu Tianling raised the corner of his mouth and said, we won't go to the old place this time. Let's go to Balian Huading. Lin Hai was shocked and asked, Northern Lotus Court? Tianling, are you sure? Zhou Yuan, who was standing by, asked curiously, Higher, where is this Balian Huating? Lin Hai angrily said, if you call me higher again, I will quarrel with you. Balian Huating is one of the best hotels in our magic city. It is said that any dish costs tens of thousands. A meal there can easily cost hundreds of thousands. Zhou Yuan turned around and asked, Tianling, what are you doing? Zhu Tianling, who was driving, said, I know what you want to ask. It's just a few 100,000, which is a small amount of money. I will tell you what you want to know when we get there. Along the way, many cars saw Zhu Tianling's Lamborghini, and those who knew him and those who didn't gave way one after another. After all, this car looked very expensive, and if it was accidentally scratched, the driver would have to pay a huge amount of money. Zhou Yuan, who was sitting in the car, saw this scene and sighed, I never thought that one day I would get to experience the feeling of riding in a luxury car. Zhu Tianling laughed and said, you are a loser. While the three of them were chatting and laughing, they arrived at Balian Huading. The three of them got out of the car. Zhu Tianling casually threw the car keys to the parking attendant and asked the parking attendant to help park the car. Seeing the car keys in his hand, the parking attendant hurriedly said, Sir, your car is too expensive. I dare not drive it. Zhu Tianling smiled, took the car keys from the parking attendant, found a parking space, parked the car, and walked into the lobby with Gu Shengkai. The lobby manager greeted them with a smile and asked, Good afternoon, gentlemen. May I ask how many of you here have a reservation? Zhu Tianling said, There are only 3 of us. Please find us a small private room. The lobby manager smiled and said, Okay, please come this way. After entering the private room and sitting on the sofa, Zhu Tianling said to the lobby manager, This is my first time here. Please help me serve a few signature dishes, just enough for the 3 of us. After the lobby manager responded and turned to leave, Gu Shengkai couldn't wait to ask, Tianling, when did you become so rich? Tell your brother quickly. Zhu Tianling smiled slightly. At noon today, my parents learned that I was heartbroken. Previously, because my parents asked me to keep a low profile, I had been eating at your table for more than a year, but from now on, I will pay for your meals. Lin Hai said, when the Lamborghini Sixth Element was first released, there were only 5 in China. Tianling, your family background is strong enough. Zhu Tianling smiled and said, Yuanzi, hi, thanks for your care before. I will transfer some money to you so that you can buy what you want. Gu Shengkai said angrily, Zhu Tianling, what do you mean by this? Do you think we are friends with you just for your money? Zhu Tianling was stunned, then smiled, and said, How could I not know your personalities? Don't worry, I am just like that. I will treat anyone who treats me well. After that, he took out his phone and transferred 10 million to each of them. The reminder of the bank's arrival text message shocked the two. Hey, Tianling, why did you transfer so much to us? Zhu Tianling smiled and said, It's only 10 million, we are all brothers. Gu Shengkai asked worriedly, Tianling, you transferred so much to us, do you still have any use for it? Don't worry, my mom transferred 100 million to me, you two can use it slowly. It's just 100 million, is it worth it? Chapter 3, Returning to School in Style, Causing a Sensation. Just 100 million? Is this something a human being can say? What does 100 million mean? How many people work hard all their lives and still can't even earn a fraction of 100 million? The dishes came up one after another. Zhu Tianling and the other 2 ate and chatted. The waiter in charge of serving the dishes saw the car keys Chu Tianling placed on the table, his pupils suddenly shrank, and then he hurried to find the general manager. The general manager asked, Xiao Lu, what's wrong? What do you want to talk to me about? The waiter Xiao Lu said breathlessly, General manager, I just saw a car key in the Tianya Haijia box. I think it looks a bit like the one in the Lamborghini Sixth Element. The general manager was shocked. Lamborghini Sixth Element? How could a car enthusiast like that actually own one? He quickly asked, Are you sure? Did you see it right? Xiao Lu nodded affirmatively. The general manager pondered for a long time. When the Lamborghini Sixth Element was released, there were only 5 cars in the whole of China. Not long after, Lamborghini headquarters announced that it would no longer produce this car. Many bigwigs wanted to collect one, but they didn't expect one to appear in the Magic City. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his mobile phone and made a call. He said a few words to the other end of the phone. After hanging up, he hurriedly said, Xiao Lu, go to the wine cabinet and get a bottle of 30-year-old Mutai, no, 50-year-old. Come with me to the Tianya Haijia box. The general manager brought Xiao Lu, who was holding a bottle of Moutai, to the door of the Tianya Haijia box and knocked gently. A young voice came from inside, Come in. The general manager pushed the door and entered the box. Seeing Chu Tianling sitting in the first seat, he said respectfully, Sir, is the Lamborghini Sixth Element in the parking lot yours? Chu Tianling nodded doubtfully, picked up the car keys and raised them. The general manager was surprised again when he saw the car keys, and then immediately said, It is like this, sir. Our boss asked me to give you this bottle of wine. He wants to make friends with you. After that, he gently placed the wine on the table. Chu Tianling smiled and said, Is that so? No problem, my name is Chu Tianling, my phone number is 136XXXXXXXXX, just tell your boss. The general manager took out a pen and wrote Chu Tianling's contact information on his clothes, leaving Chu Tianling with his boss's contact information, and then respectfully left the box. Lin Hai asked, Tianling, do you know the boss here? Zhou Yuan looked at Lin Hai like he was an idiot and said, You idiot, didn't you hear what the manager said? Their boss wants to make friends with Tianling. It's obvious that he doesn't know him. Chu Tianling smiled and said, More friends mean more paths. It's not a bad thing to make more friends. The meal was quickly finished while they were chatting and laughing. When the 3 of them came to the cashier to pay, they were told that their table was free of charge. Zhou Yuan and Lin Hai sighed again. Chu Tianling smiled, called the 2 of them and went back to school. After entering the school gate, it was afternoon and there were no classes, so there were many students coming and going on campus. The Lamborghini caused a sensation as soon as it entered the campus. Fuck, Lamborghini. Where did this big guy come from? He drives a Lamborghini to school. Oh my god. I just searched online, this model is the Lamborghini Sixth Element, and there are only 5 in the whole of China. There are only 5 in the whole of China? Is that so exaggerated? Chu Tianling and the other 2 got out of the car, and there was another commotion. If I'm not mistaken, those are Chu Tianling, Zhou Yuan, and Lin Hai from the sophomore department of economics and management, right? Whose car is this among the 3 of them? Are you blind? Didn't you see Chu Tianling getting out of the driver's seat? That must be Chu Tianling's car. I didn't expect Chu Tianling to be so well hidden. He can even buy a car of this level. Isn't that woman Gu Xiaoxiao blind? Zhou Haidong's car is just a BMW worth a few $100,000, while Chu Tianling's car is worth at least tens of millions. Obviously, this is an old man who knows that Chu Tianling was framed by Gu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 4, Gu Xiaoxiao regrets her decision after being slapped in the face at the speed of light. Gu Xiaoxiao in the dormitory heard a noise outside and asked, What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Although the girls' dormitory building is close to the playground and parking lot, there are usually not many people there. It must have happened that it was so noisy outside at this time. Gu Xiaoxiao's best friend Linihan was surprised and said, Xiaoxiao, there's a car parked downstairs. It looks so expensive. Gu Xiaoxiao, who was putting on makeup, asked in confusion, What car? I don't know her. Gu Xiaoxiao slapped her head. It was really useless to ask this big-breasted and brainless girl Linihan. So she simply walked to the window and took a look. She recognized the car at a glance, and also saw Chu Tianling standing next to the car. With a sinister smile on her face, Gu Xiaoxiao dragged Linihan down to the dormitory building and ran to the parking lot in a few steps. Zhou Haidong, who had hooked up with Gu Xiaoxiao, also came here. Seeing Chu Tianling standing next to the car, Gu Xiaoxiao mercilessly mocked, "Chu Tianling, you poor guy, can you have some knowledge? You dare to lean on any car. If it breaks, can you afford to pay for it?" Chu Tianling turned his head and sneered, "Who did I think it was? Isn't this Gu Xiaoxiao, whom I slept with for 3 years? What did you say? Am I ignorant?" Zhou Haidong, who was standing next to him, immediately got angry. "Chu Tianling, what did you say? Do you dare to say it again?" Zhou Yuan immediately said, "What? Looking for trouble?" Zhou Haidong, "It's not that I don't give you face, I can beat 3 people like you by myself." Gu Xiaoxiao sneered, "This is a Lamborghini 6th Element. There are only 5 in the whole of China. My husband just bought it. Can you afford to pay for it if it breaks?" The people around burst into laughter. They all saw Chu Tianling getting out of the car just now. Now Gu Xiaoxiao actually said that the car belonged to Zhou Haidong? Zhou Haidong, whose face turned pale after being yelled at by Zhou Yuan, also said, "That's right, Chu Tianling, you damaged my car, can you afford to pay for it?" "Oh? Really? Your car? Are you sure?" Chu Tianling sneered and took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it. The lights of the Lamborghini flashed. Gu Xiaoxiao's face changed immediately. Zhou Haidong was also ashamed and angry. He was pretending to be cool in front of the real owner. Stunned, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that there are car rental companies nowadays where you can rent luxury cars for a fee. Gu Xiaoxiao thought that Chu Tianling's car must be rented, so she sneered, "Chu Tianling, even if this car is not my husband's, it can still be yours. You rented this car, right? It must cost a lot of money a day, right? I was really blind before to like something like you." Chu Tianling smiled and said calmly, "You also know this car? Since you know this is a Lamborghini 6th Element, and you also know that there are only 5 in the whole of China, then tell me, what car rental company can afford such a car for me to rent? What car rental company would be willing to let me rent such a car?" Then he turned around and took out the car purchase contract and other documents that had been prepared by the system long ago, and smashed them on Gu Xiaoxiao's face. The documents fell to the ground. Zhou Haidong wanted to say something but was frightened back by Gu Shinkai's fierce look. Gu Xiaoxiao picked up the document on the ground and took a look at it, her face turned pale. The document clearly stated that Chu Tianling bought the car for 80 million yesterday afternoon. She was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. Chu Tianling snatched the document from her hand and was about to leave when Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up from the ground and hugged Chu Tianling, crying, "Tianling, I was wrong. I was wrong this morning. Please forgive me." Chu Tianling immediately pushed Gu Xiaoxiao away. He turned his back to Gu Xiaoxiao and said, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You've thrown my 3 years of love away like a dog." After saying that, he took the documents and went back to the dormitory. Before leaving, Zhou Yuan didn't forget to say something. A bitch and a dog, forever and ever. Chapter 5, Deciding to Move, Dirun Xiangshan Mansion. After returning to the dormitory, Chu Tianling began to pack his luggage. He had made up his mind. When he signed in at noon, the system rewarded him with a villa in Dirun Xiangshan Mansion, and he planned to move there. Seeing Chu Tianling packing his luggage, Gu Shenkai, who had just returned to the dormitory, was stunned and asked quickly, "Tianling, why are you packing your luggage? Don't you want to drop out of school because you were angry with Gu Xiaoxiao just now?" Chu Tianling smiled and threw the documents of Dirun Xiangshan Mansion villa to him. Gu Shenkai flipped through it and was stunned. Although he didn't know Balian Huading, he was very familiar with Dirun Xiangshan Mansion. It cost tens of billions of Chinese yuan and took 3 years to build a first-class villa area. Each villa is priced at a sky-high price, not to mention villa number 1. He asked with difficulty, "Dirun Xiangshan Mansion, Tianling, what does your family do? You are so rich that you actually bought villa number 1 in Dirun Xiangshan Mansion." Chu Tianling smiled and said, "No big deal, I'll just pack my luggage and move over now. Anyway, Dirun Xiangshan Mansion is not far from Shanghai University, you can come visit me anytime." At this time, Lin Hai came back with a box in his hand. He came in and said, "The counselor asked me to give it to Tianling." "Tianling, take it." Chu Tianling took it in his hand. Lin Hai realized that Chu Tianling was actually packing his luggage. He was about to ask, but Gu Shenkai said, "Don't ask. This guy got villa number 1 of Dirun Xiangshan Mansion and is preparing to move over." Chu Tianling asked, "Ahai, what did the instructor ask you to give me?" "I don't know, open it and take a look." Chu Tianling opened the box and found a letter and a letter of appointment. The letter said that the school appointed Chu Tianling as the president of the student union, and the letter of appointment was the appointment letter of the president of the student union. Tianling, what is this? Lin Hai asked. Chu Tianling said calmly, nothing, just a letter of appointment from the student union president. Gu Shenkai spit out the water he had just drunk. Lin Hai seemed to be thinking about something, as if he had already known it. After packing his luggage, Chu Tianling said hello to the two of them and walked out of the dormitory with his backpack. It was called luggage, but in fact it only contained Chu Tianling's student ID card, some important things and the appointment letter. Chu Tianling didn't bring anything else. He planned to buy them again when he arrived at Dirun Shangshan Mansion. Arriving at the parking lot, Chu Tianling took out his car keys, stuffed all his stuff into the trunk, got into the car, left the campus and drove towards Dirun Shangshan Mansion. It was already 7 p.m. when he arrived at Dirun Shangshan Mansion. It was already dark. The guard stopped Chu Tianling's car and asked politely, "Sir, please show me your pass." High-end villa areas like Dirun Shangshan Mansion have passes to prevent criminals from entering the villa area and causing losses to the owners. Chu Tianling smiled and said, "I am the owner of Villa Number 1, and I moved here today. Brother, please let me in. It's late today. I will get the relevant documents done tomorrow." After that, he took out a pack of manhwa cigarettes from the car and handed it to the guard. He bought the cigarettes on the road. A pack of manhwa cigarettes is not worth much money to Chu Tianling now, but it can win the favor of the security guard, and it will be convenient for him to help in the future. This is a truth Chu Tianling has understood since he was a child. It is applicable everywhere. The guard looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to this side, so he quickly took the cigarettes and distributed them to the security guards on duty. Chu Tianling also took out the purchase documents and the property certificate of Villa Number 1 in time and shook them in front of the security guard. The security guard took it and looked at it, then immediately returned the documents to Chu Tianling and opened the gate. Chu Tianling drove through the gate and came to the parking lot under the guidance of the guard. After parking the car, Chu Tianling took his things out. The guard said, "Mr. Owner, I will take you to Villa Number 1. And the access permit can be processed tonight." Chu Tianling smiled and said, "Okay, take me to the villa first. For those documents, you can go find the relevant person in charge and come to Villa Number 1 to find me directly." Chapter 6, Meeting an acquaintance is extremely awkward, and Yi Han wins her heart. Led by the security guard, Chu Tianling came to the gate of Villa Number 1. Looking at the huge villa area in front of him, Chu Tianling took a deep breath. This will be his home in the future? At this time, the property manager of Dirun Shangshan Mansion hurried over. When he saw Chu Tianling, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chu Tianling?" Chu Tianling nodded slightly. The property manager hurriedly said, "Mr. Chu, I am the property manager of Dirun Shangshan Mansion. My last name is Yin Deming. Mr. Chu, just call me Xiaoyin. Please give me your property certificate and other documents. I will apply for your access permit and a series of other documents." Chu Tianling took out the relevant documents from his backpack and handed them to Manager Yin, saying with a smile, "Manager Yin, thank you very much. I wonder if I can go back first, and you can send it to my house later?" Yin Deming responded quickly, and Chu Tianling smiled, took out the key that the system had prepared long ago from his pocket, opened the door and walked in. The security guard looked at the closed door and couldn't help asking, "Manager Yin, whose son is this?" Yin Deming glanced at him and said, "This is not something you and I know. Since the construction of Dirun Shangshan Mansion, dozens of houses in the residential area and villa area have been sold out early, except for Villa Number 1, which was not bought by Mr. Chu until today. Many wealthy bosses wanted to buy Villa Number 1 before, but in the end, they all ended up in vain. Now Mr. Chu has bought Villa Number 1, do you know what this means?" The security guard was startled by Yin Deming's words. Yes, Dirun Shangshan Mansion is one of the most high-end residential areas in Shanghai, so its housing prices are naturally not cheap, and the price of Villa Number 1 is even more sky-high. In addition, many people wanted to buy Villa Number 1 before but failed to buy it. This only proves one thing: there must be a rich and powerful terrifying existence behind Chu Tianling, otherwise how could he easily take Villa Number 1? Yin Deming said again, let's go, I'll go back to get the pass for Mr. Chu, and you should hurry back to guard your shift." Chu Tianling entered the gate of Villa Number 1 and found that the area of Villa Number 1 was much larger than he had imagined. It not only had a private garden and a private swimming pool, but also had all the necessary servants. After parking the Lamborghini in the villa parking lot, Xu Tianling walked straight into the villa and lay down on the sofa. A servant heard the noise and came out to find Xu Tianling lying on the sofa with his back to her. She thought that this person should be Mr. Chu, who bought Villa Number 1 and the property manager mentioned to them this afternoon. So she walked up carefully and said, "Hello, excuse me, is this Mr. Chu?" Hearing someone calling him, Xu Tianling, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and sat up. When their eyes met, they both asked in surprise at the same time, "Why is it you?" The servant was none other than Linihan, Gu Xiaoxiao's best friend. Xu Tianling's mouth twitched and he said, "I bought this place today. I just moved here from school and will live here from now on." Linihan took a deep breath. What did she hear? Xu Tianling bought this place? That rich and powerful Mr. Chu was actually Xu Tianling? Gu Xiaoxiao, how could you be so blind? You just abandoned such a big boss? Since you don't want it, don't blame me for being rude. Linihan also liked Xu Tianling at the beginning, but because of the existence of Gu Xiaoxiao, she gave up on her own initiative out of consideration for her best friend and let Gu Xiaoxiao become Xu Tianling's girlfriend. But now God has given Linihan a chance, how could she not seize it? Thinking of this, Linihan hurriedly said, "My job is here. The salary at Durun Xiangshan Mansion is very high. I can get more than 30,000 a month." Xu Tianling smiled and said, "It's okay, Han, since we are classmates, you don't have to be a servant in the future. Just be the hostess of this villa." He always knew in his heart that Linihan had always liked him, but he had been hiding his feelings because of Gu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 7 Sign and Sea Level Reward, Pagani Constellation Supercar. Early the next morning, Xu Tianling woke up, looked at the bright sunshine outside the window, chuckled, and got up to wash up. Linihan talked to him a lot last night. Xu Tianling, who was originally a little resistant, finally came to his senses. Since Gu Xiaoxiao could give him a hat, why couldn't he make a seamless transition? Xu Tianling accepted Linihan after coming to his senses. Although they didn't sleep together, their relationship had made great progress. Ding! The host has one chance to sign in. Would you like to sign in? Xu Tianling, who was washing up, paused for a moment, then silently said in his heart, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 300 million Chinese currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering Bajiquan. Ding! Reward critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 12 Pagani Constellation supercars. Reward critical hit? What's going on? Spitting out the mouthwash in his mouth, Xu Tianling asked, "System, what does this reward critical hit mean?" Ding! Answer the host's questions. Every time you sign in, there is a certain chance that the reward will be a critical hit. The reward after a critical hit is about 3 times the reward before the critical hit. Xu Tianling understood that if the reward was not a critical hit this time, he would only be able to get 3 or 4 of the Pagani Constellation supercars. As for Bajiquan proficiency, as the name suggests, it means proficiency in Bajiquan, a unique martial art that has been passed down in China to this day. Feeling the surging power in his body and some extra memories in his mind, Xu Tianling smiled and asked, "System, then what about the Pagani Constellation supercar?" Host, all 12 cars have been parked in the villa parking lot, and the car keys and related documents have been placed in the safe in the master bedroom. There is a small safe in the master bedroom of the villa, which is probably for the owner to store some valuables. After washing up in a hurry, Xu Tianling returned to the bedroom and took out the car keys from the safe. He then put the Lamborghini 6th element and the relevant purchase documents of the villa in it and closed the door of the safe. This safe was unlocked by fingerprint. Yin Deming came here last night and handed the pass and other things to Xu Tianling. Under Xu Tianling's instruction, Yin Deming made a full 15 passes. Xu Tianling thought that it was unrealistic for him and Linihan to live in such a big villa. His parents and friends would definitely come over in the future, so it would be good to get a few more passes. Xu Tianling took the car key of the Zodiac supercar next to him. There was a pattern on the key of each car, corresponding to the zodiac sign of the car. For example, the key of the Scorpio car had a scorpion engraved on it, and the key of the Pisces car had a goldfish pattern on it. After playing with them for a while, Xu Tianling put the car keys of the Lamborghini and the other 11 car keys of the Zodiac into the bedside table, leaving the car keys of the Scorpio. He planned to drive the Scorpio to school, deal with various matters related to taking office as the president of the student union, and then go to the supermarket to buy some snacks, drinks, vegetables, and meat. He had already looked around. Although Villa Number 1 had been fully renovated and ready for immediate occupancy before he moved in, there was no food or drink, the refrigerator was empty, nothing at all. After changing his clothes and picking up the car keys, Chu Tianling went downstairs. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Lin Han sitting on the sofa. He smiled and said, "Hey Han, let's go to school." Lin Han saw Chu Tianling got up and asked, "Tianling, do you want to have breakfast? The chef just bought some food. I'll ask the chef to make it." In the morning, Lin Han got up and went downstairs. The experienced chef saw Lin Han coming down from the third floor at a glance. He knew very well that the third floor was the master bedroom and only the owner of the villa could live there, while the bedrooms on the second floor were used to entertain guests. Since Lin Han lived on the third floor, it was obvious that she had some relationship with the owner of the villa. Therefore, he ran out to buy various vegetables and meats early, intending to make a good breakfast for the owner who had just moved in yesterday. Chu Tianling said, "Let's go out to eat this morning. We have something to do at school later and can't be delayed." Chapter 8, Preparing to be the president of the student union, Lin Han and Gu Xiaoxiao become enemies. Magic City University, in the president's office. "Principal, have you really decided to let a sophomore be the student union president? Will this cause dissatisfaction among the juniors and seniors?" "Yes, President. In the past, the president of the student union was always a senior student, and the term was changed every year. This time, you let a sophomore student be the president of the student union. This is a bit inappropriate." The dean of studies and the vice principal were trying to persuade the principal. They both thought that it was inappropriate for a sophomore to be the president of the student union. The principal took a sip of tea and said, "As you all know, the last president of the student union was Chu Tianqing. Now Chu Tianqing has graduated, so we have to elect a new president of the student union. I know you are worried that this sophomore has no prestige, but do you know the name of the sophomore I elected?" The dean and the vice principal both shook their heads. The principal said calmly, "This sophomore student is named Chu Tianling. Think about Chu Tianqing again." The dean thought about it carefully and said in shock, "One is called Chu Tianling and the other is called Chu Tianqing. There is only one character difference in their names. And Chu Tianqing is from that family, could it be?" The principal nodded slightly. The dean of studies and the vice principal looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. As soon as Scorpio entered the campus, he caused a sensation. "Oh my god, what kind of car is this? It looks so cool. There are even 2 blue scorpions printed on the body of the car. Oh my god. I just checked online, and this car is actually the Pagani 12 Constellation supercar that was produced just half a year ago. Each car corresponds to a constellation. It is said that Pagani only produced one of each type of supercar in this series, which means there is only one in the world. So awesome? Man, which of the 12 zodiac signs is this? How much does it cost? You're stupid. There are 2 blue scorpions printed on the car body, so it must be Scorpio. What's more terrifying is that Pagani's head office has already announced that the 12 Zodiac series supercars will not be sold separately. This means that, except for the Scorpio in front of you, the other 12 Zodiac series cars are 100% in the hands of Scorpio owners. Oh my god, that would be so rich. Amid the sighs and shocked looks of the crowd, Chu Tianling opened the car door and walked down. Seeing that it was Chu Tianling, everyone was shocked again. Fuck, it's Chu Tianling. Oh my god, didn't he drive a Lamborghini 6th Element to school yesterday? He actually changed his car again today, and it's a Scorpio? However, when Lin Han got out of the passenger seat, everyone was even more shocked. Oh my god, isn't that Lin Han? How did she get out of Chu Tianling's car? I really don't know how you got into Magic City University. Lin Han got out of Chu Tianling's car, so they must be together. Gu Xiaoxiao and the crowd couldn't bear it any longer, pushed the people around her aside and rushed out. Lin Han? How shameless of you. I consider you my best friend, but you actually stole my boyfriend. Lin Han glanced at her and said helplessly, Gu Xiaoxiao, you have to remember that you were the one who gave up Tianling first, and I didn't interfere. You gave up Tianling, so why can't I be with him? Also, I've long been fed up with you acting like that. Tianling doesn't owe you anything. You treated him like that because Tianling told me not to care about it. There was another commotion among the crowd. Yes. It was Gu Xiaoxiao who first put the hat on Chu Tianling. It's not too much for Chu Tianling to find Lin Han now, right? Although Chu Tianling made a seamless transition, it's better than Gu Xiaoxiao playing two girls at the same time and putting the hat on Chu Tianling. Yeah. Chu Tianling smiled and said, Han, let's go, don't worry about her, go find the principal, I came back to take over as the president of the student union. Chapter 9 successfully took over as the student union president. Zhou Yuan and Lin Hai were shocked. Gu Xiaoxiao said with resentment on her face, why? Why can Lin Han ride in a luxury car but I can't? Chu Tianling sneered, just because you put a hat on me, just because you humiliate me, you don't deserve it. After saying that, she got into the Scorpio and started the car and drove towards the office building. Lin Han, who stayed where she was, said to Gu Xiaoxiao, since you and I were once best friends, I'll give you a piece of advice. You can't afford to mess with Tianling now. You can't afford to mess with that playboy Zhou Haidong either. I'm putting it out there, believe it or not. After saying that, Lin Han went to inform the other members of the student union. After all, the new president of the student union had taken office, and the other members naturally had the right to know and must attend the inauguration ceremony. Zhou Haidong in the crowd clenched his fists. He returned home last night and wanted his father to help him get revenge, but he didn't expect that he was almost beaten to death by his father. His father was almost scared to death by him. Rebellious son. How dare you mess with anyone? I didn't give you money to spend it on wine and women and cause trouble. Do you know how much that person's Lamborghini Sixth Element is worth? A full 80 million. The market value of my company is only a little over 100 million, and one of their cars is almost as valuable as my company. Have you spent the past 20 years like a living dog? You dare to mess with anyone. Zhou Haidong clenched his fists, but then let go powerlessly. He was afraid. He had no right to seek revenge on Chu Tianling. The market value of his company was only over 100 million, and Chu Tianling's car was almost as much as his company's. There was no comparison at all, not to mention that today he learned that Chu Tianling had bought another Pagani Zodiac. Although the Lamborghini Sixth Element was also quite expensive, Chu Tianling was not the only one who owned it. The Pagani Zodiac was different. There was only one set of Zodiac in the world, and it was in Chu Tianling's hands. Not to mention that he didn't know the specific price of the Zodiac. What could Zhou Haidong use to take revenge on Chu Tianling? Thinking of this, Zhou Haidong broke out in a cold sweat. He decided that he would break up with Gu Xiaoxiao and then go to Chu Tianling to apologize. Otherwise, if Chu Tianling took his anger out on them and attacked their company directly, his family would go bankrupt. He was used to the life of a rich young master and could not accept this situation and was most afraid of it. He took out his mobile phone and called Gu Xiaoxiao, let's break up. Don't contact each other anymore. After that, Zhou Haidong hung up the phone, and then blocked all contact information of Gu Xiaoxiao. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the hall. And when Gu Xiaoxiao received Zhou Haidong's call, she suddenly felt dizzy. She was blind to abandon Chu Tianling and hooked up with Zhou Haidong, thinking that she could live the life of a rich wife, but she didn't expect to make things worse and ended up like this today. She smiled bitterly, shed tears of regret, slowly stood up and walked towards the dormitory. From then on, no one saw Gu Xiaoxiao again. In the auditorium, students were talking about it, and they were all surprised that Chu Tianling was appointed as the president of the student union. The principal took the microphone, coughed, and said, "Dear students, please be quiet. I am the president, Chen Tianhao. You are all students of Shanghai University. You all know that our student union president rotates once a year. The previous student union president has stepped down due to graduation. After communication with the school, it was decided that the new student union president will be Chu Tianling, a sophomore in the Department of Economics and Management. Next, please let the new president, Chu Tianling, say a few words to us." Chu Tianling, who was originally planning to go through the motions, was stunned. What was the principal doing? Didn't we agree to go through the motions before? Why did he let me speak on stage again? That's right. Before the inauguration ceremony, Chu Tianling went to the principal's office. The school suddenly decided to let him take over the position of student union president. He had doubts for a long time, but he didn't have time to ask. He found the principal before the ceremony. However, the principal prevaricated him with the unanimous decision of the school. After much discussion, it was finally decided that Chu Tianling agreed to serve as the student union president, but with the qualification of free activities, he didn't need to come to class, but he had to take every exam and couldn't fail. All matters of the student union were handed over to the vice chairman Chen Weijie. Coincidentally, Chen Weijie was the grandson of the principal Chen Tianhao. Zhou Yuan and Lin Hai, who arrived late, were shocked when they heard the principal's speech. What? The new student union president is Chu Tianling? Chapter 10 Rewards, another critical hit, a palace as reward 3 chapters in 1. Time passed quickly, and a week went by in the blink of an eye. During this week, Chu Tianling stayed in school, dealing with some matters of the student union. He had always wondered why Chen Tianhao wanted him to be the chairman. After all, he had no power, no money, and no influence before. He was a complete 3-no student, and was definitely not to the point where Chen Tianhao would admire him. However, Chen Tianhao kept using the reason that it was a unanimous decision of the school to prevaricate him, so Chu Tianling had to give up. During this week, Chu Tianling signed in 3 times and received a total of 5 billion in cash rewards. The rest were some small gadgets, such as a talking mechanical dog. Chu Tianling once suspected that there was something wrong with the system. He also asked the system, and the system replied that the rewards were random, some good and some bad, and Chu Tianling had nothing to say. Early in the morning, after dealing with a few important things, Chu Tianling informed Chen Weijie and drove his Sagittarius out of the school, ready to go to the airport to pick up Linihan, who had returned from her hometown. Linihan received a call from her father a few days ago. Her father said on the phone that her mother was sick. Anxious Linihan was in a hurry to go back, and she didn't even take a change of clothes. She took her ID card and other documents and left in a hurry. Chu Tianling was entangled in the affairs of the student union and couldn't go back with her, so he transferred 10 million to her. Linihan refused to accept it at first, but Chu Tianling pretended to be angry and the little girl was scared and quickly accepted it. When he was about to arrive at the airport, Chu Tianling received a call and found that it was from an unfamiliar number. He answered the call in confusion and heard a young female voice from the other end. "Hello, are you Mr. Chu?" Chu Tianling responded. "I'm Morong Shui from Balian Huading. Is Mr. Chu free tonight? I want to invite Mr. Chu to dinner." Chu Tianling thought for a long time before remembering that he, Gu Shankai and Lin Hai went to Balian Huading for dinner. The boss of Balian Huading gave him a bottle of 50-year-old Maotai, which is still in the villa of Dirun Shangshan Mansion. Chu Tianling smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Morong. I'm free tonight. Miss Morong can arrange everything. I can do anything." Morong Shui on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Is this young master so easy to get along with? Then he smiled and said, "Okay, then let's book it in the Tianya Haijia box of Balian Huading where you went last time. I look forward to Mr. Chu's visit." After chatting with Morong Shui for a few words, Chu Tianling hung up the phone and arrived at the airport. Ding! The host has one sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? A familiar voice sounded, and Chu Tianling silently said as usual, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million Chinese currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of glass-type Imperial Green Jade. Ding! Reward, critical hit. Congratulations to the host for winning the Imperial Dragon Villa. Ding! The villa's title deed and other documents have been placed in the host's backpack, and the jade has been placed in the villa's basement. Chu Tianling was stunned. He didn't expect that the reward for this critical strike would be so good, and he was actually rewarded with a villa. Without time to look at the documents such as the title deed, Chu Tianling checked the time and saw that Linihan's plane had arrived. Chu Tianling stopped the car and got out. He saw Linihan, who had just got off the plane. He was about to go over but found that Linihan was blocked by a man. "This beautiful lady, can you add me on WeChat?" Chu Tianling was stunned for a moment, then stood there watching with interest, only to see Linihan said indifferently, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" The man said slowly, "Beauty, my name is Zhou Hyaming. Nice to meet you. My father opened a company with a market value of about 100 million. You know Yulong Villa, it was the former royal palace, and my family lives there." Yulong Villa? Isn't it his? The title deed and related documents are still in his car. Is this man showing off to his girlfriend? Before Chu Tianling could make any move, Linihan said, "Get out of the way." She tried to push Zhou Hyaming away, but Zhou Hyaming grabbed her hand. Chu Tianling's face darkened. Chu Tianling took a few steps forward and patted Zhou Hyaming on the shoulder. Zhou Hyaming turned around and yelled, "Who is this blind man? Are you looking for trouble?" However, what answered him was a fist as big as a sandbag. Zhou Hyaming was knocked to the ground by Chu Tianling's punch. Chu Tianling shook his hands and sneered, "Your father." Zhou Haiming was furious. "Boy, what did you say?" Lin Yihan asked worriedly. "Tianling, nothing will happen, right?" Chu Tianling answered her with a look that said, "Don't worry." Chu Tianling looked at Zhou Haiming gloomily and said, "Let me teach you a lesson. I am your father, and the girl you just pulled is your mother." Then he threw a few more punches. But Jiquan itself has a relatively large lethality, not to mention that Chu Tianling was still angry. Fortunately, he retained a trace of rationality and did not use all his strength, but even so, he directly broke Zhou Haiming's head. Zhou Haiming covered the bleeding area and yelled, "Boy! You are in trouble. You know Yulong Villa. My family lives there. I have hundreds of thugs at home, and I can just call a few of them to beat you to death." After that, Zhou Haiming took out his mobile phone and started to call, "Brother, I was beaten up at the airport, bring more people over, I want this kid to help me." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Haiming looked at Chu Tianling fiercely, "Boy, wait for death." Lin Yihan pulled Chu Tianling's sleeves with some concern. More and more people were watching the show. Chu Tianling smiled faintly, took out the key of Sagittarius from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yihan. "Go to the car and get the backpack I put on the passenger seat. I want to see where this monster came from, pretending to be so pretentious. Don't make a mistake, I'm driving a Sagittarius today." Lin Yihan went to get her backpack obediently. Chu Tianling put his hands in his pockets and looked calm. After a while, Lin Yihan came back. She hugged her backpack tightly and handed it to Chu Tianling along with the key of Sagittarius. Chu Tianling was about to take out the deed of Yulong Villa and other relevant documents, but he heard the sound of a car braking not far behind him. He didn't need to think about it, the person Zhou Haiming called had arrived. Then an arrogant voice sounded, "Who dares to touch my brother? Don't want to live, right?" Chu Tianling smiled when he heard this voice. This voice was none other than Zhou Haidong. Zhou Haidong walked over with a baseball bat in his hand with a gloomy face, and saw Chu Tianling and Zhou Haiming, whose head was broken, in the crowd at a glance. Since Chu Tianling had his back to Zhou Haidong did not recognize him. At this moment, Zhou Haidong just wanted to teach this man who dared to hit his brother a lesson. Chu Tianling chuckled, "Master Zhou, you are so angry. Do you want me to calm you down?" Hearing this voice, Zhou Haidong was instantly frightened and his whole body turned cold. He then saw Lin Yihan standing obediently beside him. Zhou Haidong was so scared that he could not speak. How could he not understand until now that his younger brother had actually offended Chu Tianling? Since he got the system, it has been transforming Chu Tianling all the time. The temperament of a superior seems to be innate. Chu Tianling said lightly, "Master Zhou is really powerful. He wants to kill people if he disagrees with you." Zhou Haidong was scared out of his wits. He clearly remembered that any car of Chu Tianling cost 70 or 80 million. Could his company with more than 100 million withstand Chu Tianling's tossing? He was so scared that he knelt down and said, "Master Chu." Misunderstanding. Zhou Haiming on the side hurriedly said, "Brother, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling to this kid? Hurry up and deal with him." "Shut up." Zhou Haiming was stunned by Zhou Haidong's shout. Zhou Haidong shouted again. "You are so bold that you dare to offend anyone. Get down on your knees." Chu Tianling wanted to laugh. He looked at the two brothers in front of him with interest and said, "Zhou Haidong, I was wondering who the guy whose head I broke was. It turned out to be your brother? It turns out that we are not from the same family. You dare to stop my girlfriend and ask for my hand." After saying that, Chu Tianling's face changed, and he took out the title deed and purchase certificate of Yulong Villa from his backpack, and slammed them on Zhou Haidong's face, saying angrily, "Look at this, your brother said that your family lives in Yulong Villa, take a good look." Zhou Haidong was so frightened after picking up a few pieces of paper on the ground. The title deed and purchase certificate of Yulong Villa? You have to know that Yulong Villa was once the residence of a prince of the Qing dynasty, the last feudal dynasty in China. It was definitely a royal palace. Buying Yulong Villa is not something you can do with money. With a bitter smile, how did the two brothers get into trouble with such a terrifying god? However, such a god actually acted very low-key in school and deceived everyone into thinking he was just an ordinary person. Zhou Haiming understood at this moment. He was not a fool. He knew that he had been arrogant and had pretended to be the real owner. He knelt down and begged for mercy. Chu Tianling glanced at the two brothers kneeling on the ground, then looked at the people Zhou Haidong brought with him, and said in a cold tone, "Zhou Haidong, go back and tell your father about what happened today, and ask your father to come to my house and apologize in person. I am currently living in Villa Number 1, Dirun Shangshan Mansion, tell him not to find the wrong place. Remember to bring enough sincerity, otherwise your company will not open. Zhou Haidong's eyes went dark when he heard Chu Tianling's words, and he fainted. Chu Tianling snorted coldly, picked up the documents on the ground, and turned around and left with Linihan. On the way back, Linihan asked curiously, Tianling, what did you show Zhou Haidong just now? Why was he so scared? You've heard of Yulong Villa, right? Of course I've heard of it. Who in the Magic City hasn't heard of it? You underestimate me. That was where the prince of the Qing dynasty once lived. It was a real palace. The pieces of paper I showed Zhou Haidong just now are the purchase certificate and the title deed of Yulong Villa. In other words, Yulong Villa is mine now. Chapter 11, Attending the Banquet at Balian Huading, Morong Shue's Concern. On the way back, Linihan chattered non-stop, asking Chu Tianling if he was a descendant of the Qing dynasty, otherwise how could he take over Yulong Villa so easily? Chu Tianling smiled, and he remembered the agreement with Morong Shue, so he said, I'll tell you this when I have a chance. I have a friend who wants to have dinner with me at Balian Huating. Do you want to go? Linihan asked curiously, Balian Huating? Is your friend a man or a woman? Who is she? Chu Tianling smiled, and he started to check on her. He said, yes, Balian Huating, not far from the school. It's a woman, the boss of Balian Huating. Time passed quickly as the two of them asked and answered each other. Not long after, Chu Tianling's car stopped at the door of Balian Huating. The valet saw a luxury car that he didn't recognize parked at the door, and remembered the Lamborghini Sixth Element that Chu Tianling drove that day. Could it be that this car was Mr. Chu's new car? Soon, his guess was confirmed. Chu Tianling opened the car door and got out, and then an incredibly beautiful girl got out from the passenger seat. The valet thought that the girl who could sit in the passenger seat of Mr. Chu must be Mr. Chu's girlfriend. Chu Tianling saw the parking attendant jogging over and said with a smile, Is it you? You're just in time. Help me drive the car to the parking lot. Drive with confidence. Any scratches or bumps will be my fault. After that, he threw the Sagittarius's car keys to the parking attendant. The parking attendant took the car keys, got into the car carefully, started the car and drove towards the parking lot. Linihan asked, Tianling, do you know him? Chu Tianling said, the last time I came here, I drove the Sixth Element, and he happened to be here too. Linihan looked as if she had suddenly realized something. She took Linihan's soft little hand, and the two walked into the lobby side by side. The sharp-eyed lobby manager saw Chu Tianling coming and hurriedly came over to greet him. Hello, Mr. Chu. Chu Tianling asked, Don't be so nervous, has Miss Morong arrived? Our boss has been waiting for a long time. The lobby manager replied. Under the lobby manager's lead, the two soon arrived at the door of Tenya Haijiao. The lobby manager raised his hand and knocked on the door gently. Boss Morong, Mr. Chu is here. The next second, a girl about 25 years old opened the door. Seeing Chu Tianling, she was stunned. Is this Mr. Chu? So young, looks younger than me. After hesitating for a while, she took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Morong Shui. I have heard of your name for a long time, and today I see that you are indeed extraordinary. Chu Tianling extended his hand and gently shook hands with Morong Shui, saying, Let me introduce you, the person next to me is my girlfriend, Linihan. Ihan, this is Morong Shui, the owner of Balian Huating. Sister Morong, hello. Linihan called out sweetly. Chu Tianling laughed dumbly. This little girl must be in the advanced stage of social bull syndrome. The three of them entered the box and sat down. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. The three of them chatted with each other while eating and talking. After drinking a glass of red wine, Morong Shui said with a flushed face, I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be so young. Chu Tianling also smiled and replied, No, Miss Morong, you don't have to be polite. My name is Tianling, Miss Morong, just call me Tianling. Morong Shui said, Okay, Tianling. Then don't call me Miss Morong all the time. My name is Morong Shui, you can call me Xiao Xue or just call me by my full name. Chu Tianling asked straight to the point, Xiao Xue, I saw you look so sad just now, did something happen to you? Morong Shui sighed and said, Something happened in my father's company. It turned out that there was a problem with Morong's company. A rival company sent a commercial spy to sneak into Morong's company and stole a large amount of information, causing heavy losses to the Morong family. Morong Shue's father, Morong Yunhai, was so angry that he fell ill. The entire company now depends on Morong Shui alone. Chu Tianling asked, how could this happen? Was the spy caught? Morong Shue's eyes were red and she said, he was caught, but the spy took all the blame on himself and the police couldn't do anything about him. Chu Tianling sighed and said, Xiaoxue, what are your plans? Morong Shui wiped her tears and said, I plan to sell Balian Huading. Chapter 12, Taking over Balian Huating and heading to Yulong Villa. Linihan said angrily, how can these people be so hateful? They are no match for Uncle Morong in a fair competition, and they actually play dirty tricks. Morong Shui smiled bitterly, and Chu Tianling looked thoughtful. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, Xiaoxue, how much is Balian Huating worth? Morong Shui said in confusion, I spent 1.3 billion to acquire the land, and then I spent 500 million to build the entire hotel, a total of 1.8 billion. Tianling, what's wrong? Chu Tianling said in a shocking tone, Xiaoxue, give me your bank account number. Niu Rongshu picked up the pen and wrote it to Chu Tianling in confusion. Chu Tianling took it and smiled, then picked up his phone and transferred 2 billion to Murangshu. Murangshu was shocked when she received the bank message, Tianling, you did it? What did you do? Chu Tianling smiled and said, I have an idea to open a hotel. Murangshu was shocked. Chu Tianling didn't have the idea of opening a hotel. This was clearly a timely help. She opened her mouth to say something, but was stopped by Chu Tianling's smile. Knowing that Chu Tianling had made up his mind, she took a deep breath, called a lawyer, and after completing the relevant procedures, she pressed her handprint on the procedure. Since then, Balian Huading has become the first industry under Chu Tianling's name. On the way back, Linihan asked, Tianling, do you trust Sister Morong so much? Aren't you afraid that she will lie to you? Chu Tianling smiled confidently, I believe it, because the eyes are the windows to the soul. When she spoke to me just now, her eyes were firm and her tone was pertinent, proving that she did not lie. Her company did have problems. Besides, there are legal transfer procedures. Chu Tianling's thoughts went back to half an hour ago. Morong Shui summoned all the employees of Balian Huading, notified them that Chu Tianling would be the new boss, and then drove away. Chu Tianling simply held a meeting for all employees, promoted the parking attendant they had met twice before to the position of parking supervisor, and then left. An hour later, Sagittarius stopped at the gate of Durun Xiangshan Mansion. Chu Tianling was about to drive in when he was stopped by the guard. Facing Chu Tianling's doubts, the guard smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Chu, it's like this. Someone sneaked in last night. A family was robbed. All valuables were stolen. Everyone in our security department was scolded by the leader because of this incident, so we urgently strengthened security this morning. The previous access cards are no longer valid. From today on, we will use fingerprint plus pupil verification. No one who fails the verification can enter. Including vehicle information, you need to re-register. Chu Tianling shook his head. The world is getting more and more chaotic nowadays. After cooperating with the security guard to input his and Linihan's information, Chu Tianling re-recorded the information of his 13 luxury cars, including the Lamborghini 6th Element, before being allowed in. After returning home, Chu Tianling lay on the sofa, thinking about something. Linihan brought 2 glasses of milk, handed one to Chu Tianling, and asked, Tianling, what's wrong? Chu Tianling said, it's about Yulong Villa. Linihan smiled, why don't you go over and take a look? 2 hours later, Taurus stopped at the gate of Yulong Villa. The guard at the gate saw a car parked at the gate and was wondering, although Yulong Villa is famous in the whole Magic City, the owner of the villa is elusive. The security guards, gatekeepers and servants who are responsible for the villa's security and cleanliness have basically never seen the owner of the villa. How come a car suddenly stopped at the gate today? Could it be the owner of the villa? The housekeeper of the villa rushed out in a hurry, and saw Chu Tianling who had just got off the car, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, are you Mr. Chu? Chu Tianling nodded slightly, and the housekeeper's heart was suddenly in turmoil. The original owner of the villa told him that the new owner spent a full 20 billion to buy Yulong Villa from him. The experienced housekeeper naturally knew what the original owner meant, but he did not expect that the new owner would be so young. Chapter 13, Renovation of Yulong Villa. Chu's father and mother suddenly come. After some investigation, Chu Tianling learned that the housekeeper's name was Uncle D. Not many people remembered his real name, including Uncle D himself. Everyone in the villa called him that. There were now 50 security guards and 50 servants in the villa, a total of 100 people responsible for various matters in the villa. After Chu Tianling had a general understanding of the situation of the villa, he found that some walls in the villa had begun to collapse and the tiles on the roof had also fallen off. He called Uncle D and asked, "Uncle D, if we want to renovate the villa, how much do you think it will cost?" Uncle D pondered for a while and said, "Mr. Chu, if everything is renovated according to the highest standards, it will cost about 100 million yuan, not including the cost of hiring professional craftsmen. After all, to restore the villa to its original appearance to the greatest extent, we can only hire experienced professors to do it. Materials are also a big problem. In the end, it will cost about 500 million yuan in total, and it should take half a month." Chu Tianling breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he needed a lot of money, but it turned out that only 500 million was needed. After transferring 2 billion to Murangshu and some other expenses, he still had more than 3 billion in his hands, enough to renovate the villa. Thinking of this, he thought for a moment and said, "Uncle D, in the next few days, there will be craftsmen delivering materials by car. Please bear with it." Uncle D nodded. Chu Tianling gave Uncle D a few more instructions, then called Linihan, who was bored to death, and drove away. Uncle D stood there, looking at the tourist who was gradually going away, and murmured, "Looks exactly like him. Mr. Chu, could you be the person the master has been looking for more than 10 years? At the same time, 2 uninvited guests came to the gate of Magic City University. 2 middle-aged people, a man and a woman, looked at the magnificent university gate in front of them. The middle-aged woman asked, "Jinan, are you sure you have found the right place?" The middle-aged man said affirmatively, "I am sure, the address that the bastard told me is here." The 2 were about to enter the gate, but were stopped by the guard. The guard patiently asked, "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" Chu Jinan replied, "I am here to find my son. He goes to school here." After hearing Chu Jinan's words, the guard turned back to the guardroom, took out a notebook and a pen, and said, "Hello. Please register your information, and then please tell me what year your son is in and which department he is in." This stumped Chu Jinan, because he only knew that his son was a sophomore at Magic City University, but he didn't know which department his son was in. The middle-aged woman at the side said unhappily, "I told you to pay more attention to your son, but you didn't listen. You stay in your broken fish pond all day long and never see anyone." Then the middle-aged woman said to the guard, "Hello. I'm looking for Chu Tianling, a sophomore in the Department of Economics and Management." The 2 people were Chu Tianling's parents, Chu Jinan and Lu Wenjing. Upon learning that the 2 were looking for Chu Tianling, the guard was stunned. The next second, he quickly said, "So you are here to look for Chu Tianling." Then he made way. Chu Jinan and his wife entered the gate of Magic City University with great doubt. Lu Wenjing said, "Jinan, do you know the way?" Chu Jinan shook his head. The 2 were in a dilemma. When they were in a dilemma, a student happened to pass by. Chu Jinan quickly ran up to him and said, "Young man, wait a minute." The student stopped and asked, "Uncle, what can I do for you?" Chu Jinan said, "Do you know where Chu Tianling is?" "I'm his father." The student was shocked. "Is this Uncle Chu Tianling's father?" He replied, "So he is Chairman Chu's father." He was about to speak, but Chu Jinan was also confused by his words Chairman Chu. The student glanced and saw a luxury car driving in. Seeing the eye-catching Taurus on the car body, he thought of the rumor that Chu Tianling owned 12 Zodiac supercars and the Scorpio that Chu Tianling drove to school a few days ago. The student concluded that this car must be the Taurus among the 12 Zodiac supercars, and the person sitting in the car was undoubtedly Chu Tianling. The next second, the student said, "Uncle Chu, look behind, Chairman Chu is back." Chapter 14 Unprepared Meeting, Linihan blushes. Hearing the student's words, Chu Jinan was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look, but did not see Chu Tianling, only a car driving over. He turned around and looked at the student with a puzzled look. The student was stunned for a moment and said, "Uncle Chu, that car belongs to Chairman Chu." "What?" "That expensive-looking car belongs to my son." Chu Tianling was driving and chatting with Linihan. The next second, he was stunned and hurriedly stopped the car. Linihan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked Chu Tianling why he suddenly stopped the car. Chu Tianling didn't say anything. She followed Chu Tianling's gaze and saw 2 middle-aged people, a man and a woman, standing in front of the car, staring at them stupidly. Chu Tianling didn't say anything, turned off the engine, took out the key and got out of the car. Linihan hurriedly got out of the car and followed Chu Tianling's footsteps. Chu Tianling quickly ran to the two middle-aged men and said, Dad, Mom, why are you here? Linihan, who followed him, stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Is this the time to meet the parents? Xu Zhennan looked at Chu Tianling with an incredulous look. Lu Wenjing was also so surprised that she couldn't speak. Chu Tianling coughed and said, Dad, Mom, this is not the place to talk. I'll go park the car first. Ihan, take Mom and Dad to the student union first. Half an hour later, Chu Tianling, Linihan and Xu Zhennan sat at a table. Xu Zhennan was the first to break the silence and said, Son, tell your dad what's going on. How do you have such an expensive car? Also, when did you get your driver's license? Xu Tianling was silent for a while and said, Dad, Mom, it's hard to explain these things right away, but don't worry, everything I have now was obtained legally. Xu Zhennan's frown relaxed and he said seriously, Son, remember, don't do anything illegal or criminal. I will always be your strong backing. After that, he stood up and patted Chu Tianling on the shoulder, and Chu Tianling nodded heavily. Lu Wenjing on the side said, Son, don't you think you should introduce this girl to Mom? As soon as these words came out, Linihan, who was sitting next to Chu Tianling, blushed suddenly, and she stammered, Auntie, hello, I am Tianling's girlfriend. Lu Wenjing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, it's Tianling's girlfriend. Then she took off a jade bracelet on her left hand and stuffed it into Linihan's hand. Child, this jade bracelet was passed down to me by Tianling's grandmother. I'm passing it on to you now. Get along well with Tianling. Tianling has a bad temper, so you should be more tolerant. Linihan declined, No, Auntie, this is too expensive, I can't take it. Lu Wenjing said with a straight face, What's expensive or not? No matter how many girlfriends Tianling has in the future, with this, you will always be the queen. Chu Tianling, who was standing by, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom. What are you talking about? What queen? Lu Wenjing said with a straight face, You bastard, I'm not a superstitious person. If you have the ability, you can find a few girlfriends. I can support them. When the time comes, just go abroad and get married. Chu Tianling and Linihan looked at each other, and Linihan suddenly said, Tianling, as long as you have me in your heart, I don't mind if you find a few more sisters. She has let it go. She has liked Chu Tianling for 5 years in high school and 2 years in college. Unfortunately, Chu Tianling likes Gu Xiaoxiao. She can only keep this love in her heart and silently bless Chu Tianling. But who would have thought that Gu Xiaoxiao would commit suicide and abandon Chu Tianling? She finally waited for this day and got married with Chu Tianling, and was recognized by Chu Tianling's parents. As for how many women Chu Tianling found, Chu Tianling's mother had no objection. What else could she think about? Which capable man doesn't have a few women? Chapter 15, Xu Zhennan and his wife's interrogation. Chu Tianling is embarrassed. After 2 hours of interrogation by Xu Zhennan and Lu Wenjing, Chu Tianling told the couple everything with a look of despair on his face. After confirming again and again that Chu Tianling had done nothing wrong, Xu Zhennan and his wife finally felt relieved. Lu Wenjing looked at Linihan, Child, I still don't know your name. Linihan quickly said, Auntie, my name is Linihan, Shuangmulan, E for art, Han for connotation. At Lu Wenjing's repeated request, Linihan finally accepted the jade bracelet and gently put it on her left hand. Lu Wenjing was very happy to see this and waved her hand, Han, let's go, Auntie is very happy today. What do you want to eat? Auntie will treat you. Chu Tianling said helplessly, Mom. We have our own hotel, why do we have to go out to eat somewhere else? Linihan also said, Yes, Auntie, Tianling has his own hotel, let's not go anywhere else. Lu Wenjing thought about it and nodded, Okay. You bastard, since we are eating in our own hotel, you have to take good care of your mother, otherwise I will not let you go. Chu Tianling's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, Mom, don't worry. Chu Tianling took out his cell phone and called Zhou Wenhao, the lobby manager of Bailian Huading. Wenhao, my girlfriend, my parents and I are coming over for dinner at noon today. Please make the arrangements. After a pause, remembering his father Xu Zhennan's hobby, he said, Prepare a bottle of white wine as well. Xu Zhennan loves drinking and he always has to have a drink every time he eats. Lu Wenjing couldn't do anything about him, so she just let him do it. After all, liking to drink is not a bad habit. Zhou Wenhao responded, Okay, boss. Then may I ask if the boss lady and the others have any dietary restrictions? Chu Tianling thought for a moment and said, My dad likes spicy food, so don't order sashimi or something like that. Other than that, there's nothing else to be careful of. Zhou Wenhao responded and hung up the phone. Chu Tianling said to Lu Wenjing, Mom, I'll go back and change the car first. I drive a supercar to school, and it only has 2 seats. Chu Jinan was not calm. Change the car? You have more than one car? Linihan covered her mouth and laughed. Uncle, Tianling has a total of 13 cars. What? 13 cars? Chu Jinan exclaimed. Chu Tianling scratched his head and said, Dad, I'll tell you slowly when I have time. Chu Tianling knew Chu Jinan's character. It can be said that Chu Jinan said the first half of the sentence, and Chu Tianling could immediately make up the second half. Chu Jinan nodded with satisfaction. Get out of here, you little brat. Chu Tianling felt relieved, picked up the car keys and left. Looking at Chu Tianling's back, Chu Jinan murmured, You little bastard, I hope you didn't get together with those people. On the way, Chu Tianling felt bored, so he played some music. All the vehicles along the way saw Chu Tianling's car and hurriedly made way for fear of scratching it. For a car of this level, even if they didn't know much about cars, they could tell that it was very expensive. A simple scratch on the paint would cost hundreds of thousands. At this moment, in a Ferrari behind Chu Tianling, a young man looked at Chu Tianling's car, paused, and said, I originally thought it was just fake news released by Pagani to increase its international reputation, but I didn't expect it to be true, and its owner is actually a Chinese. A girl said. Brother Feng, what kind of car is that? The young man said slowly, Pagani's 12 Zodiac supercars, each car corresponds to a zodiac sign, and the corresponding zodiac sign is also printed on the car body. Look, the car that the owner drove out this time has a bull head printed on it, which means that this car is Taurus among the 12 cars. Pagani? That can't be that expensive, right? The young man said quietly, not that expensive? Xiaoka, you are wrong. Pagani's other series of cars are indeed not expensive for us, but the 12 constellations are different. You can't find another Taurus in the whole world, understand? After producing the first batch of the 12 constellations, Pagani announced that it would no longer produce such supercars. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that the 12 constellations supercars will not be sold individually. You must buy 12 at one time. In other words, the other 11 of the 12 constellations must be in the owner's home. Xiaoka looked at the Taurus in front of him and couldn't help asking, how expensive is it? 25 million. 25 million? Isn't this car expensive? I'm not talking about 25 million Chinese yuan, I'm talking about 25 million US dollars. Chapter 16, A Simple Chu Family Dinner, A Crisis for the Morong Family. After more than half an hour of tossing and turning, Chu Tianling finally returned to Dirun Shangshan Mansion. Putting the key of Taurus back in place and picking up the key of Lamborghini Sixth Element, Chu Tianling suddenly slapped his head. He forgot one thing. He had planned to renovate Yulong Villa before, but his parents' sudden arrival made him so busy that he almost forgot it. After thinking for a while, he took out his mobile phone and called Morong Shui. In fact, he can only call Morong Shui because Morong Shui was his only friend outside of school. Xiaoxue, do you know any professors or experts in the field of ancient building maintenance? Morong Shui's voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little tired. I don't know him, but my father knows someone. That old gentleman is well known in the country and has countless disciples all over China. What's wrong, Tianling? Why are you asking this suddenly? Chu Tianling asked, What's wrong with you? Did you not sleep well? He could hear the fatigue in Morongshu's tone. Morongshu said, Tianling, you should talk about your business. Chu Tianling hesitated for a moment and said, I bought Yulong Villa, but quite a few buildings in the villa have fallen off tiles. I want to find someone to maintain it, so I want to ask if you know anyone in this area. Morong Shui's voice raised 1 decibel. What? You bought Yulong Villa? Chu Tianling hummed. Morong Shui on the other end of the phone was silent for a while and said, Tianling, leave this matter to me. You just need to prepare the materials and leave the rest to me. After a brief chat, Chu Tianling hung up the phone. The road back to school was surprisingly smooth. In order to save time, Chu Tianling increased the speed of the car to 80 for the first time. He arrived at the school in 15 minutes. After picking up his parents and Linihan, he drove to Balian Huading. Chu Jinan looked at the luxuriously decorated hotel in front of him and asked stupidly, Little boy, is this hotel yours? Chu Tianling nodded, and took the 3 of them to find a private room. He glanced at the name of the box, Mingyue Qingfeng, a good name, then pushed the door open and sat down. He called Zhou Wenhao, Wenhao, you can serve the dishes. Prepare food for 6 people. Linihan asked, Tianling, is anyone else coming? Chu Tianling smiled and said nothing. At the same time, in the Morong family villa, Morong Yunhai was shocked and said, Xiaoxue, what did you say? The young man named Chu Tianling not only paid in full for your Bailian awaiting, but also bought Yulong Villa? Morong Shui nodded dully. In her opinion, Chu Tianling could spend 2 billion to buy her Bailian awaiting and Yulong Villa. The power behind him must be very terrifying. After all, if you want to buy Yulong Villa, you need more than just huge financial resources. Morong Yunhai suddenly asked, Xiaoxue, what is your relationship with this young man named Chu Tianling? Nirangshu pondered for a moment and said, I don't know either, but seeing that he bought Bailian Huading without hesitation before, he should be the kind of person who was vigorous and efficient. It was only the first time I met him at that time. Morong Yunhai asked, if I ask you to ask him for help, how confident do you think you are? I don't know either. After all, I've only known him for a few days. Morong Shui said. At this moment, Morong Shui's cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw, Dad, it's Tianling. Morong Yunhai nodded, and she answered the call, Tianling. Chu Tianling said on the phone, Xiaoxue, are you free now? I want to invite you and Uncle Morong to have a meal at Bailian Huating, Ning Yu Qing Feng Box. Morong Shui said stupidly, I'm free, I'll come right over. After hanging up the phone, Morong Shui said, Dad, Tianling invited us to dinner at Bailian Huating, Ning Yu Qing Feng Box. Morong Yunhai said impatiently, change your clothes and go. Whether our Morong family can survive this crisis depends on this meal. Chapter 17 Triggering the A-level reward. Chu Zhenan is actually from the Chu family in the imperial capital. Ding. The host has one sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Chu Tianling muttered to himself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 billion Chinese currency. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 80% of the shares of Tianlong Group. Ding. The host's sign-in environment is detected to be beautiful, triggering the A-level reward and obtaining 45% of China Airlines shares. Ding. The Tianlong Group share transfer document and the China Airlines transfer document have been put into the host's backpack, please check. Ding. The host has triggered the A-level reward for the first time, and the tenfold consumption rebate is enabled. Chu Tianling was stunned. This was his first time to trigger an A-level reward, and also his first time to receive such a generous reward. Needless to say, China Airlines' 45% stake directly surpassed all retail investors and became the second largest shareholder. The Tianlong Group was even more terrifying. The market value of the entire group was nearly 300 billion, ranking 6th among the top 10 private groups in China. Chu Tianling felt mixed emotions. Was he going to become a 100 billionaire? Chu Zhenan had been holding on to doubts. From the time he met his son until now, his son had given him bigger surprises than ever before. He was really worried that his son would get together with those people, so he waved to Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling followed Chu Zhenan out the door with doubts in his heart. Chu Zhenan was the first to ask, Son, tell me the truth, have you gotten together with those people? If so, tell Dad, I won't blame you. Chu Tianling was stunned. He asked in confusion, Dad, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Chu Zhenan sighed. His son had grown up, and it was time to tell him some things. He could no longer hide them from him. Thinking of this, Chu Zhenan said, Son, do you know the Chu family in the imperial capital? I know. The Chu family in the imperial capital is an old family inherited from the revolutionary period. It ranks first among the 4 major families in the imperial capital and has a huge influence. The old man of the Chu family is a veteran who participated in 2 of the 3 wars in China. Dad, why do you suddenly ask this? The 2 wars that Grandpa Chu participated in were naturally the war against the invasion of the island country and the civil war between the 2 parties in the country. Chu Zhenan took a deep breath. Then do you know the name of the current head of the Chu family? What is the name of the old man of the Chu family? Chu Tianling shook his head. The current patriarch of the Chu family is named Chu Zhenxiong, and the old man of the Chu family is named Chu Outyan. Chu Tianling was stunned. If he remembered correctly, when he was in high school, he once accidentally heard his father mention that his uncle was named Chu Zhenxiong and his grandfather was also named Chu Outyan. If they were the same name, it would be fine. If not, Chu Tianling thought of a horrible result. He looked at Chu Zhenan. Chu Zhenan said, Son, you are right. The head of the Chu family, Chu Zhenxiong, is your uncle, and Chu Outyan is your grandfather. Chu Tianling looked at his father in disbelief. He did not expect that his father had such a terrifying identity. He was actually the prince of the Chu family in the imperial capital. Chu Zhennan said to himself, "You want to know the reason? At the beginning, your grandfather didn't agree with me and your mother being together because I was the son of a big family in the imperial capital, and your mother was just an ordinary person. Your grandfather was extremely opposed. In the end, I had a falling out with your grandfather, so I took your mother away from the imperial capital and came to the magic city." Chu Tianling was speechless for a long time. Chu Zhennan said self-deprecatingly, "Your uncle is really too outstanding and outstanding. I was suppressed by your uncle. Your grandfather's attention has always been on your uncle and he has never taken care of me." Chu Tianling said dully, "You are my father, I support you in all your choices. I don't need the identity of a prince of a wealthy family. Because I am a wealthy family myself. Dad, you are the head of the Chu family in Magic City." At this moment, Chu Tianling had an idea in his mind. He wanted to establish a Chu family in Magic City, a Chu family in Magic City that was no less than the Chu family in the imperial capital. Chapter 18, Two companies form an alliance, Tianlong Group enters the Magic City. Chu Tianling knew that his father was angry, so he said, "Dad, I understand your unwillingness. From now on, you will be the head of the Chu family in the Demon City." Chu Zhennan laughed at himself, "Moda Chu family, son, I know you are doing this for my own good, you can't do it." Chu Tianling knew that the Chu family of the imperial capital was indeed huge, with businesses spread all over China and total family assets exceeding 1 trillion. But in Chu Tianling's eyes, with the system, as long as he was given time, he would be able to surpass the Chu family of the imperial capital in time. Chu Tianling said, "Dad, I know, if Bailey and Huating is not enough, then what about adding 45% of China Airlines and Tianlong Group?" "What did you say? 45% of China Airlines? Tianlong Group?" Chu Zhennan was shocked by his son again. Chu Tianling patted Chu Zhennan on the shoulder, "Dad, everyone has their own secrets. I hope you can understand me, but I promise you that I will never do anything illegal." Chu Zhennan nodded with relief. He understood his son and was relieved about his son. The two returned to the private room, where the dishes were being served one after another. Zhou Wenhao pushed open the door and walked in, respectfully asking, "Boss, there is a father and daughter outside looking for you. Do you want them to come in?" Chu Tianling nodded, "Bring them in." Chu Tianling understood that it was the father and daughter of the Morong family who had arrived. After a while, the door was pushed open and Morong Shui walked in, followed by a middle-aged man. Chu Tianling thought that this man should be Morong Shui's father, Morong Yunhai. As soon as he entered the room, Morong Yunhai saw Chu Tianling sitting in the main seat. He was shocked. He thought Chu Tianling should be about 27 or 28 years old, but he looked only in his early 20s. The young people nowadays are too scary. Chu Tianling sat in the main seat. This was Chu Zhennan's request. According to Chu Zhennan, today's meal was nominally a family dinner of the Chu family, but in fact, with the participation of Morong's father and daughter, it had become a business banquet. Since it was a business banquet, there was no reason for him to sit in the main seat. Chu Tianling stood up and said with a smile, "Uncle Morong, sorry for waiting. Please take a seat." Morong Yunhai smiled, shook hands with Chu Tianling, and sat on Chu Tianling's left. Chu Tianling sat in the main seat. China has respected the right since ancient times, so Chu Zhennan sat on Chu Tianling's right. Naturally, Morong Yunhai could only sit on his left. Soon, the dishes were served. Several people ate and chatted. After Morong Yunhai drank a few glasses of wine, he paused for a moment. Just when he was about to say something, he was stopped by Chu Tianling. "Uncle Morong, I know what you want to say. I'll help the Morong family." At this time, Chu Tianling's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After he answered it, a deep male voice came out, "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Zhang Wenjie, the general manager of Tianlong Group. Are you free? I want to report to you about the group's work during this period of time." Chu Tianling smiled. He wanted to call after dinner, but he didn't expect the other party to call first. He smiled and said, "Manager Zhang, other work can be put aside for now. You can arrange it. The head office of the group will move to Shanghai. You can make the decision if you can, and call me if you can't." Zhang Wenjie tactfully did not ask the reason. Tianlong Group was one of the top 10 largest groups in China, and he had some experience as the general manager of Tianlong Group. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wenjie began to arrange the relocation of the head office. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Tianling smiled and said to Morong Yunhai, "Uncle Morong, I will send you a number later. If you need help, just contact him directly." After that, the two exchanged contact information, and Zhu Tianling sent Zhang Wenjie's number to Morong Yunhai. Morong Yunhai opened his phone and took a look. He was immediately scared. Isn't this number the one of Zhang Wenjie, the general manager of Tianlong Group? He met Zhang Wenjie by chance when he was on a business trip before, and saved Zhang Wenjie's number. However, Zhang Wenjie didn't like him very much. It's not Zhang Wenjie's fault. After all, Tianlong Group is one of the top 10 private groups in China, with a market value of more than 300 billion, and Morong's company is just a small company worth tens of billions. He looked at Zhu Tianling, and Zhu Tianling smiled slightly. This number belongs to Zhang Wenjie, the general manager of Tianlong Group. Uncle Morong, if you need help, go to him and say that I asked you to go to him. Morong Yunhai asked worriedly, will he give you face? Zhu Tianling raised the corner of his mouth. It's not a question of whether he gives you face or not, he has to do this, because I am the chairman of Tianlong Group. Chapter 19, Reconstruction of Yulong Villa, the Three Ancient Evil Swords. After eating and drinking, Morong Yunhai stood up and clasped his fists and said, Mr. Chu, Mrs. Chu, Mr. Chu, Mrs. Chu, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. After Morong Yunhai left, Morong Shui said, Tianling, leave the renovation of Yulong Villa to me, I will do it for you. Zhu Tianling smiled and nodded. After Morong Shui got up and left, Zhu Tianling asked, Dad, Mom, you two should live with us in Dirun Shangshan Mansion first, and then move in after Yulong Villa is renovated. Zhu Zhennan pondered for a while and said, I want to go back to my hometown. Zhu Tianling was stunned for a moment, and Lu Wenjing said unhappily, this old guy is worried about his broken fish pond. Zhu Tianling laughed dumbly, Dad, there is no need. There is a fish pond in Yulong Villa. If I remember correctly, the area should be 3 times that of the one in my hometown. After a brief chat, Zhu Tianling suddenly said, Dad, I want to drop out of school. Zhu Zhennan looked at his son in confusion. Zhu Tianling continued, it doesn't make any sense for me to stay in school now. The Tianlong Group alone is enough for me to be busy with. I don't know how many industries will be added in the future. Zhu Zhennan agreed, and Zhu Tianling made plans to go back to school at dawn tomorrow to complete the withdrawal procedures. After completing the procedures, he would go to the principal to resign from the position of student union president, and then say goodbye to Gu Shengkai and Lin Hai. His life at Magic City University would come to an end. After returning to Dirun Shangshan Mansion, Zhu Tianling went to find the property manager. He planned to ask the property manager to delete the information about his and Lin Han's pupils. After all, with Yulong Villa, Dirun Shangshan Mansion would definitely not return in the future, so Zhu Tianling planned to sell Villa number 1 of Dirun Shangshan Mansion. After turning left and right to the property office and briefly explaining his purpose, the property manager asked in confusion, Mr. Chu, why do you want to sell it? You can keep it to receive your friends in the future. Besides, although Dirun Shangshan Mansion is not a first-class residential area in Magic City, it is also in the forefront. Villa number 1 is even more difficult to get without some skills. It is much better for you to keep it than to sell it. Zhu Tianling pondered for a while. What the property manager said made sense. Although Yulong Villa was better than Dirun Shangshan Mansion for hosting friends to stay overnight, Yulong Villa was in the suburbs after all. If something urgent happened and he couldn't get there in time, it would be troublesome. Dirun Shangshan Mansion was at least in the second ring road, so it was convenient to go anywhere. Ding! The host has one sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 billion Chinese currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the tiger wings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Jin Yuan Commercial Street. Tiger wing? What is this? Zhu Tianling could understand the other two. One was a cash reward, and the other was Jin Yuan Commercial Street, which was one of the best commercial streets in the Magic City. The annual rent alone was as high as billions. Zhu Tianling checked the information and finally knew what this dragon tooth was. According to legend, there were 3 evil swords in ancient times, and all of their owners were extremely evil and murderous. Because the owners of the 3 evil swords committed many evil things, they aroused public outrage among the righteous people, so they united to kill the 3 evil leaders. After the death of the 3 evil leaders, the whereabouts of the 3 evil swords became unknown. Later, it was rumored that the 3 guillotines used by Bao Zheng to judge criminals were transformed from the 3 evil swords, and the tiger wing was the tiger head guillotine, and the other 2 evil swords were the dragon fang and the dog god. Chu Tianling was a little confused. Aren't these things supposed to only exist in myths? The system promptly answered his question. The rewards the host gets for signing in are all based on reason and evidence. Chu Tianling suddenly came to his senses. That's right, the system won't give you something you don't need. Since today's sign-in gave you tiger wings, it must have its uses. Chu Tianling narrowed his eyes and murmured, "It seems that this world is not as simple as I thought." Chapter 20 Morong Tian's brother-in-law, the unexpected uninvited guest. After thinking it over, it is better to keep the tiger wing in the underground treasury of Yulong Villa. The tiger wing is extraordinary. If it is lost accidentally and falls into the hands of criminals, it will be troublesome. In the next few days, Chu Tianling stayed at home with his parents and Linihan, living the life of a stay-at-home. Early in the morning, Chu Tianling said hello to Chu Zhenan, got on the Taurus, and headed to Yulong Villa. Half an hour later, the Taurus stopped at the gate of Yulong Villa. The worker who was repairing the lintel saw Chu Tianling, who had just got off the car, and was stunned. Isn't this their big boss? This person is the richest among the rich. If you want to take over Yulong Villa, you can't do it without hundreds of billions. If you offend this person, you can't survive in the Magic City. The worker was about to greet him when Chu Tianling's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was Morong Shui calling. He answered the call and asked, "Xiao Xue, what's wrong?" "Here's the thing, there's a party tonight and I'd like to invite you to go." Chu Tianling thought about it and agreed. Although he was rich now, he didn't know many people in the upper class. Morong's parents could barely be considered half of them. It was not impossible to go and take a look, so he agreed immediately. After a quick look at the progress of the repairs, I have to say that Morong Shue's efficiency is really high. I don't know where she found the workers, but she completed more than half of the work in just a few days. At this time, a voice sounded behind Chu Tianling, "Oh my god, isn't this the Pagani Zodiac? I didn't expect it to really exist." Hearing this voice, Chu Tianling turned around and saw a man who looked about the same age as him. He asked, "Who are you?" The man said awkwardly, "This brother is from the Magic City Supercar Club. I see your car is a Pagani Zodiac. I guess you are also a member of the Supercar Club?" Chu Tianling shook his head in confusion and said, "I am not a member of any supercar club. What can I do for you?" The man said, "Brother, are you interested in joining our supercar club? The members of the club are all young men and women in Shanghai who like to play with cars." Chu Tianling pondered for a while. He needed connections anyway, and the man's suggestion could solve his urgent problem. He nodded and said, "My name is Chu Tianling, a commoner." The man said, "My name is Morong Tian." Morong Tian? Such a familiar name? Chu Tianling subconsciously asked, "Do you know Morong Shui?" The man was stunned for a moment. "Do you know my sister?" Chu Tianling was no longer calm. "Morong Shui is your sister?" "I didn't expect to meet Morong Shue's younger brother here," Chu Tianling complained in his heart. Half an hour later, Taurus and a Porsche 911 stopped at the entrance of the Magic City Supercar Club. As soon as they entered the door, Morong Tian shouted, "Assholes! Come over here, I'll introduce you to a new friend." Hearing Morong Tian's voice, the young masters and young ladies in the club came over and looked at Chu Tianling in front of them. One of the young masters asked curiously, "Xiao Tian, who is this?" Morong Tian said proudly, "Let me give you some experience. This guy's surname is Chu, his name is Tianling, and he is my brother-in-law." Chu Tianling spurted out the mineral water he had just drunk. The young master looked at Chu Tianling in horror, and the other young masters and young ladies also looked at him in shock. Chu Tianling wiped the water from the corners of his mouth and asked curiously, "Why do you all have such expressions? Is Xiao Xue scary?" Morong Tian snorted and said, "Of course not. Do you know what my brother-in-law's car is? Pagani 12 Constellations, Taurus." Everyone gasped, and Morong Tian wanted to speak again, but suddenly a voice came from behind. "Morong Tian, is he your brother-in-law?" Chapter 21 The two women officially meet, Chu Tianling's dream. Morong Tian, who was originally a little arrogant, was so scared when he heard the voice that he hid behind Chu Tianling. "Sister, why are you here?" The person who came was Morong Shui. Morong Shui said unhappily, "If I come a little later, will Tianling's and my child be able to help out?" Morong Tian scratched his head, chuckled twice, and took advantage of Chu Tianling's presence to continue teasing. Sister, what does your brother-in-law do? He can even buy luxury cars of the Taurus level. Chu Tianling was stunned and looked at Morong Shui, who was blushing. This girl likes him? After coughing, Chu Tianling said, Xiaotian, stop joking with your sister. Don't you want to know what I do? Morong Tian nodded. Have you heard of the Tianlong Group? Of course, Tianlong Group is one of the top 10 private enterprises in China, with a market value of hundreds of billions, ranking 6th among the top 10 private enterprises. Morong Tian said. Suddenly, Morong Tian realized something, and he stammered, Sister, brother-in-law, you are not going to tell me that you are the son of the chairman of the Tianlong Group. Morong Shui raised her hand and slapped Morong Tian on the head, and said unhappily, Do you think Tianling is the same as you, a second-generation rich man who only knows how to fool around all day long? Let me tell you, the chairman of Tianlong Group is not Tianling's father. Tianling himself is the chairman. Then Morong Shui seemed to realize something, and her little face turned red. As Morong Shui finished her words, the entire club fell silent. After a long while, the two young masters finally came to their senses and looked at each other with dry mouths. Chu Tianling was only a few years older than them, right? They were still relying on their family for support and playing all day long, but Chu Tianling was actually the chairman of the famous Chinese group Tianlong Group? Chu Tianling smiled and said, Stop chatting nonsense. I've met so many friends today. I'll treat everyone to a meal. Everyone cheered. Although they were all from wealthy families and had no shortage of money, how could they compare with the pervert Chu Tianling? After all, although their families had some money, even if all the companies in their families were added together, it might not even be a fraction of the Tianlong Group. Eating was secondary. Knowing a big boss of this level was the most important thing. You will also fall in love with someone and give a lot. At this time, Chu Tianling's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from Linihan. Chu Tianling answered the call. Han, what's wrong? Tianling, you are with Xiaoshui, right? Chu Tianling was stunned. How did she know? Linihan on the other end of the phone looked at Chu Jinan, who was sitting opposite her, and continued, Dad asked me to make this call. Dad meant for you to bring Xiaoshui back. Chu Tianling spurted out another mouthful of mineral water. Han, what do you mean? Linihan paused and said, I just hope that you have me in your heart, Tianling, do you understand? Chu Tianling's body shook. What Linihan meant was that he wanted to take Morong Shui in as well. This was the rhythm of letting him start a harem. Linihan said faintly, You must be curious about why I am so generous. I know that I can't control a man as outstanding as you by myself. Instead of living in intrigues and schemes every day, it is better to give you freedom. Chu Tianling was silent. Morong Shui cast a puzzled look at him. After a moment of silence, Chu Tianling said, Xiaoshui, I have something to tell you. Come with me. Morong Shui followed Chu Tianling to the door of the club with full of doubts. Before she could say anything, Chu Tianling told her everything that Linihan said. Morong Shui didn't speak for a long time. After a long while, she said, I have liked you for a long time. Chu Tianling was overjoyed. It seemed that he had hope of fulfilling every man's ultimate dream. Chapter 22. The two elders want to go home, the furious Chu Tianling. Early in the morning, just after daybreak, Chu Tianling got up early, drove to the shopping center alone, and bought a lot of cigarettes, alcohol, cosmetics, clothes of various brands, etc., such as soft Zhonghua, Hitiangxia. Chu Tianling bought 4 or 5 packs without even looking at the price, guajiao, and top-grade Feitian mitai, and loaded them into the car box by box, which made the salesperson stunned. Chu Jinan and Lu Wenjing are going back to their hometown. After staying in the Magic City for so many days, the two elders said they wanted to go back as they could not adapt to the life in the Magic City. Chu Tianling had no choice but to agree, so he came to the shopping mall to do a lot of shopping. After thinking for a while, Chu Tianling remembered that his father Chu Jinan liked to smoke a kind of cigarette called Snowview, so he asked the salesperson, Excuse me, do you have a kind of cigarette called Snowview? The salesman shook his head in confusion. Although he was a veteran smoker, this was the first time he had heard of the name of Shui Jing. After staying in the shopping center for a while, Chu Tianling was followed by a large group of people after he paid the bill. These people were all shopping center staff. Chu Tianling spent more than 1 million yuan in their shopping center, just buying some cigarettes, alcohol, and cosmetics. They had long regarded Chu Tianling as a big customer, so it was natural for them to help Chu Tianling move things. After returning home, Chu Tianling was inevitably scolded by his elders, who accused him of not knowing how to save money. Chu Tianling smiled awkwardly and was about to say something when his cell phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, are you Chu Tianfei's family member?" Chu Tianling responded with an ominous feeling in his heart. Chu Tianling ran out of the door and said to the phone, "Hello. I am Chu Tianfei's brother, Chu Tianling. What can I do for you?" However, the next second, Chu Tianling heard a piece of news that made him extremely angry. "Hello, Mr. Chu. Something happened to your sister. She was pushed down from the third floor of the teaching building. She is almost dying." "What?" Chu Tianling was furious. To him, if Morong Shui and Linihan were his bottom line, then his sister Chu Tianfei was his Achilles heel. He hung up the phone without hesitation and called his future brother-in-law Morong Tian. "Xiaotian, my sister is in trouble." Morong Tian on the other end of the phone was shocked. Chu Tianling's tone on the phone was very scary. Since he met his future brother-in-law, this was the first time he saw his brother-in-law like this. "Morong Tian Dao, brother-in-law, I know, tell me the address, give me 10 minutes. The middle school affiliated to Magic City University." After hanging up the phone, Chu Tianling turned around and walked into the room with a gloomy face, picked up the car keys of the sixth element, and drove to the affiliated middle school of the Demon University without saying a word. Lu Wenjing called him but he didn't respond. Chu Zhenan was also frightened by his son's sudden behavior, but Chu Zhenan was still calm. He held Lu Wenjing and said, "The child is grown up, let him handle anything by himself." Along the way, Chu Tianling kept accelerating like crazy. When the surrounding vehicles saw Chu Tianling's car speeding towards them, they were so scared that they hurriedly gave way. After all, a car of this level would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars if it was hit or scratched. It was a half-hour journey, but Chu Tianling arrived in just 8 minutes. Chu Tianling got out of the car and saw a pretty girl walking back and forth at the door with an anxious look on her face. He called out to her, and the girl saw him and ran up to him and asked, "Hello. You are Tianfei's brother, right?" Chu Tianling nodded. "Come with me quickly, Tianfei is dying." Chu Tianling followed the girl's footsteps and came to the school infirmary. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Chu Tianfei lying on the bed. He rushed to the bed in 2 steps and said in tears, "Fei, brother is here, brother is here." Chu Tianfei on the bed opened her eyes and said, "Brother, it hurts so much." Chu Tianling said while crying, "Fei, you will be fine. You will be fine." After wiping away tears, Chu Tianling shouted in a cold tone, "Why don't you send her to the hospital?" Chapter 23, Uninvited Guests from the Capital, System Upgrade. 3 chapters in 1. No one in the infirmary dared to breathe. It was obvious from Chu Tianling's dress that this was not an ordinary person. If they really angered him, they would be doomed. After a long time, the girl who brought Chu Tianling to the infirmary timidly said, "It was the dean who forbade us to send him to the hospital. She said that Tianfei had offended someone and deserved to die." As soon as the girl said this, everyone in the infirmary except Chu Tianling turned pale. Chu Tianling said nothing, took out his cell phone and called Morong Tian. "How long will it take?" "If you have already arrived, bring the dean of the affiliated middle school of the Demon University to the infirmary as quickly as possible. No matter if he lives or dies." Morong Tian on the other end of the phone shuddered. It was over. His brother-in-law was really angry. With a sneer, Morong Tian led the young masters and young ladies from the supercar club he had called to ask for directions and walked all the way to the dean's office. 5 minutes later, Morong Tian and a young master walked into the infirmary with a middle-aged woman. "Brother-in-law, the person is here." Chu Tianling turned and looked at the dean. "Who gave you the courage to say that?" The dean of studies didn't understand, but she could tell that the young man in front of her was Chu Tianfei's family member. She said sarcastically, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? A bastard like Chu Tianfei offended Master Chen, and it's a miracle that he's not dead yet." Chu Tianling kicked the dean out and hit him against the wall. Morong Tian also said indifferently, "Brother-in-law, do you need?" He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Chu Tianling said coldly, "She is just an insignificant character. Xiaotian, take this woman who doesn't know how to live or die and bring the real boss to me." "Yang Wan, I remember you mentioned at the last party that your family has some connections in the First People's Hospital of Magic City. I'm sorry to bother you this time." Yang Wan on the side was overjoyed that there was actually a place where he could be used. He nodded heavily and quickly called his grandfather. It seemed that his grandfather also cared a lot about the relationship with the chairman of Tianlong Group. Half an hour later, the ambulance arrived. The doctors and nurses carefully lifted Chu Tianfei onto the ambulance and drove towards the First People's Hospital. Looking at the ambulance going away, Xu Tianling sneered. It was time to get down to business. Turning his head to look at Chen Xiao, whose arm was broken by Morong Tian, he said gloomily, I'm giving you a chance now. Tell me honestly what Fei Fei did wrong that made you push her down from the third floor. Chen Xiao spat a mouthful of blood and roared, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will make you pay. Xu Tianling turned around and said, Xiaotian, break his other arm too. As soon as he finished speaking, Morong Tian raised his foot and stepped on him. Chen Xiao screamed in pain. The students watching around were terrified. They had never seen such a bloody scene before. They ran away in fear, and some even ran to call the principal. The principal looked at everything in front of him in shock. He took a closer look and confirmed that Xu Tianling was the person in charge. He asked, Sir, what are you doing? The principal was really scared. After all, he had some knowledge. The group of people in front of him were obviously children of wealthy families, and with all the luxury cars behind them, how could he afford to offend them? Xu Tianling glanced at him and said indifferently, Is this how you act as a principal? You acted well. A student was pushed down from the third floor, and you, as the principal, were actually unaware of it? Not only did the Dean of Studies not send him to the hospital in time after learning about the situation, he even said that it was a miracle that he didn't die. You acted well as a principal. The principal turned pale with fear and stammered, Sir, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Xu Tianling waved his hand and said, No need. Go wherever you want. At this time, a voice rang out, Which blind brat dares to hit my brother? Hearing this voice, Chen Xiao Chen Longfei, who was lying on the ground, cried out, Brother, I'm here. Chen Longyuan took a closer look and immediately became furious. His brother's hands were limp on the ground, obviously broken. Xu Tianling sneered and said, Are you the brother of the idiot on the ground? He didn't need to think about it, it must be the principal who secretly called. He said coldly, Your family's education is not good enough, I will discipline you on behalf of your father, what's wrong? Chen Longyuan said angrily, I have grown up and this is the first time I have seen someone as arrogant as you. The last kid who was as arrogant as me has grass 3 meters high on his grave now. Xu Tianling and Chen Longyuan argued for a long time, and Chen Longyuan laughed, Little guy, you don't know my identity yet. I might as well tell you that I am from the Chen family in Beijing, and the one you beat up is my own brother. Also, you know the Tianlong Group, right? My second uncle is the general manager of the Magic City branch of the Tianlong Group. Do you believe that if I make a phone call, hundreds of people will come to block you? Tianlong Group? Xu Tianling smiled and snorted, What if I say I don't believe it? You can try it. Chen Longyuan came in a hurry and only brought 4 or 5 people with him. Looking at the dozens of people behind Xu Tianling, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. He forced himself to calm down and called his second uncle Chen Wei. Second uncle, are you in the company? Long Fei was beaten and both arms were broken. Come over quickly. At the affiliated middle school of Demon University. After hanging up the phone, Chen Longyuan snorted coldly, You little bastard, just wait for death. Xu Tianling sneered and took out his cell phone and called Zhang Wenjie, Are you in Magic City? If so, get over to the affiliated middle school of Magic University as quickly as possible. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Zhang Wenjie to speak. Zhang Wenjie on the other end of the phone panicked, immediately put down what he was doing, and rushed out of the company with a few people. An hour later, Zhang Wenjie arrived at the playground of the affiliated middle school of the Demon University and saw Xu Tianling standing in the middle of the field. Before Zhang Wenjie could say anything, Chen Wei behind him shouted, Long Yuan, which brat beat Long Fei? Chen Longyuan pointed at Xu Tianling. Chen Wei saw that it was a young man he didn't know, and he felt confident and shouted, Little bastard, are you tired of living? As soon as Chen Wei finished speaking, Zhang Wenjie kicked Chen Wei on the buttocks, kicking Chen Wei to the ground and making him lie prone on the playground. Chen Wei stood up in confusion and asked, Boss Zhang, why did you hit me? Zhang Wenjie now understood that it was the nephew of the old man Chen Wei who had offended his boss Xu Tianling. He said coldly, Why did I hit you? I was saving you. After that, he bent down and said respectfully to Xu Tianling, Chairman. Chen Wei was stunned, Chen Longyuan was stunned, and even Chen Longfei, who was lying on the ground wailing, was stunned. What did Zhang Wenjie call this guy just now? Chairman? You know, Zhang Wenjie is the general manager of Tianlong Group. The chairman, he called him. Doesn't that mean the chairman of the entire Tianlong group? This guy is actually the chairman of Tianlong group? Xu Tianling said coldly. Zhang Wenjie, do you understand how to deal with this? This thing on the ground pushed my sister down from the third floor. Now my sister is still in the hospital and I don't know whether she is alive or dead. You decide. I'll go to the hospital first. Come back to me after you've dealt with it. I need a satisfactory result. After saying that, Xu Tianling turned around, got in the car and drove away. Morong Tian and other young masters and young ladies also drove away, leaving Zhang Wenjie alone in the wind. After watching Xu Tianling leave, Zhang Wenjie turned around and looked at the stunned uncle and nephew, feeling extremely angry. Xu Tianling came to the hospital, asked where Chu Tianfei's ward was, and walked straight to the elevator. Morong Tian stood there and thought for a while, then said to the young masters and young ladies behind him, I thank you on behalf of my brother-in-law. Yang Wen stays, and the others go back first. My brother-in-law and I will thank you in person when the time comes. The young masters refused again and again, but they couldn't resist Morong Tian and agreed. Morong Tian brought Yang Wen and followed Xu Tianling. Arriving at the luxurious ward on the top floor, Xu Tianling looked at Chu Tianfei lying on the bed with her eyes closed, and a trace of heartache flashed across his eyes. He murmured, Feier, you rest assured and recover. Brother will make that bastard pay the price. Xu Tianling said without turning his head, Xiaotian, take my card and pay the 100 million yuan fee so that the hospital can use the best medicine. I want my sister to recover and be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. Morong Tian did not take Xu Tianling's card, turned and left the ward. Yang Wen said cautiously, Brother Chu, I ordered a takeaway, please eat something. Xu Tianling waved his hand to indicate that he was not in the mood to eat. Yang Wen didn't know what to say, so he could only stand quietly behind Xu Tianling. At this time, at the Chaohong airport in Shanghai, a plane slowly landed and a young girl got off the plane. The girl breathed in the fresh air of Shanghai and murmured, Brother Ling, I'm back. I wonder if you still remember me. In the ward, Xu Tianling looked at the two people opposite him and felt a headache. They were Chu Zhennan and Lu Wenjing. Xu Zhennan asked, Son, do you know who did it? Xu Tianling's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he whispered, I have asked someone to do it. Xu Zhennan thought to himself, I have already fled to the magic city, but those bugs still won't stop. If that's the case, then let's destroy them. Lu Wenjing was crying, and Xu Zhennan said angrily, Don't cry. Feier won't get better if you cry anymore. Xu Tianling remembered something at this time. He had obtained this thing by signing in a few days ago and had kept it in the system space. Now it was time to use it. He took out the thing from the space, opened it gently, and looked at the three objects inside. Xu Tianling made a decision in his heart that he must make anyone who hurt his sister pay the price. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in 100 times. The system is being upgraded. Chapter 24 System Upgrade Successful, Extremely Generous Upgrade Rewards. Xu Tianling sat quietly, Yang Wen also stood quietly behind Xu Tianling, Xu Zhennan quietly wiped away his tears, Lu Wenjing had fainted from crying, the ward was quiet, no one said a word. After a long while, Xu Tianling finally spoke, Mom and Dad, you go back first, I will take care of it. Yang Wen, thank you for today, I will come to thank you in person another day. Yang Wen said, Brother Chu, it's just a small matter, no need to thank me, I will go back first. He understood that it was pointless for him to stay here any longer, so he might as well go back and think about how he could help. Yang Wen pushed open the door and bumped into Zhang Wenjie who was about to come in. Zhang Wenjie said cautiously, Chairman, I have already dealt with it. Chen Wei has been fired, and the entire industry has been notified that he will never be hired again. The court is still trying to sentence Chen Wei's two nephews, Chen Longyuan and Chen Longfei has been sentenced to life imprisonment. He will never be able to get out in this life. Xu Tianling's voice was hoarse. His simple words made Zhang Wenjie feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. It's not enough. Too merciful. Chen Longfei must die. Chen Wei and Chen Longyuan must be sentenced to life imprisonment. The Chen family of Beijing must bring 50 billion to apologize within 3 days. If they fail to do any of these, the Chen family of Beijing will disappear from the face of the earth. Zhang Wenjie stammered, Chairman Dong, is this a bit too much? Too much? When Chen Longfei pushed my sister down from the building, did he ever think that this day would come? Do as I say. Chairman, there is one more thing. The relocation of the group's head office to the Magic City has been basically completed. The relocation ceremony will be held in 3 days. What do you think? Chu Tianling said indifferently, let's do what I just said first. I will go to the migration ceremony. You go and do your business first. Zhang Wenjie smiled bitterly and had to say hello to Yang Wen. The two of them left together. After they left, Chu Tianling was about to speak when the system's voice rang out. Ding! System upgrade successful. Reward method changed from sign-in to consumption trigger. Ding! System upgrade successful. Triggering upgrade rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 billion Chinese currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level medical skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of the magic pill. 6 consecutive system prompts beeped, and Chu Tianling was confused. Is the upgrade reward so generous? After slowly digesting the extra memories in his mind, Chu Tianling exhaled a breath of foul air. At this moment, he has become an absolute miracle doctor. Wait, magic pill? What is this? The magic pill is a medicine produced by the system. As long as the person is not dead and still has a breath, the magic pill can save him and restore him to his original state. The system explained promptly. Can this magic pill cure my sister's injury? Chu Tianling asked worriedly. After all, Chu Tianfei's injury was too serious. To put it bluntly, she was hanging on for only one breath. Can. Overjoyed, Chu Tianling quickly sent Chu Jinan and the other two away, and took out a small porcelain bottle from the system space. Looking at the small porcelain bottle in front of him, Chu Tianling pulled out the cork without hesitation and poured out a magic pill. What came into view was a dark brown pill. Chu Tianling gritted his teeth, gently pried open his sister Chu Tianfei's mouth, and fed the pill into her. The pill melted in his mouth, and soon, Chu Tianfei opened her eyes. The weak Chu Tianfei looked at the unfamiliar environment in front of him and couldn't help asking, "Where am I?" Chu Tianling wiped his tears and said, "Feier. Brother? Have you also been?" "That's nonsense. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's okay, Feier. It's okay, Feier. We are in the hospital now, and that bastard has been brought to justice." Chapter 25, Attending the Migration Ceremony and Encountering the Young Lady of the Mo family. Chu Jinan and his wife, who heard Chu Tianfei's voice faintly outside the door, rushed in. When they saw Chu Tianfei waking up, they were stunned at first, but soon they came to their senses and rushed to the bedside to ask questions. Chu Tianling said helplessly, "Dad. Mom. Feier just woke up, you two should let her rest for a while." The three of them came to the outside of the ward, and Chu Jinan couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Chu Tianling evaded the question and said, "Dad, everyone has their own secrets. I believe you have them too. I will tell you when the time is right." Chu Jinan had no choice but to give up. The day of the migration ceremony soon arrived. Chu Tianling was dressed in formal attire and wore a top-of-the-line watch from Vacheron Constantine on his wrist. He spent 15 million to buy this watch, for which he was scolded by Chu Jinan. However, after 2 hours of ideological work, Chu Jinan finally understood how rich his son was now, and couldn't help but sigh that he was getting old. The ceremony was scheduled to be held in a hotel called Zilong Pavilion in Shanghai. Zilong Pavilion is a first-class hotel in Shanghai, and its consumption is naturally not low. The average cost per person is several thousand yuan. If you order a few better dishes or a bottle of better wine, the consumption will be tens of thousands of yuan. As one of the top private enterprises in China, Tianlong Group decided to hold the relocation ceremony in Zilong Pavilion. It cannot be said to be too high profile, but it can only be said to be a bit too low-key. In the banquet hall, various celebrities can be seen everywhere, either the boss of this company or the head of that family, the eldest son and eldest daughter. Zhang Wenjie was wearing a neat suit and had a bright smile on his face. After all, although the Tianlong Group was one of the top 10 groups in China, its branch in Shanghai had been lukewarm for some reasons. Now, thanks to the new chairman Chu Tianling, the head office of Tianlong Group was directly moved from Weizhong City, Xianing Province to Shanghai, which will be of great help to the future development of Tianlong Group. The sixth element slowly stopped in front of the Purple Dragon Pavilion. The doorman saw a luxury car he didn't recognize parked at the door. He calmly walked to Chu Tianling's car and knocked on the window politely. "Hello, sir, do you have a reservation?" Chu Tianling rolled down the car window and said with a smile, "I am here to attend the relocation ceremony of Tianlong Group. Please help me find a parking space." After parking the car, Zhu Tianling led the three girls into the hall. Morong Shui was relatively calm. After all, the Morong family was somewhat famous in Shanghai. But Lin Yihan and Chu Tianfei were different. They had lived a hard life since childhood and had never seen such a scene. That's right, after Chu Tianling fed Chu Tianfei a magic pill that day, Chu Tianfei woke up. In addition, with the nourishing treatment of various precious medicinal materials and high-end ingredients in the past few days, Chu Tianfei's body has long recovered and is even stronger than before. Chu Tianfei said anxiously, "Brother, what are we doing here?" The little girl was very nervous. She didn't know what her brother had achieved now. Lin Yihan smiled and said, "Fair, your brother's current achievements are enough to support you for a lifetime." "Ha? How much is that? Millions?" The three of them were amused by the little girl. With the current market value of Tianlong Group, not counting the cash flow in Chu Tianling's card, his net worth has reached a terrifying 350 billion. Patting the little girl's head, Chu Tianling smiled, "Fei Fei, if you want something in the future, just tell me. I will definitely satisfy you." The little girl laughed happily, and the four of them walked towards the elevator talking and laughing. According to the address Zhang Wenjie sent to Chu Tianling, the venue for the migration ceremony was set at the Amethyst Dragon Hall on the 7th floor. The Amethyst Dragon Hall has the same name as the Purple Dragon Pavilion. It is undoubtedly the best banquet hall in the Purple Dragon Pavilion. The decoration is extremely luxurious. The walls of the entire banquet hall are decorated with a special purple crystal produced in Nanyun province, which looks very comfortable at first glance. As the little girl was walking, she accidentally stepped on someone's foot. She quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that." Chu Tianling turned his head and found that the person whose foot was stepped on by his sister was actually a super beautiful woman. At this moment, she rubbed her painful foot, smiled slightly, and said, "It's okay, little sister. Are you also here to participate in the relocation ceremony of the Tianlong Group? Let me introduce myself. My surname is Mo, my name is Zheng Zhang, and I am from the Mo family in Xianing." Chapter 26. Everyone is shocked that the chairman of Tianlong Group is so young. Chu Tianling asked in confusion, "Hello, Miss Mo. My surname is Chu, and my name is Tianling. How did Miss Mo know that we are also here to participate in the relocation ceremony of the Tianlong Group?" Mo Jingjing smiled and said, "Mr. Chu, you don't know that when Mr. Chu and his group got off the car just now, I saw Mr. Chu's favorite car, the Lamborghini Sixth Element. This kind of car is not something that everyone can buy in China. A car worth tens of millions of yuan can only be purchased with connections. So I concluded that your father is either a senior executive of the Tianlong Group, or has a close relationship with the senior executives of the Tianlong Group. Is my guess correct?" Chu Tianling smiled bitterly. "Your father?" His father, Chu Zhenan, was just an out-and-out farmer. He got his Lamborghini Sixth Element by signing into the system. How could they be friends? He smiled bitterly. Ms. Mo has a keen eye, which is admirable. He couldn't help but think in his heart, the chairman of Tianlong Group is considered a senior executive of Tianlong Group, right? After chatting for a while, they were about to go upstairs when a discordant voice came from behind them. "Mo Xingjiang, after so long, your taste is still so bad. You're so happy chatting with a few bumpkins." Chu Tianling turned his head and saw a man dressed in extraordinary clothes walking in accompanied by a woman. Chu Tianling turned his head and asked, "Miss Mo, who is this idiot? Do you know him?" The man flew into a rage. "How dare you scold me?" Mo Xingjiang laughed from ear to ear. "Mr. Chu, there's no need to be so polite, just call me Zhengjiang. His name is Chen Xiaodong, a second-generation rich kid from the Chen family in Xianing. To put it nicely, he's uneducated, to put it bluntly, he's a social scum." Obviously, Mo Zhengjiang didn't have a good impression of this Chen Xiaodong. Chen Xiaodong said coldly, "Mo Zhengjiang, don't be so arrogant. Sooner or later you will become my plaything. And that bumpkin, how dare you scold me? I will make you pay." Chu Tianling shook his head, finding it somewhat amusing. He simply ignored this idiot and went straight into the elevator with the girls. Chen Xiaodong saw that Mo Xingjiang was about to go upstairs, so he hurriedly chased after her and was about to squeeze into the elevator. Chu Tianling's expression turned cold, and he kicked Chen Xiaodong out with a flying kick, and he fell heavily to the ground. Chen Xiaodong got up from the ground, looked at the closed elevator door, and said viciously, "No matter who you are, I must kill you." Then he slowly stood up with the help of his female companion, took another elevator, and went upstairs. Led by the waiter, Chu Tianling and his party came to the door of the Purple Crystal Dragon Hall. The waiter standing at the door stepped forward and said, "Sir, do you have an invitation?" Xu Tianling was stunned. He had only asked Zhang Wenjie for the address before, and did not get an invitation from Zhang Wenjie. At this moment, he stood at the door awkwardly. Shen Xiaodong, who followed behind, saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. It turns out that there is not even an invitation. Are you trying to sneak in and eat and drink for free? Xu Tianling couldn't bear it any longer. He turned around and kicked Shen Xiaodong again, knocking him against the wall. Shen Xiaodong stood up coughing, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and cursed bitterly, "You have parents who gave birth to you but don't raise you, I want you dead." Xu Tianling's face changed. He walked over, stepped on Shen Xiaodong's head, and said in a cold tone, "Do you dare to repeat what you just said?" "Why not?" "You." Before he could finish his words, Xu Tianling kicked him hard, and Shen Xiaodong flew out like a kite with a broken string. The waiter was so scared that he couldn't speak. Zhang Wenjie happened to be accompanying a few guests out of the banquet hall. When he saw what happened here, he ran over and asked, "Chairman, are you okay?" Everyone present except Xu Tianling, Lin Yihan, and Morong Shui was stunned. What did Zhang Wenjie call this young man? Chairman? The most surprised person was the cute Mo Zhengzheng. She just casually chatted up a handsome guy, and ended up chatting up the chairman of the Tianlong group? Isn't this chairman too young? Xu Tianling said coldly, "Zhang Wenjie, find out which family this grandson on the ground is from, and ask his parents to come and apologize after the ceremony." Then he walked into the banquet hall. The guests who came out with Zhang Wenjie looked at each other in surprise. Xianing's world was about to change. Chapter 27. Xianing and Chen's family come to apologize. Xu Tianling's dream comes true. A few hours later, Xu Tianling, who was sitting in the first seat, felt drowsy. The speeches of these people were too boring, and he was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, he heard the host on the stage say, "Now, please invite Mr. Xu Tianling, the chairman of Tianlong Group, to come to the stage to speak." Lin Yihan next to him poked Xu Tianling. "Tianling, wake up, it's your turn to speak." Xu Tianling stood up reluctantly and walked a few steps to the podium. He saw a young man walking up to the podium. The confused guests were filled with surprise on their faces. Wasn't it said that the chairman of Tianlong Group would go on stage to speak? Why did such a young man come up? Soon, they found out they were wrong. "Hello everyone, maybe you don't know me, this is normal, after all, I just took over the Tianlong Group not long ago. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Chu, my name is Tianling, and I am the current chairman of the Tianlong Group. I don't have anything to say today. The head office of the Tianlong Group has moved from Weizhong City, Xianing Province to Mo City. This is the result of my careful consideration. I hope that you will take good care of me in the future. Everyone, eat and drink well." After saying a few simple words, Xu Tianling stepped down from the stage and sat in his own seat. Hiss. The new chairman of Tianlong Group is so young. That's right, it's true that the waves behind push the waves in front, and each wave is stronger than the last. You're so young, rich, and handsome. I wish you could be my boyfriend. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to a certain young lady. The eldest lady asked shyly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The banquet was over soon. Xu Tianling, Murangshu, and Lin Yihan had all drunk a lot of wine, so the car could not be driven. The experienced Zhang Wenjie opened 2 presidential suites for them. He told the waiter to send Xu Tianfei to a separate presidential suite, and then sent Xu Tianling and the other 2 to another presidential suite. Zhang Wenjie smiled like an uncle and told the waiter to take good care of them. The waiter knew that the people staying in the room were of noble status, so he dared not neglect them. Zhang Wenjie took a taxi and went home. Before leaving, he called Chen Xiaodong's father and explained the whole story. Chen Xiaodong's father was scared out of his wits. This rebellious son actually caused trouble and offended the chairman of the Tianlong Group. He could not keep him no matter what. It would be better to throw him away and start a new one. However, because Zhang Wenjie mentioned on the phone that Xu Tianling was drunk and asleep, Chen Xiaodong's father, had to give up the idea of a night visit. The next day, Xu Tianling opened his eyes, yawned, and pulled his numb arms out from under the 2 women. He looked at Murangshu lying on his left, and then at Lin Yihan lying on his right. Xu Tianling smiled. This Zhang Wenjie really knows how to do things. Xu Tianling climbed up from the bed quietly without disturbing the 2 women's sleep. He came to the living room and was about to drink a glass of water, but found that the water in the living room had been finished. So he planned to ask the waiter to bring some water. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a dark middle-aged man standing at the door. Chu Tianling was startled. What the hell? Where did this black guy come from? He scared me to death. The black man said awkwardly, "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the father of the little bastard who bumped into you yesterday. I am really sorry to bother you so early in the morning. I am here to apologize to Mr. Chu on behalf of my rebellious son." After that, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Tianling with both hands. "Mr. Chu, there is 10 billion in it. Just consider it as an apology from my father on behalf of my rebellious son." After thinking for a few seconds, Chu Tianling took the card and said calmly, "I'm sorry, I'll take the money. Even if this matter is over, remember to educate your son well in the future. After all, not everyone has the same good temper as me, and not everyone can just take a little money like me." The black man Shanwen nodded repeatedly. Chu Tianling ordered him to leave. Shanwen breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and ran away like the wind. Chu Tianling called a passing waiter, ordered a few side dishes, and turned back to the room. Chapter 28 Morong Shui's changes, the renovation of Yulong Villa completed. Chu Tianling sat on the leather sofa, watching Douyin and laughing from time to time. Soon, the meal he ordered arrived. After opening the door, a waiter slowly came and pushing a dining cart, gently placed plates of high-end dishes on the table, put down a bottle of red wine, and pushed the dining cart out. After the waiter left, Chu Tianling closed the door and planned to wake up the two women who were still sleeping. The two women only drank last night and didn't eat much, so they didn't know how they came back in the end. He shook Morong Shui gently, but was slapped in the face by Morong Shui instead. With a snap, a slap mark appeared on Chu Tianling's face. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Chu Tianling shook the sleeping Linihan again. Linihan stretched, opened her eyes, saw Chu Tianling, opened her arms and said coquettishly, "Brother Tianling, I want a hug." Chu Tianling picked up Linihan, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and carefully put on her shoes. Fortunately, the three of them were drunk last night, and the waiter only helped them take off their shoes and socks, otherwise Chu Tianling really wouldn't know how to wear a girl's underwear. Sharp-eyed Linihan immediately saw the slap mark on Chu Tianling's face and couldn't help asking, Tianling, who hit you? I'll go and take care of him." Chu Tianling had a blank expression. Who else could it be? Look, the guy next to him. Linihan turned her head and found that Chu Tianling was referring to Morong Shui, who was still sleeping. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue, because it turned out that the slap mark on her brother Tianling's face was given by Xiaoxue. Morong Shui yawned and woke up. Looking at the slap mark on Chu Tianling's face, she angrily said, "Who is it? You are so bold that you dare to hit my man." Chu Tianling grabbed Morong Shui's small hand with a gloomy face and put it on his own face. Morong Shui saw that her small hand just covered the red palm mark, and immediately realized that it was she who hit her, and lowered her head guiltily. Chu Tianling said with a dark face, "You are so good, Morong Shui. I asked you to get up and eat with good intentions, but not only did you not appreciate it, you also slapped me." "Stinky Tianling, I didn't mean it." Morong Shui was just about to get up when she felt a heart-wrenching pain from under her body. She was stunned for a moment, then lifted the quilt and took a look. A bright fallen red flower was printed on the snow-white sheets. Did I give myself to Tianling last night when I was drunk? But who took off the clothes? Chu Tianling was also stunned. He originally thought that since both he and Linihan were wearing clothes, he thought that the three of them just slept together last night. However, he did not expect that in this way, Morong Shui would truly become his woman. He hugged Morong Shui distressfully and murmured, "Xiaoxue, I will treat you well for the rest of my life." Linihan on the side was unhappy. Why? Tianling and I were together first. Chu Tianling patted Linihan's back with a helpless look and said, "Silly girl." Half an hour later, Chu Tianling came to the presidential suite next door and woke up his sister Chu Tianfei. The four of them went down to the first floor together. Chu Tianling took out his bank card to pay the room fee, but was told by the front desk that a Mr. Zhang had paid it last night. This Zhang Wenjie. Chu Tianling shook his head and smiled. No matter how beautiful a meteor is, it will eventually fall. After having expected it, having seen it flash before, and having felt regret, I finally understand its profoundness. The phone rang. Chu Tianling took out his phone and saw that it was a call from the person in charge of the renovation of Yulong Villa. "Hello, Mr. Chu, your Yulong Villa has been repaired for you. Do you think you can take some time to come and take a look? I'm free now and will be there in about an hour." After sending Morong Shui and Xu Tianfei back to Dirun Shangshan Mansion, Xu Tianling drove the car with Linihan, stepped on the accelerator, and the sixth element drove towards Yulong Villa. Chapter 29, Domineering Yulong Villa, Encountering an Old Acquaintance. At the gate of Yulong Villa, a group of people were waiting patiently. They were the craftsmen responsible for repairing Yulong Villa. Although they had been waiting for a long time, no one complained. After all, any one of them could be a history professor at an ordinary university. Naturally, they had this kind of cultivation. 5 minutes later, the roar of a sports car was heard in the distance, and the person in charge was excited. Mr. Chu is here. The sixth element stopped at the door. Xu Tianling got out of the car, took out a paper bag from the back seat, and walked up to the person in charge. The person in charge wiped his hands on his clothes and shook hands with Xu Tianling. The person in charge said, "Mr. Chu, we have used the best materials to renovate the villa. After more than half a month of rush work, the villa has finally been renovated." Xu Tianling smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. This is the final payment, please keep it. Also, this is a little gift from me, please share it among you." After that, Xu Tianling handed a bank card and the paper bag to the person in charge. The person in charge took the bank card and paper bag, turned around and said to the others, "I will transfer the money you deserve to you in full later. We believe you." Yes, we should trust Lao Pang. Xu Tianling smiled and gestured to Lao Pang to open the paper bag. Lao Pang opened the paper bag and was stunned. There were 5 cartons of cigarettes in the paper bag. Lao Pang had seen this kind of cigarettes before. His son had bought them for him for more than 10,000 yuan. "Mr. Chu, this is out of the question. This fine product costs more than 10,000 for 1 piece, and more than 50,000 for 5 pieces. Xu Tianling gestured, "This is a small gift from me. You have all worked hard. Normally, the renovation of Yulong Villa would take a month, but you completed it in half a month. This is what you deserve." After refusing several times, Lao Pang couldn't resist Xu Tianling and accepted the cigarette. Xu Tianling smiled and said, "I'll treat you guys to a meal." This time Lao Pang refused to agree at all, and Xu Tianling had no choice but to give up. After pondering for a while, Xu Tianling decided to move to Yulong Villa tomorrow. After all, the villa in Dirun Shangshan Mansion was still a bit small compared to Yulong Villa. He couldn't have close contact with Morong Shui and Linihan at night for fear of disturbing the 2 elders' rest. On the way back, Linihan chattered non-stop, and Xu Tianling quickly returned to the city with a smile on his face. When passing a traffic light, Xu Tianling found that the road in front was surrounded by people. After getting off the bus, Xu Tianling squeezed into the crowd and saw that it was an incredibly beautiful girl standing there crying. An old lady was lying on the ground in front of the girl, and next to the old lady was a burly middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man was scolding the girl non-stop. "I'm telling you, little bitch. You hit my mom today. If you don't pay me 500,000, you can't leave. My brother is the boss in this area. If you don't pay, I can't guarantee that you won't lose any parts." Xu Tianling squinted his eyes and found that the girl was his junior high school classmate He Yinji. He saw clearly that He Yinji's electric bike was at least 2 meters away from the old lady, and there was a long brake mark on the ground, which was obviously caused by He Yinji's emergency brake after seeing the old lady. When He Yinji's electric bike stopped, it was at least 2 meters away from the old lady, which meant that He Yinji didn't hit the old lady at all. There was only one possibility: this middle-aged man and the old lady were scammers. At this time, someone in the crowd said from time to time, "This little girl looks so pretty, how could she be so evil?" Yeah, the old lady was hit like this, but she's still crying hypocritically. What era is this? There are still people like this. Xu Tianling narrowed his eyes. The men who were talking in the crowd exchanged glances with the middle-aged man in the field from time to time. It was obvious that they were in the same group. Chapter 30: Xu Tianling's Domineering Appearance, the Unlucky 5-Member Fraud Group. Thinking of this, Xu Tianling shouted loudly, "Shut up! You unscrupulous beast!" After saying that, Xu Tianling squeezed out and stood in the middle of the field. The middle-aged man was frightened by Xu Tianling's sudden shout. When he recovered, he saw that it was a young man, so he shouted, "Where did you come from, you little bastard? How dare you interfere in my business?" Xu Tianling's face turned cold, and he kicked the middle-aged man out with his foot, and he hit a telephone pole hard. Xu Tianling said coldly, "I have seen people who try to scam people, but I have never seen someone as arrogant as you." The middle-aged man's accomplice said in the crowd at the right time, "How do you know that they are scammers?" How do you know that it wasn't the little girl who bumped into the old lady? Chu Tianling sneered and said, everyone, please help me control these three people first, and I will explain it to you slowly later. Seeing that Chu Tianling was well dressed and did not look like someone who would lie, everyone took action to restrain the middle-aged man's three accomplices. One of the accomplices wanted to struggle, but was knocked unconscious by a punch from the enthusiastic eldest brother who restrained him. Chu Tianling said calmly, look everyone. There is such a long black mark on the back of the battery car, which means that the girl had seen the old lady a long time ago. The emergency brake can create such a black mark. Also, everyone, pay attention, the place where the old lady lies is still 2 meters away from the front of the battery car. How could the battery car hit the old lady? The three people I asked you to control just now are the accomplices of the middle-aged man and the old lady. Everyone seemed to understand. The middle-aged man struggled to get up from the ground and shouted, you said we were scamming people? What evidence do you have? Chu Tianling glanced at him and said, my car is parked there. There is a dash cam installed in the car. Do you want to take a look? There is also a camera installed at this intersection. What else do you have to say? Ha! The middle-aged man suddenly collapsed like a deflated ball. How could the onlookers not see that this old lady was a scammer? The enthusiastic man took out his cell phone and called the police. Soon the police arrived and arrested the 5 people who were involved in the fraud. Before leaving, a police officer who looked like a captain saluted Chu Tianling and said, thank you, sir. Our police have been trying to catch this group of fraudsters, but unfortunately we have not been able to catch them. You have put in a lot of effort today. Chu Tianling smiled slightly, comrade police, this is what we should do. After that, Chu Tianling was about to turn around and leave. The police captain said behind him, may I ask your name, sir? The police would like to express their gratitude to you. No. Chu Tianling? Is that you? Chu Tianling stopped and turned to look at the owner of the voice, the girl who was hit by a scam. Do you know me? Chu Tianling asked doubtfully. Don't you recognize me? I'm He Yunji, said the girl. He Yunji? What the hell? Are you He Yunji? Chu Tianling cursed. He really couldn't think of the beauty in front of him as the same person as the skinny and slightly dark He Yunji in his memory. He Yunji asked, Tianling, where are you going? Chu Tianling scratched his head and said, I was just about to go home, and I saw there was a melon to eat here, so I came over to eat a melon. He Yunji chuckled. Seeing her boyfriend chatting with another beautiful lady, Linihan in the car became upset. She got out of the car and walked to Chu Tianling. She looked at He Yunji with hostility and asked, honey, who is this beautiful lady? Chu Tianling staggered. This girl called him her husband. Looking at the surprised He Yunji, Chu Tianling introduced helplessly, Han, this is my junior high school classmate, He Yunji. Yunji, this is my girlfriend, Linihan. Chapter 31 He Yunji's shock, unprecedentedly generous consumer rebates 3 chapters in 1. After chatting for a while, we finally got back to the topic. Yunji, where are you going in such a hurry? My father is in trouble. I was just about to go to the hospital to see him, but now I've been delayed by those scammers. It's too late. Chu Tianling's face turned cold. These scammers really know how to pick people. They delayed the time for people to visit their father in the hospital. Chu Tianling was so angry that he took out his cell phone and called Zhang Wenjie. You know about the Wenwei Road hit-and-run incident, right? Zhang Wenjie was puzzled. I know, Chairman. I remember there is a team of lawyers under the group. Do whatever it takes to make those 5 scammers spend the rest of their lives in prison. Zhang Wenjie felt a chill in his heart. He knew a little about this matter. It seemed that the girl who was hit by the phone was probably one of the boss ladies. Zhang Wenjie thought so. 2 hours later, seeing her father recover from the critical condition and then looking at the luxuriously decorated VIP ward, He Yunji was shocked. It had only been a few years since they last met, and her junior high school classmate had become so rich? Chu Tianling smiled and said, Yunji, leave me your contact information. If you need any help, just call me. The two exchanged contact information, and after coming out, Linihan pouted, Bad Tianling, are you attracted to me again? Chu Tianling said with a dark face, you damn girl. Linihan stuck out her tongue, I don't care how many women you have, I only care whether you have me in your heart. Which successful man doesn't have a few women? After 3 or 4 hours of hard work, Chu Tianling finally moved all the luxury cars from Durun Xiangshan Mansion to Yulong Villa. Due to the large number of luxury cars, Chu Tianling and Linihan had to drive one car each to Yulong Villa. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, the two of them took a car back to Durun Xiangshan Mansion. It took more than 10 trips to move all the luxury cars to Yulong Villa. Miranchu and Chu Tianfei, who were sent back to Durun Xiangshan Mansion, also came to Yulong Villa together. After finding the room they liked, the three girls happily put their luggage in the room. Chu Tianling asked the three girls if they wanted to go out for a walk. Chu Tianfei said she wanted to stay here, and Miranchu said she was overworked last night and wanted to catch up on some sleep. Driving on the road, Chu Tianling was listening to music. He glanced and saw a new jewelry store on the side of the road. He parked the car in the free parking lot on the side of the road and walked into the newly opened jewelry store. "Welcome." The receptionists on both sides of the door were quite polite. Chu Tianling stood with his hands behind his back, carefully examining each display case that came into view. He planned to buy a few bracelets and necklaces for his sister and Morong Shui. After some selection, Chu Tianling planned to call the store clerk to buy the jewelry he liked, but he didn't expect that no clerk came to greet him. He turned his head and found that all the clerks were gathered around a fat middle-aged man. A charming woman was holding the middle-aged man's arm. At this moment, the middle-aged man said arrogantly, "Pack up all the jewelry my wife just set her eyes on." If it was anything else, Chu Tianling would have just endured it, but there were several pieces of jewelry selected by the enchanting woman that he liked, and he wanted to arrive at the jewelry store before that middle-aged man. However, all the salespeople ran to the fat middle-aged man, obviously feeling that they could not afford the jewelry. On the other hand, the middle-aged man wore a big gold ring on his finger, a gold necklace around his neck, and even a gold tooth, giving off the air of a nouveau riche. Chu Tianling called out again, and only then did a clerk react. "Sir, which piece of jewelry do you like in the store?" Chu Tianling hummed and pointed at a few that he liked. "Pack all of these for me, I want them all." The charming woman became unhappy when she saw Chu Tianling was about to buy the jewelry. "Where did this poor boy come from, daring to steal things from me?" The middle-aged man also said sarcastically. "Whose little brat is this? You don't know anything and you come here to make trouble. Can you afford it? Look at how poor you are." Chu Tianling narrowed his eyes, and people who were familiar with him would know that this meant he was angry. "Do you dare to repeat what you just said? Poor boy. Poor bastard who can't afford it." Without further ado, Chu Tianling said to the only clerk beside him, "Call your store manager." "I'm dying of laughter, where did this bumpkin come from?" 10 minutes later, the store manager arrived at the scene. He saw the gloomy-faced Chu Tianling at a glance and was so scared that his legs went weak. Before the store manager could say anything, the charming woman spoke first, "Wrap up the jewelry for me. If you delay my urgent business, do you believe that your store will be closed in a minute?" The store manager had a look of anger on his face. How could she not know Chu Tianling? The store manager said respectfully to Chu Tianling, "Mr. Chu. Do you know me? I can't help but recognize you. I'm also an employee of the Tianlong Group. President Zhang printed some of your photos and gave one to everyone with a position in the group." Chu Tianling's face darkened. "This Zhang Wenjie. That's not how you do things." The middle-aged man was unhappy. "You little bastard, you dare to point at me." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call someone. Chu Tianling did not stop him and let him call. About half an hour later, the man's helper arrived. Chu Tianling was delighted when he saw that it was none other than his brother-in-law Morong Tian. Morong Tian was stunned when he came in. The middle-aged man said repeatedly, "Master Morong, as long as you help me deal with this kid, I will give you the thing you want with both hands." Morong Tian's face turned dark. Without hesitation, he turned around and slapped the middle-aged man in the face, which stunned the man. "Morong, Master Morong, why did you hit me?" "You hit the wrong person." Morong Tian roared, "I'm going to hit you. Damn it, that kid you mentioned is my brother-in-law. Chen Yuanbing, you don't want to be in this world anymore." Chen Yuanbing was confused. He didn't expect that an inconspicuous young man whom he looked down upon was actually Morong Tian's brother-in-law. It was rumored that Morong Tian's sister had contact with the chairman of the Tianlong Group. The market value of Morong's family's industries soared directly, and their assets more than doubled. Morong Tian would not lie to him, which means that this young man is the chairman of Tianlong Group. Chen Yuanbing was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy. Mr. Chu, please be magnanimous and let me go. Chu Tianling didn't even look at him, and muttered, sure enough, no one with the surname Chen is a good person. Isn't it? From Chen Longfei, Chen Longyuan and Chen Wei, the three uncles and nephews from the Chen family in the imperial capital, to Chen Xiaodong from the Chen family in Xianingwei, and to today's Chen Yuanbing, which one of them doesn't have the surname Chen? The corner of Morong Tian's mouth twitched. Was this going to kill Chen with one blow? Chu Tianling said without even turning his head, Xiaotian, you handle this matter on your own, don't let your sister know. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the jewelry store manager quickly asked the staff to pack all the jewelry that Chu Tianling liked and handed it to Chu Tianling respectfully. Chu Tianling passed the jewelry, thought for a moment, pointed at one of the clerks and said, Manager, except for her, lay off everyone else. Tianlong Group doesn't need such people. The store manager nodded respectfully. Also, your bonus this month will be doubled, and this girl will get an extra month's salary. The jewelry store belongs to the Tianlong Group, and Chu Tianling is the chairman of the Tianlong Group. It doesn't matter whether he pays or not, but Chu Tianling insisted on paying for the convenience of financial management. He just took the money out of his right pocket and put it into his left pocket. The store manager arranged for someone to deliver the jewelry he bought to Yulong Villa. Chu Tianling had nothing to do, so he drove aimlessly on the road when his cell phone suddenly rang. Tianling. It was He Yinji calling. What's wrong, Yunji? Are you short of money? I'll send some to you. He Yunji on the other end of the phone said, no, my dad woke up. Your dad is awake. That's great. Chu Tianling turned a corner and headed straight for the hospital. He Yunji's father, He Shitting, suffers from a serious heart disease and has been relying on medication to survive. He was stimulated a few days ago in the morning and fainted due to anxiety. Chu Tianling learned from He Yunji that He Yunji's brother He Yunfeng was an absolute bastard, addicted to gambling. Whenever he had money, he would run to the casino. When he lost it all, he would run home to ask his family for money. If they didn't give him money, he would make a big fuss. It can be said that when He Ting had a heart attack and was admitted to the hospital, He Yunfeng played a great role. Ding! The host spent 35 million to buy jewelry, triggering a tenfold consumption rebate, and was awarded the ownership of Hurricane Security. Hurricane Security? What is that? Security? Isn't that a security team? Chu Tianling checked on the internet with a skeptical attitude. It would have been fine if he hadn't checked, but when he did, he was shocked. Hurricane Security is nominally a security company, but in reality it is an international mercenary group. It has a wide range of weapons, including AK-47 and Barrett heavy sniper rifles. Its industries are spread all over the world, and even the national leadership teams of many small countries have the shadow of Hurricane Security behind them. Oh my god! It has been more than 3 months since I got the system. The previous sign-in rewards were not very good except for the shares of Tianlong Group. Even the Lamborghini 6th Element plus 12 Constellation supercars were only more than 1 billion. However, the first consumption rebate after the system upgrade was so generous. The system is malfunctioning? Chu Tianling muttered. The system is not faulty, the rewards are distributed randomly. Chu Tianling, who got the answer, understood that the rewards issued by the system were reasonable. In the previous 100 sign-ins, Chu Tianling received a total of nearly 70 billion in cash, and Chu Tianling put all the other things into the system space because he was too lazy to do so. He squinted his eyes and muttered, Hurricane Security? Looks like someone is looking for trouble with me. Chapter 32, What is He Ting thinking? Chu Tianling educates He Yunfeng. In a dark room. A man covered in a black robe said, have you found out? Is he really Chu Aotian's grandson? We have checked it out and confirmed it is correct. In order to preserve the Chu family bloodline, Chu Aotian did not hesitate to expel his eldest son from the Chu family. It's a pity that Chu Jinan is too stupid to see it. How's that going? It's almost done. In the ward, Chu Tianling smiled knowingly, Uncle He, just focus on recuperating. Don't worry about other things, just leave them to me. He Shitting smiled bitterly, Tianling, let's change the ward. This one is too expensive. It's okay, Uncle He. This little money is nothing to me now. Just rest and recover. I still have things to do, so I won't bother you anymore. Chu Tianling turned and left the ward. When He Ting grabbed He Yinji's hand, he said, Daughter, I don't dare to count on that beast He Yunfeng. You are the only one I care about now. If you can find someone to entrust your life to, I can go to see your mother without any worries. Dad, what are you talking about? He Yunji said angrily. Hey, daughter, what do you think of Tianling? Dad. Ren Tianling has a girlfriend. He Yunji thought of Linihan whom she had met before. So what if he has a girlfriend? Dad is not the kind of stubborn person. What capable man doesn't have a few women? Dad. I'm going to ignore you if you say that again. Xu Tianling came out of the hospital with an indifferent expression. He took out his cell phone and called Zhang Wenjie. I'm sending you a photo now. Find out where this person is within 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Xu Tianling learned of He Yunfen's current location. He squinted his eyes and said, Casino? He was a pretty good kid when he was young. How come he grew up to be such an unfilial guy? In the casino, a young man looked at the gambling table with red eyes. Big, 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 big. The dice cup opened. 1, 2, 4, small. The young man's body suddenly collapsed on the chair. This young man is He Yunfeng. Xu Tianling pushed through the crowd, came to He Yunfeng, and slapped him twice. He Yunfeng. Tianling, it's you. Come on, lend me 500 yuan. I want to make my money back. He Yunfeng said with red eyes. Xu Tianling kicked He Yunfeng and sent him flying. Just lie there obediently for me first, I will settle the score with you after I have dealt with the matter here. Several thugs in the casino rushed towards Xu Tianling with weapons such as baseball bats and steel pipes. His face turned cold and he kicked the thugs away. They hit the wall and fainted. Xu Tianling woke up a thug and asked in a cold tone, Where is your boss? No need to ask, I'm here. A voice came. Xu Tianling turned his head and saw a fat man with a gold chain around his neck walked out. Little brother, you are quite courageous. You dare to come here to cause trouble. Do you know whose territory this is? Xu Tianling smiled and said harmlessly, Big brother, I know what you can do, but I don't know, so what can you do? Good boy. I haven't seen someone so arrogant in a long time. Beat him up. I'll take responsibility if anything happens, said the fat man angrily. 15 minutes later, no one in the casino could stand up except Xu Tianling, the fat man, and He Yunfeng who had just struggled to stand up. The martial arts mastery rewarded by the system is really useful. Can we discuss this now? How much money does he owe you? Xu Tianling pointed at He Yunfeng who was standing timidly aside. 100,000, no, 50,000. The fat man said in horror. His hand was still bleeding and he grimaced in pain. His hand was just broken by Xu Tianling. Oh? 50,000? That's just a small amount of money? Go to Tianlong Group and get it yourself later, and say that Xu Tianling asked you to go. After saying that, he grabbed the stunned He Yunfeng and turned around to walk out. The fat man stood there thinking for a long time, and then the police rushed in and made him collapse to the ground. Chapter 33, The Arrival of the Beautiful Bodyguard, Antique Auction in Magic City. Inside Yulong Villa, Xu Tianling took a quick look and found that there was a treasure house under the main building. There was an elevator in the master bedroom of the main building that led directly to the underground treasure house. Under the garden was a huge underground parking lot, where Xu Tianling's 13 luxury cars were parked. Going down from the master bedroom to the underground treasure house, after entering fingerprints and pupils, Xu Tianling opened the door to the treasure house. Looking at the empty treasure house in front of him, Xu Tianling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Needless to say, the previous owner of the villa must have taken all of it away when he left. After pondering for a while, Xu Tianling made up his mind that he had to find an opportunity to fill up the treasury. Otherwise, as the owner of Yulong Villa, if the news got out that his treasury was empty, he would be laughed at. Do you have any channels? Channel? Mr. Chu, what channel is it? Zhang Wenjie on the other end of the phone asked puzzledly. I recently bought Yulong Villa, and the villa is short of some antiques for decoration, said Xu Tianling. Then Mr. Chu, you have asked the right person. I just received an invitation letter this morning from an auction house in Magic City. This auction house will hold an auction soon. I will send the invitation letter to you right away. After hanging up the phone, Xu Tianling looked at the empty treasure house, and then came to the underground parking lot. Although there were 13 luxury cars parked in the underground parking lot, it still seemed extremely empty because the parking lot was so huge. The cell phone rang. Xu Tianling took out his phone and saw that it was an overseas number. Chu Tianling answered the call in confusion. Excuse me, who is this? Hello, boss. I'm Paul from Hurricane Security. In order to ensure your safety, I took the initiative to send you 2 bodyguards. Considering that you are Chinese, the 2 bodyguards I sent to you are also Chinese. Paul said on the phone. Boss, do you have anything else to say? Paul asked. No, it will remain the same as before. But let me tell you, even though our hurricane is world-renowned, we still have to know which missions we can accept and which we cannot. Don't worry, boss. The missions we take on won't involve ordinary people. Chu Tianling felt relieved. But considering the size and reputation of Hurricane, he would definitely not be willing to take on small tasks. Uncle De came over and asked, Master, there is a pair of sisters at the gate of the villa, and they asked to see you. A pair of sisters? They asked to see me? Chu Tianling asked in confusion, who is it? I'm not sure, but those 2 sisters are extremely skilled. The villa's security guards are no match for them at all. Even the villa's security guards were no match for him? You know, Yulong Villa is the most famous villa in Shanghai and also the only private villa. Its security guards are all retired Special Forces soldiers. Retired Special Forces soldiers are no match for him. Could it be that Hurricane sent his own bodyguards? This Paul knows how to do things. He sent a pair of sisters over. Chu Tianling said, Uncle De, please go and bring them to see me. They are my newly hired bodyguards. Uncle De felt nothing in his heart. To a master of his level, the 2 sisters were just okay, but to those retired Special Forces soldiers, the 2 sisters were masters. The strength of the Peak Ming gene, it seems that there is a powerful force behind the owner of the manor. In this era, one move can produce 2 Peak Ming gene. Uncle De murmured. The levels of martial arts in China can be roughly divided into Ming gene, and gene, Hua gene, Grandmaster and Grandmaster. Legend has it that there is a realm above the Grandmaster, but no one has reached it for a long time. So the person with the highest martial arts skill in China now is at the peak of Grandmaster, and Uncle De's skill is at the peak of Hua Jin, and he is only one step away from entering the Grandmaster realm. Chapter 34, The Hidden Long Sisters, the Antique Auction begins. A few minutes later, Uncle De came to Chu Tianling with 2 very beautiful girls. Chu Tianling was stunned. These 2 beautiful girls seemed to be the bodyguards sent by Paul? Uncle De said, Master, the people are here. Chu Tianling smiled and said, Uncle De, you can just call me young master. It's not right for the owner of the manor to hear that. Uncle De nodded and turned to do his own thing. Chu Tianling looked at the 2 sisters and said with interest, Can you introduce yourselves? One of the girls bowed to Chu Tianling and said, Boss, my name is Long Lingyin, and next to me is my sister Long Lingyu. I am good at assassination, fighting, and firearms, and my sister is good at poison, hacking, and hidden weapons. Chu Tianling was stunned. They were not bodyguards, nor delicate girls. They were clearly 2 powerful weapons. Did Paul say anything to you when he sent you here? Chu Tianling asked. When Mr. Paul sent us here, he just told us that from now on, we 2 sisters will be your exclusive bodyguards, boss, and we won't have to take care of any company matters. He didn't say anything else. Long Lingyin replied. Chu Tianling pondered for a while and asked, How many members with skills like you are there in the company? This time it was Long Lingyu who answered, Boss Handsome, there are 10 more people like me and my sister in Hurricane. The 12 of us are called the 12 Heavenly Kings of Hurricane. I am ranked 5th and my sister is ranked 4th. Above us 12 Heavenly Kings there are 5 Great Saint Kings. You guys find a room to stay in first. Okay, boss. Long Lingyin replied. Chu Tianling took out his cell phone. He planned to call Paul and ask him to transfer the remaining 10 kings to him, and then transfer 30 ordinary members. He had full faith in the system's reward. The system would not reward him with a security company of Hurricane's level without a purpose. Hey, Paul, I've met the 2 sisters. According to Long Lingyin's description, I have a general understanding of the company. Send me the remaining 10 kings, and then send me 30 ordinary members. Paul on the other end of the phone responded and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had underestimated his new boss before. He needed the protection of such a force. His own strength was self-evident, and the boss's enemies were naturally not weak either. Time passed quickly, and the day of the auction arrived in a blink of an eye. Chu Tianling got up early and took the key to the Lamborghini 6th Element, because he currently only had 13 luxury cars, and the 12 Zodiac supercars were all two-seaters, which could not accommodate him, Linihan and the sisters, so he could only drive the sixth element. Long Lingyin, call your sister, let's go out for a while. Long Lingyin nodded and turned to call Long Lingyu. Chu Tianling sat in the driver's seat, tapping the steering wheel with his slender fingers. After a while, the two sisters got in the car. Long Lingyu asked playfully, handsome boss, you drive yourself? Long Lingyin on the side nudged her with her elbow, you are so disrespectful. Long Lingyu pouted, and Chu Tianling smiled, it's not that complicated, you can call me whatever you want, even my name. The sixth element roared out of Yulong Villa and went to Linihan's home to pick up Linihan. Under the strange looks of Lin's father and mother, the four of them drove towards the venue of the auction, Crescent Auction. 2 hours later, the sixth element stopped at the door of Crescent Auction House. The four of them got out of the car, handed the car keys to the parking attendant and went to park the car. After showing the invitation letter, the receptionist at the door said respectfully, hello. For distinguished guests from Tianlong Group. Chu Tianling smiled, and the four of them walked into the auction house, found the box belonging to the Tianlong Group, and walked in. Chapter 35, Chu Tianling, the generous man, is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. 3 chapters in 1. As soon as the four of them entered the box and sat down, a waiter opened the door and came in, handing a black card to Chu Tianling with both hands. Hello, Mr. Chu. This is a small gift from our auction house. Holders of this card can enjoy a 20% discount on properties under the name of our Crescent Auction House. Please accept it, Mr. Chu. Chu Tianling smiled and said, I'll take this card. Please thank Shang Zhang for me. The waiter was stunned. Shang Zhang? It was the first time he heard someone call his eldest daughter like that. No, the number of people who knew that Xinyue Auction House was the property of Xianing Mo family could be counted on one hand in the whole Magic City, and the young man in front of him was obviously not one of them. This card was also sent by the head of the family, Mo Dongshan, and he knew nothing else. Thinking of this, the waiter's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. On the other side, in a room on the top floor of the auction house, Mo Zhengzheng said coquettishly, Bad dad, just let me go. Mo Dongshan said with a headache, I haven't found out who that guy is. I'm afraid he might do something bad to you, Zhengzheng. Bad dad, why are you still like that? You doubt everyone. Tianling is not that kind of person. He is the chairman of a large group, I think it's a dragon, oh, right, Tianlong Group. Mo Dongshan spat out a mouthful of tea. What? You said that guy is the chairman of Tianlong Group? What kind of god is this? He became the chairman of Tianlong Group at the age of 20-something? His daughter didn't know what level Tianlong Group was, so how could Mo Dongshan not know? At the same time, the auction had already started for a long time and more than 10 items had been sold. Chu Tianling was extremely generous and directly bought 8 of them, which attracted attention. Linihan sat quietly aside, watching her boyfriend spend money, while the Long sisters opened their mouths wide. Although they also had money, it was no match for Chu Tianling. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the final 3 items to be auctioned. Dear guests, the next 3 items are the finale of this auction. I believe many guests are here for these items. Without further ado, let's present the first finale item. The first finale item, Kirin Tears. The auctioneer lifted the red cloth. Qilin Tears, what is that? Chu Tianling was stunned. Because the system spoke actively. Host, please be sure to buy the Kirin Tears. They will be of great use in the future. Although he was puzzled, Chu Tianling still decided to buy the Qilin Tears. Qilin Tears, starting price is 300 million, each bid must not be less than 20 million. 320 million. Screw you. I'll give you 350 million. You dare to say that with 350 million? I'll give you 400 million. 450 million. Although many people don't know what Qilin Tears are, the fact that it is chosen as the finale item by the Crescent Auction House must be incomparable to ordinary things, so it is right to bid for it. In a private room. What should we do, sir? Should we take down the Kirin Tears as well? Since we've come across it, let's take it down together. But sir, our funds are reserved for bidding on the last item, and I'm worried that we don't have enough money. No problem, just bid. The noise from the lobby on the first floor soon disappeared, as the finale items were no longer within the reach of those who could only sit in the lobby. The price soon reached 1 billion and continued to soar. At this time, Chu Tianling spoke. 1.5 billion. Linihan and the other two girls were all startled. Tianling, what are you buying this for? Linihan asked. Of course it is useful. Chu Tianling raised the corner of his mouth. 1,600 million. 1,700 million. Chu Tianling continued to bid. A voice came from box number 3, boy, I have to say you are very rich. 1.8 billion, this is my last bottom line. Chu Tianling understood that this provocative voice was naturally directed at him, and sneered. 2 billion. The same voice from before sounded again. Boy, you have guts. Then he stopped talking. 2 billion at a time. 2 billion twice. 2 billion 3 times. Congratulations to the gentleman from box 2 for successfully bidding for the Kirin tiers at a price of 2 billion. At this moment in box number 5, the voice from before respectfully said to a figure wrapped in a black robe, Sir, what should we do now? That guy was most likely sent by old man Intienda to mess things up. There's no need to fight with him. We can settle the score with him after the auction is over. Yes. The second finale item was a painting. Chu Tianling did not bid for it, so he had to leave some for others. Otherwise, if they were all bought by him, he would easily become the target of public criticism. Soon it was time for the last item to be auctioned. The auctioneer lifted the red cloth with an embarrassed look on his face, only to see a sword in a box. However, to his surprise, the sword was covered in rust and looked like it could break at any time. The auctioneer said awkwardly, an unknown sword, no reserve price, each bid must not be less than 1,000 yuan. The whole audience was silent. A drop of sweat flowed down the auctioneer's forehead. The Crescent Auction House had had this sword for a long time, but it had failed to sell in the previous auctions. If it failed to sell again this time, he would be laid off. After a long time, someone finally spoke. I'll give you 1 million. This was said by a fat man dressed in gold and silver sitting in the lobby on the first floor. 1,001,000. 1.5 million. 1,501,000. Mr. Wang, you're trying to make things difficult for me, right? How could that be? I was just attending the auction in an orderly manner. Host, you must take a picture of this sword. Chu Tianling was a little confused. This was the second time the system spoke on its own initiative today. He said softly, the two of you below, stop arguing. Give me some face, and I'll give you 10 million. The next two people stopped talking. The people in box number 5 twitched their lips. Why did the guy in box number 2 want to get a hand in the things they liked? Box number 1 was empty, and all the people in boxes number 3 and 4 had been taken care of by them, so they wouldn't compete with him. Only the guy in box number 2 kept causing trouble, which made him so angry that the corners of his mouth twisted. 100 million. Kid, you'd better be careful. He threatened. Chu Tianling smiled. What he was least afraid of was threats. He showed a sinister smile, 10 billion. Son of a bitch, if you dare to ask, I will raise the price. The person in box number 5 almost vomited blood. Don't panic. We'll take care of him later. Chu Tianling finally bought the sword for 10 million yuan. After the auction, Chu Tianling was invited to the backstage, where, after paying the money, he received the Kirin tier and the sword. The auctioneer said respectfully, Mr. Chu, our boss wants to see you. Mo Xingjing's father wants to see me? Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 2.5 billion, triggering the consumption rebate and rewarding the late stage of dark power cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the tenfold consumption rebate and receiving a rebate of 25 billion Chinese currency. The corners of Chu Tianling's mouth twitched. He could never spend all the money. After several consumption rebates, the balance in his card had reached 80 billion. However, what is the purpose of cultivating this dark energy in the late stage? What is it? Host, the system has detected that the world you are in has a certain martial arts civilization, so it has triggered the martial arts civilization reward. Martial arts civilization? Cultivation? Yes, host. According to the data currently detected by the system, in the Chinese region where the host is located, the martial arts civilization is divided into 6 levels, namely Ming Jin, and Jin, Hua Jin, Grandmaster, and God Realm. Chu Tianling understood a little. After all, it was all due to his lack of understanding of this world. However, the cultivation level of the late stage of dark energy rewarded by the system was still acceptable. Chu Tianling was not the kind of greedy person. He had read many similar novels and understood that cultivating immortals was not something that could be achieved overnight, but was achieved slowly step by step. After coming out of the Crescent auction house, Linihan asked curiously, Tianling, why were you in a daze just now? You didn't respond when I called you. It's nothing, you will know later. Shu Tianling evaded the question. The car was driving smoothly on the road, when suddenly several black autos drove out from both sides of the road and surrounded Shu Tianling's sixth element. Linihan was frightened and her face turned pale. The two sisters Long Lingyin and Long Lingyu immediately took out their weapons and took a vigilant posture. Shu Tianling narrowed his eyes and said, Long Lingyu, protect Ihan. Long Lingyin, let's go and deal with these mice. After saying that, Shu Tianling actually stopped the car with his foot on the brakes and got out of the car. Long Lingyin also opened the door and got out. Long Lingyu in the car gently covered Linihan's eyes with his hands. Boy, you didn't expect that. You were so arrogant at the Crescent auction house just now. In all these years, you are the first one who dares to call me a bastard, said one of them. Shu Tianling suddenly realized, oh, so you are my good son. How come I need to ask you for instructions when I do things? The man was so angry that he roared, don't blame me, blame yourself for being too arrogant. Remember my name, Duan Lang. Even a fool could see at this point that this group of people were definitely not just ordinary thugs who were looking for trouble because of a small gap. They were innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. The Qilin tear and the sword on Shu Tianling's body were obviously the purpose of this group of people's trip. Long Lingyin was just about to ask Shu Tianling to be careful, but Shu Tianling rushed out and kicked someone away. She was so shocked that her mouth opened slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she picked up her weapon and rushed out. After a while, Duan Lang lay on the ground and coughed, you actually. Shu Tianling took a few steps forward, squatted down, and patted his face, a little amused. You bunch of street rats, don't you investigate the victim before picking a fight? After saying that, he stood up, dusted off the dust on his body, and drove away with the three women. Duan Lang was lying on the ground in frustration. Soon someone found him and called the police. The person behind Duan Lang went to the police station with a gloomy face and bailed Duan Lang out. Waste. Chapter 36, Stunning Painting Revealed, Mo Dongshan Shocking Decision. After returning to Yulong Villa, Shu Tianling left the Qilin tear, the sword and a box outside, and put all the other things into the treasure house. After returning to the ground, looking at the puzzled eyes of the three women, Shu Tianling smiled knowingly. 3 curious ghosts. Then, Shu Tianling opened the box and took out an ordinary painting. Tianling, isn't this just an ordinary modern painting? Why did you spend $1 million to buy it? Shu Tianling raised a strange smile. Who said it was an ordinary painting? After saying that, he actually picked up a lighter and started burning along the edge of the painting. Linihan was terrified. Tianling, even if you bought a fake, you wouldn't burn it. Shu Tianling signaled her not to speak and to concentrate on burning the painting. After burning the last corner, Shu Tianling picked up the painting and tore off a layer. When they saw the other painting sandwiched in the middle, the three women understood that Shu Tianling didn't have too much money to spend, but he saw another mystery in this painting. Long Lingyin looked at the signature on the painting, Tang Yin. Boss, who is this Tang Yin? Shu Tianling smiled and said, you know the 4 great talents of Jiannan in the Ming dynasty, right? Long Lingyu rushed to say, I know. It's Tang Bowu, Wen Zhengming, Zhu Zhishan and Su Jinqing. Yes, those 4. Long Lingyin said, boss, could this Tang Yin be Tang Bohu? That's right, Tang Yin is Tang Bohu, Bohu is his courtesy name, and Liu Ru Jushir is also him. Because he was born in the year, month, day, and hour of the Yin, his parents named him Tang Yin. Long Lingyin was surprised and said, boss, you know so much. Which painting of Tang Bohu was this? Shu Tianling said, a quiet mountain with long days. It appeared once before at an auction abroad, and the price at that time was $500 million. However, after that auction, its buyer did not properly keep it, and the whereabouts of a quiet mountain with long days has been unknown since then. I didn't expect it to reappear in the world today. Linihan opened her mouth wide. $500 million? Isn't that equivalent to more than 3 billion Chinese yuan? Shu Tianling nodded. In a dimly lit room on the other side, Duan Lang knelt on the ground. The man in black robe in front of him said, you are a loser. You took so many people out, but you couldn't even handle a young man in his 20s and 3 women. You didn't even get back one of the 5 sacred swords and the Kirin tear. You are a loser. Duan Lang begged for mercy again and again. Sir, spare my life. Those people are not ordinary people. There were 2 women in the car who didn't get off. The woman who got off the car had the strength of the peak of the Ming realm. Even I can't see through the strength of that boy. The black-robed man became interested. Oh? Peak of the Ming realm? You can't even see through that kid's strength? You are at the initial stage of the dark power. Could it be that the kid has reached the middle stage of the dark power? Duan Lang nodded repeatedly. The man in black robe pondered for a while and said, in that case, you go down. I will send others. Duan Lang was overjoyed and quickly got up and ran out. The man in black robe stood there, thinking about something. At the same time, in the Crescent auction house, Mo Xingzheng looked at her father in shock. Dad, have you really made up your mind? Aren't you afraid that he will do something bad to you behind your back? Mo Dongshan said earnestly, Zhang Zhang, you know what the family situation is like now. Most of my businesses have been taken away by your uncle. Now only the Crescent auction house is left. According to your uncle's personality, if he knew that the Crescent auction house also belonged to your father, he would definitely take it away again. Instead of that, it would be better to give it away as a dowry for you, little girl. Dad. Mo Xingzheng blushed. Mo Dongshan laughed loudly. Girl, I have seen that you are interested in that boy. Although he has 4 women, every capable man has a few women. As long as he treats you well, that's enough. Mo Xingzheng's eyes were red. She understood how much Mo Dongshan had sacrificed for her over the years. Mo Dongshan smiled and said, okay, stop crying, Zhang Zhang. Contact that guy tomorrow and tell him that I want to meet him. Chapter 37, Xinyue Auction House merged into Tianlong Group. Mo Dongshan is self-aware. Early the next morning, Zhu Tianling had just gotten up and hadn't even had breakfast when he received a call from Mo Xingzheng. Hey, Tianling, are you free today? Mo Xingzheng's tone sounded very shy. Zhu Tianling was confused. Was Mo Xingzheng thinking about love? He thought for a moment and replied, I'm free in the morning. I have to go to Magic City University in the afternoon. Zhu Tianling went to Magic City University with the intention of finding the president, Chen Tianhao, to go through the withdrawal procedures and resign from the position of student union president. He had wanted to go there a long time ago, but he never had the time. Mo Xingzheng said, Tianling, my dad wants to see you. Zhu Tianling was stunned. Mo Dongshan wanted to see him? Didn't he just meet him yesterday? He replied, okay, I'll come right over. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Tianling called Long Lingyin and told her that he had to go out for a while, and asked her and Long Lingyu to guard the house. Long Lingyin originally wanted to go with him, but thinking about the attack that day, the boss seemed to be stronger than herself, so she gave up. 5 minutes later, Capricorn roared out of Yulong Villa and headed towards the Crescent auction. On the way, Zhang Wenjie called and reported to Zhu Tianling about the revenue of Tianlong Group this quarter. After giving a few brief instructions, he hung up the phone, restarted the car, and soon arrived at the entrance of Crescent Auction House. Mo Dongshan was waiting at the door early. When he saw Zhu Tianling getting out of the car, he stepped forward and said, Tianling is here, hurry up, come in. Zhu Tianling was confused. It seemed that the relationship between him and Mo Dongshan was not that good. Mo Dongshan had no doubt as to why Zhu Tianling knew that he was at the Crescent Auction House. If he couldn't get even this little bit of information, he wouldn't be called the chairman of the Tianlong Group. After entering the reception room and sitting down, the well-behaved Mo Xingzheng served a cup of tea to Zhu Tianling and Mo Dongshan respectively, then opened the door and walked out. She understood that Zhu Tianling and her father were discussing serious matters at the moment and she couldn't disrupt them. Zhu Tianling took a sip of tea and said calmly, Uncle Mo, you are Zhang Zhang's father. Zhang Zhang and I are friends. Let's not say those polite words. I wonder what Uncle Mo is doing today. Mo Dongshan sighed secretly. As expected, being able to become the chairman of the board at just over 20 years old, this aura was something that not everyone could match. Mo Dongshan hesitated for a second and said, then I won't hide it from you, Tianling. I want to merge the Crescent Auction House into your Tianlong Group. Zhu Tianling spat out a mouthful of tea. Uncle Mo, this joke is not funny. Mo Dongshan said seriously, Tianling, I'm not kidding you. Then Mo Dongshan briefly told Zhu Tianling about his current situation. Zhu Tianling understood that Mo Dongshan was planning to throw the jar into the ground. After thinking for a while, Zhu Tianling said, Uncle Mo, Xinyue Auction House can be merged into Tianlong Group, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. What conditions? Mo Dongshan asked. I own 90% of the shares of Tianlong Group. I plan to transfer 10% to you, and you will be the president of the group. This was something Chu Tianling had thought of, not something he just said, because the position of the president of Tianlong Group had been vacant, and all kinds of affairs of the group had always been handled by the general manager Zhang Wenjie. Zhang Wenjie was a talented person, and Chu Tianling didn't want him to overwork, so he came up with this idea. Mo Dongshan exclaimed, "No. 10% is too much." Mo Dongshan, is not a fool, he understands what 10% of the shares of Tianlong Group means. Mo Dongshan said, at most 5%. After a half-hour debate, the two finally agreed on 5%. Mo Dongshan agreed to become the president of Tianlong Group, Crescent Auction House would be merged into Tianlong Group, and Chu Tianling would also help Mo Dongshan take care of Mo Zhengzhang. However, no matter how Chu Tianling thought about it, he couldn't understand why Mo Dongshan did this. Also, is this Mo Zhengzhang greedy for my body? Chapter 38, The Chu family in the capital is in crisis, and meeting a high school classmate. Coming out of the reception room, the two saw Mo Zhengzhang sitting on the bench in the aisle. Mo Dongshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mo Zhengzhang raised her head and saw the two coming out. She quickly ran forward and hugged Chu Tianling's arm. Chu Tianling was confused, and Mo Zhengzhang also reacted, blushed, and hid behind Mo Dongshan. Mo Dongshan and Chu Tianling looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Mo Zhengzhang, with a blushing face, stomped her feet in anger. She wanted to punch them each but found that she couldn't bring herself to do it. The head of the Chu family in the imperial capital, Chu Shenxiong, was sitting in the study, looking at the person in front of him with a headache, and asked, "Are those bedbugs jumping around again?" "Yes, Patriarch, that group of people has been very active recently. They are behind several major events that have happened in the imperial capital recently." Chu Shenxiong said worriedly, "I hope my second brother won't hate me. I had no choice but to do that back then. People outside say that I, Chu Shenxiong, look down on my brother's wife, so I have been in such a mess with my second brother's family today, but who can understand my difficulties? Master, don't worry. I believe the second master will understand you, as well as young Master Tianling. As long as you tell them the truth." Chu Shenxiong sighed, "How can I tell them? My third, fourth, and fifth brothers have already left me because of those bugs. I only have Jinnan as my brother. Now our Chu family in the imperial capital is also in danger. I hope Jinnan will never know." What Chu Shenxiong didn't know was that his nephew Chu Tianling was now the chairman of one of the top 10 private groups in China. Capricorn stopped at the entrance of Disneyland. After parking the car in the parking lot, Chu Tianling took Mo Zhengzhang to the ticket office. The line for buying tickets was very long, and it took a full half hour before Chu Tianling got to the line. Just as he took out his wallet to swipe his card to buy the ticket, a young man with dyed red hair ran up and cut in front of Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling's face turned cold. He grabbed the red-haired young man by the scruff of the neck and threw him out. Then he calmly said to the ticket seller, "Hello, give me 2 tickets." And handed over his card. The ticket seller said timidly, "Sir, do you know who the young man you just threw out is?" Chu Tianling shook his head. The ticket seller looked around and saw that everyone in the queue was looking down at their phones, and no one was paying attention to this place. He whispered, "Sir, the ticket money is on me, please take your girlfriend in." That red-haired young man is a well-known bully in this area. He never pays when he goes out to play or eat. He is used to being domineering. You made him suffer today, and he will definitely come back to find you. After saying that, the ticket seller handed Chu Tianling's card back to Chu Tianling, along with 2 tickets. Chu Tianling smiled faintly, and then said loudly, "Others are afraid of him, but I am not afraid of him." The ticket seller was about to speak when an arrogant voice came from not far away, "Brother. It's that kid." Chu Tianling turned his head and saw that the red-haired young man who he had just thrown out was walking towards him with a few people. Several gangsters walked up to Chu Tianling with steel pipes in their hands. The red-haired young man was about to speak but was stopped by the eldest brother. The leader looked at Chu Tianling for a few times, was stunned for a moment, and asked uncertainly, "Chu Tianling? Who are you?" "Okay, Chu Tianling, it's really you. Do you remember the person you reported for harassing female classmates in the first year of high school?" Chu Tianling thought about it and suddenly realized, "I remember it, it turned out to be the bedwetting Lu." The leader Lu Hong shouted angrily, "How dare you call me that? Come on, brothers. Kill him for me. This nickname is Lu Hang's shadow." When he was in the first year of high school, one night Lu Hong went out drinking with a few friends. As he drank too much, Lu Hong ran to the girls' dormitory drunkenly, found a bed and fell asleep, which scared the sleeping girls. Not only that, Lu Hong also wet the bed. The next day, Chu Tianling, who learned about this, told the principal directly. Lu Hong was punished and given a serious warning. From then on, the nickname Lu Hong was like a leech attached to his bones and could not be shaken off. Chapter 39, Confused Lu Hong and Secretly in Love with He Yunji. Chu Tianling chuckled and said indifferently, "Bedwetting Lu, it's been so many years, and you're still the same. You haven't improved at all." Lu Hong was so angry that he called his brothers and rushed towards Chu Tianling. A middle-aged man happened to pass by and saw this scene. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he shouted, "Stop!" Several gangsters stopped 2 meters away from Chu Tianling and looked at the middle-aged man. One of them said impatiently, "Where did you come from, old man? Are you tired of living?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the head by Lu Hong. "Who are you calling old man? He's my dad." The middle-aged man was Lu Hong's father, Lu Wenbin. "Dad, why are you here?" Lu Hong asked. Lu Wenbin raised his hand and slapped him twice, roaring, "Rebellious son! Do you know what you have done? Why did I give birth to such a thing as you? Do you want the entire Lu family to be buried with you, rebellious son?" Lu Hong was stunned by the 2 slaps. "Dad, why did you hit me?" Lu Wenbin responded with another slap in the face. "You dare to mess with the chairman of Tianlong Group? I should have shot you against the wall." "What? Chu Tianling is the chairman of Tianlong Group?" Lu Hong was stunned. Lu Wenbin came to Chu Tianling cautiously. "Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Lu Wenbin from Shangyuan Building Materials." "Oh? You know me?" "I was fortunate to receive an invitation to the relocation ceremony of the Tianlong Group's headquarters, and met you there," Lu Wenbin said respectfully. "Lu Hong is your son?" Chu Tianling said lightly. "Yes, Mr. Chu is very generous. Please let him go this time." Chu Tianling thought for a moment and said, "Let's just leave it at that this time. You can handle your son yourself." Lu Wenbin nodded repeatedly. "Rebellious son! Get back here. Starting today, I will be grounded for 3 months, and your monthly allowance will be cut in half." After checking the tickets, Chu Tianling took Mo Zhengzhang into Disney. As soon as they entered, Mo Zhengzhang was attracted by the claw machine not far away. Chu Tianling shook his head and smiled. As expected, no matter how old a girl is, she has no resistance to stuffed dolls. After buying 50 coins for 500 yuan, Chu Tianling handed 40 to Mo Zhengzhang. Seeing Mo Zhengzhang grabbing dolls with great interest, Chu Tianling smiled, took the remaining 10, started a claw machine himself, and quickly grabbed 7 or 8 dolls. Jingxiu community, he's home. He Ting, who had just been discharged from the hospital, looked at He Yunji, who was in a daze. He said, "You've fallen in love with Tianling, right?" He Yunji, who was stunned, reacted, and said quickly, "No, no." He Shitting sighed and said, "Girl, I'm your father, how can I not understand you? I also know what you are worried about. After all, our family is too ordinary. With our family background, we are not worthy of Tianling now, right?" He Yunji nodded sadly. "My child, I didn't let you fall in love before because I was afraid that you would be deceived by others. Now that you have someone you like, I won't stop you. As long as you like him, I support you." "But," He Shitting said earnestly, "every successful man has several women around him. As far as I know, there is one of his college classmates, the daughter of one of his business partners, and he has a pair of sisters around him. If you really like him, I have no objection, as long as you are happy." When He Ting was talking about, he was naturally referring to Linihan, Morong Shui, Long Lingyin, and Long Lingyu. What He Ting didn't know was that Long Lingyin and Long Lingyu were not Chu Tianling's women, but just his bodyguards. Chapter 40, The Strongest Rebate in History, Mo Zhengzhang and He Yunji's Confession. Seeing that Chu Tianling caught 7 or 8 dolls with 10 coins, while she didn't catch any dolls with 40 coins, Mo Zhengzhang couldn't help but pout. Chu Tianling smiled knowingly, found the boss, and negotiated, "Boss, please adjust the claw machine to increase the probability of catching a doll." The boss looked at Chu Tianling with an embarrassed expression and laughed. Chu Tianling quietly took out 500 yuan and stuffed it into the boss's hand. The boss looked at the money in his hand and understood. "Hey, young man, I'll adjust it for you right away." Chu Tianling took out another 50 coins and handed them all to Mo Zhengzhang. "Zhengzhang, believe in yourself, you can catch it. Mo Zhengzheng, who looked unhappy, took the 50 coins. Chu Tianling comforted her. Zhengzheng, believe in yourself. Mo Zhengzheng pouted and restarted the claw machine. Half an hour later, Mo Zhengzheng looked at the dolls piled up beside her and smiled from ear to ear. She couldn't help but hug Chu Tianling and kiss him. Chu Tianling stood there in a daze. Mo Zhengzheng, who came to her senses, blushed and quickly ran away. Boss, could you please help me deliver these dolls to my home? Here's 1,000 yuan. Please send it to my home. The address is Yulong Villa. The owner of the claw machine looked at Chu Tianling's receding back and said with difficulty, Yulong Villa, who is this immortal? As a native of Shanghai, the boss had naturally heard of Yulong Villa. He also learned from the news not long ago that Yulong Villa was bought by a mysterious rich man. After a day of playing at Disney, the tired Mo Zhengzheng said happily, Tianling, today is my happiest day. After patting Mo Zhengzheng's little head, Chu Tianling drove her to Balian Huading. After having a good meal and a good drink, Mo Zhengzheng said while drunk, Tianling, I like you. Chu Tianling was in a dilemma. Lin Yihan and Morong Shui were already his women. He actually knew that He Yinji liked him, but he just didn't know how to express it. And now there was Mo Zhengzheng. He was about to speak, but his mouth was blocked. Mo Zhengzheng, who was a little drunk, did not hide her emotions at all and directly blocked Chu Tianling's mouth with her flaming red lips. After one kiss, Chu Tianling understood that Mo Zhengzheng had completely fallen in love with him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully spending 1,500 yuan to buy doll coins, triggering a consumption rebate and being rewarded with 15% of the shares of Penguin Group. Wang Defa? Penguin Group? Chu Tianling was stunned. Chu Tianling was no stranger to Penguin Group. Although Xiao Mago was the chairman, he only held 8.6% of the shares, but the system rebate directly rewarded him with 15%. He directly surpassed Xiao Mago and became the second largest shareholder of Penguin Group. While Chu Tianling was still in a daze, his cell phone rang. Tianling. The call came from He Yinji. What's wrong, Yunji? He Yinji on the other end of the phone took a deep breath and said, Tianling, I like you. Listen to me, I'm serious, my dad has talked to me about it, he doesn't object to us. Chu Tianling looked confused. What day is today? Goddess Confession Day? First it was Mo Zhengzheng, now it's He Yunji, is he so popular? After sending Mo Zhengzheng back, Chu Tianling drove to the He family. The person who opened the door was He Yunfeng. Oh, it's my brother-in-law, please come in. Sister, Tianling is here, come out quickly. Chapter 41, The Tacit Understanding Between Mo Dongshan and He Shitting, Little Brother Ma invites Chu Tianling to dinner. The meal at the He family was very pleasant. Chu Tianling also learned that ever since he rescued He Yunfeng that time, He Yunfeng had changed his ways and now worked in a supermarket, but his salary was not very good. After eating and drinking, Chu Tianling said, He Yunfeng, don't gamble anymore. He Yunfeng nodded repeatedly. I heard from Yunji that you majored in marketing in college, right? Don't do that job in the supermarket. Report to Tianlong Group tomorrow morning. There is a vacant position of marketing director in Tianlong Group, said Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling was not being nepotistic. He had already asked someone to investigate and found that He Yunfeng was indeed a capable person, but he became addicted to gambling because he fell into someone else's trap. Tianlong Group? Are you talking about the Tianlong Group, one of the top 10 private enterprises in China? Even if I go there, they may not hire me. What's more, I have no work experience and I'm applying for the position of sales manager. He Yunfeng said in surprise. He Yunji covered her mouth and smiled. Brother, do you know the relationship between Tianling and Tianlong Group? What's the relationship? Is Tianling's father a senior executive of Tianlong Group? That's not right. If that's the case, I should know it since we have been friends since childhood. He Yunfeng looked at his sister in confusion. Tianlong Group belongs to the Tianling family. He Yinji said with a giggle. What did you say? The chairman of Tianlong Group is Tianling's father? Chu Tianling looked helpless. He became his own father? He said unhappily, Yunfeng, don't make blind guesses. It's true that Tianlong Group is my family, but the chairman is not my father, but me. 2 hours later, Chu Tianling drove He Yunji to Yulong Villa. According to He Shitting, since the two had confirmed their relationship, he Yinji should move to Yulong Villa. Anyway, all they lacked now was the marriage certificate. As soon as he arrived at the gate of Yulong Villa, Chu Tianling complained bitterly. Why? Mo Dongshan and Mo Xingzhang were standing at the gate of Yulong Villa. Chu Tianling got out of the car nervously and greeted Mo Dongshan, Uncle Mo, hello. When Mo Dongshan saw Chu Tianling coming back, he smiled meaningfully, daughter, yes, the real master is back. Half an hour later, Linihan, Murangshu, He Yinji and Mo Xingzheng sat around the table, looking at Chu Tianling who was lowering his head, and said in unison. Say, why don't you say anything? Chu Tianling showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Linihan said unhappily, you playboy. She also understood that it was impossible for a favored child of heaven like Chu Tianling to love her alone wholeheartedly, so she could only do her best to fulfill her duties as the queen in his harem. Morong Shui rolled her eyes and said with a wicked smile, Xiaolingzi, don't you have any thoughts about the Long sisters? Morong Shui thought that since they couldn't control this playboy, and this playboy loved to flirt with other women, they might as well be more generous. After all, this playboy had them in his heart and loved them. If Chu Tianling knew what Morong Shui was thinking, he would definitely cry out in injustice. After all, He Yinji and Mo Xingzhang were the ones who took the initiative to pursue him. Chu Tianling's cell phone rang. Hello, who are you? Hello, are you Mr. Chu Tianling Chu? It's me. May I ask who you are? I am Ma Kajin, the chairman of Penguin Group. Mr. Chu has acquired 15% of Penguin's shares with great means. I would like to invite Mr. Chu to dinner. What? Ma Krypton Gold? Chu Tianling replied without thinking, you are Ma Kajin? Then I am also Ma Kajin's father. Ma Kajin on the other end of the phone twitched his mouth. Did he get a cheap father for no reason? Chapter 42 The mysterious man's figure gave Chu Tianling an unbelievable reward. After repeated confirmation, Chu Tianling confirmed that the call he just received was indeed from Ma Kajin himself. He smiled awkwardly and called Ma Kajin again. Mr. Ma, I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you just now. I've received too many harassing calls recently. After several rounds of discussions, they finally decided to meet at Bailian Huading tomorrow morning. Since Ma Kajin happened to be in Shanghai, it would save Chu Tianling the trouble of flying all the way to Shenzhen. But this old guy was quite good at choosing a place. He chose Bailian Huading. Chu Tianling happened to go there to take a look and remembered that he hadn't been there for a long time. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed outside the window, and Chu Tianling reacted quickly. Who? Stop. As soon as the words fell, the four girls felt a gust of wind blowing past, and the next second, Chu Tianling was nowhere to be seen in the room. After catching up with the black shadow in a few steps, Chu Tianling kicked the black shadow to the ground without hesitation and asked coldly, Who are you? What do you want to do by sneaking into the villa at night? The shadow stood up while enduring the pain. It's me. You bastard, you kicked me so hard. Chu Tianling looked carefully and found that it was Mo Dongshan. Chu Tianling didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he stepped forward to support Mo Dongshan. Uncle Mo, what are you doing? Mo Dongshan's face was full of black lines, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He said angrily, I'm just worried that you two little ones will quarrel. Zheng Zheng has been competitive since she was a child. Now she likes a playboy like you. I'm really worried that you two will fight in the end. Chu Tianling got up early in the morning. As soon as he went out, he saw Mo Dongshan, whose front teeth were half missing, embedded in the doorframe. He was shocked. Where are your front teeth? Mo Dongshan roared, What a good thing you did last night. Kick me out with one kick, and half of your front teeth will fall off when they hit the ground. Before Mo Dongshan finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. Oh? Dad, who are you being mean to? Mo Dongshan instantly became scared when he heard this voice. He was not afraid of anything else but his own beloved daughter. Actually, it could not be said that he was afraid, he just loved her too much. Mo Zhengzheng said oh and turned to wash up. Chu Tianling, with a frown on his face, silently opened his phone to order takeout. Why did he order takeout? Because he ate He Yinji last night, and now his legs are still weak. Zhou Wenhao, help me cook 6 servings of food. Make it better and use the best ingredients. Send it to Yulong Villa. I will transfer the money to the company account later. It's true that Chu Tianling is the boss of Bailian Huading, but he knows in his heart that if he acts on his own and does not use the company account and directly eats or drinks in Bailian Huading, it will cause problems with the company's accounts and it will be difficult for the financial statements to be prepared. So even though the money eventually went into his pocket, he still went through this process. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 15 million and triggering a consumption rebate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 36% of Penguin Group's shares. Wang Defa? Xu Tianling was stunned. 36% of Penguin's shares? He had already got 15% before, and now he got 36%, which added up to an astonishing 51%. In other words, the entire Penguin Group was his? What does 51% of the shares mean? It means that he is already the chairman of Penguin. Just thinking about it is exciting. When Xu Tianling was playing the Honor of Kings mobile game under the name of Penguin Group, he was miserable because of the bad mechanism. The situation was obviously favorable, but it was turned into a disadvantage by the rubbish teammates. In the end, he was pushed by the opponent. He was playing the strongest and most popular jungle Zhuge Liang at that time. He got more than 40 heads in that game, but still lost in the end. He was so angry at that time that he almost smashed his phone. Now that he has become the chairman of Penguin, he naturally has to order changes to this damn mechanism. Chapter 43, What Happened That Year, the action that shocked the Magic City, 3 chapters in 1. Magic City Supercar Club. Morong Tian kept talking to many young masters and young ladies. You don't know, my brother-in-law's luxury cars are real luxury cars, and ours are just a means of transportation at best. That's not the case, Morong. Although our car is a bit inferior to Tianling's, it is still a supercar worth tens of millions. How come it looks like cabbage in the vegetable market in your car? Who said my brother-in-law is a pervert? There are so many cars, I only heard about them, I dare not even think about them, but he bought them all by himself. An inconspicuous car stopped at the entrance of the club. Ha! Here comes an antique car, said a certain young lady. Morong Tian turned his head and sprayed out the mineral water he had just taken a drink. My goodness, you call the Skoda Yeti an antique? Oh my god. Sister, you call this an antique? This car is the Skoda Yeti. It was discontinued in the 1980s and is the king of cars. Before it was discontinued, the lowest selling price was $500 million. After it was discontinued, it was basically nowhere to be seen. I also saw this car in a magazine. It appeared at an auction in 2019. It was the finale at that time and the final transaction price reached a terrifying $2 billion. The Skoda Yeti stopped, the window rolled down, and a head popped out from inside. Are you welcoming the leader of the country? Brother-in-law? Brother Chu? Xu Tianling spent half an hour explaining things to everyone, which helped to calm the young masters and young ladies down a little. Xu Tianling suddenly said, Xiao Tian, do you have a better channel? I want to buy a villa. Morong Tian asked in confusion, brother-in-law, didn't you buy Yulong Villa? Why do you want to buy a villa? Although the housing prices in Magic City have been rising, villas are not easy to sell. Xu Tianling threw out a surprising news, the villa is naturally bought to live in. As for Yulong Villa, I have other uses for it. Have you heard of Hurricane Security? Hurricane Security, I've heard of it, an internationally renowned security company. Although it's a security company in name, it's actually a mercenary group. Hurricane never accepts missions that are against their will, and they never accept any missions related to China. At this point, as if he understood something, Morong Tian exclaimed. Brother-in-law, don't say. Xu Tianling smiled and nodded slightly. The young masters and young ladies knew that it was time for them to leave, and they all said goodbye to Morong Tian. After all, although Xu Tianling was the most distinguished among all the people present, the club belonged to Morong Tian after all. After everyone left, Morong Tian closed the door, brewed a pot of tea, poured a cup for Xu Tianling, and then said quietly, Brother-in-law, now that you have this powerful weapon in your hands, I think I can tell you something. Xu Tianling looked at Morong Tian in confusion. Morong Tian drank a sip of tea and said, Brother-in-law, I actually knew about you a long time ago. It's just that you were still depressed at that time. I told you these things because I was afraid that you would do something stupid. Uncle Jinan and you were kicked out of the house by Uncle Jinsheng that year, actually to protect you. Our Morong family and your Chu family have already formed an alliance since our grandfather's generation, but most people don't know about it. Later, when we were born, Uncle Jinan and my father arranged a marriage for you and my sister, and planned to arrange your engagement when you two came of age, but I didn't expect so many things to happen later. Xu Tianling was speechless. It turned out that all this was destined? Morong Tian continued, my sister has always been paying attention to you. She couldn't bear to see the former eldest son of the Chu family continue to be depressed, so she helped you openly and secretly. At that time, she transferred Balian Huating to you so readily because she thought that you could rely on Balian Huating to rise again, return to the imperial capital, and tell those rats that the Chu family in the imperial capital is back. As for your other beauties, Linihan and Mo Jingzhang, they were actually arranged for you by Uncle Jinan. Because their two families have done Uncle Jinan a favor. As for He Yinji, I don't know. Zhu Tianling said, keep talking. After drinking the tea in the cup in one gulp, Morong Tian continued. So, brother-in-law, you must not bear a grudge against Uncle Jinshong. He is also doing this for your and Uncle Jinnan's good. Brother Tianxing is gone, and the only younger generation of the Chu family left is you, brother-in-law, and brother Tianxing. A tear slid down from the corner of Chu Tianling's eye. He didn't expect that the truth would be like this. He asked anxiously, where are Tianxing and Tianxing? Morong Tian was silent for a while, then said, brother Tianxing is gone. Brother Tianxing also lost his legs in the accident that year. Zhu Tianling murmured, no wonder my uncle who had been so good to me since I was a child suddenly kicked me and my dad out of the house, no wonder Tianxing suddenly disappeared, no wonder Tianxing has been living in seclusion. After saying that, 2 lines of hot tears slid down Zhu Tianling's cheeks. Who says men don't shed tears easily? They just don't cry until they are sad. Zhu Tianling said hoarsely, do you know who did it? 3 of the 4 major families in the imperial capital today, plus the Chen family and that organization. Which organization? When he said this, Zhu Tianling clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and blood flowed down his hands to the ground. Sorry. I can't tell you that, brother-in-law. Zhu Tianling loosened his hands, was silent for a while, and said, Xiaodian, thank you. Thank you for telling me all this. Morong Tian waved his hand, brother-in-law, we are all family. Let's not talk nonsense. It was already noon when Zhu Tianling came out of the club. Following Morong Tian's instructions, he came to the sales office of Hentaying Mountain. Zhu Tianling has decided that he will transform Yulong Villa into a solid land fortress, which will be used as the base camp of Hurricane in the future. After all, although Hurricane is an international mercenary team, most of its members are Chinese. They just renounced their Chinese citizenship for various reasons in their early years. With his current identity, it is not difficult to get a legal identity for the members of Hurricane, but the nationality has stumped him. After all, China is different from America. China has done a good job in national defense and security. Although he is not short of money now, Chinese nationality cannot be obtained with money. Zhu Tianling looked over and over again in front of the sales office's sand table, but he still didn't find a house he liked. After thinking for a while, he asked, are these the only ones? A sarcastic voice came from behind, hey, who is this? Can you afford a house here? Any house here costs millions. Can you afford it? Zhu Tianling turned around and saw a young man with a sallow complexion walking towards him accompanied by a female companion. Who are you? What does it have to do with you whether I can afford it or not? The young man chuckled, country bumpkin, look at what you are wearing, it's so shabby, I guess you don't have much experience. Remember my name, the imperial capital Long family, Long Lingyun? Long Lingyun? The Long family, one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital? Zhu Tianling narrowed his eyes. Oh. I didn't expect that a country bumpkin like you would have some knowledge and know about my Long family in the imperial capital. A playful smile appeared on the young man's lips. How could Zhu Tianling not know about the Long family in the imperial capital? After all, the current situation of the Chu family was all thanks to the Long family. He learned from Morong Tian that the incident back then was initiated by the Long family, and then the other 2 of the 4 major families, the Shangwan family and the Feng family, as well as a first-class family, the Chen family, and the Nuying Xian family worked together to do it. Long Lingyun? Hearing this name, Zhu Tianling suddenly thought of the sisters Long Lingyin and Long Lingyu. The 3 names differed by only 1 character, and he wondered if they were related. Zhu Tianling chuckled and said indifferently, whether I can afford it or not, I won't bother you, young Master Long, to worry about it. But I'm curious, why did young Master Long come to the Magic City when he was not living happily in your imperial city? Could he have been driven out? This hit Long Lingyu's sore spot, because he was really kicked out. Long Lingyu made a big mistake, and the head of the Long family was furious, so he ordered Long Lingyu to be kicked out of the Long family, but this expulsion was only temporary. Ding! Someone is detected pretending to be cool in front of the host. In order to maintain the face of the rich man, the host must slap him back. Rewards will be issued based on the degree of completion of this mission. The minimum reward is 1 billion cash, and the maximum is 10 billion. Chu Tianling was amused. Isn't this young Master Long a perfect fortune-giving boy? By the way, this seems to be the first time the system has issued a task? The reward shouldn't be that simple, right? Hello, I just glanced over and it seems you have a manor that hasn't been sold yet, right? I want it. Sir, are you talking about Hentaying Mountain Manor? The price is not cheap, said a staff member from the sales office. Chu Tianling glanced at her work badge and unexpectedly found that she was a manager with the surname Wang. Without hesitation, he said, "Manager Wang, I want that manor. Prepare the contract." Manager Wang soon brought the contract. After taking a quick look at the price of 1.5 billion, Chu Tianling smiled, picked up the pen and signed his name, then took out a card from his pocket and handed it over. This is the 9-clawed black dragon gold card? Half an hour later, Chu Tianling held the documents of Yundingshan Manor in his hand and said playfully, "Young Master Long, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm leaving." Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding the mission. You will be rewarded with 10 billion in cash and 300 bottles of gene medicine for the host. Long Lingyun was furious. He never thought that he would run into such a terrifying boss just by pretending to be cool. The 9-clawed black dragon gold card was something that only those with personal liquid funds of 50 billion were eligible to get. Even his father didn't have one. At the same time, in a high-end hotel in Shanghai, several middle-aged men finally decided on something after discussion. "I say, old man, why don't you consider it again? Although this guy has some money, it seems that he doesn't meet your requirements, right? You're still talking about me? Aren't you the same? That kid has an extraordinary background. I've also gambled my entire fortune on this one move. Success or failure depends on this one move. You know my current situation." "That's true. You're not in a good situation right now, so it's better to choose a side as soon as possible. But let me tell you, that guy is not as simple as you think." Early the next morning, a piece of news that shocked the entire Magic City spread. Following the Crescent auction house, the He family of Magic City announced that all their industries would be merged into the Tianlong Group. At the same time, another shocking news spread that a mysterious national organization extended an olive branch to the chairman of Tianlong Group. Chapter 44, Buying Yundingshan Manor, Hurricane. All members arrive. Shaking his head and throwing away those weird thoughts, Chu Tianling took out his bank card and handed it to the manager who was standing there in a daze. "What are you in a daze about?" "Swipe the card. Isn't he just a second-generation rich kid from the capital?" The manager came back to his senses and asked in surprise, "Sir, are you sure you want to buy Yundingshan Manor? It's not cheap. You're so hesitant. Do you think I'm a man? Do you think I'm here to tease you?" The manager smiled awkwardly, then immediately asked someone to prepare the contract. He then asked cautiously, "Excuse me, sir? Do you want to pay in installments or in full?" Chu Tianling looked at him in confusion. "Installment? How much is this little gadget? In installments? Just pay the full amount." Soon, the staff brought the printed contract and handed it to Chu Tianling with both hands. Chu Tianling didn't even look at it. He picked up the pen and signed his name in 2 quick strokes. The speed was so fast that the manager was stunned. The finance officer at the side picked up Chu Tianling's card and swiped it on the card machine. He was stunned when he saw the balance on it. The manager said impatiently, "What's wrong with you? You're taking so long to swipe the card." He stretched his head over and saw the long string of numbers that dazzled him. There were tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of thousands, millions, and millions. There was a full 3 billion in the card Chu Tianling handed him. The manager swallowed his saliva, forced himself to calm down, picked up the card with trembling hands and swiped it. With a beep, the receipt came out. The manager tremblingly handed the card, the receipt, and all the documents of the manor to Chu Tianling, and said, "Mr. Chu, the manor is equipped with a fingerprint iris sensing system. I will take you there to enter your fingerprint and iris." It took half an hour, and from then on, Yundingshan Manor was named Chu. Chu Tianling pondered for a while. He planned to use Yulong Villa as Hurricane's base in China. Yundingshan would be where he and his woman lived. Where should his parents live? According to Chu Jinan and Lu Wenjing's temperament, they would definitely not live with him. He simply called the manager who had not yet walked far and bought the #1 villa in Yundingshan. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day when the hurricane team came to China. Chu Tianling drove in front to lead the way, followed by 7 or 8 buses. There was no other way, there were too many people in hurricane. Chu Tianling roughly calculated the number reported to him by Paul, so a strange convoy was born with a Bugatti night voice leading the way, followed by 7 or 8 buses. As soon as Chu Tianling got off the car, he was pulled to a corner by a man. Chu Tianling was about to lose his temper, but the man spoke first. Chu Tianling, I can solve your problem, but the price is that you have to join our organization. Chu Tianling looked at the man in bewilderment, and after roughly sizing him up, he asked, My trouble? What trouble do I have? What trouble can you solve for me? Who are you? Why should I join your organization? The man smiled and said, You can afford a luxury car like the Bugatti Noir, so you are naturally rich. I can't help you in this regard and I don't have the ability to help you. My organization, now I can only tell you that our organization is responsible for protecting the security of China. As for what troubles I can solve for you. Your organization is responsible for protecting China's security? Hurricane. This is your biggest problem right now. Chu Tianling looked at the man with a vigilant look on his face. The man waved his hand and said, Don't be so nervous. Believe me, as long as you promise me, I will help you solve your problem. After all, Hurricane is a very good partner of our Huaxia. Chu Tianling pondered for a while and nodded. The man smiled and said, Congratulations on making a very correct decision. Take this. Someone will help you solve your problem soon. The thing will be delivered to your Yulong villa. If you want to see me anytime, take this thing and go to a coffee shop called Silver Dragon in the suburbs of East City. The people there will take you to see me. After saying that, the man suddenly disappeared on the spot, which scared Chu Tianling badly. Looking at the thing in his hand, Chu Tianling murmured, Could it be the same as I thought? If that's the case, what do I have that's worth them doing this for? The thing in his hand was a fiery red dragon-shaped jade pendant. Chapter 45 A mysterious organization surfaced, and the Jiaying organization was established. Paul, welcome to the Magic City. Chu Tianling gave the blonde man in front of him a big hug. The blonde man, Paul Schwarzenegger, whose status in Hurricane is second only to Chu Tianling, saluted Chu Tianling. Boss. Chu Tianling smiled and said, Don't be so reserved. Are all the brothers here? Boss, we're all here. There are a total of 622 members of Hurricane, all of them are here. Oh? So many? Boss, there aren't many. Peter and I, there are 6 elemental kings, 12 zodiac envoys, and 600 ordinary members. 100 reserve members stayed in the original base. Element king? Constellation envoy? Chu Tianling became interested. The 6 elemental kings are wind, thunder, light, darkness, ice, and fog. Their cultivation is all in the early stage of innateness. The cultivation of the 12 elemental masters is at the peak of acquiredness. I am in the late stage of innateness, one step away from the peak of acquiredness. Peter has just entered the late stage of innateness. Chu Tianling pondered for a while and said, I'll give you an address. You take your brothers there first. That will be our base in China in the future. Looking at the dragon-shaped jade pendant in his hand, Chu Tianling fell into deep thought. Thinking of what the mysterious man said to him, he couldn't help but wonder, is this world really as simple as I think? Although the system rewarded me with some late-stage innate cultivation, I had no idea how to use it, nor did I know what consequences such a reward would bring. Everything seemed to be moving in an unknown direction. Ding! The host's doubts are detected. The system is merciful and will provide some general knowledge for the host. There is a certain martial arts in the world where the host lives. The martial arts realm can be roughly divided into acquired, innate, holy realm, and divine realm. 2 hours later, a luxury car stopped in front of a coffee shop called Silver Dragon on the outskirts of the city. That's right, after repeated consideration, Chu Tianling decided to come here to find the mysterious man. I handed the dragon-shaped jade pendant to the waiter at the coffee shop. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then said respectfully, Please follow me. Then the waiter brought Chu Tianling to the door of a room and said, Sir, please go in. I can only take you here. After handing the dragon-shaped jade pendant back to Chu Tianling, the waiter left. Chu Tianling pushed open the door and walked in. At a glance, he saw the man sitting in the boss's chair, the mysterious man who invited him to join his organization. Come here? Have some tea. Chu Tianling picked up a cup and poured himself a glass. Shifeng Long Jing, you will enjoy it, said Chu Tianling. The mysterious man smiled and said, since you are here, it means you have agreed to join my organization. But don't worry, my organization is not a dark force that does anything illegal or criminal. Chu Tianling nodded. Chu Tianling, after my investigation, you should be in the late Xiantian stage now. I believe you also know that all the major powers in the world have their own official organizations responsible for protecting national security. Could it be that you mean? The mysterious man smiled and said, it's easy to deal with smart people. Yes, just as you thought. I come from the most mysterious organization in China, the Dragon Group. Let me introduce myself, Xiao Wenyun, the captain of the Dragon Group's Magic City division. At the same time, in a small courtyard in the Magic City, a woman in tight clothes looked at the dozens of men in black in front of her and said coldly, from today on, you will officially become a member of Jiaying. You have only one mission. Do you know what it is? Below, dozens of men in black roared, I am the sharp blade in the leader's hand. Chapter 46, Taking the Four Girls Shopping. Chu Tianling left halfway due to an emergency. After coming out of the Silver Dragon, Chu Tianling felt his shoulders inexplicably heavier, but he did not regret the decision he made today. After all, Chu Tianling has Chinese blood flowing in his body. He, Chu Tianling, is an upright Chinese man. The crimes committed by the plaster country in China decades ago are too numerous to list. Every crime is a blood feud engraved in the bones of every Chinese. He didn't have the ability before, but now he has the ability and the necessity to take back all the blood debts one by one. Back at Hentang Mountain Manor, at the instruction of Chu Tianling, Lin Yihan and the other three daughters moved to Hentang Mountain Manor again. At this moment, the four daughters were cleaning the courtyard. Seeing Chu Tianling coming back, the four girls immediately dropped their tools and surrounded him. Lin Yihan, Tianling, why are you moving again? Mo Xingzheng, you stinky Tianling, you were so dishonest all day long. Warong Shui, Xiaolingzi, you made me move again. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? He Yunji, isn't it troublesome? He Yunji was as concise as ever. Chu Tianling smiled bitterly, I won't move anymore. Let me put it this way, I'm doing this for your safety. I have a trump card in my hand, and Yulong Villa is specially used for this trump card. Let's go, I'll take you shopping. The trump card Chu Tianling mentioned was naturally the hurricane. When they heard that they were going to go shopping, the four girls ran to change their clothes like the wind, leaving Chu Tianling standing there in a daze with a confused look on his face. 10 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz Vito stopped near Yida Plaza. Chu Tianling got out of the car, looked at the building in front of him, smiled bitterly, and it was another day to fight to the end. The four girls got out of the car, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Those girls must be fairies, they are so beautiful. Sister, you are so beautiful. At the same time, in a mountain in the Demon City. Cheer up, and give it your all. Your efforts today will become sharp swords in your hands in the future. You will win glory for your country, your family, and your leader. Do you understand? There were roars coming. For the country. For the family. For the leader's glory. After 7 or 8 hours of fighting, Chu Tianling followed the four women, carrying them in their hands, hanging them around their necks, and carrying them on their backs, with a look of despair on his face. He was really exhausted. In the past, people told him that he should never go shopping with women, otherwise he would have to bear the consequences. He didn't believe it at the time, but now he believes it. At this moment, a call came to Chu Tianling. He took out his phone and looked at the name displayed on the screen. How could it be her? After hanging up the phone, Chu Tianling pondered for a while and said to Lin Yihan, take the three of them back first. I'll be out for a while. It will probably take 2 or 3 days. Mo Zhengzhan was unhappy. She pouted, looking like a little punching bag. Why are you going out again? Humph. Chu Tianling could only comfort Mo Zhengzhan patiently. After all, among the four girls, Mo Xingzhang was the one he spent the least time with. Needless to say, Lin Yihan and He Yinji, one has liked him for 3 years and the other is his childhood sweetheart. Sometimes they would be very sensible and considerate of their men. Morong Shui is 2 or 3 years older than the other 3 girls, so naturally she is more mature than them. Morong Shui could understand Mo Xingzhang's thoughts. After all, she was also Mo Xingzhang's age. She comforted her, Zhengzhang, Tianling has something to do. He is also thinking about us. Mo Zhengjing nodded reluctantly. In fact, she understood that other people's children might still be in school at the age of 22, and some rich second generations might even be idling around all day long, but Chu Tianling, who was the same age, was already the chairman of a group, and the scale of this group was not small. What could she think? What had she done wrong? She just wanted Chu Tianling to spend more time with her. She was just a 19-year-old girl. Chapter 47, Civil Strife in the Feng Family of the Imperial Capital, the True Identity of the Mist King. After Chu Tianling left, a young girl walked out from a small alley not far away. Looking at Chu Tianling's back, the girl murmured, "Could it be you? The person I've been looking for. Imperial Capital, Feng Family." What? You guys were actually involved in the Chu family incident? How stupid. In the main hall of the Feng family, an old man with white hair and beard was shaking with anger. A middle-aged man next to the old man asked, "Father, what's wrong?" The Chu family is no longer the Chu family of the past. The middle-aged man was Feng Wuxian, the head of the Feng family of this generation, and the old man was Feng Wuxian's father Feng Shilin, who was also the head of the Feng family of the previous generation. Wu Tian, I always thought you were the most capable among you brothers, so I insisted on letting you take over the position of the head of the family against all odds. But I didn't expect that you would do such a stupid thing after I retired. Feng Wuqian asked in confusion, "Stupid thing?" Feng Shilin said earnestly, "Back then, you joined forces with the Long family, the Shangguan family, and that organization to attack the Chu family. You can only say that you severely damaged the Chu family, but you can't say that you destroyed them." Feng Wuqian was horrified. "What? How is it possible?" Feng Shilin said slowly, "Wu Tian, think about it carefully. When you took action, did you notice that a few people were missing?" Feng Wuqian thought about it, then his pupils shrank, and he said in a lost voice, "I didn't care so much when I took action back then, but I just remembered it now. At that time, I only saw Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Zhenxiong's son from the Chu family, and I didn't see anyone else." Feng Shilin sighed. What happened back then has resulted in what happened today. That old man Chu Aotian is a bit stronger than me. How could such a person fall into the water and drown? The next day, a piece of news shocked the whole city. The Feng family in the imperial capital was hit by a sudden internal strife. The family of the head of the family, Feng Wutan, and the family of his younger brother, Feng Wuma, fought each other. Both sides suffered heavy casualties and the situation was difficult to control. It was said that it was finally brought under control by the intervention of a special State Department. From then on, the entire Feng family retired from worldly affairs. Chu Tianling came to a big tree in the suburbs, which was the place where he and the mysterious man had agreed to meet. Suddenly, a strong wind came from behind him, and Chu Tianling dodged subconsciously. When Chu Tianling stood firm, he saw the person who should not be there. Chu Tianling's expression was complicated. "Why is it you? I should be the one asking you this question." Chu Tianling. The person who came was a woman with delicate features. Her skin exposed to the air was fair, tender, and as smooth as a baby's. She was wearing a pink dress, a pair of black leather shoes and two ponytails. She looked like a little lowly, but under her innocent appearance, she had a cold heart. The woman was extremely angry, her stomach was swollen with anger, and she angrily said, "Chu Tianling, I'm not done with you. My class monitor, you hit it really well." The person who came was Chu Tianling's class monitor Gu Qianro. "Yes, Chu Tianling's college class monitor. Are you still the student union president? You haven't been to school for a long time." Chu Tianling said with a half smile, "Should I call you class leader Gu, or the Mist King, one of the 6 elemental kings of Hurricane?" Gu Qianro was stunned. That's right, the Fog King, one of the 6 elemental kings of Hurricane, is actually the class monitor of Chu Tianling University, Gu Qianro. Chu Tianling felt mixed emotions. This was an outcome he had not expected. The punch that Gu Qianro threw at him just now did not carry a trace of murderous intent. Of course, even if Gu Qianro wanted to kill him, with his late innate strength, although he would not be able to use it, he would definitely be able to dodge it. Manual manipulation is ridiculous. This should be the first man in history who has the ability but doesn't know how to use it. After seeing Gu Qianro's face clearly, and noticing the mist around her that had not completely dissipated, and knowing that he had no enemies with anyone, he roughly guessed this result. He was just trying to trick Gu Qianro, but he didn't expect to accidentally confirm his guess. Chapter 48. The fog is thick and the storm is coming. In a villa in Shanghai. Useless stuff. Is this how you complete the mission? I don't want to see useless things like you walking around like this again. The man in black robe roared. After a scolding, the man in black robe drove out several subordinates who were not doing their job well. The old man from the Feng family seems to be leaning towards Chu Outyan. It seems I have to do something. After Chu Tianling came back from the suburbs, he thought of Gu Qianrou's words. All the problems pointed to one person, the Ice King. After connecting all the evidence he had collected over such a long time, Chu Tianling couldn't help but doubt the origin of the system. Although life was difficult before I got the system, I didn't have as many worries as I have today. However, if I hadn't got the system, I wouldn't have met my four beauties, nor would I know the truth about why my uncle kicked me and my father out of the house. It can only be said that cause and effect are linked together, and there is gain after loss. The Ice King, one of the 6 elemental kings of the former Hurricane Security Company and now the Hurricane Fighting Soul, was now sitting in front of Chu Tianling. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, that woman the Mist King told you those words." Chu Tianling nodded with interest. The Ice King paused for a moment, then continued. Hurricane has been around for nearly 100 years. It is nominally a security company, but in reality it is a well-known assassin organization. The incident in America a few years ago was done by a bronze killer of Hurricane. Of course, bronze killers can only handle some routine tasks. When it comes to the ancient martial arts circle, only silver killers can take action. After all, no matter how powerful a bronze killer is, he is just an ordinary person. Regardless of Chu Tianling's doubtful look, the Ice King continued, "Your Majesty, I know that the Mist King told you something that made you doubt me, but please rest assured, if there is anyone in this world who is least likely to hurt you, it must be me." After saying that, the Ice King took off the mask on his face. Following the Fog King, the Ice King gave Chu Tianling a heavy blow for the second time. Behind the mask was a face that Chu Tianling was very familiar with. The owner of this face was none other than Uncle De, the butler of Yulong Villa. All of Chu Tianling's clues were cut off at once. Before meeting the Ice King, or more precisely, before meeting the Fog King Gu Qianrou, he already had doubts. It was impossible for a company or assassin organization as big as Hurricane to have hundreds of people loyal to him without hesitation. Before this, he had already met the Wind King, the Thunder King, and the Light King. As for the Dark King, he was on a mission and was not in the Yulong Villa, so Chu Tianling did not see him. So the current situation is that 5 of the 6 elemental kings are suspicious of each other. The Wind King suspects the Thunder King suspects the Light King suspects the Fog King suspects the Ice King, and the Ice King suspects the Dark King who has never met. Needless to say, the Dark King should also be suspicious of the Wind King. The 6 elemental kings all have a suspect, and they all suspect that the other party has 2 hearts, because the previous Hurricane leader before Paul died due to an insider leak, and Paul took over for only a week before handing over the leadership position to Chu Tianling. Thinking of this, Chu Tianling couldn't help but have a headache. He nodded slightly, and Uncle Bing Wangde understood and left the room. At the same time, in the Dragon Group base, Xiao Wenyun looked at the file in front of him and murmured, "Who are you? I hope it's not a wrong thing to bring you into the Dragon Group." In front of him was Chu Tianling's file. Chapter 49, Confessing to the 4 Girls and Embarking on a Treasure Hunt. After returning to Hentang Mountain Manor, Chu Tianling fell on the sofa with a tired face. He Yunji, who was the first to notice Chu Tianling, looked at her beloved's tired face with heartache, came to sit next to Chu Tianling, stretched out her 2 tender little hands and gently rubbed Chu Tianling's legs. About half an hour later, the other 3 girls came back one after another. Seeing Chu Tianling lying on the sofa, they all ran to the sofa with surprise and pinched him left and right. Chu Tianling pulled out a small hand from his pants with a frown on his face. The owner of this small hand was Mo Zhengzheng. "You can touch me, but what is the matter with you putting your hand into my pants?" Linihan seemed to want to say something but hesitated for a long time without opening her mouth. Chu Tianling rested for a while and then said, "I want to confess something to the 4 of you." That's right, Chu Tianling wanted to confess his deep blood feud and his identity to the 4 women. Linihan, He Yunji, and Morong Shui all looked surprised. Only Mo Zhengzheng, who was usually harmless, looked calm. Chu Tianling was about to speak, but was interrupted by Mo Zhengzheng. "Tianling, let me do it." Mo Zhengzheng took out a purple badge from her pocket and placed it on the coffee table. When Chu Tianling saw the purple badge, his pupils shrank suddenly. He recognized that badge. Then Mo Zhengzheng said slowly, "Tianling is from the Chu family in the imperial capital." "No, it should be the Chu family in the hidden world. The Chu family in the imperial capital is only a part of the Chu family in the hidden world." Tianling is the second son of the Chu family in the hidden world. Tianling's father's name is Chu Zhenan, the second brother of Chu Zhenxiong, the head of the Chu family. After Mo Xingzheng's 1-hour-long story, the three girls were already in tears. They didn't expect Chu Tianling to have so much on his shoulders. Mo Xingzheng continued, Tianling also has an ancient warrior organization called Hurricane Fighting Soul under his command. Sisters, you should all know and be familiar with this ancient warrior organization. It is the world-famous Hurricane Security Company. Before the other women could speak, Chu Tianling said quietly, Hurricane Battle Soul has 6 elemental kings, 12 constellation envoys, 1,000 ordinary members, and my 2 deputies Paul and Peter, and finally the Long sisters you have met. But there is one more thing that I least expected. After saying that, Chu Tianling looked at the purple badge on the coffee table, and then looked at Mo Xingzheng. Mo Xingzheng was silent for a while, then said, Tianling, I didn't hide it from you on purpose, it's just that the time has not come yet to tell you. Chu Tianling smiled and touched her little head. Linihan and the other 2 girls looked confused. Chu Tianling said lightly, haven't you 3 always been curious about why I haven't met the Dark King? In fact, I have already seen him. And I have had close contact with the Dark King. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The true identity of the Dark King is our lovely little Zheng Zhang. Linihan and the other 2 girls looked at Mo Xingzheng in disbelief. After all, no one would associate a top leader of a killer organization with a 17-year-old girl. Mo Xingzheng said, it's actually no big deal. The life of a killer isn't that easy. I'm tired. Chu Tianling touched her head and said lovingly, no matter what your life was like before, from now on you will only have one identity, that is, my Chu Tianling's woman. Mo Xingzheng said again, Tianling, get ready to go, you are still missing 5 things. You will need them in the future. What the hell? Chu Tianling believed Mo Xingzheng without a doubt. The Eye of Truth, the Stone of the 5 Elements, the Blade of Weeping Blood, the Heart of Eternity, and the Spirit of Desire. Chapter 50, The Relationship Between the Chu Family and the Hurricane Soul, Chu Tianling uncovers the traitor. That night, in a basement of the Chu family in the imperial capital, Chu Outyan and Chu Zhenxiong, father and son, sat opposite each other. I guess that little guy Tianling has already confessed to the girl from the Mo family. If nothing unexpected happens, the little guy will set out to find the Eye of Truth. After planning for so long, we should be able to deal with that thing. Chu Outyan said slowly. Chu Zhenxiong first poured a cup of tea for Chu Outyan, and then poured himself a cup. Father is far-sighted. Tianling has already firmly grasped the Hurricane Battle Soul in his hands, and has learned some things from the girl from the Mo family. Chu Outyan showed a helpless smile. I didn't expect that Chu Outyan, who has dominated the world, is invincible, and has protected China for decades, but in the end I have to rely on my grandson to fight against foreign enemies. Chu Zhenxiong said, Father, there is no other way. Who made it so that only Tianling can use that thing? Everyone thinks that the Long family, Feng family, and Shangguan family joined forces with that organization to attack our Chu family because they are dissatisfied with our Chu family's power, but little do they know that all of this is just a plan of our 4 families. Chu Outyan said, alright, hurry up and go up, don't let someone with ulterior motives catch you, your situation is not optimistic now. Find someone to deliver the clue of the Eye of Truth to that little guy later. When that little guy gathers all 5 things, that will be the day when our Chu family reappears, and the truth will be revealed. Yes, Father. In a room at Yulong Villa, Chu Tianling convened all the senior executives for the first time after taking over the position of Hurricane War Soul Supreme. It was also the first high-level meeting with all the senior executives of Hurricane War Soul present. Chu Tianling spoke up immediately, I know that the 6 of you are all doing good for the Hurricane organization. I also know who you suspect, but what I want to say now is that Xianling's matter has nothing to do with the 6 of you. I have already found out who the traitor is. Xianling is the previous master of Hurricane War Spirit. The 6 kings were all extremely shocked. King Feng, Your Majesty, who is the traitor? King Guang, who is it? I'm going to kill him. Xianling saved his life. If it weren't for Xianling, he would have died long ago, and the grass on his grave might have been 2 meters high. Chu Tianling said a name and all 6 of them fell silent. Mo Xingzheng gritted her teeth and said, I didn't expect it to be him. King Lei glanced at Mo Xingzheng and said, Can a woman like you have feelings? Mo Xingzheng smiled, stood up and walked to Chu Tianling, and kissed Chu Tianling on the face. Thunder King instantly turned expressionless. At this moment, there was a sound of branches being broken outside the window. King Guang was the first to react. Who? Holy light sanction. The person eavesdropping outside the window screamed, and when everyone went out they saw no one. Chu Tianling's face was gloomy, and he said, "Gather everyone." 10 minutes later, all the members of the Hurricane Soul had gathered in the square. Chu Tianling looked at everyone in front of him and said loudly, "I believe that most people here are seeing me for the first time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Tianling, and I am the new Lord of Hurricane. I am in the late Xiantian stage." He understood that he couldn't hide his cultivation in this situation, as these people valued strength above all else. Someone asked, "Your Majesty, you suddenly summoned us together. Is there any important task?" Chu Tianling glanced at him, the Scorpio Guardian, one of the 12 constellation envoys. He continued, "I believe everyone present here knows about the murder of Senior Xianling. What I want to say today is that I have found out who the traitor is." Chu Tianling's words were like thunder out of the blue, shocking everyone. After everyone digested the news, Chu Tianling said with interest, "3, do you want me to call your names?" Chapter 51, The Traitor is Killed, Clues to the True Eye. Everyone whispered. "Who is it? How dare you? Isn't it? Master Xianling has reached the peak of innate cultivation." Seeing that the 3 traitors did not move for a long time, Chu Tianling smiled. "Scorpio, Cancer, Capricorn, how long are you 3 going to keep pretending?" Chu Tianling asked sternly. "It's unfair, Your Majesty." The 3 of them cried out for justice. Thunder King's face looked a little ugly, because the guardian of Capricorn was his son, and his son did such a thing, and he, as a father, was completely unaware of it. Wind Dragon Break. Holy Light Sanction. Darkness destroys the world. Extreme Ice Storm. Death Mist. At the first moment, the other 5 kings except the Thunder King took action. Although the 6 elemental kings were only in the initial stage of innate cultivation, only one small realm higher than the Constellation King, the 5 of them attacked in anger, and each attack was a killing move. How could Scorpio and the other 3 traitors withstand it? In an instant, the 3 Scorpios were knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground. A tear fell from the corner of Thunder King's eye. Chu Tianling looked at him coldly and struggled on the spot for a long time. Thunder King wiped his tears heavily and raised his hand. "Son, don't blame your father, you can only blame yourself for doing such a treasonous thing. The lives of both you and me were given by His Majesty Xianling." Thunder shakes the 9 heavens. 3 thick bolts of lightning hit the 3 Scorpios directly. Without even time to catch their breath, they went to see the Buddha. Seeing this, Chu Tianling sighed and said, "Thunder King, I know Capricorn is your son. You may not be willing to do it, but I have no choice. If I take the final blow today, your prestige will be greatly reduced. I am doing this for everyone's good." Not a single word of Chu Tianling's words was false. If it was him instead of Thunder King who killed the 3 Scorpios today, then Thunder King's notoriety of shielding his own son would be confirmed from today onwards, and no one would believe him when he said he was unaware of the situation. This would be a huge blow to Thunder King's reputation and prestige and hurricane battle spirit. Chu Tianling turned around and said, "Thunder King, I owe you an explanation." After saying that, Chu Tianling gathered his true energy in his hands and slapped himself on the chest. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Thunder King was stunned, and everyone was stunned. "Your Majesty!" Chu Tianling. Tianling. King Lei came to his senses and hurried to help Chu Tianling up, but was stopped by King Bing. "You are such a tactless person. Is it your turn to do this? That is the job of King Fog and King Dark." The Ice King was an experienced man. He could tell at a glance that, apart from the fact that the Dark King was already his master's woman, it was also an established fact that the Fog King had been in love with his master for a long time. How could such a good opportunity be disturbed by a rough guy like the Thunder King? The Ice King reacted and took a deep breath. "Your Majesty, is this the late Xiantian stage?" When he first met Chu Tianling was clearly just an ordinary person. It has only been a short time since they last met, and Chu Tianling is already in the late innate stage? Chu Tianling lay in Mo Jingjing's arms and said weakly, "Thunder King, this is enough for me to explain." The Thunder King closed his eyes, tears falling from his eyes again. "Enough. From now on, the Thunder Group will follow your lead." Chu Tianling coughed and said, "From today on, our hurricane fighting spirits are as strong as a rock again." At this moment, an arrow suddenly shot from a distance and stuck steadily into the ground. The hot-tempered Wind King's face turned cold, and he was about to take action when he was stopped by the Fog King Gu Qianro. There was a letter hidden at the end of the arrow, with only 8 words on it. The Eye of Truth is in Lop Nur. Chapter 52. Heading to Lop Nur, the mysterious girl surfaces. Looking at the letter in front of him, Chu Tianling fell into deep thought. No wonder there were so many accidents in Lop Nur in recent years. There was even a team that disappeared in Lop Nur. It turned out that it was because the Eye of Truth, one of the 5 great treasures, was there. Chu Tianling spent the next few days recovering from his injuries. He had been a little too aggressive that day, and Lei Wang felt guilty for several days because of this. He was not the kind of person who could not distinguish right from wrong. His own son had done something so outrageous, so even if Chu Tianling did not give him an explanation, he would not have any objection. In the room, Chu Tianling and the 6th king sat opposite each other. After a moment of silence, he said, "Do you think the news that the Eye of Truth is in Lop Nur is true or false?" King Feng spoke first. "I think it's fake. After all, the news came too suddenly. We can't be sure whether the other party is an enemy or a friend to us." King Guang held the opposite opinion. "I think we can give it a try. Now that the Grand Master of the ancient martial arts world has not come out, with your majesty in the late Xiantian stage and the 6 of us in the early Xiantian stage, we might as well give it a try." The Ice King expressed his support for the Wind King's idea, while the Thunder King agreed with the Light King. Chu Tianling looked at Imo Zhengzheng and Gu Qianro. "Where are you two?" Imo Zhengzheng said, "Whether it is true or not, we have to go. After all, it involves the Eye of Truth, so we have to go. But we can't be careless either. We must be fully prepared before going." Gu Qianro thought for a while. "I agree with the Dark King's idea." Chu Tianling said, "It's decided then. 3 days later, the Dark King and the Fog King will accompany me." But he was opposed by everyone present. Everyone present felt that it was too risky for Chu Tianling to go to Lop Nur with only the Dark King and the Fog King. Regardless of whether the news brought to them by the mysterious man was true or false, Lop Nur alone did not allow them to be careless. After all, Lop Nur was one of the most mysterious and dangerous places in China. After some discussion, Paul, Peter and King of Light stayed behind to guard the rear, while Chu Tianling took the other 5 kings and 5 guardians, Gemini, Pisces, Taurus, Capricorn and Scorpio, a total of 11 people, to Lop Nur. Capricorn and Scorpio were newly promoted by Chu Tianling after the previous guardian was killed, including the Cancer guardian. The new Capricorn guardian and Scorpio guardian both have 1 foot in the acquired peak, only 1 point weaker than the previous one, and the new Cancer guardian has just touched the threshold of the acquired peak. In order to ensure the vitality of Hurricane and to make this operation foolproof, Cancer was not brought on this operation. "Wait. I'll go with you." A clear voice suddenly sounded in the room. Everyone turned their heads to look, but they still didn't see the person who was speaking. The person who spoke earlier said angrily, "Where are you looking?" "I'm here." Chu Tianling looked down and saw a little lowly looking at him angrily. "Where are you from, little girl?" Chu Tianling asked with interest. The others were as if they were facing a great enemy, with hostility on their faces. Even with Paul and Peter at the peak of their innate cultivation, they didn't notice when this little lowly came in. What was the level of cultivation of this little lowly? Early Grandmaster? Middle Grandmaster? Late Grandmaster? Or peak Grandmaster or even higher? The little girl said with a smile, "Don't be so nervous. I'm just an ordinary person. You were so engrossed in talking just now that you didn't even hear me push the door open." Everyone looked in the direction of the little girl's white and tender fingers, and saw that the door that was originally closed was now open. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But what they forgot was that they were now in Yulong Villa. How could an ordinary little lowly pass through the defense and blockade of all the Hurricane souls and enter the room where Chu Tianling and others were having a meeting? Chapter 53, Mysterious Girl Xian Yaoyao. There are extinct creatures in Lop Nur. The little lowly took out something from her small backpack, handed it to Chu Tianling, and said, "Chu Tianling, this thing is for you. It can provide some security for your mission to find the Eye of Truth. I originally planned to go with you, but unfortunately I have something urgent to do and can't go." After that, the little lowly disappeared on the spot. Only one voice remained, "Chu Tianling, the next time we meet, you have to do me a favor. Remember my name, Xian Yaoyao." King Feng touched his big bald head and asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, where is Lop Nur?" The Mist King Gu Qianro said unhappily, "I told you to study, but you insisted on hurting pigs." The Wind King's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Lop Nur is located in the southeast of our Huashannu province, at an altitude of about 780 meters. It is located at the lowest point of the Darim Basin. It is the second largest saltwater lake in China. The source of the Darim River, Peacock River, Sherchen River, and Shul River are all here. The Wind King's face turned even darker. Chu Tianling smiled, pinched Gu Qianruo's cheek, and said, "Everyone, get ready later and set off on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Gu Qianruo's face suddenly turned red. Gu Qianruo was stunned after being killed by Chu Tianling's face pinch. The four kings were stunned. Mo Zhengzhang was also stunned. Realizing that he pinched the wrong cheek, Chu Tianling smiled awkwardly and said, "Accident. Accident. Chu Tian Ling." The next second, Chu Tianling was thrown out. At this moment, two members who were in the early stage of acquired cultivation happened to pass by. When they saw the scene, they were stunned. "If I'm not mistaken, the one who was thrown out was Your Excellency, right? Who is so brave? Who dares to attack Your Excellency in the territory of our hurricane fighting spirit? Never mind, just go." "Why? Why are you pulling me?" "It was His Majesty the Dark King who did it, Your Majesty's wife." Chu Tianling rubbed his sore butt and said with a grin, "You are so good, Mo Zhengzhang." The next morning, Chu Tianling got up early. After a simple wash, he came to the door, but found that he was the last one to arrive. King Wind winked at Chu Tianling and said, "Your Majesty, is King Fog's face soft?" In response, 3 people kicked the Wind King one by one, and he flew backwards. His head stuck in the ground and could not be pulled out for a long time. Thunder King laughed until tears came out of his eyes. "Wind King, don't call yourself Wind King anymore. Change your name to Upside Down Onion King." On the way, Chu Tianling closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, without saying a word, thinking about the most likely place where the Eye of Truth existed. Lopner is so big, it is impossible for them to run all over Lopner, right? Suddenly, the car shook violently and Chu Tianling suddenly opened his eyes. The Scorpio Guardian in the car in front got out of the car, ran to Chu Tianling's car and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, there is movement ahead." Chu Tianling squinted his eyes and looked at a desert oasis not far ahead. At this moment, at the edge of the desert oasis, 2 huge figures were fighting. One of the figures showed obvious signs of defeat and was being beaten back by the other black shadow. "Everyone get out of the car and prepare for battle, let's go and take a look." After saying that, Chu Tianling got out of the car first. The 3 guardians, Scorpio, Taurus and Capricorn, led the way in front. Chu Tianling walked behind the Scorpio Guardian, and the 5 kings brought Gemini and Pisces to cover the rear. Soon, everyone came behind a dead tree more than 10 meters away from the desert oasis. After seeing the appearance of the 2 figures clearly, everyone gasped. "How is this possible? Shouldn't this thing have been extinct long ago? How is this possible?" Chapter 54 Entering Lopner, the identity of the mysterious figure. Chu Tianling couldn't believe his eyes. In order to save time, he didn't let everyone rest. After taking a plane from Shanghai to Xinjiang, he bought 2 7-seater SUVs at a local 4S store. He didn't stop except for refueling. He finally arrived at the edge of Lopner before dark, but he saw a scene that made him unbelievable. What are those 2 figures? They are clearly 2 dinosaurs, and they are the biggest of the dinosaurs, the Triceratops. Thunder King swallowed hard and asked in a difficult tone, "Your Excellency, now, what should we do?" At this time, Chu Tianling's cell phone rang. When they reached the edge of Lopner, the signal had already been cut off. Chu Tianling was using a satellite phone specially made by the Dragon Group. Team leader. The person who called was Xiao Wenyun, the leader of the Dragon Group's Magic City Group. "Chu Tianling, 2 of our team members are missing near Lopner," said Xiao Wenyun on the other end of the phone. Xiao Wenyun naturally knew that Chu Tianling had gone to the new province, but he didn't know the reason why Chu Tianling suddenly brought people to the new province. "Team leader, what's going on? Why did they suddenly come to Lopner?" Chu Tianling asked. "From what you said, you are in Lopner now?" Xiao Wenyun asked in surprise. "Yes, I just arrived in Lopner, and I came here for something." Xiao Wenyun on the other end of the phone was silent for a while. He understood that Chu Tianling must be a member of that family and went to Lopner to get that thing, otherwise he would not have suddenly brought so many people to Lopner. "Chu Tianling, since you are in Lopner, this mission is for you." Chu Tianling smiled bitterly. "Team leader, I can only say that I have tried my best. According to my estimation, those 2 comrades are very likely in danger." "What? Where did you get the news?" Xiao Wenyun was obviously unable to hold back. Every member of the dragon team was carefully selected from their original troops. They were all top soldiers in their original troops. Losing one was a huge blow to the dragon team, not to mention losing two at once. Team leader, you may not believe me, but dinosaurs are not extinct yet. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't dinosaurs become extinct hundreds of millions of years ago? Chu Tianling looked at the two triceratops fighting not far away and said solemnly, Team leader, this is all true. I am witnessing the fight between two triceratops right now. This is at the edge of Lop Nur. Xiao Wenyun on the other end of the phone fell silent again. After a long while, Xiao Wenyun said in a low voice, Chu Tianling, if possible, if there is a chance, bring their bodies back. After hanging up the phone, Chu Tianling looked at the two triceratops in front of him and said in a cold tone, prepare for battle. Kill these two big guys for me. Everyone was confused. Wasn't their lord fine just now? Why did he become so murderous after receiving a phone call? Although they were confused, everyone still worked together and quickly killed the two triceratops at the edge of the oasis. Remove the horns of these two triceratops and find a place to dig a hole and bury the bodies. It's almost dark, so we'll camp here tonight and set off tomorrow morning. Chu Tianling ordered. Meanwhile, deep in Lop Nur, two ragged young men hid in a pile of rocks, cursing. What the hell is going on? It's one thing for them to sneak into the depths of Lop Nur for no apparent reason, but now even dinosaurs have come out. Damn, these beasts. I must be out of energy, otherwise I would have let these beasts taste the power of my fist again. Chapter 55 Obtaining the Clues to the Eye of Truth and the Heart of Eternity 5 chapters in 1. While Chu Tianling and his group were setting up camp and resting, two other groups of people quietly entered Lop Nur from two other directions. At dawn the next day, Chu Tianling and his group got up early and cleaned up the traces of their presence carefully. Then Mo Zhengzhang said, Everyone cheer up, we have a tough battle to fight today. If I'm not mistaken, there are other people who are also eyeing the Eye of Truth. Everyone nodded, packed up everything they needed, and headed towards the depths of Lop Nur. On the way, Chu Tianling couldn't help but say, Zhengzhang. Mo Zhengzhang said without thinking, Tianling, I know what you want to ask me. Don't worry, I am yours and I will not harm you. Everything I do now is for your own good. When you have collected the Eye of Truth, the Stone of the 5 Elements, the Blade of Weeping Blood, the Heart of Eternity and the Spirit of Desire, I will tell you. After saying that, Mo Zhengzhang turned her head and looked out the window. What exactly is the catastrophe that Grandpa Outyan is talking about? What made him unite the Long family, the Feng family, and the Shangguan family at all costs for so many years, and after obtaining the Eye of Truth, he put it in the deepest part of Lop Nur? What is the purpose? Where are the other 4 things? Everything seems confusing and untraceable. Looking at Chu Tianling, who had no choice but to close his eyes and pretend to sleep, Mo Zhengzhang felt mixed emotions. This big boy had endured things that he shouldn't have endured at his age. Although she was 2 or 3 years younger than him, she at least knew some things. And Chu Tianling, her lover, seemed to have become a different person since he knew her life experience. There was less smile on his face, and more of something that shouldn't be there for him at his age. The other people in the car said nothing. An idea seemed to flash through their minds. His Majesty the Dark King did not seem as simple as they thought. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot was heard and everyone's body tensed up. Everyone take cover. Although everyone present had at least the peak of the acquired realm, they were still flesh and blood after all, and could not stop bullets. To rely on the flesh to resist bullets, one must at least have the cultivation of the Grandmaster realm. Everyone got out of the car carefully, and another gunshot was heard, and a bullet hit Chu Tianling's feet. King Feng cursed angrily, damn it, it's a sniper bullet, there's a sniper. Everyone be careful, protect His Majesty. Chu Tianling squinted his eyes and looked around. Suddenly, he saw a flash of light on a few small sand dunes not far in front of him. Wind King. Thunder King. Ice King. Here. The 3 said in unison. At 3 o'clock, those small sand dunes attacked together. Endless Wind Blade. Violent Shadow Lightning Rod. Freeze the world. The 3 men used a killing move as soon as they attacked, and instantly razed the small sand dunes to the ground, followed by 2 screams. Chu Tianling said calmly, get in the car and keep moving forward. These 2 are just the vanguard. The real battle is still to come. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. I think this place has good feng shui, so let this be your burial place. Before the voice had died, figures emerged from the sand pile one after another, each holding a weapon, and their auras were all in the middle stage of the acquired realm. Among them, a scarred man holding a broadsword had the most powerful aura, having reached the late stage of the acquired realm. Chu Tianling smiled playfully. Did they encounter bandits in the desert? Chu Tianling, who was in a playful mood, said, "Don't move, let me train these bandits." Imo Zhengzhang and Gu Qianro looked at each other and read the word pity in each other's eyes. This group of bandits could pick on anyone, not to mention Chu Tianling, who was in the late innate stage, and the 5 elemental kings, who are in the early innate stage. Just one guardian is powerful enough to annihilate them, not to mention Chu Tianling, who is in the late innate stage, personally dealing with them. Although Chu Tianling's late innate stage is not very powerful, he only has cultivation but no practical experience and no ancient martial arts to use, but he is in the late innate stage after all. A random punch can seriously injure an early innate ancient martial artist. The scarred man was furious when he saw that the people opposite him turned a deaf ear to his words and didn't even have a trace of fear on their faces. When did these rich kids who came here to explore become so bold? That's right, the scarred man mistook Chu Tianling and his group for rich kids who came to explore Lopner. Chu Tianling took a few steps forward, tilted his head and thought for a while, then said to the scarred man, "Foolish boy, why don't you kneel when you see your father?" As soon as the words fell, there was silence in the place. The corners of Gu Qianro's mouth twitched. Is this still the Chu Tianling she knew? Imo Zhengzhang was also stunned. After about a minute, King Feng couldn't help himself and burst into laughter. A group of people were laughing so hard that they couldn't catch their breath. The more than 20 bandits brought by the scar-faced man wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. The scar-faced man was so angry that he roared, "You're looking for death." The scarred man rushed towards Chu Tianling with a big knife. Chu Tianling tilted his head and continued, "Foolish boy, not only did you not kneel before your father, you even dared to draw a knife on him. I'll beat you up." Then he raised his hand and slapped the scarred man who was rushing towards him, sending him flying. He fell to the ground, his life or death unknown, with 2 teeth left on the spot. The bandits were so terrified that they didn't even care about their boss. They dropped their weapons and fled in all directions. After this little episode, Chu Tianling and his group's journey went much more smoothly. With the scarred man as a lesson, many people would consider whether they had the strength to do it before taking action against Chu Tianling. After a days-long journey, Chu Tianling and his party finally arrived at the center of Lopner at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the scene before them, Chu Tianling and his group were stunned. Broken limbs and arms, various weapons, and corpses piled up like mountains could be seen everywhere on the ground. There were human corpses and corpses of various beasts. Not far away, a huge castle stood tall, and dozens of figures were working together to attack the castle gate. Chu Tianling said solemnly, "It seems that I have found the reason why long-extinct dinosaurs survived in Lopner." Chu Tianling took the lead and rushed towards the castle. The people behind him followed Chu Tianling's footsteps without saying a word. They left the car at the place where they encountered the scarred man and other bandits. The subsequent battle would surely be extremely dangerous. If the car was accidentally destroyed, it would be a lot of fun. Chu Tianling and his group had just arrived at the castle gate when a stream of true energy rushed towards them. The Ice King snorted coldly, and the true energy instantly froze on the spot, then suddenly exploded into countless ice chips and fell to the ground. The 20 or so people who were attacking the castle gate stopped and looked at Chu Tianling and his group with unfriendly expressions. One more passerby means one more treasure to share, so naturally they don't have a good face towards Chu Tianling. Ding! System upgrade completed. Congratulations, host. Ding! Triggering the upgrade reward, rewarding the host with the peak innate cultivation. Not long ago, Chu Tianling completed a system task and the system entered its second upgrade, but he did not expect the upgrade to be successful at this moment. While the system rewarded him with sufficient practical experience, the system mall was also opened simultaneously. However, Chu Tianling did not slowly check the free time in the system mall at this time. Thunder King beside him frowned. His Majesty, has he made another breakthrough? A man in ancient costume with a gloomy face said, "If you can get out of my sight within 3 minutes, I will consider letting you go." Another beautiful woman chuckled a few times and said, "Handsome boy, if you leave now, I can give you a bottle of elixir as compensation." The gloomy man is in the middle stage of the innate realm, while the beautiful woman is in the early stage of the innate realm. Both of them bring with them dozens of people at the peak of the acquired realm. No wonder they speak so arrogantly to Chu Tianling. Now that the Grandmaster is not showing up, this lineup is enough to fight against people at the peak of the innate realm. But who made them meet this pervert Chu Tianling? Although Chu Tianling and his group only have the cultivation base of the peak of the innate realm, the 5 kings are all in the early innate realm, and the 5 guardians are only at the peak of the acquired realm. However, except for Chu Tianling, the others have combat experience gained through fighting in mountains of swords and seas of fire, which is not comparable to the group of gloomy men. There was no need for Chu Tianling to say anything. The 5 kings and 5 guardians rushed out instantly, each using their own methods to fight with the men of the gloomy man and the beautiful woman. Chu Tianling looked at the 2 people in front of him with an indifferent expression, and uttered a few words: "Make way, otherwise, die." The gloomy man and the beautiful woman looked at each other and sneered. "Boy, being too arrogant is not a good thing for you. Remember my name, Yuan Fei. Open your eyes in the next life. There are some people you can't afford to offend." Chu Tianling shook his head and smiled, then threw a simple punch. Yuan Fei flew backwards and hit the city wall hard. Yuan Fei struggled to stand up, spitting out blood and looking at Chu Tianling in horror. The beautiful woman then put away her contempt. She took a closer look and realized that among the 10 people who almost killed her and Yuan Fei's men, 5 of them were at the early stage of innate cultivation like herself. Sweeping away everything in its path. Thunder Dragon destroys the sky. Dark exile. Ice and snow. Endless fog. As the 5 kings killed the last 5 men of the beautiful woman, the Ice King, covered in blood, walked to Chu Tianling. "Your Majesty. Except for that man and this woman, all other enemies have been killed." Chu Tianling said calmly, "Give the guy who's vomiting blood a ride. Capture this woman alive, I have something to ask her." Yuan Fei immediately shouted in fear, "I am from the hurricane fighting spirit, do you dare to kill me?" Chu Tianling was stunned for a moment. Is this the case that Li Kuei meets Li Gui? Thunder King, who had already captured the beautiful woman, was also stunned, and everyone was stunned. Chu Tianling smiled and seemingly reached into his pocket but actually took out a token from the system space. This token was given to him by Paul when he just took over the hurricane. It is the symbol of every hurricane lord. Chu Tianling casually threw the token to Yuan Fei. "Take a look, do you recognize it?" The moment he saw the token, Yuan Fei's face suddenly turned pale. He was originally a disciple of a small sect in the ancient martial arts world of China, but later he made a mistake and was expelled from the sect. He has been using the banner of Hurricane War Spirit to stir up trouble in the ancient martial arts world and offended many people. Those people he offended thought he was really a member of Hurricane War Spirit, so they didn't dare to attack him, otherwise the grass on his grave would be 2 meters high. At a conference in the ancient martial arts world, he had seen Xian Ling take out this token. He also learned some information about the hurricane fighting spirit from other people indirectly. When he learned of the other party's transcendent status, he began to have some small ideas. After killing Yuan Fei, Chu Tianling turned his attention to the beautiful woman. Thunder King said at the right time, "Bai Huayan, from the Baihua Valley of the ancient martial arts world." Chu Tianling thought for a moment and asked, "What are you doing here? Besides you and Yuan Fei, is there anyone else here? What happened to those beast corpses?" Bai Huayan replied, "We heard that a secret realm of ancient martial arts has appeared here, so we brought people here to try our luck. It is not clear how many people in the ancient martial arts world have heard of this news, but at present, apart from you, Your Excellency, only Yuan Fei and I know about it. The corpses of those beasts shocked me the most. They were all dinosaurs that should have been extinct long ago. When Yuan Fei and I brought people here, there were many dinosaurs near the castle. We paid 2/3 of our lives to kill all those dinosaurs." Chu Tianling thought for a moment and said, "It looks like you have no way out. Follow me. After I get what I need, I will let you go back to Baihua Valley." Bai Huayan said bitterly, "We paid such a huge price, but now we can't even enter the gate of this castle." Chu Tianling walked to the gate curiously and looked at the gate that blocked Bai Huayan. After careful observation, he stretched out his hand and pressed it into a palm-shaped groove on the gate. Suddenly, the gate emitted a dazzling light, blinding everyone. When the light faded, Bai Huayan stared at the open gate in amazement. They had been attacking the gate for half an hour but it still hadn't opened. This person came up and made a handprint and it opened? What kind of world is this? Mo Xingzhang on the side thought to herself, "It is naturally impossible for you outsiders to open this door. The so-called ancient martial arts secret realm is just fake news released by the old man in order to train his grandson. The entire castle belongs to someone else's family. If he can't open the door, who else can open it?" The moment the door opened, Chu Tianling fell into deep thought as he looked at the scene in front of him. I saw that the castle hall was densely packed with different kinds of dinosaurs: Triceratops, Ankylosaurus, Stegosaurus, Styracosaurus, Brachiosaurus, all kinds of dinosaurs lying on the ground. Bai Weian, Feng Wang, and others who followed were all lost in thought. Damn it, why are there still so many beasts? King Feng cursed angrily. The Ice King said calmly, "Stop complaining and get started. If you want to get what your majesty needs, you have to deal with these beasts." As the Ice King finished speaking, everyone present except Chu Tianling, Bai Huayan, Mo Xingzhang, and Gu Qianrou rushed out. Bai Huayan asked curiously, "Lord Hurricane, can they defeat so many dinosaurs?" Chu Tianling gave her a mocking idiotic look. What you should consider is how long these dinosaurs can last in their hands, not whether they can defeat them. They are just a few hundred dinosaurs. Even if they have mutated, they are only equivalent to the cultivation level of our ancient warriors in the middle stage of the acquired realm. We have an 80% chance of defeating them in an hour. That's right, all the dinosaurs that appeared in Lopner have mutated for some reason, and now ordinary dinosaurs have the strength equivalent to that of a mid-stage acquired ancient warrior. 80%? Why not 10%? Darkness destroys the world. Dark exile. Endless fog. The fog is coming. Okay, now it's 100% done. Bai Huayan stared at Chu Tianling, who looked indifferent. It seems that the remaining 20% of your confidence is in the hands of these two delicate beauties? You are so generous, aren't you afraid that the beauties will get hurt? Perhaps sensing Bai Huayan's doubts, Chu Tianling smiled faintly. Don't worry, they are just a few hundred dinosaurs in the middle stage of the acquired realm. If 5 dinosaurs in the early stage of the innate realm and 5 dinosaurs in the peak stage of the acquired realm cannot handle them, then you should be confused. What? These two beauties who looked delicate and frail actually had the same cultivation as her at the initial stage of innateness? Wait, dark destruction? Endless mist? Bai Huayan thought of a question that shocked her. Those two, are the Dark King and the Mist King? Bai Huayan pointed at Mo Xingzhang and Gu Qianrou who were slaughtering mutant dinosaurs in the field. Chu Tianling nodded. What about the others? Although Bai Huayan already had a guess that was closest to the truth, she still wanted to confirm it. Chu Tianling raised his lips. Just as you guessed, there are 5 peak acquired realms, and my hurricane fighting spirits constellation is 5 of them. The remaining 3 are at the early stage of innate realms. The one wearing a green robe is the Wind King, the one with pale hair is the Ice King, and the little bald head is the Thunder King. Thunder King, who was working hard to kill mutant dinosaurs in front, staggered when he heard his master calling him little bald head, and was almost hurt by a mutant Stegosaurus. He was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly dodged sideways, but still left a scar on his arm. Bai Huayan looked at Chu Tianling's profile with a complicated expression. He controlled the giant hurricane fighting soul in the ancient martial arts world. His own strength was at least in the late innate stage. He should be around 20 years old this year? What kind of power could cultivate such a monster? Even though Yuan Fei's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the innate realm, which was one small realm higher than the Wind King and the other 5 kings, Yuan Fei was actually nearly 50 years old. It was just that he accidentally obtained a method to maintain his youthful appearance, which allowed him to keep his appearance in his 20s. As for the other 5 kings, except for the Ice King who was unable to improve his cultivation due to injuries suffered in his early years, the Wind King, Thunder King, and the Light King who stayed behind in the base camp are all only in their 30s, while the 2 little monsters, Mo Xingzhang and Gu Qianrou, are only around 20 years old. The difference between them is obvious at a glance. Roar! 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 At this moment, something strange happened in the field. 3 deafening roars were heard, and 2 pterosaurs swooped down from the dome of the castle. The last roar turned out to be from the dinosaur overlord, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chu Tianling's face changed, and he shouted quickly, "Everyone retreat!" Why did he let everyone retreat? Those 2 pterosaurs actually possessed the strength of the late Xiantian stage, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, like himself, had actually reached the peak of Xiantian. Wind King, Thunder King, Scorpio, Cancer, Taurus in one group, Ice King, Zhang, Squad Leader, Gemini, Pisces in one group. You go deal with the 2 pterosaurs, and I'll take care of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chu Tianling rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex, jumped up, raised his fist and punched it hard in the eye. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus roared in pain, and Chu Tianling landed steadily on the ground. Looking at his swollen fist, he couldn't help but curse. You beast, you are so thick-skinned. While Chu Tianling was fighting fiercely with the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the imperial capital, the Chu family. The little guy should be getting the Eye of Truth soon. The old man asked with his eyes closed. Yes, old man, if nothing unexpected happens, the second young master should have entered the castle. Send someone to the magic city and give this to Xiao Wenyun. The man respectfully took the box from the old man with both hands, turned and walked out. Chu Tianling fought more and more vigorously, and kicked the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the head with a whip-like kick, which stunned Bai Weiyan, who was watching the fight on the side. Brother, are you the Tyrannosaurus Rex or is the guy opposite you the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Bai Weiyan felt that her three views were completely shattered. Chu Tianling, a human, was actually beating up a Tyrannosaurus Rex and even blinding one of its eyes. He was not a human at all, he was simply a human-shaped beast. Tianling, go on. After finishing the fight, Mo Xingzhang threw out a short sword. Chu Tianling caught it and looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him, cursing, "Beast! Come on!" The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and rushed over. Chu Tianling slid and thrust his dagger upwards at the same time. The dagger cut open the belly of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the blood from its internal organs flowed all over the ground. After dealing with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Chu Tianling lay on the ground gasping for breath. He took out the treasure box that Xian Yaoyao gave him from the system space and activated it according to the method Xian Yaoyao taught him. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. The huge body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex began to dissipate and soon disappeared. Only a blue stone was left in its place. Mo Xingzhang hurriedly shouted, "Tianling, that blue stone is the Eye of Truth." What? This stone is the Eye of Truth? Chu Tianling picked up the Eye of Truth and threw it into the system space. At this time, he didn't care to hide it. After all, the Eye of Truth was too precious. If he accidentally lost it, he would have nowhere to cry. In fact, Chu Tianling was worrying too much. There were such things as storage magic weapons in the ancient Chinese martial arts world, but they were rare. Even if others saw it, they would only think that Chu Tianling had a storage magic weapon. After putting away the Eye of Truth, the treasure box emitted a burst of light, which condensed into a few words. The Eternal Heart, the Mysterious Bermuda. Chapter 56, An Unexpected Gain in the Castle, Tang Shishir of the Ancient Martial Arts Tang Family. Chu Tianling smiled, and his smile couldn't be described as very pretty, it can only be described as looking extremely embarrassed. After a long while, Chu Tianling finally regained some strength. Gu Qianrou, who had sharp eyes, ran over and supported him, while Mo Xingzhang ran over jealously and supported Chu Tianling's other arm. Chu Tianling smiled bitterly, "My dear ladies, I can walk by myself. I just felt exhausted." Gu Qianrou finally reacted, her face blushed, and she quickly let go of Chu Tianling's arm. Yes, this was something that Mo Xingzhang should do. Was it appropriate for her, Gu Qianrou, to rush to do it? The group rested for a while and were just about to leave when Bai Weiyan called Chu Tianling. "Enter Chu Zun." Chu Tianling turned his head and looked at Bai Huayan. "Bai Huayan, what's wrong?" Bai Weiyan pointed in one direction, "Master Chu, look." Chu Tianling followed the direction of Bai Huayan's finger and found a half-open door. A smile appeared on Chu Tianling's face. It seemed like there was an unexpected gain. After exchanging a glance, the Wind King and the Thunder King walked cautiously towards the door and gently pushed it open. Seeing the scene before him, Thunder King said in surprise, "Your Majesty, we have made a fortune." "What's going on?" The Wind King and the Thunder King retreated to the door. Chu Tianling stepped forward and took a look, unable to hide the smile on his face. In the huge room, dozens of female dragons were lying on the ground. Beside the female dragons were countless dinosaur eggs. Under the dinosaur eggs were all kinds of jade, gold, ancient martial arts, and weapons. A bold and crazy idea began to grow in Chu Tianling's heart. "Wind King, Thunder King, Scorpio, Gemini, Cancer, move." "But Your Majesty, there are really too many, and we don't have any magic storage weapon, so we can't put much in the car." Thunder King touched his bald head and said with a slightly depressed tone. Chu Tianling slapped his forehead, wondering how he had forgotten about this. After learning that there was a storage magic weapon in the ancient martial arts world, Chu Tianling simply stopped hiding it and put the dragon egg and ancient martial arts skills into the system space in front of everyone. Of course, Chu Tianling would only expose the system storage function, and it would be better for only himself to know the other functions. Looking at the jade and gold on the ground, Chu Tianling pondered for a while and said, "Let's move some of the jade and gold to the car." Then he took out the satellite phone, called Xiao Wenyun, briefly explained the situation here to Xiao Wenyun, and left with his men. That's right, Chu Tianling planned to give this batch of jade, gold, and weapons to Xiao Wenyun. After all, the dragon group was his own people and a weapon to defend the country. This batch of jade and gold was enough to take the dragon group's strength to the next level. It's not that he is partial, but although he is a member of the dragon group, he only knows Xiao Wenyun and the dragon group, so this is also a helpless move. Xiao Wenyun on the other end of the phone was extremely excited and said bluntly that he wanted to apply for credit for Chu Tianling. After all, the dragon group was an official organization, and they were inevitably restricted when it came to this aspect. When they returned to the camp, they found 3 people standing next to the car, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were dressed in rags, while the woman was dressed in tight clothes, holding a whip and looking calm. Seeing Chu Tianling and the others coming back, the woman asked calmly, "Are these 2 cars yours?" Chu Tianling nodded. "Take us for a ride. I picked up these 2 poor creatures from the desert." Chu Tianling then remembered the task Xiao Wenyun had given him, and awkwardly stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you 2 Dragon 7 and Dragon 8? These 2 names were told to him by Xiao Wenyun. Members of the dragon team all use code names when speaking to the outside world and never use their real names. Long Qi asked doubtfully, "I am Long Qi, who is this friend?" Chu Tianling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that the mission would be completed in such a dramatic way. "I was sent by team leader Xiao, codename Longjio." Longjio is Chu Tianling's code name. What's this girl's name? The woman understood that the 2 poor guys she picked up and the unbelievably handsome man in front of her were all members of the dragon group. Since you are a member of the dragon group, there is no need to hide your identity. After all, there are ancient warriors among the members of the dragon group. Guwu Tang family, Tang Shishir. Chapter 57, Picking Up a Fiancé for Free, Mo Jingjing's Confession. 2 days later, the group returned to the Magic City. There were 11 people when they left, and 14 when they returned. That's right, Tang Shishir also followed Chu Tianling to the Magic City. Inside the Yulong Villa, Chu Tianling asked, "Miss Tang, I wonder what you are doing here this time?" Tang Shishir's face turned cold, and she said, "I get angry when I mention this. I don't know what the old man has done wrong to arrange a marriage for me. This time, the old man forced me to come and find my nominal fiancé." Chu Tianling asked, "Miss Tang's fiancé is in the Magic City?" If Tang Shishir's fiancé was not in Shanghai, there would be no reason for her to follow me to Shanghai. Tang Shishir nodded. Chu Tianling said enthusiastically, "I don't know what the name of Miss Tang's fiancé is. I know a few people in the Magic City. I can help Miss Tang find one." After saying that, Chu Tianling picked up a glass of water and drank it. He planned to ask Morong Tian to mobilize the people in the club to look for him together. In his opinion, if he could take this opportunity to make friends with the Tang family, he would have more helpers when he takes revenge in the future. Tang Shishir said bitterly, "I heard that the person I'm engaged to is a second-generation rich man who is uneducated and unskilled. His name is Chu Tianling. Have you heard of this person? Mr. Long Jiao." Tang Shishir still doesn't know Chu Tianling's name. She only knows that Chu Tianling is from the dragon group, codenamed Longjio. The dragon group has been friends with the Tang family for generations, so they trust him. Chu Tianling spat out a mouthful of water. "What did you say? What's your fiancé's name?" "Chu Tianling." Tang Shishir said with a puzzled look on her face. Chu Tianling slapped his forehead and said, "Miss Tang, I know this Chu Tianling, and I'm very familiar with him. Where is he? Take me there quickly. I want him to know that he is not worthy of me." Tang Shishir said impatiently. In her opinion, how could a second-generation rich man in the secular world be worthy of her? Although she was a girl, she was also the direct descendant of an ancient martial arts family. How could a second-generation rich man in the secular world be worthy of her? Chu Tianling said with a frown on his face, "I am Chu Tianling." Tang Shishir was stunned, and then her face turned red. Saying bad things about someone in front of them, what kind of thing is this? Half an hour later, Chu Tianling finally understood. When he and his father Chu Zhenan were not expelled from the Chu family by his uncle Chu Zhenxiong, Chu Zhenan arranged several marriages for him, one of which was with the eldest daughter of the Tang family. He was only 3 years old at that time. Later, the Chu family changed drastically, and Chu Zhenan was expelled from the Chu family by Chu Zhenxiong. He brought his wife Lu Wenjing and son Chu Tianling to the Magic City to settle down, and gradually forgot about this matter. Tang Shishir was about to speak when Mo Jingjing rushed in, pushing the door open. She planned to confess to Chu Tianling. Emo Xingzhang looked at Tang Shishir in front of her with hostility in her eyes. Chu Tianling said, Zheng, what's wrong? Just say it, Miss Tang is not an outsider. Mo Xingzhang then looked at Chu Tianling and said, Tianling, I'm here to confess to you. I was planning to wait until you had gathered all 5 treasures before telling you, but something happened and I had to do it earlier. Chu Tianling motioned for her to continue. Actually, I come from the Mo family, a hidden family. My father is the head of the Mo family of this generation. I am with you because we already have an engagement. It was arranged by your grandfather and my grandfather. Not only me, but also Sister Yihan is engaged to you. I don't know about Yunji and Aksu. The things I know were told to me by your grandfather. It was also your grandfather's idea that I asked you to collect the 5 great treasures. The most important thing is that your enemy has never been the Longfeng, Shangwan and 3 families. The real enemy is someone else. Chu Tianling was silent. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Okay, I got it. Chapter 58 5th Sister Tang Shishir, 6th Sister Gu Qianro. Looking at the silent Chu Tianling, Mo Xingzheng panicked. Tianling, I didn't hide it from you on purpose, but there are some things that are really bad for you if you know them now. Chu Tianling smiled and said after a while, Zhang, I'm fine, you are doing this for my own good. Mo Xingzheng happily held Chu Tianling's hand. Chu Tianling stammered, Zhang, I have something to tell you too. Mo Xingzheng tilted her head and asked curiously, what's the matter? That's right, besides you 4, I may have other women. Mo Xingzheng was stunned for a moment, then said nonchalantly, that's it. I don't care, as long as you have me in your heart. My father has several concubines. By the way, who are the other women you are talking about? Your Highness the King of Mist? Tang Shishir, who was being fed dog food, said faintly, it's me. Mo Zhang. Chu Tianling said, Tang Shishir, like you and Yihan, has some engagement with me. Tang Shishir asked in confusion, His Royal Highness the King of Mist? Who is that? After learning that Tang Shishir was also engaged to Chu Tianling, Mo Xingzheng finally softened her gaze towards Tang Shishir. Hurricane War Spirit knows, right? Tang Shishir nodded. As the eldest daughter of the Tang family, she naturally knew about this behemoth in the ancient martial arts world. The Mist King I'm talking about is the Mist King, one of the 6 elemental kings of the hurricane fighting spirit. Tang Shishir asked in shock, isn't he an ordinary secular rich 2nd generation? Mo Xingzheng glanced at Tang Shishir's chest, no wonder she has big breasts but no brains. You just heard that I come from the Mo family, a hidden family. If Tianling was just an ordinary rich 2nd generation, would my family agree to let me be with him? Chu Tianling said helplessly, let me tell you. Shishir, let me call you this. Who arranged the marriage between you and me? My old man Tang Junlin and your grandfather Chu Outyan. Tang Shishir said. Then do you know who my grandfather is? Tang Shishir shook her head. Mo Xingzheng at the side interrupted and said, does the Chu family in the imperial capital know? The current head of the family, Chu Zhenxiong, is Tianling's uncle, and the previous head of the Chu family was Grandpa Outyan. The 3 chatted in the room for a long time, and Tang Shishir suddenly asked, Brother Ling, why do you know the Mist King of the Hurricane Battle Spirit? Mo Xingzheng covered her mouth and laughed, call me 4th sister, I tell you. I'll take you to meet your eldest sister, 2nd sister, and 3rd sister later. Tang Shishir called her 4th sister obediently. Tianling is the leader of the hurricane fighting spirit. No matter how powerful the Fog King is, he is still Tianling's subordinate. Tang Shishir was shocked again. Mo Xingzheng continued, in fact, I, your 4th sister, am also a member of the hurricane fighting spirit. Tang Shishir asked, 4th sister, do you have a high status in hurricane fighting spirit? Chu Tianling glanced at Mo Xingzheng, whose face was filled with excitement. Ever since the 3 of them confessed their feelings to each other, Mo Xingzheng had become closer to Tang Shishir. And Tang Shishir, who seemed gentle on the surface, was actually a passionate and unrestrained person. Shishir, let me give you a warning. There are 2 girls among the 6 elemental kings. Tang Shishir was surprised and said, could it be that 4th sister is also? Mo Xingzheng smiled and said, you guessed it right, I am also one of the 6 elemental kings. Codename is Dark King. Mo Xingzheng suddenly remembered something and said with a sly smile, Tianling, since you have accepted Shishir, why not just accept our Lord Wu as well? Chu Tianling looked at Mo Xingzheng with a headache, others want to control their men all day long, but you want your man to find you a few more sisters. Mo Xingzheng said in a quirky way, Tianling, don't you have any thoughts about our Mist King? Just accept him. Wouldn't it be good for us to have another sixth sister? Chapter 59, Unexpected Merit, Return to Magic University. The next day, Chu Tianling's credit application was approved. What surprised Chu Tianling was that Xiao Wenyun actually applied for a second-class merit for him and awarded him the rank of colonel. Chu Tianling quickly called Xiao Wenyun, team leader, isn't this a bit too much of a credit? Xiao Wenyun said with a smile, not big at all. I'll tell you a secret, if you weren't too young, the merits you've made this time would be enough for you to be promoted to a general. The jade and gold you found this time would be enough to fund the entire dragon group for 5 years. The chief is very satisfied with you. If the other generals didn't think you were too young, the chief would have wanted to promote you to a general. After discussion, the chief and the generals unanimously decided to grant you the rank of colonel and make you the leader of the Magic City group. Chu Tianling was stunned for a moment. Wasn't Xiao Wenyun the leader of the Magic City group? If he became the leader of the Magic City group, then what about Xiao Wenyun? Team leader, I have been promoted to the team leader of the Magic City group, what about you? He still respected Xiao Wenyun very much. After all, it was Xiao Wenyun who led him into the dragon group, and Xiao Wenyun made an indispensable contribution to his being awarded the rank of colonel this time. Xiao Wenyun smiled and said, you kid, of course I'm going back to the imperial capital, I'm originally from the imperial capital. Chu Tianling breathed a sigh of relief. Come over to the base tomorrow. I'll hand over the base's affairs to you. I'll be leaving the Magic City the day after tomorrow. Chu Tianling said anxiously, team leader, there is one more thing. What's up? The hurricane thing. Xiao Wenyun asked, hurricane? What's wrong? Isn't the hurricane in the Pacific Ocean now? Obviously, Xiao Wenyun didn't know much about the current hurricane. Chu Tianling said, team leader, the last time I asked you to help me get legal identities for the members of Hurricane. Now I am the leader of Hurricane, what do you think? Xiao Wenyun reacted, you kid. Okay, I will take care of this for you, just focus on developing your Hurricane, and after you take over the base, just go there once a week. I was often not at the base before, don't worry. Obviously, Xiao Wenyun solved all of Chu Tianling's concerns at once this time. Thank you, team leader. After hanging up the phone, Tang Shishir asked, Brother Ling, who's calling? Chu Tianling told the two girls everything. Mo Zhengzhang was surprised and said, Colonel? Doesn't that mean you can become a general if you make another contribution? Chu Tianling nodded. The two women looked at each other. In his 20s, the future general of China? Too scary. Mo Zhengzhang said, Tianling, let's go, call that woman, and go back to Yunding Mountain. It's a good opportunity to introduce Shishir to the other sisters. The woman that Mo Zhengzhang was talking about was Gu Qianro. An hour later, Chu Tianling appeared at the gate of Magic City University with Tang Shishir and Gu Qianro. Time goes back to 20 minutes ago. After meeting Tang Shishir and Gu Qianro, Linihan and the other girls readily accepted them both. In Yinji's words, Chu Tianling was so outstanding that no one of them could possess him alone. Looking at the magnificent gate in front of her, Tang Shishir said, this is Magic City University. Chu Tianling smiled and led the two girls into the school gate. He was very familiar with the security guard, and he was a student of Magic City University, so he would not be stopped outside the gate. After entering the door, Chu Tianling saw a student not far in front of him. He shouted loudly, Kaier. The student was Chu Tianling's good friend at Magic City University, Gu Shenkai. Gu Shenkai turned his head and said in surprise, Tianling? You are finally back. I will inform Lin Hai's grandson. Chu Tianling smiled and said, where's Ergo? The Ergo mentioned by Chu Tianling is the fourth member of their dormitory. His real name is Lu Chuan. He took a long vacation due to family matters and only came back not long ago. Ergo is in the dormitory, I'll go call him now. Chapter 60, A Different Family Gathering, a dating meeting at Balian Huading. 20 minutes later, Balian Huading. Chu Tianling sat in the first seat and said to Zhou Wenhao, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, you decide on the arrangements. Let's get together with a few brothers today and bring a few bottles of wine. Zhou Wenhao responded and turned to leave. Chu Tianling was playing with his mobile phone leisurely, and Mo Xingjiang was concentrating on a dragon fruit in front of her, Tang Shishir was quietly drinking mango juice, Gu Shenkai and Lin Hai were chatting in low voices, and only Lu Chuan was fidgeting. Lu Chuan asked anxiously, Tianling, why did you bring us to a place like this to eat? This place looks very expensive. Chu Tianling smiled and said, Ergu, eat with confidence, don't worry about anything else. This store is mine. Mo Xingzhang, Tang Shishir, and Lu Chuan looked at Chu Tianling at the same time. Chu Tianling said calmly, after you three graduate, I will arrange for you to join my company. Of course, I won't take care of you. Everything depends on you. The dishes started to arrive one after another, and Zhou Wenhao walked in with a few waiters behind him. Boss Chu, I don't know what kind of wine you like to drink, so I brought a few more bottles. Chu Tianling asked several people for their opinions, and finally left 2 bottles of Feitian Mutai and a bottle of Lafite. Chu Tianling said, let me introduce them to you. These two are Mo Zhengzhang and Tang Shishir. Mo Zhengzhang made a face at Gu Shangkai and the other two, and Tang Shishir smiled and nodded. Zhengzhang, Shishir, these are Gu Shangkai, Lin Hai, and Lu Chuan, my 3 good brothers. Mo Zhengzhang asked, Tianling, do you want to call them over? Chu Tianling knew that Mo Zhengzhang was talking about Linihan and the others. After thinking about it, Chu Tianling nodded. It had been a while since he had spent enough time with them. Mo Zhengzhang took out her cell phone from her bag and walked aside to make a call. Tang Shishir followed her and they walked out of the private room together. Gu Shangkai finally had the chance to ask, Tianling, who were those two just now? Chu Tianling smiled and said, are you tempted? But you don't have a chance with them. Gu Shangkai misunderstood Chu Tianling's meaning and said unconvincedly, I just don't believe that I can't catch up with one of them. Lu Chuan slapped Gu Shangkai, you bastard, can't you see? Those 2 girls just now are Tianling's girlfriends. Gu Shangkai looked at Chu Tianling in a daze, and the latter nodded slightly. You bastard. The 3 of us are still single, and you found 2 of them at once. Chu Tianling showed a mysterious smile, who told you that I only have 2? Half an hour later, 9 girls walked into the private room together. Gu Shangkai and the other 2 stared with their eyes wide open. Chu Tianling smiled wickedly, sons, let me introduce you to them. This is the eldest, Linihan. This is the second, Morong Shui. This is the third, He Yanji. You have met the 4th, Mo Xingzhang, and the 5th, Tang Shishir. This is the 7th, Gu Qianrou. Lin Hai was stunned and said, what about the remaining 3? Linihan interrupted and said, the remaining 3 depend on your abilities. Lu Chuan said, thank you, Father Ling. You spineless bastards. Although they said so, their actions betrayed them. Linihan said, these 3 are my 3 sisters, currently doing internship in Shenzhen. After eating and drinking, Gu Shangkai and his 2 friends added Linihan's 3 sisters on WeChat respectively, and couldn't help but express their gratitude to Chu Tianling and Linihan. Chu Tianling called Zhou Wenhao and said, Manager Zhou, register their information. From now on, they can eat here for free. It will be charged to my account. What Chu Tianling was talking about was naturally Gu Shangkai and his 3 companions and Linihan's 3 sisters. Gu Shangkai and the other 2 clearly refused, no, you can eat yours, drink yours, but forget about taking yours. Chu Tianling said domineeringly, as a father, you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, but the 3 sons are still miserable and eat takeout. Don't say you are my sons when you go out in the future. The 3 of them laughed and cursed, accepting Chu Tianling's kindness, while Linihan's 3 sisters looked at Linihan. Take it, this playboy doesn't lack money. Chapter 61, Caring for Linihan and Building a Treasure House for Her Husband. A ray of sunlight shone through the curtains onto Chu Tianling's face. He yawned and opened his eyes. He Yinji came in with a bowl, and seeing Chu Tianling woke up, she gently put the bowl on the bedside table and asked softly, Tianling, does your head still hurt? Hiss. It still hurts a little. What happened to me? Where am I? He Yinji rolled her eyes at him and said, you must have drunk too much fake wine and you don't even recognize your own family. Chu Tianling then remembered that he had a small gathering with Gu Shangkai and the other 2 last night, which ended up turning into a family gathering, and then the family gathering turned into a blind date. Drink the porridge and lie down for a while. He Yunji said. When Chu Tianling was drinking last night, he did not use his true qi to dissolve the alcohol, otherwise, how could he, a dignified ancient martial artist at the peak of his innate state, get drunk so easily? Chu Tianling used his true qi to dissolve the remaining alcohol in his body, picked up the bowl, wolfed down the porridge, and prepared to get up. Are you going to die? You eat so fast and no one is competing with you for it. Hey, why are you up? Lie down for a while. Chu Tianling's face was full of black lines. When did I become so fragile? Who cooked the porridge? Aunt Hui? It's so delicious. Aunt Huey's cooking skills have improved, Chu Tianling said. He Yinji said unhappily, a Shui made the porridge. Aunt Hui asked for leave because she had something to do at home. The Aunt Hui mentioned by the two is the nanny of Hentang Mountain Manor. Although she is a nanny, her cooking skills are impeccable. After quickly putting on his clothes, Chu Tianling jumped out of the bed, went downstairs, grabbed the car keys and was ready to run. He did not forget that he had to go to the Dragon Group base today to hand over his work to Xiao Wenyun. Lin Yihan drank her coffee and said calmly, "Come back." "Where are you going?" "You ran out right after getting up." The next second, Chu Tianling sat obediently opposite Lin Yihan. Lin Yihan sighed. He had too much on his shoulders. "Are you tired?" Lin Yihan asked. "It's impossible to say I'm not tired, but can I say I'm tired?" "That's obviously impossible." After a moment of silence, Lin Yihan said, "While you were away, I had someone build an underground treasure house at home. You can put your junk in there." Chu Tianling hugged Lin Yihan. "Yihan, thank you." Lin Yihan is such a person, she doesn't talk much, but she always does things meticulously and warms people's hearts. "Wow, eating dog food so early in the morning, you two are really enough." The two of them immediately let go, and Morong Shui walked down from upstairs. Lin Yihan blushed and said, "Akshu, when did you learn this from Zheng Zheng? You only know how to make fun of people." "That's right. If I slow down for a few more minutes, you two will kiss each other." Chu Tianling said awkwardly, "Yihan, where do we enter the underground treasure house?" Comrade Chu Tianling tried to ease the embarrassment. Lin Yihan said, "The vase next to the bookshelf, turn 180 degrees clockwise." Chu Tianling walked a few steps to the bookshelf and gently turned the vase. The bookshelf slowly opened to the sides, revealing a door. After fingerprint recognition, Chu Tianling walked into a small elevator. The elevator slowly descended. When the elevator door opened again, Chu Tianling was stunned by the scene in front of him. He even wondered how this underground treasure house was built. It was bigger than the one in Yulong Villa. He took out the Eye of Truth from the system space, put it in a box, and then gently placed the box on the cabinet. At the same time, he also took out the tiger wing. Chu Tianling has obtained this evil sword for a long time, but he has kept it in the system space and has not taken it out. If it were not for the need to keep the Eye of Truth well, Chu Tianling might not even have remembered this sword. Hui said, "I would really thank you." After putting the tiger wings away, Chu Tianling thought of the dinosaur eggs. What to do with these dinosaur eggs is really a hassle. Chapter 62, taking over as the leader of the Dragon Group's Magic City Group, Chen Tianhao's request additional update. In the Dragon Group base, Chu Tianling and Xiao Wenyun sat opposite each other. "What did you say? You said you got some dinosaur eggs? How many?" Xiao Wenyun was speechless. This Chu Tianling always brought him some explosive news. Chu Tianling replied, "About 100 or so." In fact, Chu Tianling had never counted how many dinosaur eggs there were. After he came back from Lopner, he placed all the dinosaur eggs in Yulong Villa, and there were special people responsible for their care. More than 100? Oh my god! What are you going to do with all these dinosaur eggs? Chu Tianling raised the corner of his mouth. He had a bold and evil idea. He gently uttered 4 words, "Dinosaur Night." 5 hours later, Xiao Wenyun left the base with a complicated expression, and was seen off by Chu Tianling and all the members of the Demon City group. Watching the plane that Xiao Wenyun was on fly farther and farther away, Chu Tianling retracted his gaze and said, "Go back to the base." After returning to the base, Chu Tianling called everyone together and held a simple meeting. "I know that this is the first time for everyone here to see me like this. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chu Tianling, and I'm the new leader of our Magic City group." In the end, young Master Chu copied the usual rhetoric used by leaders in their speeches. Someone asked, "Team Leader Chu, do you think you are qualified for this position?" Sure enough, as soon as he opened his mouth, he became a weirdo. Chu Tianling smiled faintly. It was unexpected. If everyone supported him unconditionally, it would be incredible to him. Chu Tianling smiled at the member and asked, "May I ask your name? What's your position? You come and confront me right away, so I can't just indulge you, right?" The man said unconvincingly, "Lin Feng, Logistics Department." "Oh, so you're from the Logistics Department." Chu Tianling automatically filtered out his name. However, those who can enter the Dragon Group's Logistics Department have reached the late acquired stage in their cultivation. That's right, the Dragon Group's logistics department personnel all have the strength of the late acquired stage. However, no matter what department, as long as you are a regular member of the Dragon Group, as long as your cultivation reaches the early stage of the innate realm, you can enter the combat group. This rule is undoubtedly the best. What's wrong with the logistics department? As long as my cultivation reaches the late acquired stage, I can also join the combat team. Lin Feng said, unconvinced. Then I wish you can reach the early stage of innateness as soon as possible. Everyone in each department return to your posts and disband. When passing by Lin Feng, Zhu Tianling released his peak innate aura. Lin Feng gasped for breath and his face turned pale. Is this new team leader so powerful? How old is he? After coming out of the Dragon Group base, Zhu Tianling received a call from Chen Tianhao. Principal? Why did he call me? Zhu Tianling was confused. The call was connected, Principal. Chen Tianhao said, Tianling, if you have time, come to school now. Wondering why Chen Tianhao suddenly came to look for him, Zhu Tianling changed the direction of the car and drove towards Mada University. 40 minutes later, the Bugatti Noir stopped in front of the gate of Shanghai University. After taking out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and a box of Feitian Mutai from the trunk and giving them to the security guard, Zhu Tianling drove the car into the campus and parked it in the only parking space. Wow! What a beautiful car! It must be very expensive. It should cost several million, right? I told you to study, but you're herding pigs. This car is a Bugatti Noctilucent, and its landing price is close to 100 million. How many millions? You can't even buy a wheel. Hearing the exclamations in his ears, Zhu Tianling smiled. He was like this when he first got the system. Time has passed and it has been almost a year since he got the system. Unconsciously, his mentality has changed a lot. Ha! That looks like Chairman Chu? A student recognized Zhu Tianling. Chairman Chu? Which Chairman Chu? The new student asked a junior student next to him. The junior student pointed at Zhu Tianling and said, that's the student union president, Senior Zhu Tianling. The freshman asked in confusion, why haven't I seen him before? The junior student said with a complicated expression, he took a long vacation and hasn't been to school for almost a year. As if he knew what the freshman wanted to say, the junior student continued, comparison is frustrating. Zhu Tianling not only has good grades, he always ranks in the top 3 in every exam. He also became the president of the student union in his sophomore year, breaking the precedent that only seniors can be the president of the student union. What's more, he is also very rich. This junior student is Zhou Haidong. Arriving at the principal's office, Zhu Tianling asked, Principal, what do you want to talk to me about? Chen Tianhao looked tangled and sighed, Tianling, can you do me a favor? Chapter 63, Chen Tianhao, the strange man, an uninvited guest came to the Magic City. In the principal's office. Zhu Tianling looked at Chen Tianhao in confusion and said, Principal, just tell me directly, I will definitely help. Chen Tianhao took out a stack of documents from the drawer of his desk, searched for a while, pulled out a few sheets, and handed them to Zhu Tianling. Zhu Tianling took them and looked at them, then asked, Principal, do you want me to assign them work? Chen Tianhao sighed, you can say yes, but you can also say no. It turned out that Chen Tianhao met Zhu Zhennan by chance when he was traveling in his early years. At that time, Zhu Zhennan had not been expelled from the Chu family. Chen Tianhao saved Zhu Zhennan's life in an accident, and Zhu Zhennan promised Chen Tianhao to help him once. However, because of that incident, Zhu Zhennan was expelled from the Chu family, and Chen Tianhao also came to the Magic City because of work transfer, so both of them forgot about this incident. Zhu Tianling was even more puzzled. Chen Tianhao came to him just for such a small matter. Chen Tianhao said, Tianling, you don't know that I was selfish at the end of the day. The people on these resumes I gave you are all orphans I adopted. These children are so pitiful. Zhu Tianling understood that, in fact, the stack of documents in Chen Tianhao's hand all needed help, but Chen Tianhao was just being selfish for once. Thinking of this, Zhu Tianling said firmly, Hey Principal, give me all the documents. My company can still accommodate these people, but let me tell you first, I will not take care of them at all, everything depends on themselves. Tianlong Group has many subsidiaries, and we will just have to look at their specialties and make the arrangements when the time comes. Seeing that Chen Tianhao's eyes were always on one of the resumes, Zhu Tianling knew what was going on and looked at that resume. Long Yingqi, 23 years old, graduated from Tsinghua University and Peking University, holds a doctorate degree, and is currently unemployed at home. Zhu Tianling was a little puzzled. A 23-year-old PhD from Peking University or Tsinghua University should be a popular talent, so why is he unemployed at home? However, since Chen Tianhao didn't say anything, he didn't ask anything else and could only keep this in mind. After coming out of the principal's office, Chu Tianling went straight back to the dormitory. 3 friends were playing games in the dormitory. Go ahead, kill Timo. I'm so pissed off. I fought the Baron for so long, but he took away my mushroom. Fuck, Kaizi, don't get too excited, the Swordmaster is coming. Schwanner, come and support me. Whether my Yasuo can get a pentakill depends on the accuracy of your Stoneman ultimate. Chu Tianling's face was filled with black lines. His third son was playing games. Sons, your father Chu is back. Oh shit. The 3 of them were shocked. They were killed pentakill by the opposing swordsman and the crystal was destroyed in one wave. The 3 men glared at Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling spread his hands and said, I know nothing and I dare not ask anything. 10 minutes later, the 4 of them appeared at a barbecue stand outside the school. As they ate and talked, Chu Tianling asked about Longingqi. Chu Tianling always felt that Chen Tianhao was hiding something from him, but it was not easy to ask Chen Tianhao directly, so he could only ask his 3 brothers. Gu Shengkai and Lu Chuan both shook their heads to indicate that they did not know Longingqi, but Lin Hai spoke up. Lingzi, why are you asking about Longingqi? I don't know much. I just heard someone say at the last New Year's Eve party that Longingqi was from the imperial capital, and that's all. Chu Tianling understood immediately. The surname is Long and she is from the imperial capital. It is obvious that this Longingqi is from the Long family of the imperial capital. While the 4 were chatting enthusiastically, a private plane landed at Hongqiao Airport in Shanghai. A middle-aged man got off the plane. Breathing the air of Shanghai, the middle-aged man murmured. Jinnan, after so many years, are you still resentful of me? After leaving the airport, the middle-aged man got into a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and drove straight towards Hentang Mountain. After getting the answer he wanted, Chu Tianling did not delay any longer. After instructing the 3 to find him after graduation, he drove back to Hentang Mountain Manor. After drinking a cup of coffee, Chu Tianling pondered for a long time. Why did Longingqi, as a member of the Long family in the imperial capital, come to the Magic City? How did Chen Tianhao know Longingqi? Why did Longingqi pretend to be a child from a poor family? What was her purpose? Chu Tianling couldn't think of the reason, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He put the cup on the table, closed his eyes, and fell asleep on the sofa. Mo Zhengzhang and Gu Qianro were both at Yulong Villa, Tang Shishir and Lin Yihan went shopping, Morong Shui and He Yunji went back to visit their father. In such a big manner, apart from the security guards, servants and gardeners, Chu Tianling was the only one left. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Shishir and Lin Yihan came back from shopping and saw Chu Tianling sleeping on the sofa. Tang Shishir was about to wake Chu Tianling up but Lin Yihan grabbed her, went upstairs to get a blanket and covered Chu Tianling with it. Then Lin Yihan pulled Tang Shishir out the door. Shishir, if I guess correctly, Tianling's next stop is Bermuda. Tang Shishir looked at Lin Yihan in shock. How did she know? Shishir, we are sisters, right? Promise me, I can't fit in with your circle, but I can sense that it's very dangerous. You must take good care of Tianling. He has too much on his shoulders, and he is a very careless person. I'm afraid he will get hurt. Tang Shishir nodded. What Lin Yihan didn't know was that rather than asking Tang Shishir to take care of Chu Tianling, it would be more accurate to say that it was Chu Tianling who took care of Tang Shishir. After all, Chu Tianling's cultivation had reached the peak of the innate realm, and although Tang Shishir was stronger than the 6 Hurricane Kings, she was only in the middle stage of the innate realm. Chapter 64 Chu Zhenxiong arrives at Yundingshan Manor, and the uncle and nephew meet. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped at the entrance of the Hentang Mountain Villa area. A young woman got out of the car. Looking at the magnificent villa area in front of her, she took a deep breath, then opened the back door. A middle-aged man got out of the car. After the middle-aged man got out, the young woman gently supported him. Let's go and see this child, said the middle-aged man. The young woman nodded, and the 2 walked to the gate. The security guard at the gate stopped them and asked, "Who are you looking for?" The young woman said, "We are looking for a Mr. Chu." She didn't know why her father brought her here, she only knew that her father came here to find a man with the surname Chu, although her surname was also Chu. The security guard was surprised and asked, "Which Mr. Chu are you looking for?" The young woman was stunned. The middle-aged man waved his hand and stepped forward and asked, "Are there many Mr. Chus here?" The security guard replied, "There are two Mr. Chus, one is Mr. Chu Zhenan, and the other is Mr. Chu Zhenan's son, Mr. Chu Tianling." The middle-aged man said calmly, "Please let my friend know, I'm looking for Chu Zhenan." The security guard responded and turned around to get the intercom from the booth. The young woman understood that it was her second uncle who lived here. So the man named Chu Tianling must be her cousin. That's right, the two people were Chu Zhenxiong and his daughter, Chu Tianzi. After a while, the security guard came back and replied, "Sir, Mr. Chu Zhenan is not at home at the moment, but Mr. Chu Tianling just came back not long ago." Chu Zhenxiong said, "Then please let him know for me, and tell him that I am his uncle." The security guard was startled and almost dropped the intercom in his hand. The middle-aged man in front of him who looked ordinary was actually the uncle of the owner of Yundingshan Manor? He was startled and bowed quickly, "Please wait." Then he quickly called Yundingshan Manor. In the Hentang Mountain Manor, Linihan looked at the housekeeper holding the phone and fell into deep thought. Tianling's uncle is here? What is he doing here? However, her upbringing overcame her desire to protect her husband, and she said, "Tell the security guard at the door to let them in." 20 minutes later, Chu Zhenxiong brought Chu Tianzi into the Yundingshan Manor. Chu Tianzi looked at the beautiful Linihan and asked, "Who are you?" She obviously knew nothing about Chu Tianling. Linihan snorted coldly and said, "Come in, Tianling is in the living room." Chu Zhenxiong and Linihan followed into the living room and sat on the sofa. When they saw Chu Tianling sleeping soundly, Chu Zhenxiong's eyes suddenly became moist. Tang Shishir gently pushed Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling rubbed his eyes and said, "Shishir, you are back." Tang Shishir pursed her lips, and Chu Tianling turned his head and saw Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tianzi sitting on the sofa. After seeing the face that was very similar to his father, Chu Tianling knew that this was his uncle Chu Zhenxiong. After learning the truth, Chu Tianling forgave Chu Zhenxiong. After all, it was his grandfather's plan, and Uncle Chu Zhenxiong could only listen to his grandfather. "Child, thank you for your hard work over the years." Chu Zhenxiong shed tears. Chu Tianling shook his head, "I am not suffering, it is my father who is suffering." "Kid, this is your cousin Tianzi." Chu Tianling smiled at Chu Tianzi. "You guys stay here for the time being. I'll call my dad later." After saying that, Chu Tianling went upstairs. Chu Zhenxiong understood that Chu Tianling was still angry. Linihan also understood. She said, "Uncle, you and cousin, please sit down first. I'll make a phone call." Linihan made a few phone calls and called Mo Zhengzhang and Gu Qianro back, and at the same time arranged for someone to pick up Chu Tianfei from school. Chu Tianzi finally had the chance to speak. You are my brother's girlfriend?" Linihan nodded and said depressedly, "I am his girlfriend, yes, but I am just one of them. This playboy has 6 girlfriends." After a while, Mo Zhengzhang and others came back. As soon as she entered the room, Mo Zhengzhang saw Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tianzi, and immediately started yelling, "No way, Sister Reihan, is Tianling so fierce now? He has learned to abandon his lover after having sex with him. The parents of the couple even came to our house." Linihan and Gu Qianro looked at Mo Zhengzhang with dark lines on their faces, while Chu Tianfei just stood there in a daze. Linihan said angrily, "Zhengzhang, you stupid girl, what are you talking about? This is Tianling's uncle and cousin." Mo Zhengzhang screamed and hid behind Gu Qianro. "It's so embarrassing." Linihan said helplessly, "Uncle and cousin, don't mind, this girl is like this. Let me introduce her to you. This is the 5th child, Tang Shishir. This is the 6th brother, Gu Qianro. The girl I was joking with you just now is the 4th child, her name is Mo Zhengzhang. I'm the boss, Linihan. The 2nd and 3rd sons went home to visit their relatives and haven't come back yet." Chu Tianfei stood there in a daze. Is her brother so powerful? 6 sisters-in-law? Linihan pushed Chu Tianfei and said, "Fei, don't just stand there, go upstairs and call your brother down." Chapter 65 A Simple Chu Family Dinner, Chu Zhenxiong tells the truth. At night, Hentang Mountain Manor. At the dining table, Chu Zhenxiong sat in the main seat, with Chu Tianling and Chu Tianzi on his left and right. Chu Tianfei sat next to Chu Tianzi, while Linihan and the other girls sat down next to Chu Tianling and Chu Tianfei. Morong Shui and He Yinji, who had gone back to visit their relatives, also rushed back. Chu Zhenxiong originally wanted Chu Tianling to sit in the main seat, but was rejected by Chu Tianling, on the grounds that Chu Zhenxiong was the elder and he should sit in the main seat. Chu Zhenxiong could not persuade Chu Tianling and had to sit in the main seat. After eating a piece of steak, Xu Zhenxiang asked, Tianling, what are your plans next? The others also looked at Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling paused and said, Uncle, I plan to go to Bermuda tomorrow. Except for Mo Zhengzhang and Gu Qianro, everyone else looked at Chu Tianling in shock. Chu Tianzi asked, Brother, why are you going to Bermuda when you have nothing to do? It's very dangerous. In history, many airplanes and ships have mysteriously disappeared when passing through Bermuda and have not been found to this day. This is exactly what Chu Tianzi is worried about. Chu Tianling took a sip of water and said, Go find something called the Heart of Eternity. Gu Qianro ate quietly while Mo Zhengzhang dealt with a crab in her bowl. Everyone else was puzzled, but when Xu Zhenxiang heard the words Heart of Eternity, his body trembled noticeably. So, you have already obtained the Eye of Truth? Xu Zhenxiang said in a complicated tone. Chu Tianling nodded. That incident finally involved you guys. Xu Zhenxiang sighed. Chu Tianling became interested and finally got to know the truth in more detail. Putting down his chopsticks, Xu Zhenxiang said, 20 years ago, a mysterious creature suddenly appeared on Earth. No one knew where it came from or what its weaknesses were. Ordinary hot weapons could not cause any damage to it, not to mention cold weapons. Only bombs of a certain amount could hurt them. After a pause, Xu Zhenxiang continued, the major countries suffered heavy losses. It was not until the superpowers of the major countries joined the war that the losses began to slowly decrease. In the end, it was the 5 strongest superpowers from the 5 major powers of China, America, Germany, England, and the Soviet Union who worked together to repel those mysterious creatures. That's right, even if the 5 strongest people acted at the same time, they could only repel them. Chu Tianling was silent. Xu Zhenxiang said to himself, and the strongest man sent by our China is your grandfather. Later, after several attempts by the 5 strongest men, the 5 generals of the mysterious creature were finally killed. Part of the abilities of the 5 generals turned into 5 great treasures, which fell in different places on the earth. Among the 5 great treasures, the Eye of Truth fell in our China, and the place where it landed happened to be Lapner. Only the 5 great treasures can cause effective damage to the mysterious creature, so countries have been looking for the 5 great treasures for the past 20 years. Chu Tianling finally asked, what about the incident in the imperial capital? Xu Zhenxiang's eyes flashed with hesitation, and he said, you don't need to know about that for the time being. Gu Qianro, who was usually steady, suddenly interrupted and said, Uncle, Tianling is no longer the same Tianling as before. Xu Zhenxiang looked at Gu Qianro in confusion. Gu Qianro said, the hurricane fighting soul, the transcendent force in the ancient martial arts world, is now Tianling's force. Xu Zhenxiang said, I know this. The outside world thinks that Hurricane is just a security company, but in fact, Hurricane is the #1 assassin organization in the assassin world, and it is also the #1 force in our Chinese ancient martial arts world. It also has another identity, that is, the Chu family's private armed forces. Hurricane will be handed over to Tianling sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. Chu Tianling understood. No wonder no one from the relevant department had caused him trouble since he brought the Hurricane people to China. It turned out that this was the reason. When I expelled you and your father from the Chu family, it was also part of your grandfather's plan. He did it all to protect the Eye of Truth. Tianling, you must not hate me or your grandfather. Chu Tianling didn't say anything. He was not the kind of person who didn't understand things. Uncle, I know you've suffered a lot, but I'm fine. It's mainly because of my dad, so I can't talk about it. Xu Zhenxiang knew what Chu Tianling meant. Chu Tianling didn't want Xu Zhenan to worry about him. Let me take care of this problem. Since you have made up your mind, then go ahead and do it. But be careful. No matter how important the Heart of Eternity is, it is not as important as your life. Chu Tianling nodded. Lin Yihan and a group of ordinary people were stunned. They didn't expect that the world was so dangerous, and their sweetheart seemed to be the future savior? Now you have obtained the Eye of Truth, and I have clues about the Heart of Eternity. I also have some clues about the 5-element stone and the blade of weeping blood. Only the last item, the spirit of desire, is missing. Chapter 66 Chu Tianling departs for Bermuda, the 2 brothers reconcile. The next morning, Chu Tianling got up early. This time he was going to Bermuda to find the Heart of Eternity. The danger level of Bermuda was even greater than that of Lapner, so he could not be careless at all. After thinking about it, Chu Tianling went down to the underground treasure house and brought up Tiger Wing. Bermuda is much more dangerous than Lapner, so taking Tiger Wing with him would give him more confidence. In Yundingshan manner. Mo Zhengzheng cried and said, "Why? Why don't you take me with you?" Chu Tianling slapped his forehead and comforted her. "Zhengzheng, Bermuda is too dangerous." While comforting Mo Zhengzheng, Linihan asked, "Tianling, you took Zhengzheng with you last time you went to Lopner?" The implication was why it was not possible this time. Chu Tianling sighed and said, "Bermuda is not like Lopner. How many planes and ships have disappeared in Bermuda in recent years? If the Eternal Heart was not in Bermuda, I would not dare to take the risk." After arguing for half an hour, Chu Tianling finally lost. "The last time I went to Lopner, I brought Mo Zhengzheng, Gu Qianrou, 3 kings, and 5 guardians with me. This time, I only brought Mo Zhengzheng, Gu Qianrou, and King of Thunder. Oh, and Tang Shizhi." Not long after Chu Tianling set out, Zhu Zhennan stepped into the Yundingshan manor. "What? Tianling went to Bermuda? Zhu Zhenxiong, what on earth do you want to do? You kicked me out of the family, I don't blame you, but I didn't expect that you would target my son again today, Zhu Zhenxiong. What on earth do you want to do?" In the Yundingshan manor, Zhu Zhennan roared. Zhu Zhenxiong, who was sitting opposite him, silently wiped the saliva from his face without saying anything. Chu Tianzi and Chu Tianfei, who had just returned from vacation, were both trying to persuade Zhu Zhennan. "Uncle, calm down. Can you let my dad finish talking first? Dad. Let uncle finish what he's saying first." Zhu Zhennan calmed down a little and signaled Zhu Zhenxiong to give him an explanation. Zhu Zhenxiong said, "Second brother, don't blame me. I have my reasons too. This is all I can tell you. Expelling you from the family was part of the old man's plan to protect Tianling and that thing. You also know the pros and cons of that thing. This is not a reason for you to use Tianling." Zhu Zhennan said lightly. Zhu Zhenxiong dropped a bombshell. "I didn't use him. He chose to go this way. I just came here yesterday, and when I got here, Tianling had already got the thing. And the little girl from the Xian family has already given the treasure box to Tianling. You also know the identity of the little girl from the Xian family, and the little girl from the Long family is also in the Magic City." Zhu Zhennan was silent. "So what are you going to do? Let Tianling repeat the mistakes of my third brother in Tianxing? Zhu Zhenxiong's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said, "My cultivation was not enough back then, but now I have taken that step. If anyone dares to harm Tianling, I don't mind chopping off his dog paws." You took that step?" Zhu Zhennan asked in surprise. Zhu Zhenxiong nodded. Zhu Zhennan asked, "What are you going to do?" Zhu Zhenxiong gave an unfathomable smile. The two hands were tightly clasped together, and the two brothers Zhu Zhenxiong and Zhu Zhennan reconciled. At the same time, in a wasteland outside the Magic City, two women who looked very similar were looking at dozens of men in black in front of them and smiled at the same time. Ling Yu finally succeeded. "Yes, sister, I'm sure that guy will be very happy." The two women were Long Lingyin and Long Lingyu, who had not been seen for a long time. "Let's go, it's time to go back." Chapter 67. Gu Qianrou is in danger. The mystery of Bermuda is revealed. Ever since Chu Tianling came to Bermuda, he felt something was wrong because his right eyelid kept twitching. Although he didn't believe it, it was necessary to be vigilant. After entering the Bermuda Sea, Chu Tianling and his cruise boat kept shaking inexplicably, as if something under the sea level was holding their boat and making it shake continuously. "Damn it! There's no wind and no waves, why is the boat shaking?" Suddenly, a huge tentacle stretched out from the sea and dragged the unsuspecting Gu Qianrou into the water. "Mist King! Qianrou! Row row! Crazy bitch!" Everyone on the boat was terrified. Just as the Wind King was about to rescue people, he felt a terrifying aura emanating from behind him. Turning around, he couldn't help but mourn for the owner of the tentacle. His master was angry. Chu Tianling was already on the verge of exploding. He didn't expect that despite his repeated caution, something bad would still happen. Several people quietly stepped back a few steps. They all knew that Gu Qianrou's accident had angered His Majesty. King Feng looked at his lord with a little excitement. He could finally see his lord actually take action. Before in Lopner, his lord basically relied on fists and feet to defeat the enemies and had never used ancient martial arts. Is he finally going to use them now? It's not that King Wind is disloyal and doesn't care about King Fog's life or death, but he is a martial arts fanatic, and it is undoubtedly a good thing to see a strong man take action. God-destroying palm. Chu Tianling gathered his true energy in his right hand and slapped the water surface with his palm. The god-destroying palm is an ancient martial art that Chu Tianling obtained from the castle in Lop Nur. Thanks to the bug in the system, Chu Tianling learned the god-destroying palm easily. Everyone was thrown onto the deck by the huge impact, looking at their lord with fear. Is this the lord's true strength? With one strike of his palm, many fish and shrimps were killed, some even without a complete body left. The surface of the sea was instantly dyed red with blood. Chu Tianling jumped into the water without thinking. Everyone was terrified. This was Bermuda. It was too dangerous to jump into the water alone. Without much hesitation, everyone was about to jump into the water to catch up with Chu Tianling, but Tang Shishir said, "Senior Wind King, Senior Thunder King, please stay on the boat and protect it." The Thunder King seemed to be thinking about something, but the Wind King did not understand. "Sixth Madam, why are we the two left on the boat?" Thunder King said with disdain, "I told you to study, but you wanted to release the pigs. Water can conduct electricity. Am I going down to help save Fog King or to make things worse? And you think the wind and waves are not strong enough and you want to add fuel to the fire, right?" The originally calm sea surface had already become turbulent with the appearance of the tentacle. Tang Shishir, Mo Xingjiang, and Bing Wang jumped into the water. They swam hard and finally caught up with Chu Tianling. Looking at the tentacles rapidly shrinking in front of him, Chu Tianling was burning with anger. He gathered the true energy in his palms and struck out with another god-destroying palm, directly cutting the tentacle in half. A scream was heard in the distance. Gu Qianro, who survived the disaster, patted her chest and hid behind Chu Tianling with a look of fear on her face. "You dare to touch my woman? You're courting death." With a cold snort, Chu Tianling turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Several people hurriedly followed him. Gu Qianro felt very happy. Chu Tianling's words, "my woman," just now touched her heart. Half an hour later, Chu Tianling arrived at a place. Looking at the building in front of him, he was stunned. "I saw countless houses standing on the seabed, and a national flag was hung on the roof of the house in the middle." Chu Tianling was angry. Why? Because the flag was of the United States, and the owner of the tentacle that had previously captured Gu Qianro, a giant octopus, was now lying next to these houses. The matter is very clear. No wonder so many planes and ships have disappeared in Bermuda in recent years. All countries have suffered losses, but the United States has escaped every time. It turns out that the United States is the one behind all this. Chapter 68, Bloody Battle at the Undersea Base. Long brothers and sisters visit Yunding Mountain. Looking at the underwater base in front of him, Chu Tianling was furious. It is well known that Chinese aircraft and ships have the most accidents when passing through Bermuda. Previously, all countries believed that it was a natural event. They also confirmed that the magnetic field of Bermuda is different from that of other sea areas. Therefore, all countries attributed the cause of the accidents of aircraft and ships in Bermuda to the magnetic field. But who knew that this was actually a conspiracy of the United States and that the United States was behind it? Chu Tianling would never believe that the giant octopus had nothing to do with this underwater base. "Use all your strength and destroy this base." Chu Tianling was angry. Everyone used their most powerful killing moves. It's dark as hell. Senro missed. Absolute zero. A number of armed men wearing diving suits and holding weapons rushed out of the base in an instant. Seeing that Chu Tianling and his companions could survive on the seabed without relying on diving equipment, the armed men panicked instantly. "It's a superpowered person from China. Go and inform Lord John." An armed man hurried back to the base to report the situation. Chu Tianling's face turned cold. "Get started." There were constant screams and blood flowing everywhere. For a moment, the entire perimeter of the base was like a Shura purgatory. "How dare you!" An old man with white hair and beard flew out. Yes, he flew out. Chu Tianling's pupils shrank. A strong person above the innate level? It seemed that there would be a fierce battle this time. At the same time, two uninvited guests came to Hentang Mountain Manor. Linihan looked at the man and woman in front of her calmly and said, "Who are you looking for? What can I do for you?" The man smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Long Yaoyang and this is my sister Long Yingqi. We are from the Long family in the imperial capital. This time, my brother and I came to visit because we have a business to discuss with Miss Lin." The man emphasized the four words Long family in the imperial capital. Linihan smiled faintly. "Oh? The Long family in the imperial capital?" Long Yaoyang said arrogantly, "That's right. I have nothing to discuss with you, please go back. Long Yao Yang said incredulously, Ms. Lin, are you sure you want to refuse? Lin Yihan said calmly, did I not explain it clearly or did young Master Long not hear it clearly? Long Yao Yang threatened, you have heard of the Long Group, the ninth largest group among the top 10 private enterprises in China. That is my family's business. As far as I know, Miss Lin only owns a small hotel called Bailian Hua Ting, with a total market value of only more than 2 billion. My Long Group has a market value of 200 billion. Miss Lin, will you consider it? Lin Yihan sneered, Long Group? Young Master Long, let me ask you a few questions. Long Yao Yang was confused and said, excuse me, Miss Lin, but I would also like to remind you that my patience is limited. Who is stronger, your Long Group or the Tianlong Group? Who is stronger, your Long family or the Chu family in the imperial capital? How advanced is young Master Long's ancient martial arts skills? Lin Yihan said calmly. Long Yao Yang was confused by Lin Yihan's questions and couldn't say anything for a while. Long Yingqi, who had been silent for a long time, said, the total market value of Tianlong Group is now close to 800 billion, which is naturally not comparable to that of our Long Group. Although the Chu family has not been as good as before in recent years, it is still stronger than our Long family. My brother's ancient martial arts cultivation is now in the middle stage of Xiantian. Why is Miss Lin asking this? Let me remind Miss Lin that my brother is only 28 years old this year. Lin Yihan smiled, then I wonder where young Master Long's pride comes from. As far as I know, Chairman Chu of Tianlong Group is only 22 years old now, and his ancient martial arts skills have reached the peak of Xiantian. Chairman Chu is also the second young master of the Chu family. How can young Master Long compare to him? What do you mean? Long Yao Yang asked angrily. What do I mean? Young Master Long, don't you understand? Let me make it clear. Chairman Chu of Tianlong Group happens to be my, Lin Yihan's, man. Do you understand, young Master Long? Chapter 69, Powerful Enemy, Chu Tianling breaks through in front of the battlefield 3 chapters in 1. What did you say? The chairman of Tianlong Group is the second young master of the Chu family? And the second young Master Chu is your boyfriend? Miss Lin, there is a limit to joking. Do you think I look like an idiot? Long Yao Yang said. Long Yingqi remained silent. She could see that Lin Yihan was not lying. I can testify that what she said is true. Long Yao Yang, you really are a stubborn person. A voice came over. Long Yao Yang cursed without even turning his head, who dares to meddle in my business? Long Yingqi tugged at the corner of his clothes. Long Yao Yang looked at his sister in confusion, and following the gaze of his sister, he saw a person. Chu Tianzi. Why are you here? Long Yao Yang was shocked. Why can't I be here? Long Yao Yang, you can, huh? Are you setting your sights on my sister-in-law? Chu Tianzi sneered. Is she really your sister-in-law? Chu Tianling could be sure that the old man with white hair and beard in front of him was definitely a strong man above the innate level, because this old man could ignore the water pressure and fly in the air. Although he could also ignore the water pressure, he could not fly in the air, and he was at the peak of the innate level. Chu Tianling said, Ice King, Shishir, take Zhengzheng and Qianrou, and run away. Gu Qianrou was suddenly attacked by a huge tentacle just now and was slightly injured. At this time, she could only exert the strength of half a step into the innate realm. No, I won't leave. Mo Zhengzheng shouted. How could she not understand that Chu Tianling was planning to sacrifice himself to give them a chance to escape? Run away. Be obedient. This old man is a strong man above the innate level, run away. Chu Tianling roared. No, I won't leave. Mo Zhengzheng cried. Chu Tianling slashed Mo Zhengzheng's neck with a knife, and Mo Zhengzheng fainted immediately. After handing Mo Zhengzheng over to Tang Shishir to take care of, Chu Tianling said again, Ice King, Shishir, take the two of them and run away. Your Majesty. The Ice King wanted to say something else. Run away. Ice King, are you going to disobey my orders? Chu Tianling roared. 2 lines of turbid tears slid down from the corners of the Ice King's eyes. At this moment, he only hated that his old bones were useless and he could not help Chu Tianling. Let's go. Chu Tianling roared. Since you are here, just stay here. The old man said in a sarcastic tone. You old bastard, take my palm. Chu Tianling slapped him. Bing Wang and Tang Shishir fled towards the sea with tears in their eyes, carrying the unconscious Mo Xingzheng and the injured Gu Qianro. Ha! You can hurt me with the peak strength of a six-winged archangel. You are proud enough at your age, kid, but that's all," said the old man John sinisterly. "Fuck you, archangel. I'm not some piece of shit." Chu Tianling cursed angrily. The two fought again. While the two were fighting, Ice King and Tang Shishir had already returned to the surface of the sea. When King Wind and King Thunder saw King Ice and Tang Shishir coming back, and saw that Chu Tianling was nowhere to be seen, they hurriedly asked, "Where is your excellency?" The Ice King shed tears once again. Tang Shishir said in a sad tone, "There is a base on the seabed, where there lives an American warrior who is superior to others in nature. Everything in Bermuda is an American conspiracy." What? King Wind and King Thunder were shocked. While they were shocked, they also shouted angrily, "How could you leave His Majesty alone and come back?" The Ice King said grimly, "It was the Lord's order that we come back." King of Wind and King of Thunder were suddenly speechless. Although they had not spent too long with Chu Tianling, they already understood their master's character. Suddenly, as if she had made a decision, Tang Shishir gently placed the unconscious Mo Xingzheng in her arms on the deck, turned around and jumped into the water. "Sixth, madam!" Several people shouted together. At the bottom of the sea, Chu Tianling was fighting fiercely with John. Chu Tianling already had several wounds on his body, which were left by John. After all, John was a strong man above the innate level. It was already quite good that Chu Tianling could injure John by surprise attack before. The ancient martial arts realm is stronger than the previous one. Even if they are in the same realm, the peak of the innate has absolute suppressive power over the late innate level. What's more, John's cultivation is above the innate level while Chu Tianling is only at the peak of the innate level. John spoke again, "Surrender, Chinese boy. It is not easy for you to cultivate to the peak of the six-winged archangel at your age. It would be a pity to die. As long as you surrender, I promise to save your life." "Dream on." Chu Tianling cursed angrily. "If that's the case, then you can't blame me. You Chinese have a saying, if you don't accept a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. Come on, kid." Heavy rain of pear blossom needles. Suddenly, countless silver needles appeared and attacked John. John's face changed and he quickly dodged, which also gave Chu Tianling a little time to catch his breath. "Shishir, you are so stupid, why are you back?" The previous attack was launched by the returning Tang Shishir. "No one in my Guwu Tang family will run away. It was like this before, it is like this now, and it will be like this in the future," Tang Shishir said, staring at John with a frosty face. "What a touching friendship. But it will soon disappear." Yin Yang. John used his ultimate move. Chu Tianling was no longer able to resist. Tang Shishir stood in front of Chu Tianling with a resolute look and gave him a miserable smile. "No!" Chu Tianling roared. All of John's attacks fell on Tang Shishir. Tang Shishir suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, her body flew backwards and hit Chu Tianling. Tianling, let's see each other in the next life." Before she could finish her words, Tang Shishir closed her eyes and fell limply into Chu Tianling's arms. Sure. Chu Tianling shouted to the sky. "Ah!" Chu Tianling was full of majestic aura, and John's face changed. Half-step 8-winged archangel? He quickly rushed towards Chu Tianling. China's super-powered people have been strong since ancient times. A Chinese ancient warrior would almost crush a Western super-powered person of the same level, and the latter would have no ability to resist. If this Chinese kid had broken through to the level of a half-step 8-winged archangel, it would be questionable whether he could leave alive today. After all, he had just broken through to the level of an 8-winged archangel not long ago, and his foundation was not stable. If Chu Tianling and his party had not reached the gate of the base, he would not have chosen to come out to meet the enemy at this time. "You old bastard, die for me! Supreme heaven shaking palm!" John looked at the unstoppable blow with horror and roared. "No!" Amid John's roar, his figure and the underwater base turned into ashes. Holding Tang Shishir in his arms, Chu Tianling found the Heart of Eternity under the body of the giant octopus. Looking at the Heart of Eternity in his hand and then at Tang Shishir in his arms, Chu Tianling couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. On the sea level, the 3 kings in Mo Xingzheng, who had just woken up, heard Chu Tianling's roar. Knowing that something had happened, they hurried to go down. But just as they were about to go down, Chu Tianling came up. Looking at Chu Tianling's pale face, the stone in his hand, the unconscious Tang Shishir in his arms, and the hideous wound on Tang Shishir's abdomen, the four of them were stunned. Shishir. Sixth, madam. Several people burst into tears immediately. Go home. Ice King, do your best to investigate when you get back, Chu Tianling said in a hoarse voice. 3 hours later, Hentang Mountain Manor. What? You're so brave. Looking at Tang Shishir lying on the bed, Chu Tianling felt extremely heartbroken. Everyone standing by felt a dull pain in their hearts. No one had expected things to develop to this point. Coming out of the room, Zhu Zhenxiong couldn't help but ask, Tianling, what happened? Why did Shishir? Chu Tianling said in a hoarse voice, everything in Bermuda is a conspiracy of the United States. We encountered an American strongman who was superior to the innate in Bermuda, and Shishir blocked the attack of that strongman for me. I broke through in the battle and killed that strongman by chance. But Shishir. What Chu Tianling said was right, it was indeed a fluke. If he hadn't made a breakthrough at the last minute, if John S. Foundation hadn't been unstable, he would have absolutely no chance of survival. Bang! Zhu Zhenxiong smashed a table with one slap. This is too much. I'm going to find them right now. Zhu Zhennan grabbed him. Brother, don't be impulsive. This revenge must be taken, but you need to stay calm now. We don't even know who the enemy is or how strong they are. If we rush in rashly, we will only suffer losses. A man suddenly appeared in the living room and said, don't be so sad, Tang Shishir is not dead yet. Send her back to the Tang family before dawn, she can still be saved. Hearing that Tang Shishir could still be saved, Chu Tianling suddenly raised his head and saw the face that he had seen before but was not familiar with. Chu Tianling said anxiously, Xian Yaoyao, where is the Tang family? Tell me quickly. The person who came was Xian Yaoyao. Shenangjia. After dropping these 3 words, Xian Yaoyao disappeared again. Shenangjia? Hurry. Prepare the car, contact the airport, and prepare a plane for me that can fly to Hubei province as quickly as possible, Chu Tianling said loudly. He quickly stood up, but stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking at his son, Zhu Zhennan felt distressed. Son, take a good rest. Let dad take care of sending Shishir back to the Tang family. Linihan and He helped Chu Tianling go upstairs to rest. Zhu Zhenxiong and Zhu Zhennan looked at each other and saw the murderous intent in each other's eyes. At 12:30 in the morning, a plane took off from Shanghai and flew to Hubei province. On the plane were Zhu Zhennan, Zhu Tianzi, Gu Qianro, and Tang Shishir. Looking at the plane flying away, Zhu Zhennan's face turned cold. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Grandpa, something happened to your granddaughter-in-law. Zhu Outyan on the other end of the phone was stunned at first, then he realized that he knew that his eldest son Zhu Zhenxiong had gone to the Magic City and met his grandson Chu Tianling. What did you say? Explain it to me clearly. Zhu Zhenxiong told Zhu Outyan everything that happened. Zhu Outyan threw the cup in his hand. How dare you, you American bastard, touch my granddaughter-in-law. Someone come. Chapter 70, Tang and Chu's Alliance, Chu Tianling drinks all the time. In a bar not far from Magic City University, Chu Tianling was drinking bottle after bottle. He hated it, he hated himself. If he had had a cultivation level above the innate level at that time, Tang Shishir would not have been seriously injured by John and fell into a coma in order to save him. On the other side, Gu Shengkai and 2 others walked into the bar chatting and laughing. Kaizi, have you decided to drop out of school and go find Tianling? Of course you two have decided, haven't you? I've noticed that Tianling has become different from us, but I just can't put my finger on it. The 3 of them walked to the bar, chatting and laughing, and were about to book a table when the sharp-eyed Lin Hai spotted Chu Tianling, who was drunk at a table. Kaizi, Achuan, look. Gu Shengkai and Lu Chuan followed Lin Hai's gaze. Tianling? Why is he here? Damn, he drank so much? The 3 of them ran over quickly. Tianling, wake up. Wake up. Chu Tianling heard someone calling him in a daze. He looked up and found it was Lu Chuan. Ah, Achuan, why are you here? Tianling, what's wrong with you? Why did you drink so much? Get up, we'll take you home. Lin Hai helped Chu Tianling up with difficulty. No, don't worry about me. Chu Tianling struggled. The 3 of them worked together to lift Chu Tianling up. After paying for the wine, they took a taxi. Because they didn't know where Chu Tianling lived, they rushed directly to the police station and asked the police officers there a lot of questions. Only then did they learn that Chu Tianling lived in Hentang Mountain Manor. Half an hour later, a taxi stopped at the gate of the Hentang Mountain Villa area. After paying the fare, the three helped Chu Tianling get out of the car. The guard was about to stop them, but saw the drunk Chu Tianling and quickly let them go. Under the guidance of the guard, the three came to Hentang Mountain Manor. In the living room of the Hentang Mountain Manor Villa, Linihan looked at the drunk Chu Tianling and felt angry and distressed. Lu Chuan asked, "Sister-in-law, what happened to Tianling? Why did he suddenly drink so much?" It was also fortunate that Chu Tianling had the cultivation level of a half-step grandmaster, otherwise he would not have been able to withstand such a treatment. Above the innate is the master. Linihan sighed and said some of what she needed to say. After all, ancient warriors cannot be exposed to the sight of ordinary people. Something happened to Shirshir. A few days ago, Tianling went out to do something very important, and Shirshir followed him. Unexpectedly, she ran into a very powerful enemy. In order to save Tianling, Shirshir blocked the man's attack for Tianling. She was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Until now, her life or death is unknown. Ah! How could this happen? The three of them were shocked. Shirshir has been sent to the emergency department for treatment. Tianling's father, cousin, and Lao Lu have all gone there. I don't know how they are doing now. The three of them were silent. It's so late, I'm sorry to bother you three. Tianling is lucky to have you three brothers. You can stay here tonight. Linihan said. The three of them quickly refused, but couldn't resist Linihan's determination, so they had to stay. Shenangjia. After 2 or 3 hours of galloping, Zhu Jinan and others finally arrived at the Tang family. After many twists and turns, Zhu Jinan finally met Tang Junlin, the old man of the Tang family. Seeing his once lively granddaughter become like this, Tang Junlin couldn't help but get angry. Zhu Jinan. Tang and your father arranged a marriage between Chu Tianling and my granddaughter. Is this how your Chu family takes care of my granddaughter? Zhu Jinan said, Mr. Tang, please listen to me. After more than 20 minutes of explanation, Tang Junlin's anger finally subsided. So, that brat Chu Tianling has already obtained the Eye of Truth and the Heart of Eternity? Zhu Jinan nodded. Well, come with me, but Chu Xinxiang's son and this little girl shouldn't follow. Xiaofeng, treat them well. Yes, father. Tang Junlin held his granddaughter and brought Zhu Jinan to a place. Zhu Jinan was shivering with cold. Tang Junlin rarely showed a smile on his face. He put Tang Shirshir on the ice bed, took out a small box from under the ice bed, took out a red knife from it, and handed it to Zhu Jinan. Mr. Tang, what is this? Zhu Jinan asked. Why did Mr. Tang Junlin give him a knife? Was he asking him to commit suicide to make an apology? Zhu Jinan, for the sake of your father Chu Outyan, let's just let it go this time. Take this thing back and give it to that brat Chu Tianling. Tell him to come find me in a month. Zhu Jinan was delighted, as Tang Junlin's implication was that he was interested in forming an alliance between the two families. Thank you, Mr. Tang, but there is one thing Jinan doesn't know. What's the matter? Tang Junlin asked. You gave me this knife? Tang Junlin waved his hand and said, it's just the blade of weeping blood. So it's the bloodthirsty blade. Wait, the bloodthirsty blade? Zhu Jinan almost threw the knife in his hand away. Chapter 71 Xian Yaoyao's True Identity, the four brothers gather together. The next day, Chu Tianling slept until 1 p.m., then he yawned, washed his face and went downstairs. Seeing Zhu Jinan sitting on the sofa with a sullen face, he asked hurriedly, Dad, why are you back? Where's Shirshir? The answer he got was a slap from Zhu Jinan. You bastard. Look at what you have done these past few days. Do you want to piss me off to death? You want Hurricane to have a new leader, Tianlong Group to have a new chairman, and I, Zhu Jinan, to have one less son, right? Don't think that I can't deal with you just because you are a half-step grandmaster, you bastard. Even if you are at the peak of the grandmaster level, I still have plenty of ways to deal with you. After beating and scolding, Zhu Jinan's anger subsided and he took out a small knife and threw it to Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling was frightened. Dad, what are you doing? You don't really want to change your son. You bastard. Keep it. Haven't you been looking for the 5 treasures? Take it. The anger that Zhu Jinan had suppressed with great difficulty was ignited again in an instant. Is this knife one of the 5 great treasures? Chu Jinnan said angrily, blood-crying blade. You bastard, what kind of shit luck did you have? You made the Tang family's daughter look like that, and the old man of the Tang family was willing to give you the blood-crying blade. Chu Tianling asked in confusion, Dad, how come the bloodthirsty blade is with Grandpa Tang? According to the information I have collected, shouldn't the bloodthirsty blade be in the Royal Museum in England? Except for the country, the Tang family's intelligence network is second to none in China. No one dares to claim to be first. Your intelligence network is shit. Half a month ago, Mr. Tang went to England to get the bloodthirsty blade back. Chu Tianling was stunned. Half a month ago? Wasn't that when he had just set out to Lop Nur to find the Eye of Truth? Did the old man of the Tang family know that he was collecting the 5 great treasures? Chu Jinnan said unhappily, let's not talk about this for now. Put away the bloodthirsty blade. I'll ask you another question. Chu Tianling hurriedly put the bloodthirsty blade and the Heart of Eternity in the system space into the underground treasure house, returned to the living room, and sat next to Chu Jinnan. When did you get involved with the girl from the Xian family? Chu Jinnan asked. The girl from the Xian family? Dad, are you talking about Xian Yao Yao? It's that girl Xian Yao Yao. Let me tell you, I have no objection to a playboy like you finding as many women as you want, but you'd better not have any thoughts about that girl Xian Yao Yao. Chu Jinnan said. Chu Tianling's face was full of black lines. Dad, what are you talking about? I have only met Xian Yao Yao 3 times so far. Chu Tianling was telling the truth. The first time was on the street, the second time was at Yulong Villa when Xian Yao Yao handed him the treasure box, and the third time was after he came back from Bermuda when Tang Shishir was seriously injured and unconscious. Everyone thought that Tang Shishir was dead and Xian Yao Yao suddenly appeared and gave him a clue. Let me tell you, Xian Yao Yao's identity is very important, and what she is doing now is also very dangerous. Although she helped you by giving you the treasure box, you must never get involved with her. Chu Jinnan said. Chu Tianling looked confused. Chu Jinnan continued, Xian Yao Yao is just a fake name used by that girl. Her real name is Xian Yao. Xian Yao Yao? Xian Yao? Isn't it just one character difference? Chu Jinnan looked at his son as if he were a mentally retarded person. Xian Yao is the girl's name, and I haven't told you her last name yet. Dad, what's her last name? Aizen Joro. 2 hours later, Chu Tianling appeared in the office of the chairman of Tianlong Group, facing Gu Shankai, Lin Hai, and Lu Chuan. Seeing Chu Tianling return to normal, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Have you 3 decided? It's all decided. The 4 of us brothers are going to be together and make a name for ourselves together. Chapter 72 The Choice of 3 People, The Mysterious Man and Xian Yao. From the conversation with his father Chu Jinnan in the morning, Chu Tianling learned a lot of things he didn't know. Xian Yao Yao is just her pseudonym. Her last name is Xinjueluo. Could she be a descendant of the Qing dynasty? Xinjueluo Xian Yao? 3 of the 5 treasures, the Eye of Truth, the Heart of Eternity and the Blade of Weeping Blood, are already in hand, but his father Chu Jinnan told him not to look for the remaining 5 element stones and the Spirit of Desire. Why? These are the 2 questions left after Chu Tianling's conversation with his father. If Xian Yao Yao is a descendant of the Qing dynasty, she should live in anonymity, just like the last emperor of the Qing dynasty, Puyi. But she does the opposite and acts so high profile. Why? The country has always been very strong in its crackdown on these royal descendants. Isn't she afraid of being liquidated by the country? I already have 3 of the 5 treasures, so why did my father ask me not to look for the remaining 5 element stones and the Spirit of Desire? Logically, my father should support me, so why did he suddenly oppose me? In a courtyard in the imperial capital, a young man took a sip of tea and said, Xian Yao, how is the boy's progress? The girl next to the man said, Brother, he has already obtained the Eye of Truth and the Heart of Eternity. Not long ago, Tang Junlin also gave him the Blade of Weeping Blood. It's beyond my expectation. How about this, Xian Yao, you take some people to Germany tomorrow and bring those 5 people back. If those 5 families are not honest, then deal with them. I know, brother. But what if he knew that you and I were using him? We can't afford to offend him now. It doesn't matter if he knows, but now is not the time to let him know. After all, if he knows now, it will affect us. Our goals are different from his. He needs that thing, and we need it now too. It's the same if I give it to him after I've used it up. Chu Tianling looked at his 3 brothers. Kaizi, Xiaohai, Achuan, have you thought about it? I'm sure you have guessed that what I'm doing now is different from ordinary people. After a moment of silence, the three made their own choices. Gu Shengkai chose to be an ordinary person, while Lin Hai and Lu Chuan chose the same path as Chu Tianling. After a pause, Chu Tianling said, "Kaizi, I will call you later. The person on the other end is the general manager of my company. You can go directly to him and ask him to arrange for you. Start as a department manager, and then promote you after you have made achievements. Xiaohai and Achuan have chosen a different path from you. I'm sorry that there are some things I can't tell you now. I will tell you when the time is right. Xiaohai and Achuan, follow me." Gu Shengkai nodded. He naturally believed Chu Tianling. After arriving at the rooftop, Chu Tianling asked again, "Xiaohai, Achuan, have you thought it through? If you choose my path, there will be no possibility of retreat, and you may even die. Have you thought it through?" Lin Hai joked, "Tianling, you are not going to take us to the Golden Triangle. They all know what to do in the Golden Triangle, and there are often news reports on TV." Chu Tianling said angrily, "How could I do such a thing? I would like to kill those beasts if I have the chance." Lin Hai chuckled. "Have you heard of ancient warriors?" Lu Chuan asked in confusion, "Ancient warriors? Are they the ones in novels who can fly into the sky and break the ground with a wave of their hands?" Chu Tianling wiped a drop of cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Achuan, it's not as exaggerated as you said. What I want to tell you today is that ancient warriors really exist. I am an ancient warrior now." Lin Hai and Lu Chuan were shocked. They didn't expect that the brother they had been with for so many years would actually be an ancient warrior. They naturally believed Chu Tianling's words, because Chu Tianling would never lie to them at any time. Ancient warriors are currently divided into 3 realms: acquired, innate, and grandmaster. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor realms: early, middle, late, and peak. As for whether there is a realm higher than the grandmaster, I don't know yet. Lin Hai asked, "Tianling, what realm are you in now?" "Half-step grandmaster." The 2 thick-skinned guys started yelling, "Half-step grandmaster? Does that mean you're only 1 step away from becoming a grandmaster?" "Chu Tianling, you told us only after you're almost a grandmaster." Chapter 73, Mo Zhengzhang and Gu Qianrou's strengths recover, Chu Tianling's doubts. In a secret room at Yulong Villa. Thinking back to the people they saw along the way, Lin Hai and Lu Chuan's backs were wet. Lu Chuan asked with difficulty, "Tianling, those people are not like you, are they also half-step masters?" Chu Tianling smiled. "It would be great if everyone in Hurricane was a half-step master." "You are talking about the people who were training on the playground just now, right? Half-step grandmaster? They are still far from it. The strongest among them is only at the late stage of the acquired realm." Lin Hai and Lu Chuan staggered. In their minds, those people were strong enough, but they didn't expect that the strongest of them was only in the late acquired stage. "Here." Chu Tianling threw the ancient martial arts techniques and the things needed for practice that he had prepared in advance to the 2 of them. This is the entry-level method of ancient martial arts. These are to assist in cultivation. Can you try first to see if you can reach the threshold? After cheering up again, Chu Tianling took some time to learn about the upgraded system. After the system upgrade, all the previous functions such as sign in disappeared. From now on, whenever he triggers a system task, the system will give Chu Tianling 2 choices. From now on, for every 100 million Chu Tianling spends, he can get an exchange point. The exchange points can be used to exchange items in the system mall. Different items require different exchange points. Just now, Chu Tianling spent an exchange point to exchange for knowledge about superpowers on Earth. After fully understanding it, Chu Tianling's understanding of superpowers is now second to none on Earth. It turns out that not only China has ancient martial artists, but countries outside of China also have some people with special abilities. These people with special abilities in China's ancient martial artists have a common title, that is, superpowered people. People like the Hulk and Captain America in the United States are all superpowered people. Chu Tianling defined all countries outside of China as Western countries. The strength division of superpowers in Western countries is similar to that in China, except for the different names. The 4-winged archangel in the West corresponds to the acquired realm of ancient Chinese martial arts, while the 6-winged archangel corresponds to the innate realm. John, who was killed in anger by Chu Tianling, is an early-stage 8-winged archangel, which is what the ancient Chinese martial arts call the early-stage grandmaster. Chu Tianling's current cultivation level is that of a half-step grandmaster, what Western countries call a half-step 8-winged archangel. It was not until now that Chu Tianling realized that Grandmaster and 8 winged archangels were only the first realm of those with superpowers. Acquired and innate realms, or the 4 winged and 6 winged archangels in the West, were merely entry levels.
Chu Tianling had a question.
The strongest hurricane souls were Paul and Peter, who were at the peak of the innate realm, besides him being a half-step master. Even the 6 elemental kings were only at the early stage of the innate realm, and the 12 constellation envoys were only at the pitiful peak of the acquired realm. So why could Hurricane still make such a big name in the international community and be so detached from the world in the Chinese ancient martial arts world?
While Chu Tianling was thinking hard, in a mysterious canyon in the imperial capital.
That little guy is making good progress. He has obtained 3 of the 5 great treasures. The brother and sister and that little guy are eyeing the same thing.
Do we need to give them a warning? No need.
Although the 2 siblings have their eyes on that thing, their goal does not conflict with that of the little guy. After the 2 siblings have used it, let the girl give it to the little guy.
It will be the same.
In the future, the 2 siblings will become the little guy's right-hand men.
By the way, how do we deal with the hurricane? There are signs of the 8 winged archangels' activities in America.
You mean the time when that little guy went to Bermuda?
That's right, we Chinese should also make some moves. We have been silent for so long, and others think we are easy to bully. Let Lao Jiu go and unblock them, but don't ask too many people. Just the Mo family girl and the little girl surnamed Gu will be enough.
These 2 girls are the women of that little guy.
Let Lao Jiu go? Lao Jiu is the little guy's grandfather. Don't worry, Lao Jiu knows what's going on.
On this day, Mo Xingjiang and Gu Qianro, who were undergoing devilish special training, suddenly found that their cultivation had recovered to the middle stage of Grandmaster.
The 2 couldn't help but look at each other. Had their cultivation recovered? Was that day about to come? Chapter 70 for the real ancient martial arts realm, this is a strange world.
In the secret room, Lin Hai and Lu Chuan had their eyes closed. There was a faint light flowing on their bodies, and the breath they emitted from time to time was enough to make ordinary people feel palpitations.
The next second, they both opened their eyes at the same time. You succeeded?
Yes, didn't you succeed?
5 minutes later, Chu Tianling looked at his 2 brothers and smiled happily.
As expected, Lin Hai reached the early stage of the acquired realm, and Lu Chuan actually reached the middle stage of the acquired realm. The 3 brothers laughed at the same time.
It's a pity for Kaizi, he chose to be an ordinary person.
Only by realizing how powerful the ancient warriors are, will you know that worldly wealth is nothing in front of them.
Okay, don't be discouraged, I will find a chance to persuade Kaizi.
At this moment, Chu Tianling felt 2 familiar yet slightly strange auras.
These 2 auras were far stronger than his. Chu Tianling felt like he was facing a formidable enemy and blocked Lin Hai and Lu Chuan behind him.
The 2 of them felt warm in their hearts.
2 figures landed in front of Chu Tianling. Zhang Zhang? Xiao Rou? 5th sister-in-law, 6th sister-in-law?
The 3 brothers said in surprise.
This is not the place to talk, let's go.
When they arrived at the secret room where Lin Hai and Lu Chuan had previously practiced, Mo Xingjiang was about to speak when Gu Qianro noticed the changes in Lin Hai and Lu Chuan.
Ha! You 2 have become ancient warriors? Chu Tianling patiently explained to the 2 women. Zheng, what are you 2 doing? Mo Xingjiang said in a serious tone, Tianling, have the cultivation levels of the crazy woman and I recovered?
What?
Isn't your cultivation at the initial stage of Xiantian? Gu Qianro looked at her beloved man as if he were an idiot.
Our cultivation is not the initial stage of Xiantian as you knew before, but the middle stage of Grandmaster. I am only 1 step away from entering the late stage of Grandmaster, and the crazy woman has just entered the middle stage of Grandmaster.
Mr. Mo, who do you say is a crazy bitch?
Chu Tianling stopped the 2 people who were about to fight with a headache. Seeing Chu Tianling's doubts, Gu Qianro said, Brother Ling.
Chu Tianling understood what she meant and said, I know everything else.
Now tell me what's going on between you and Zhang Zhang, and what level of cultivation you are in. Gu Qianro said, Zheng Zhang and I are not actually in the early stage of Xiantian, but in the middle stage of Grandmaster. Zheng Zhang is indeed a level stronger than me. When we first met you, our cultivation was only in the early stage of Xiantian because our cultivation was sealed. It was suddenly released today. As for the realm of cultivation that you were most concerned about, I currently know that it is divided into acquired, innate, Grandmaster, Saint Realm and God Realm. It is rumored that there is another realm above the God Realm, but since the strong people above the god realm have not appeared for a long time, I am not sure whether this realm still exists.
Emo Xingzheng continued, in fact, our hurricane battle spirit is not as simple as it seems.
The cultivation of everyone in Hurricane, including Paul and Peter, has been sealed. It's just that Igvifone and Xianro's cultivation has been suddenly unlocked today for some reason. Chu Tianling signaled to everyone that if they wanted to be quiet, they should just be quiet and not ask who Jingjing was. The four of them turned around and left, and Chu Tianling sat quietly on the ground. He didn't expect that there were so many realms above the innate level. He always thought that the Grandmaster was the top level.
He even learned about this realm from Chu Zhenan. What are the identities of Mo Zhengzhang and Gu Qianro? Where are they from? Why is the cultivation of the people in Hurricane sealed? What kind of existence sealed their cultivation? One mystery after another lingered in Chu Tianling's mind. Xian Yaoyao's identity has not been completely confirmed. Why didn't his father let him look for the remaining 5 element stone and the spirit of desire? He still has no clue about these two things. With so many problems, Chu Tianling feels that his head is about to grow big. He suddenly felt that this world was so strange. Chapter 75 Chu Tianling breaks through to Grandmaster level, Xian Yao's identity comes to light. After learning that there are so many realms above the innate realm, Chu Tianling realized that the strength of a half-step Grandmaster is far from enough. He is still wandering in the secular world and has not really come into contact with the circle of people with superpowers. He has not even come into contact with the world of ancient Chinese martial arts. Chu Tianling was in seclusion, and so were Mo Zhengzhang and Gu Qianro.
Chu Tianling was in seclusion to break through to the Grandmaster level, while Mo Xingzhang and Gu Qianro were in seclusion to readapt to the mid-stage Grandmaster level. After all, it had been a long time since their levels were sealed.
While Chu Tianling and the other two were in seclusion, Xian Yao had already returned from Germany.
A terrifying aura was surging from her, and she was clearly at the peak of the Grandmaster level.
Brother, I'm back.
Xian Yao jumped towards the young man. The man laughed helplessly. You are so grown up, you have reached the peak of Grandmaster, but you are still like a child.
Xian Yao, these 5 people are that thing? Xian Yao nodded.
The 5 white people in front of him looked at the young man with horror. Just half an hour ago, they were enjoying delicious red wine and steak in their respective homes, and the next second they were brought to this strange place.
Xian Yao, do you hate your brother?
The young man suddenly said. Xian Yao was silent for a while, then said, no hatred.
Brother, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alive today. My father is gone, my mother is missing, and you are my only relative.
The young man said, times have changed after all.
Otherwise, why would the Xinjueluo family have fallen into such a state today?
Well, Xian Yao, I will spare you a point about that matter.
From now on, you can stay in the Magic City. I will be there for you in the Imperial City.
Send the golden shadow stone to him.
His grandfather has been kind to us. We in the Xinjueluo family cannot be ungrateful.
Brother! Xian Yao, no, Xinjueluo Xian Yao shed tears. She knew that her brother was going to sacrifice himself to suppress that thing.
Be obedient, said the young man, Eisenjaro Xinling.
Restraining his sadness, Xian Yao grabbed a white man who was lying on the ground and disappeared on the spot with a move. Xinjueluo Xinling looked up at the sky and murmured, Tianling, I helped you a lot, but I also provoked 2 powerful enemies for you.
After 3 days of seclusion, Mo Zhengzhang and Gu Qianro broke out of it.
They had completely regained the cultivation level of a mid-stage Grandmaster. Another 5 days passed, and Chu Tianling broke through the barrier. At this time, his aura had reached the late stage of Grandmaster.
In a castle in America, a white man suddenly opened his eyes.
At the same time, across the ocean in England, a black man also opened his eyes.
Huaxia? It's necessary to go there. After another 3 days, Chu Tianling finally stabilized his cultivation.
Feeling the qi filling his body and the fluctuations of a late Grandmaster emanating from his body, he nodded with satisfaction. Coming out of the secret room, Chu Tianling saw Gu Qianro sitting on the grass at a glance. He walked over and sat next to her, gently holding her in his arms.
Chu Tianling asked softly, Xiaorou, what are you daydreaming about?
Gu Qianro leaned her little head on Chu Tianling's shoulder and said softly, Brother Ling, come home with me.
Chu Tianling was surprised by Gu Qianro's words. Why do you want to take me home all of a sudden?
Gu Qianro couldn't hide the worry in her brows. Zheng Zhang and I have recovered our cultivation, which proves that day is coming soon. I believe it's only a matter of time before Feng Wang and the others recover their cultivation.
I'm afraid.
Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Although I am only at the late Grandmaster stage now, no one can predict what will happen in the future.
Don't worry. If you want to go home, let's go back. Chapter 76 Chu Tianling killed Gu Qianrou's brother, Shura Armor Summoner.
After staying at home for a day, Chu Tianling followed Gu Qianrou to her home.
The moment he saw Chu Tianling, Gu Qianrou's father Gu Yanming was furious. How dare you come to my house, kid? Do you really think that there is no one in my Gu family?
Even if you are an ancient warrior at the Xian Tian realm, I promise that you will never come back.
Chu Tianling and Gu Qianrou looked at Gu Yanming in confusion. Dad, what are you talking about? Gu Qianrou was stunned.
Qianrou, come here quickly, why are you with the murderer who killed your brother?
Gu Yanming said angrily. Chu Tianling was completely dumbfounded.
He had no grudges against Gu Qianrou's brother in the past or in the present, and they didn't even know each other. The other party was also his brother-in-law, so how could he kill him? Seeing her father getting more and more agitated, Gu Qianrou quickly said, Dad, it's a misunderstanding.
Gu Yanming looked at Chu Tianling coldly and said, Qianrou, what misunderstanding is there? Gu Qianrou asked hurriedly, Dad, when did you know that my brother was in trouble?
5 days ago.
Gu Qianrou was stunned. 5 days ago?
At that time, Chu Tianling was with her in Yulong Villa. Besides, she couldn't think of any reason for Chu Tianling to kill her brother.
Yulong Villa.
Yulong Villa, what?
Yulong Villa?
Chu Tianling asked doubtfully, Uncle Gu, what's wrong? After 2 hours of fierce argument, Gu Yanming finally believed that Chu Tianling was not the murderer of Gu Qiancheng.
Chu Tianling asked, Uncle Gu, are you sure what happened that day was true?
According to Gu Yanming, when Gu Qiancheng died, a person who looked exactly like Chu Tianling appeared at the scene, and it was this person who killed Gu Qiancheng.
Gu Yanming nodded.
Chu Tianling and Gu Qianrou looked at each other and saw 5 words in each other's eyes.
Things got serious. Gu Yanming asked, Boy, what's your name?
Uncle Gu, my last name is Chu, and my given name is Tianling, which means sky, and Ling means the imposing and majestic person.
Oh, it's Chu Tianling. What, Chu Tianling? The surname is Chu, and the character Tian is from the Tian generation.
Boy, are you the little bastard of the Chu family?
Who is Chu Zhennan to you? Gu Yanming said angrily. Chu Tianling was completely confused and asked in confusion, My father's name is Chu Zhennan, Uncle Gu, what's wrong? Boom! Gu Yanming exploded. So you are the son of that old bastard Chu Zhennan. Ding! System task triggered. Option 1, fight Gu Yanming and get a Shura Armor Summoner as a reward.
Option 2, refuse to fight, hosts Martial Arts Realm 1.
Chu Tianling was startled. Gu Yanming actually wanted to attack him? Also, what the hell is this Shura Armor Summoner? Isn't that something from Armor Hero? What's going on?
Chu Tianling really wanted to refuse, but the punishment for this refusal was too severe. His martial arts realm would drop directly by a large realm. In this situation, even a dog would know what to choose.
System, I choose 1.
It is detected that the host has made a choice.
A Shura Armor Summoner is rewarded. The summoner has been placed in the system space.
The system's voice had just fallen silent when Gu Yanming's attack arrived. Damn, this Gu Yanming is actually a grandmaster, and at the peak of his powers. After taking Gu Yanming's attack, Chu Tianling spat out blood and flew backwards.
Ha!
Seeing that Chu Tianling took his attack and just spit out blood, Gu Yanming was a little confused. After all, I am at the peak of the Grandmaster level, while the son of this old bastard Chu Zhennan is only at the late Grandmaster level.
How could he be fine after taking my attack?
Chapter 77, The Abnormal Ability of the Nagpular Family, Chu Tianling summons the Shura Armor. After staying at the Gu family for 5 days, Chu Tianling and Gu Qianrou returned to Yundingshan Manor.
As soon as he got home, Chu Tianling locked himself in the bedroom.
Looking at the gadget in his hand that looked like a toy phone, Chu Tianling was a little dazed.
Is this the Shura Armor Summoner? Where did this system come from?
The Shura Armor Summoner has been released.
Will the Xingtian Armor, Feiying Armor, and King Kong Armor also be released in the future? Chu Tianling naturally knew about this special drama.
Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and found that it was Xiao Wenyun, who he hadn't contacted for a long time.
Brother Xiao, what's wrong?
After taking over the position of team leader of the Dragon Group's Magic City Group, Xiao Wenyun took the initiative to ask Chu Tianling to change his words.
Tianling, have you come to the imperial capital? Our people just saw you on the street.
The first thing Xiao Wenyun said was a piece of news that was enough to scare people to death. Chu Tianling's hairs all stood up.
There was actually another me in this world?
He said without thinking, Brother Xiao, hurry up and control the me that appeared in the imperial capital.
I'm in the Magic City now. I'll be there soon. What? Chu Tianling is in the Magic City? Then who is this person in the Imperial City?
Xiao Wenyun was also so frightened that he stood upside down. Thinking of what Chu Tianling in the Magic City said, he decided to listen to him. Soon, Chu Tianling was controlled in the Imperial capital and sent to the Dragon Group as headquarters in the Imperial capital. At this time, Chu Tianling was still yelling, "Let me go! Let me go! I am Chu Tianling, I am the leader of the Magic City Group, you bastards!" As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Wenyun instantly confirmed that the Chu Tianling in front of him was a fake, and the Chu Tianling who rushed from the Demon City to the Imperial capital was the real one. Half an hour later, Xiao Wenyun and Chu Tianling looked at the fake Chu Tianling who was tied up in front of them.
They looked solemn.
There was actually such a method in the world that could completely change into another person's appearance and even voice.
Chu Tianling remembered what Chu Jinan had said to him. He picked up his phone and made a call.
10 minutes later, the call was hung up and Chu Tianling's face became even uglier.
Tianling, what's going on? Xiao Wenyun asked.
Chu Tianling's face became more and more ugly, and he said, "It's the Nodpuller family in Germany. The people of this family are born with an ability to change into another person's appearance at will. It seems that the Nodpuller family has set their sights on me.
I'm also surprised. I haven't offended them and I don't even know anyone in this family.
To be ashamed, I didn't even know the existence of this family." Looking at the fake Chu Tianling in front of him, Xiao Wenyun's face was also extremely ugly. If the Nodpuller family really wanted to do something in China, they would not need to do it themselves. They could easily solve it by using their perverted abilities. After thinking for a while, Chu Tianling said, "The other party should be coming only for me and will not do anything else for the time being, otherwise he would not turn into me the first time he showed this ability."
Xiao Wenyun nodded. He did not ask Chu Tianling how he knew it. He believed Chu Tianling. Everyone has their own secrets.
After leaving the headquarters base and finding a deserted place, Chu Tianling took out the Shura armor summoning device. I suppressed the shame in my heart and pressed the button on the summoner like in the drama. Unexpectedly, a bracelet really appeared on my left wrist. According to the plot in the drama, as long as you close the lid of the summoning device and insert the bracelet, and recite the line, you can summon the armor. Chu Tianling looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he did it.
Shura armor, combine. The next second, a silver-black armor covered Chu Tianling's entire body.
Fuck, it's true. Chapter 78, Finding a Way to Deal with the Nodpuller Family, Shura Armor's First Encounter with the Enemy. After returning to the Magic City, Chu Tianling thought that he had to come up with a way to deal with this abnormal ability before the Nodpuller family took action against him. Otherwise, when the war broke out, the people around him would all be from the Nodpuller family, and that would be a big deal. At this time, a pair of cold hands were placed on his shoulders, rubbing them gently. "Tianling, what's wrong? You look so sad. Have you encountered something that you can't solve?" Chu Tianling turned around and saw that it was He Yinji. He sighed softly, "Yinji, this is it." Then he repeated what he could say. He Yinji was stunned for a moment, then said, "I didn't expect there is such a person, silly Tianling, you are too clever for your own good." Chu Tianling looked at He Yinji in confusion. He Yunji smiled sweetly and said, "Although the people of this family can change into other people's appearance, they definitely have shortcomings. The most direct way is to make a small thing, and then we can all wear it. When we encounter a similar situation in the future, we can ask the other party to take out this small thing. If the other party can't take it out, doesn't it prove that it is fake? Yes. Although this method is a little old-fashioned, it is the best way to solve the problem." Chu Tianling excitedly hugged He Yinji and kissed her. Morong Shui, who came down from upstairs, saw the scene and said sourly, "Oh, have I fallen out of favor? Master Chu doesn't even look at me." Chu Tianling burst out laughing, and after Morong Shui sat down, he kissed Morong Shui again. Morong Shui then smiled happily and sat obediently next to Chu Tianling.
In Yulong Villa, Chu Tianling and Paul Peter were discussing countermeasures. Paul said, "Your Majesty, there is a way, but I don't know if I should tell you or not." Chu Tianling motioned for him to continue. "Not long ago, our people found a kind of insect on an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. The corpses of this insect were dried and ground into powder. It is difficult to remove it after applying it on the body. The Mist Queen tried, but she couldn't completely remove it. The powder made from the corpses of this insect is usually invisible. Only the juice secreted by a magical tree where this insect lives can make it visible. I think we can let our own people use the powder made from this insect to tattoo on the back of their hands, and then carry the juice secreted by that tree with them. If we encounter the situation you described, we will know the truth after a try." Half an hour later, Paul and Peter set off towards the uninhabited island. They received orders from Chu Tianling to produce enough powder in tree sap in the shortest time possible. On the way back, Chu Tianling suddenly braked and stopped. There were 5 people standing in front of him. Judging from the aura they exuded, they were all masters. The person in front of him was obviously an enemy, not a friend. Chu Tianling had a headache. Recently, his enemies had inexplicably increased in number, and he didn't know when he had offended them. However, the other party was coming for him, and he couldn't just surrender. "Shura armor, combine." Chu Tianling summoned the Shura armor immediately. Although he was in the late Grandmaster stage, 2 of the 5 opponents were also in the late Grandmaster stage, and one of them had an aura that was a bit stronger than his. "The peak of Grandmaster," Chu Tianling said secretly. "Shura Purgatory Blade." "Shura Wind Claw." Chu Tianling summoned 2 of the 4 weapons of Shura armor at once, and this scene stunned the 5 people on the opposite side. "What are you playing? The Shura armor has appeared?" Although the 5 people had not watched the special effects drama, it was well known throughout the country, so the 5 people naturally knew about it. Chu Tianling took the lead and sent a gust of wind from his claws towards the weakest early-stage Grandmaster among the 5. The early-stage Grandmaster had no time to dodge and let out a scream. 2 hideous wounds appeared on his chest. With a loud laugh, Chu Tianling fought with the 5 men. When he found an opportunity, Chu Tianling slashed with his sword. The head of the Grandmaster who was previously injured by Chu Tianling flew out, and the headless body fell to the ground. Kill 1 person instantly. Chapter 79, Xianyao's Reappearance, Unusual Movements in Kunlun Mountain. Bang! Another mid-stage Grandmaster was killed. The Grandmaster became more and more frightened as the fight went on. Where on earth did this monster come from? It would be fine if he possessed the Shura armor, something that should only exist in fantasy, but his own strength was actually so strong. When that subordinate of the early Grandmaster was killed, he thought that Chu Tianling was just a waste from the secular world who had somehow cultivated to the late Grandmaster level, and that he was able to kill that subordinate of his who was at the early Grandmaster level only thanks to the Shura armor. But as the battle became more and more intense, he realized that the opponent was not a fool who only had the realm but no fighting power, but was clearly a killing god. Chu Tianling lost his patience. The threat from the Nodpuller family was like a sword hanging over his head. If he failed to obtain the insect powder and tree sap, his family, lover and friends would be exposed to the threat from the Nodpuller family. After putting away the 2 weapons, Chu Tianling prepared to summon the Shura armor's strongest weapon. A Shura Purgatory Halberd. That's right, the most powerful weapon of Shura armor is the Shura Purgatory Halberd. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tianling launched the Shura armor's most powerful killing move. God and Demon Extermination Slash. The bodies of the remaining 3 people suddenly stopped where they were. A few seconds later, their bodies exploded with a bang and turned into ashes on the ground. After killing 5 people and unsummoning the Shura armor, Chu Tianling sat on the ground and gasped for breath. He was too tired. This was the strongest battle he had ever experienced since he started practicing martial arts. His whole body was soaked with sweat and he looked so embarrassed. Chu Tianling was startled when 2 people suddenly appeared beside him. When he came to his senses, he found that one of them was Xian Yao Yao. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call her Aizen Jaro Xian Yao. Xian Yao threw the tied-up white man to the ground and said, "Chu Tianling, here's what you want." Chu Tianling was stunned. What did he want? What he needed now was the 5 elements stone and the spirit of desire. The person in front of him was clearly a living person. The next second, Xian Yao's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only 1 sentence. There are actually 5 elements stones, corresponding to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth.
This person is the golden shadow stone among the 5 elements stones.
Shu Tianling was stunned. This person is the golden shadow stone? How is this possible? He thought about it for a while.
The treasure box Xian Yao gave him helped him find the eye of truth and the heart of eternity. So Xian Yao should be on his side and would not lie to him. Thinking of this, Shu Tianling grabbed the frightened white man and wanted to get in the car, but when he turned around, he found that his car had been smashed into pieces in the previous battle. Shu Tianling was stunned where he was. This place was still 15 kilometers away from the urban area of Demon City. At the same time, on Kunlun Mountain, a cold wind suddenly blew out of a cave, and the trees and grass at the entrance of the cave, as well as the animals passing by the cave, were frozen into ice sculptures. From wolves to squirrels, no one was spared. In the imperial capital, in that mysterious canyon.
You all know it now. The seal at Kunlun Mountain has moved again. Wasn't it reinforced 2 years ago? Why is it loose again now? There are 2 possibilities now.
The first is that a traitor has appeared and destroyed the seal, but the traitor is not strong enough to completely destroy it. The second possibility is that the things inside have become stronger instead of being weakened, and they can no longer be sealed there.
I'd rather there was a traitor. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Old 7 will go to Kunlun Mountain later. Let's change the subject. What do you think of the little guy from Old 9's family? That little guy is pretty good.
He has already broken through to the late Grandmaster stage at the age of only 22. I think he has the potential to reach that level in the future.
You old man, do you ever praise others? Mr. Li, do you want to practice again? Stop arguing.
I just got the news that the little guy fought 1 against 5 and killed all 5 opponents on the spot. One of them was in the early stage of Grandmaster, 1 was in the middle stage of Grandmaster, 2 were in the late stage of Grandmaster, and 1 was in the peak stage of Grandmaster.
Hiss. This little guy is quite fierce.
I think we can let that little guy get involved in that. With that kind of strength and talent, I don't think I was as good as him when I was a Grandmaster. Also, the kid from the Aizenjaro family only gave the golden shadow stone to that little guy. The remaining 4 are still in his hands.
Do we need to knock them down?
No need, the 4 shadow stones left by that kid will be useful to him, and he will be a great help to the kid from Old 9's family in the future.
Then it's settled, Old 8. Let the little guy get involved in that matter, and leave this to you. After all, you are in charge of the dragon group.
Okay, big brother, I'll notify the Shao family kid right away.
Chapter 80, Shu Tianling, the Peerless Style, the Jiaying organization merged into the Hurricane Fighting Spirit.
What?
The higher-ups are planning to let Tianling participate?
Xiao Wenyun said in a daze. Shu Tianling's strength has reached the late Grandmaster stage, and not long ago he killed an early Grandmaster, a middle Grandmaster, 2 late Grandmasters and a peak Grandmaster alone in the suburbs of Demon City. The higher-ups decided to let him be the captain, said the middle-aged man. Xiao Wenyun was shocked.
He didn't expect Shu Tianling to be so abnormal. The last time he saw Shu Tianling, his cultivation was at the peak of Xiantian, right? How long has it been? A month? Half a month?
His cultivation has actually reached the late Grandmaster stage.
Xiao Wenyun asked his own question, but if Tianling is made the captain, will those guys be convinced?
The middle-aged man said, since ancient times, the strong have been respected.
Shu Tianling will solve it himself. Of course, no one can die.
Xiao Wenyun understood that the clear meaning was that if there were people who disobeyed Shu Tianling could take action at will as long as no one was killed. The higher-ups actually think so highly of Shu Tianling.
Shu Tianling is truly an unparalleled talent.
You should go to the Magic City and inform Shu Tianling to let him be prepared. Also, bring this to him. The middle-aged man handed a box to Xiao Wenyun.
Xiao Wenyun finally nodded.
At the gate of Yulong Villa, Shu Tianling opened his arms and gave each of the 2 people in front of him a hug.
Thank you for your hard work. Working for your majesty is not hard. The 2 people were Long Lingyin and Long Lingyu.
Call the brothers, and meet at Taoyuan residence later.
I will welcome you all. Taoyuanju is a 7-star hotel in Shanghai.
It is said that the chefs are hired from all over the world at high prices and their skills are very good.
In a banquet hall on the top floor of Taoyuanju,
Shu Tianling raised his wineglass, looked at the more than 100 people in the audience, and said in a deep voice, everyone has worked hard.
It's not hard.
Shu Tianling continued,
I have seen everyone's efforts during this period of time. After dinner, everyone will come to me to receive 100,000 yuan as a reward for your hard work. Thank you, Your Excellency. The meal was over quickly. After distributing 100,000 yuan to each person, Chu Tianling and Long Linging gave some instructions and went to the front desk. After settling the meal bill of more than 8 million yuan, they came to the parking lot. They circulated their qi throughout their bodies, and all the alcohol in their bodies evaporated instantly. Not long after returning to Hentang Mountain Manor, Chu Tianling hadn't even sat down when an uninvited guest arrived at his home. Looking at the uninvited guest in front of him, Chu Tianling smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, how come you suddenly have time to come and see me?" The uninvited guest was Xiao Wenyun. Xiao Wenyun said, "Tianling, I came here this time to tell you something." Chu Tianling looked at him puzzledly. Xiao Wenyun looked at Mo Xingzheng and He Yinji who were playing around, and Chu Tianling said, "It's okay, they are not outsiders, they are all my women." Xiao Wenyun gave Chu Tianling a thumbs up and said, "Dao, there will be a military exercise in a month, and all countries will send people to participate." Chu Tianling asked, "Do you mean I should participate too?" Xiao Wenyun nodded and continued, "This exercise is related to the future ranking of the comprehensive combat power of various countries, and also to a major event in the future. After careful consideration, the higher-ups have decided to let you participate, and you will be the captain." Chu Tianling was shocked. He was asked to be the captain and lead the team to participate in this world-class military exercise? Xiao Wenyun said to himself, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse, go with peace of mind. The country will be responsible for protecting and taking care of your family and your little wealth." "Tianling, this is a good thing for you." Chu Tianling agreed without hesitation. Xiao Wenyun smiled, and then handed a box to Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling asked, "What is this?" Xiao Wenyun said, "The people above gave it to me, let me give it to you." Chu Tianling took the box and opened it gently. The things inside made Chu Tianling gasp. Xiao Wenyun leaned over to look and was stunned. In the box were 2 brand new military uniforms, a pistol, a box of bullets, a gun license with Chu Tianling's name and photo printed on it, and an officer's certificate belonging to Chu Tianling. Xiao Wenyun looked at the officer's certificate and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air again. He saw 2 words printed on the column of military rank on the officer's certificate. Major General. While Chu Tianling and Xiao Wenyun were talking, a piece of news reached the imperial capital. The Jiaying organization, which has been making mercenaries tremble with fear in recent times, announced its merger with Hurricane Warsoul. Chapter 81. Go to Tang's house to pick up Tang Shishir, Fei Ying armor summoner. Chu Tianling got up early because today was the day he would go to the Tang family to pick up Tang Shishir. After seeing Xiao Wenyun off yesterday, he had been thinking that this military exercise must not be as simple as it seemed, otherwise he would not have been allowed to lead the team as a late-stage grandmaster of ancient martial arts. He could just randomly select those ordinary soldiers from the army. From this point of view, those team members he had never met must not be ordinary people either. The plane was flying steadily. Chu Tianling closed his eyes, thinking about several mysteries that had been bothering him, and soon he fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Morong Tian gently woke up Chu Tianling, "Brother-in-law, we're at Shenangjia." "That's right, this time Chu Tianling came with Morong Tian." 20 minutes later, Chu Tianling and Morong Tian sat in the Tang family's hall. Tang Xiaofeng was so angry when he saw this guy who made his daughter lie on the extremely cold ice bed for a month that he raised his hand and slapped Chu Tianling in the face. Chu Tianling sat quietly and let Tang Xiaofeng's slap fall on his face. "Chu family boy, why don't you hide?" Chu Tianling said calmly, "Uncle Tang, why should I hide? I am responsible for Shishir's injury. It was me who failed to protect her. As Shishir's father, it is reasonable for Uncle Tang to slap me for his daughter." Tang Xiaofeng patted Chu Tianling's shoulder in appreciation. "Good boy. Not bad, Tang Xiaofeng, accept you as my son-in-law." After about 10 minutes, Tang Junlin brought Tang Shishir out. After not seeing each other for a month, Tang Shishir had obviously become thinner. Chu Tianling could no longer hold back and stepped forward to hug Tang Shishir into his arms. Sniffing the fragrance from her hair, he whispered, "Shishir, you've lost weight." Tang Shishir pushed him away. "Don't, Grandpa and Dad are here." At this time, Tang Shishir saw the slap mark on Chu Tianling's face. "Tianling, what's wrong with you? Who slapped you on the face?" Tang Shishir asked nervously. Then she seemed to understand something, turned her head and said to Tang Xiaofeng, "You hit him? Did you hit him?" Tang Xiaofeng nodded blankly. Get out! Get out! What else do you want to do? Get out! Tang Shishir got furious and ran out.
Chu Tianling was stunned, Morong Tian was stunned, Tang Xiaofeng lowered his head and left silently. Tang Junlin sighed, "Oh, what a sin." Chu Tianling turned his head to look at Tang Junlin.
Tang Junlin understood what he meant and sighed, "You are Shishir's boyfriend, so I won't hide it from you."
Back then, Shishir's father, your third uncle and Shishir's brother were all members of the Dragon Group.
The four of them went out to perform a mission together.
In an accident, Shishir's mother, your third uncle and Shishir's brother all died. Only Shishir's father escaped. Later, Shishir went to the place where they had the accident and found that there was no trace of Shishir's father's action. So Shishir concluded that Xiaofeng abandoned Shishir's mother, brother and your third uncle and escaped alone, which led to the death of the three of them.
Since then, Shishir has hated Xiaofeng. Chu Tianling was silent. Ding!
The host triggers the system task. Option 1, investigate the truth about the cause of death of Lin Tianjiao, Xu Xindong, and Tang Wenxiang, and you will be rewarded with a Fei Ying armor summoner. Option 2, ignore it, Tang Shishir and the host will become enemies.
The truth? Is there something fishy going on? Chu Tianling said, "Grandpa Tang, I think there is something fishy about this."
I don't know what level of cultivation Aunt Lin and Shishir's brother have, but my father mentioned that my third uncle's cultivation is at the peak of the Grandmaster level. It stands to reason that a strong man with such a level of cultivation would not die suddenly without making a sound, so I think there is something fishy about this.
Tang Junlin nodded.
He had always suspected that there was something fishy about the deaths of his grandson and daughter-in-law, but he had no evidence.
Ding!
The host has made a choice and will be rewarded with a Fei Ying summoner.
Grandpa Tang, Xiaotian, I'm going to look for Shishir. Chu Tianling then realized that Tang Shishir had run away. Tang Junlin nodded. Chapter 82. Tang Shishir's mother and brother, Xu Xindong, is not dead. Chu Tianling was overwhelmed. Tang Shishir actually ran out of the Tang family and ran directly into the Shenangjia forest area.
Looking at the dense and tall trees, Chu Tianling was at a loss as to where to start looking. At this moment, he found a pink cloth hanging on the top of a small tree not far away.
What is that? This is the color of Tang Shishir's skirt. Chu Tianling was extremely panicked.
If something really happened to Tang Shishir, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Grabbing the strip of cloth in his hand, Chu Tianling slowly rose into the air. This was the first time he flew in the air after breaking through to the Grandmaster level. His figure kept shuttling back and forth in the forest, letting the branches scratch his clothes and cut his exposed skin.
Chu Tianling didn't care.
He just wanted to find Tang Shishir as soon as possible. After searching for half an hour, Chu Tianling finally found Tang Shishir sobbing on a branch of a big tree. He rushed over and hugged Tang Shishir, scaring her so much that she was about to attack. After seeing clearly that it was Chu Tianling, Tang Shishir threw herself into Chu Tianling's arms and burst into tears.
Chu Tianling comforted her, "Shishir, don't cry, Grandpa Tang has already told me that Uncle Tang is not to blame for that incident." Tang Shishir raised her little face and asked, "Really?" Chu Tianling nodded.
"Come back with me, they are all worried about you."
Tang Xiaofeng said with a guilty look on his face, "Dad, did I do something wrong? But that incident involves that organization, and I'm afraid they will find Shishir."
Tang Junlin sighed, "Xiaofeng, you should tell them the truth when they come back. Even if you don't tell them now, that kid will fight against that organization in the future.
That kid is Xu Zhinan's son, and Xu Xindong is his third uncle.
And that kid is also the master of the hurricane fighting spirit.
Do you think it makes any difference whether you tell him the truth or not?" Tang Xiaofeng was surprised and asked, "What? That boy is Xu Zhinan's son?"
When Chu Tianling and Tang Shishir returned to the Tang family, they found that dinner was ready. Tang Junlin, Tang Xiaofeng, and Morong Tian had been waiting for them for a long time. After they sat down, before they started eating, Tang Xiaofeng said, "Shishir, I was wrong about what happened before. I'm here to say sorry to you. I have one more thing to tell you, that is, your mother, your brother, and Tianling's third uncle were actually killed. The person who did it threatened me to keep the secret, otherwise he would do it to you. I did it to protect you."
Tang Shishir didn't say anything, but Chu Tianling spoke up, "Uncle Tang, you are talking about the Angry Shadow Disaster Flame, right?"
The leader of the Angry Shadow Disaster Flame is in the middle stage of the Divine Realm, and the two deputy leaders are both in the half-step Divine Realm. In addition, the angry shadow disaster flame has no less than 20 Saint Realm powerhouses.
Am I right? Tang Xiaofeng was increasingly unable to understand Chu Tianling. How do you know? Chu Tianling smiled and said, "Of course I found out.
I learned this news from my father a long time ago, and then I asked my people to investigate this matter.
I was wondering why Nui Xian would kill the other two after killing my third uncle.
After all, I knew that Nui Xian only had a grudge against our Chu family. Now I know that the other two people are actually Shishi's mother and brother." At the same time, in the basement of a building thousands of miles away, a man with 2 fingers missing from his left hand was holding a whip and looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who was beaten all over.
He asked coldly, "Xu Zhendong, are you going to tell me or not? As long as you tell me where the spirit of desire is, I can consider sparing your life."
The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, looked at the man with disdain, and sneered, "Dream on.
The thing I regret most in my life is saving you, a heartless thing. Since when did a traitor of the Chu family become qualified to interrogate me?" The man sneered, "Xu Zhendong, are you still talking nonsense?
As long as you tell me where the spirit of desire is, I can apply to the higher-ups to not only spare your life, but also Chu Tianqing and Chu Tianqing's lives."
How about it? Consider it?
Chapter 83, Envious and Jealous Tang Xiaofeng, Miss Killer Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling thought that the matter was over, but he didn't expect Tang Xiaofeng to do something weird again, and he hit him with a critical hit right from the start.
"Shu boy, when are you going to marry Shishi?" Chu Tianling stammered and was unable to speak. Tang Shishi and Morong Tian covered their mouths, wanting to laugh but not daring to.
Instead, Tang Junlin spoke up, "It may be a little difficult for him to get married."
Tang Xiaofeng asked in confusion, "It's just a marriage. Shu is not without money. Why is it a little difficult?"
Tang Junlin glanced at Chu Tianling and said calmly, "The first wife is Linihan, the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Magic City. The second wife is Morong Shui, the eldest daughter of the Morong family in Magic City. The third wife is Yi Yinji, the classmate of this kid. The fourth wife is Imo Xingzhang, the eldest daughter of the Imo family in Xianing. The sixth wife is Gu Qianro, the eldest daughter of the Gu family in the imperial capital. Our Shishi is at least ranked 5th and not at the
bottom, don't you think, the little bastard of the Chu family?
As for the one next to him, it must be the second young master of the Morong family, Morong Tian, right?" Chu Tianling, Tang Shishi, and Morong Tian were all shocked, and Tang Xiaofeng was also stunned. Good boy, 6 wives can get along so well with each other.
Chu Tianling's face was full of black lines.
He was about to speak when Tang Junlin said again, "But we are not that kind of pedantic people.
As long as you treat Shishi well, that's enough." Tang Xiaofeng threatened, "Boy, did you hear me? Be nice to my daughter, or I'll find out exactly what color your underwear is." Shu Tianling, Morong Tian, Tang Shishi. But Tang Junlin seemed to have mentioned earlier that Rora was from the Gu family in the imperial capital? Or was she the eldest daughter of the Gu family?
Brother-in-law, you are a complete young lady killer.
6 wives and 4 young ladies, Morong Tian said bravely.
4 pairs of eyes looked at him at the same time.
Morong Tian was so scared that he lowered his head and concentrated on dealing with the crabs in the bowl.
Chu Tianling said unhappily, "If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb."
Tang Xiaofeng expressed his envy and jealousy that this guy actually had 6 wives. Tang Junlin took a sip of tea and asked, "Shu boy, what are your plans next?"
Chu Tianling thought for a moment and said, "Now I have obtained the Eye of Truth, the Heart of Eternity and the Blade of Weeping Blood. Now I am still short of the 5 Elements Stone and the Spirit of Desire. I plan to find the 5 Elements Stone and the Spirit of Desire first, and then prepare for the rest. But what puzzles me now is that my father has been against me looking for the remaining 5 Elements Stone and the Spirit of Desire.
I don't know what he thinks." Tang Junlin said indifferently, "He was right not to let you continue to search for the 5 Elements Stone and the Spirit of Desire. I don't have any clues about the Spirit of Desire. Strictly speaking, the 5 Elements Stone are 5 stones with different properties. They are in the hands of the 5 top families in Germany. It is said that there are at least 50 saints in those 5 families. With such combat power, it is completely useless for a master like you to try to snatch them."
Chu Tianling finally understood why Chu Zhenan didn't let him go find the remaining 5 Element Stones and the Spirit of Desire.
He couldn't even beat a grandmaster now, let alone a saint who was stronger than a grandmaster.
What's more, there were no less than 50 saints in the 5 major families.
He suddenly remembered the white man that Xianyao gave him.
Xianyao told him that the white man was the Golden Shadow Stone.
Combined with what Tang Junlin said now, could it be that this golden shadow stone is one of the 5 elements stones? Chu Tianling asked hurriedly. Grandpa Tang, among the 5 element stones, is the one with the metal attribute called the golden shadow stone? Tang Junlin was stunned for a moment and said, yes, what's wrong?
Chu Tianling smiled bitterly. If that is the case, I think I've already got the golden shadow stone.
Chapter 84, Clues to Dragon Fong and Dog God, Furious Chu Tianling 3 in 1.
After returning from the Tang family, Chu Tianling went to Yulong Villa as soon as possible because the white man sent to him by Xianya was detained here. Looking at the white man in the prison, Chu Tianling took a deep breath. According to the method given to him by Tang Junlin, Chu Tianling was about to start extracting the golden shadow stone.
As if knowing what Chu Tianling was going to do, the white man threatened. You can't do this. I'm a Nagpel family. If you do this, the Nagpel family will not let you go. Chinese translation, you can't do this, I am from the Nagpuler family. If you do this, the Nagpuler family will not let you go. Chu Tianling's English was not good, so he said calmly, go find a translator.
A man in the middle stage of the innate realm beside him immediately turned around and went out, and soon brought back a Mediterranean man. After the Mediterranean translation, Chu Tianling looked at the white man with a strange expression. He finally understood why the Nagpuler family had inexplicably caused trouble for him. If you capture someone from another family, it would be strange if they don't cause trouble for you.
However, Chu Tianling did not regret it.
If he had known earlier that the golden shadow stone was in the Nagpuler family, he would have gone straight to the Nagpuler family even if Xianyao did not take action. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tianling followed the method Tang Junlin taught him and placed his hand on the white man's head, forcibly controlling the divine power in the white man's body to flow into his inner elixir. When all the divine power was gathered into the white man's inner elixir, the white man immediately bled from all 7 orifices and died. Chu Tianling then sealed the white man's inner elixir and said to the people behind him, dig out his inner elixir, clean it and send it to me. Then he turned around and left the prison. The inner elixir of this white man was the golden shadow stone. The magical power of Western martial artists is equivalent to the Dantian of ancient Chinese martial artists, and the magical power of Western martial artists is equivalent to the Jinqi of ancient Chinese martial artists. Of course, such a bloody task as digging out the inner elixir was left to his subordinates. After all, Chu was a good man and would not even bear to kill a chicken. Those who were killed by Chu Tianling and Lopner, liar. All liars. He killed dozens of us by himself, and you dare to say that you can't bear to kill even a chicken. After getting the golden shadow stone, Chu Tianling went straight back to Hentang Mountain. After putting the golden shadow stone into the underground treasure house, he sat on the sofa and drank red wine leisurely. Ding! The host triggers the system task. Option 1, go to Magic City University to rescue Chu Tianfei, and you will be rewarded with clues about Longye and Inugami. Option 2, ignore it, Chu Tianfei dies. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from Chu Tianling. Sensing this breath, Imo Zhengzhang, who was playing games upstairs, instantly appeared in the living room and asked, Tianling, what's wrong? Chu Tianling said in a cold voice, Fei Fei is in trouble. At Magic City University. After that, Chu Tianling's figure turned into a stream of light and flew towards Magic City University. What? Something happened to Chu Tianfei? Imo Xingxing's face suddenly became gloomy. She took out her cell phone and called Peter, notify the Wind King, Thunder King, Ice King, Light King, and the 12 Constellation Guardians to rush to Magic City University within 20 minutes. Tianling's sister is in trouble. Peter on the other end of the phone's head buzzed. Has something happened to His Majesty's sister? Then he immediately shouted, someone come. Along the way, Chu Tianling suppressed the anger in his heart. When he arrived near Moda University, he found an empty alley and landed on the ground. Looking at the gate of Magic City University, Chu Tianling sneered. If anything happened to Fei Fei today, don't blame him for not giving face to Chen Tianhao. This university would have no need to exist. With Mo Xingzheng, Gu Qianro, the other 4 kings and the 12 Constellation Guardians who had hurried over, Chu Tianling walked into the campus with a cold face. Seeing that Chu Tianling looked bad, the security guard felt that something was going to happen and quickly called Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao contacted Chu Tianling immediately. Tianling, don't be impulsive. I'll be there soon. At this time, by the artificial lake of Magic City University, Chu Tianfei looked at the 4 men in front of him with horror, and slowly backed away, but accidentally stepped on a stone and fell to the ground. Behind him was the artificial lake, and Chu Tianfei would fall into it if he took another step back.
Chu Tianling grabbed a student and asked, "Where is Chu Tianfei?" The student was frightened by Chu Tianling and dared not speak. Chu Tianling pushed him away, grabbed another student, and asked, "Where is Chu Tianfei?" The student stammered, 20 minutes ago, I saw 4 men taking her to the artificial lake." The faces of the people behind Chu Tianling changed. If Chu Tianfei fell into the artificial lake, it would be a big deal. Chu Tianling said coldly, "Wind King, Ice King, Thunder King, Light King, block the 4 gates of Magic City University and don't let anyone out." "Yes." "Scorpio, Gemini, Pisces, Sagittarius, bring Chen Tianhao to me. Everyone else, follow me." "Yes." The moment Chu Tianfei got into trouble at Magic City University, Chu Tianling had already decided that no matter why Chu Tianfei came to Magic City University or who threatened his sister's safety, he was going to turn against Chen Tianhao. At the edge of the artificial lake, 4 men walked towards Chu Tianfei step by step. Chu Tianfei cried and said, "My brother will be here soon, and then none of you will be able to escape. Why don't you call your brother over here? See if I, Yuan Yun, am afraid of him." A man said with a lewd smile. He had coveted Chu Tianfei for a long time, and today he accidentally saw Chu Tianfei alone on the street, so he would not miss this good opportunity, so he pushed Chu Tianfei here step by step. The guard of Magic City University wanted to stop him, but was knocked down with a slap. Yuan Yun grabbed Chu Tianfei's clothes and tore them. With a swish, Chu Tianfei's clothes were torn, revealing her snow-white shoulders. The man wanted to go one step further, but Chu Tianling arrived. Seeing the scene, Chu Tianling suddenly became furious. He kicked Yuan Yun away and fell into the artificial lake. Then he took off his coat and put it on Chu Tianfei. The other 3 men were frightened and quickly jumped into the artificial lake to rescue Yuan Yun. Chen Tianhao was carried by 4 Scorpios to the artificial lake. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was so scared that he shivered, his eyes went dark and he fainted. The Geminis smiled coldly and waved their hands. A water ball flew out from the artificial lake and woke Chen Tianhao up. Chen Tianhao knew that today's matter would not be so easily resolved and that his time as a principal might be over. Chu Tianling said coldly, "Check these 4 bastards for me. I want to see the results in 10 minutes. Chen Tianhao, I have always respected you and trusted you. I never thought you would give me such a great gift." "Your Majesty, I found it," said the archer guardian. "The man you kicked into the artificial lake is Yuan Yun, the only son of Yuan Long, the chairman of Yuan Group. The one with dyed red hair is Yuan Yun's cousin Yuan Yi. The remaining 2 are Yun Tian and Yun Fei from the Yun family in Magic City. Both Yuan Group and Yun Group have a market value of tens of billions, which is a bit tricky." Obviously, they didn't know that Chu Tianling was not only their master but also the chairman of Tianlong Group. But it was not their fault. Who in Hurricane dared to investigate their master? Yuan Yun threatened, "You dare to hit me? Boy, you will die." Chu Tianling said in a cold tone, "Go and capture Yuan Long and Yunfeng for me." Yunfeng is the father of Yun Tian and Yun Fei. He had intended to reach a cooperation with the Tianlong Group before, but unfortunately, after what happened today, the Yun Group will disappear from China. Chu Tianling made a phone call. "Zhang Wenjie, from now on, snipe the Magic City Yuan Group and the Magic City Yun Group at all costs. I want to see them begging on the street in 3 days." Zhang Wenjie on the other end of the phone was frightened. He knew that something had happened and that the 2 groups had offended the chairman, so he quickly issued several orders. Half an hour later, Cancer, Virgo, Leo and Aries came back with Yuan Long and Yunfeng. Chu Tianling sneered and asked, "After today, the Yuan family and the Yun family will no longer exist in the Demon City. Do you 2 have any last words to say?" Yunfeng didn't say anything. He had already realized what had happened. His body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Yuan Long said, "Young man, what happened? Let's talk it over. I am willing to pay compensation. Is 2 billion enough?" Chu Tianling laughed, 2 billion? Do I look like someone who needs 2 billion? I almost raped your sister. If I give you 2 billion, will you just give up?" Yuan Long was shocked. What a rebellious son. He understood that it was his son Yuan Yun who had caused the trouble. His brother had come to visit him. Yuan Long wanted to say something, but Chu Tianling was too lazy to talk to him. He took out his gun and with a bang, a bloody hole appeared on Yuan Long's forehead and his body fell limp to the ground. Hearing the gunshots, people nearby were frightened and quickly called the police.
Soon, ordinary police, criminal police, special police, and armed police all arrived at the scene.
The leading police officer said to Chu Tianling, "Put down your gun quickly, or we will take action."
Chu Tianling looked at him, took out his officer ID and gun license, and slapped him in the face. "Shut up."
The policeman took one look and was startled. He immediately stood at attention and saluted, "Chief."
He knew in his heart that even if what happened today was Chu Tianling's fault, it was not something that a local policeman like him could intervene in. Even the director of the Magic City General Administration had no right to intervene. After all, he understood what a general in his 20s meant.
Chu Tianfei in Chu Tianling's arms was frightened and still crying.
Chu Tianling comforted her softly. Mo Zhangzhang and Gu Qianrou beside her also had cold faces. They had already determined that Chu Tianling was their sister-in-law.
Bullying their sister-in-law was unacceptable. Within 5 minutes, destroy the Yun family in Demon City. Within 5 minutes, destroy the Yuan family in Demon City.
In the imperial capital, in the mysterious canyon.
Let's keep the secret from Laojiu for now.
If Laojiu knew about this, given his temper, the death of the people from both families would be the least of his punishment.
Okay, I'll let them know right away. Obviously, these mysterious beings also agreed with Chu Tianling's approach.
After all, they could tell which was more important, 2 small families or a general in his 20s. After receiving a phone call, the special police captain, criminal police captain, armed police captain and the leader of those ordinary police officers saluted Chu Tianling and left with their men.
Chu Tianling said coldly, "Take these 4 people back to the villa, and if they don't die, let them taste the most cruel torture in the world." After saying that, Chu Tianling took Chu Tianfei back to Yunding Mountain.
Mo Zhengzhang and Gu Qianrou gave a few instructions to the 12 guardians, and King Feng and his companions took Yuan Yun and his 4 companions, as well as Yun Feng and Yuan Long who was shot dead by Chu Tianling, back to Yulong Villa. Watching everyone leave, Zhen Tianhao knew that it was time to change the president of the Student Union of Magic City University and the president of Magic City University.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for making the choice.
The reward is the clues to Dragon Fong and Inugami.
Chapter 85, The Attack of the Nagpular Family, The Might of the High Armor.
Looking at Chu Tianfei who was still crying, Zhu Zhenan looked gloomy. "Who did it?"
Chu Tianling said in a cold tone, "The Yun family and the Yuan family of Demon City have both been exterminated, and the mastermind is currently imprisoned in Hurricane's base. Take me there. I want to see what kind of person dares to touch my Chu Zhenan's daughter."
Half an hour later, Zhu Zhenan and Chu Tianling, father and son, appeared at Yulong Villa.
In the prison, Zhu Zhenan looked at the 4 people who were too frightened in front of him and said indifferently, "You 4 guys are the only ones who want to touch my daughter? You are so brave.
Who is the mastermind?" Tianling, drag them out.
Chu Tianling took the key from the guard with an expressionless face, handed it to Zhu Zhenan, and then pointed at Yuan Yun. Zhu Zhenan quietly opened the cell door, ignored the 4 men's repeated pleas for mercy, came to Yuan Yun, and stomped hard on Yuan Yun's crotch.
Ah! Yuan Yun rolled over in pain, holding his crotch. Zhu Zhenan came out and locked the door again.
The guard on the side took the key tacitly, and the father and son left the prison.
After coming out, Chu Tianling said, "You are wasting food if you keep it. I will kill you by slicing you." After saying that, he left without looking back. Report. Your Excellency, the Nodpuller family has launched a full-scale attack. They have arrived outside the villa.
There are more than 100 of them, 50 of them are innate, 80 of them are acquired, 10 are grandmasters, and the remaining 10 are of unclear cultivation level. However, I feel that the aura of those 10 people is stronger than Your Excellency.
Chu Tianling smiled faintly. "Oh? Is that so?"
He is now on the late grandmaster stage.
If someone is a little stronger than him, then he would be a grandmaster?
Zhu Zhenan shook his head and smiled. "I haven't fought with your uncle since the falling out. It seems that I need to stretch my muscles today. Son, I will leave the 10 grandmasters to me."
Chu Tianling smiled. "Dad, can you do it?"
Although I haven't taken action for many years, I still don't take these trash seriously.
Arriving outside the villa, looking at the crowd in front of him, Zhu Zhenan asked, "Son, are you afraid?" Chu Tianling smiled faintly and said, "Dad, are you afraid of a dog?" After receiving his son's affirmation, Zhu Zhenan laughed loudly. "Come over there and fight with me." Tianling, we are here. Mo Zhengzhang and Gu Qianrou landed. Get started. At the command, Zhu Zhenan rushed out first.
He didn't care where the people on the opposite side came from or why.
He only knew that the people on the opposite side were his son's enemies. As soon as Chu Jinan made a move, he displayed the cultivation level of a peak grandmaster. He was suppressing the 7 grandmasters on the opposite side by himself. As for the remaining 3 grandmasters, Imo Xingjiang and Gu Qianruo were fighting against one each, and the last grandmaster was facing Chu Tianling. Boy, you are only in the late stage of grandmaster, what can you use to fight me? The grandmaster obviously looked down on Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling shook his head and smiled, Fei Ying armor, combine. A set of blue and white armor instantly wrapped Chu Tianling. What the hell is this? Lightning Shadow, upgrade. Flying Shadow Kick. Flying Shadow Lightning Kick. Lightning Wind Kick. After 2 moves, the Grandmaster was knocked off his feet by Chu Tianling and looked at him in shock. Fuck! With an angry curse, the Grandmaster of Extras rushed towards Chu Tianling, determined to kill him. However, ideals are full and reality is skinny. Absolute Shadow Whirlwind Blade. Lightning Demon Breaking Slash. The Grandmaster of the Extras fell to the ground unwillingly. The scene was silent. A late Grandmaster actually killed an early Grandmaster in 3 moves? Are you kidding me? Dark Exile. Endless Fog. Imo Zhengjiang and Gu Qianruo also defeated their opponents. The people of the Nagpuler family widened their eyes. 3 Grandmasters died right after the war started. How could they continue to fight? After dealing with their opponents, Chu Tianling and the other 2 looked at Chu Jinan, who was outnumbered 7 people. Dad, do you need help? No need, just some trash. After getting Chu Jinan's answer, Chu Tianling joined the melee, and Hurricane, which had been defeated due to the difference in cultivation, suddenly turned the tide of the battle. Chu Jinan roared. Dragon Soul Killing Palm. With a slap, 3 people were unable to dodge and were beaten into meat patties. Looking at their dead companions, the remaining 4 people looked at Chu Jinan with more fear and dread in their eyes. It's time to deal with you, otherwise my son and daughter-in-law will look down on me. Dragon Soul Killing Palm. The remaining 4 also went to meet their god. 10 minutes later, all members of the Nagpuler family were wiped out. I'll call the higher-ups and let them know. So many people have died. If we don't handle this properly, something bad could happen. In the mysterious canyon of the imperial capital, Old Nine's family is full of evildoers. He is an evildoer, but his son is also an evildoer, and his grandson is also an evildoer. That's right. My son fought 1 against 7 and killed them all without any injury, and my grandson surpassed 2 small realms and killed them in 3 moves. What kind of freaks are these? Let's not talk about this for now. What should we do if the Nagpuler family violates the contract? Say hello to that old vampire and kill him. Chapter 86, Dragon Fong at Magic City University, The Panic of the 4 Major Families. The next moment, the clues about Longya and Inugami were imprinted in Chu Tianling's mind. Why is he there? Chu Tianling looked strange. The information provided by the system shows that Longya is at the bottom of the artificial lake at Mata University, while Inugami is in He Yunji's hands. Yes, you read that right, Inugami is in He Yunji's hands. Chu Tianling thought about it and decided to go to the Magic City University to get the dragon tooth back first. He did it right away. Chu Tianling put on a coat and drove out. Today he was driving a McLaren 650S, which was not too expensive at over 4 million. Well, he was talking about Versailles right away. When he arrived at Magic City University, many people recognized Chu Tianling. Isn't that Chu Tianling? What is he doing here? Such a big thing happened yesterday, logically he shouldn't come. I don't know what happened, but it caused such a mess. I heard that the special police and armed police came yesterday. After Chu Tianling left, the principal started to pack up his things. What's going on? Do you remember the pretty girl who came to school yesterday? I heard she was Chu Tianling's biological sister. She must have come to look for Chu Tianling, but who knew that the pretty girl ran into Yuan Yun? I don't know the details, but I only know that Chu Tianling left within half an hour with the frightened Yuan Yun. Husband! I finally found you. At this time, a little loli rushed out from the crowd, threw herself into Chu Tianling's arms, raised her head and looked at Chu Tianling, grinning. Beast, let go of that girl and let me come. Chu Tianling was stunned, and so were the other students present. Looking at the little loli in his arms, Chu Tianling felt sick. No, I admit that I am a little bit more handsome than others, but you can't just rush up to me, throw yourself into my arms and call me husband, right? In a castle in Germany. Fuck. God. These yellow monkeys are too strong. My God.
Without sending out the 12 winged archangels, none of our families can defeat the Nagpler family.
Are these yellow-skinned monkeys that strong? The four major families fell into panic.
Since the other party could wipe out those people of the Nagpler family, they could naturally wipe out their people as well.
God. Let's wait until the ban is lifted.
If the 12 winged archangel doesn't come out, no one can defeat those yellow monkeys.
Long Yingqi looked at Chu Tianling and the others from a distance and asked, "Brother, will this trick work?" Long Yaoyang next to him smiled sinisterly. "Don't worry, it can be done."
Although I have only met Linihan once, I roughly understand the character of that woman. After this is laid out today, as long as Linihan finds out, that Chu guy will definitely be in trouble.
By then, Balian Huading and Linihan will be mine.
Long Yingqi shook her head. She always felt that Long Yaoyang would be slapped in the face this time, and it would be a slap in the face in various ways.
Then Long Yaoyang called Linihan. "Hello. I'll give you one last chance. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I won't sell Balian Huating. Don't worry, Miss Lin. Come to Magic City University. There is a good show. Miss Lin should be interested."
Not interested. After hanging up the phone, Linihan decided to go to Shanghai University.
She was confident that Long Yaoyang wouldn't dare to do anything to her.
Chu Tianling looked at the little loli in his arms and said helplessly, "No, I don't even know you, how can you call me husband?" The little girl's mouth suddenly shrank, and she was about to cry, "Hubby, don't you want me anymore?"
Chu Tianling was overwhelmed.
At this time, Linihan arrived.
Long Yaoyang looked at Linihan, whose face was livid, and smiled. "The show is about to begin."
Linihan looked at Chu Tianling, who was holding the little girl not far away, and shouted with a sullen face, "Chu
Tian Ling." Chapter 87. Long Yaoyan lost his wife and his army, and Chu Tianling was happy but helpless when he got the dragon tooth. Imagining that beautiful scene, Long Yaoyan's saliva began to flow.
Long Yingqi looked at her brother with disgust and said, "I don't know this guy."
Linihan grabbed Chu Tianling's ears and said, "You are so good, Chu Tianling. I didn't expect you to do such a thing." Han? Chu Tianling was confused. "Why is Linihan here?"
Linihan said angrily, "You playboy, you haven't even touched the 5th and 6th sisters yet, and you're already thinking about looking for the 7th sister. It's fine if you look for the 7th sister, but you actually look for someone so young. I'm warning you, Chu Tianling, if you're under 16, you'll have to go in for tea."
The smile on Long Yaoyan's face froze. Long Yingqi also looked incredible.
In her opinion, this was impossible. One day in the future, Long Yingqi thought of her thoughts today and said decisively, "How can it be impossible?
It's still my Tianling Xiang." Chu Tianling's face was full of black lines. "Han, what are you talking about?"
"I came to Shanghai University to pick up something, but I didn't expect that as soon as I got off the car, this little girl rushed over to hug me and called me husband.
What can I do? I am helpless."
The little Lolita said innocently. "Little Lolita? I'm not young, I'm 19 years old." After that, she took out her ID card from her bag and showed it to Chu Tianling.
Feng Mashue, born in 2204.
Chu Tianling was stunned for a moment, and counted on his fingers.
This year is 2223. Wait, born in 2204?
Damn, he is really 19 years old.
Linihan asked, "What are you going to do?"
This is clearly a question asking Chu Tianling how to deal with this little loli. Chu Tianling said with a headache, "Looking at this situation, there is no way to get rid of this little loli in a short time. I can only wait and take her back first."
Chu Tianling said, "Little loli, please let me go first. I will take you to find your brother."
"No. I don't want to go after that bastard Long Yaoyang." Linihan understood that today's incident was a trap set by Long Yaoyang for Chu Tianling in order to sow discord between her and Chu Tianling.
After understanding the whole story, Linihan's impression of Long Yaoyang became even worse.
Looking at the three people not far away, Long Yingqi said lightly, "Let's go, it seems that you have lost both the wife and the army."
After that, Long Yingqi turned and left. Long Yaoyan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot.
He didn't expect that Linihan and Bai Lian Huading failed to get her, but instead gave away his cute little cousin. That's right, this little loli named Feng Mashue is from the Feng family in the imperial capital, and she is the eldest daughter of the Feng family.
Chu Tianling Morong Tian was just joking at the beginning, but he never thought that I would really become the young lady's killer? After obtaining the dragon fawn, Chu Tianling brought the two women back to the Henteing Mountain Manor. As soon as he entered the door, Chu Tianling collapsed on the sofa. There was a python at the bottom of the artificial lake. Chu Tianling was shocked when he first saw the python, but then he reacted and remembered the passages in the novels he had read. He realized that this big python should be the worker in charge of guarding Longya, no, the worker snake. The python was clearly only at the innate realm, yet it fought with Chu Tianling, who was at the late Grandmaster stage, for more than 10 rounds. Finally, Chu Tianling seized the opportunity, took out a short sword from the system space and stabbed the python in the vital spot. The python rolled back and forth in pain and died soon after. After Lin Yihan put the dragon tooth into the underground treasure house for Chu Tianling, she looked at Feng Mashue with a headache. At the same time, in the imperial capital, Feng family. Wu Tian, where is Xiaoxue? Feng Shilin didn't see his precious granddaughter, so he asked his son. Feng Wutian thought for a moment and said, Xiaoxue, she went to the Magic City with the Long family's brother and sister. What? Going to the Demon City? Feng Shilin was shocked. That little bastard from the Chu family is in the Magic City. Ha! Feng Wutan was stunned. Hurry up and go to the Magic City and bring my precious granddaughter back. If you're late, that little bastard from the Chu family will eat her up until there's nothing left. Chapter 88, Dragon Breath team members return to their positions. Chu Tianling returns to the family. How long will it take for the world military exercise to begin? Report to the chief, there are still 20 days left. 20 days? Notify them and let the members of the Dragon Breath squad return to their positions. 20 days should be enough for an emergency training session and pre-match preparations. However, the captain of the Dragon Breath squad does not need to be notified. Just notify him before departure. Yes, chief. Henteing Mountain Manor. Chu Shinxiong looked at his brother and nephew and said, I've been out for so long, it's time for me to go back. Jinan, Tianling, you should think about it carefully, after all, we are a family. After saying that, Chu Shinxiong got up and left with Chu Tianzi. Son, what do you think? Chu Jinan asked his son. I respect your opinion. I didn't know the truth before, but now that I know it, I naturally won't hate my uncle and grandfather anymore. They also have their own difficulties. Then find some time to go back. 5 days later, Chu Jinan and his wife, Chu Tianling, and Lin Yihan boarded a private plane to the imperial capital. It wasn't that Chu Tianling didn't take his other women with him, but the other women didn't have time. Morong Shui and He Yinji were managing the Tianlong group for Chu Tianling, Mo Xinjiang and Gu Qianro were training the new members of the Hurricane Fighting Spirit at the Yulong Villa, and Tang Shishir went with the sisters Long Lingyin and Long Lingyu to distribute insect powder and the juice of that tree. After nearly half a month of hard work, Paul finally produced enough insect powder and tree sap, and also found out the names of the insects in trees. The name of the bug is the shadowless bug, and the name of the tree is the lamp shadow tree. Both of these creatures suddenly appeared on the earth. Chu Tianling guessed that these two creatures were most likely the creatures left behind after the war that his uncle and father mentioned. In the mysterious canyon. Old Nine's grandson has come to the imperial capital. It's just right that he's here. Let this kid clean up those rich and powerful people in the capital, so that they won't cause any trouble in the future war. Boss, do you think so highly of that kid? He's just a grandmaster. Just because he is a grandmaster now doesn't mean he will be a grandmaster forever. I have a feeling that in the future, that kid will have the hope of taking that step and reaching that mysterious realm. Hiss. Since Lao Jiu's grandson is back, let him go back. In the evening, the three of them arrived at the gate of the Chu family manor. Looking at the manor in front of him, which was countless times larger than Yulong Villa, Chu Tianling's eyes became moist. This was his former home. Lu Wenjing patted her son's shoulder. Chu Tianling wiped his tears and followed his parents. When they arrived at the gate of the manor, the gatekeeper shouted, "Who is it?" Chu Jinan smiled and said, "Xiaofei, don't you recognize me?" The gatekeeper wiped his eyes, looked at Chu Jinan carefully, and then said in surprise, "Second master, you are back." Chu Jinan smiled and nodded. Quickly send someone to inform the head of the family that the second master is back. Half an hour later, in the Chu family hall. Chu Shinxiong, Chu Jinan, Chu Tianzi, Chu Tianling, Lin Yihan and Chu Tianqing, who lost both legs due to injury, were chatting animatedly. I wrote it wrong before. The one who got into trouble with Chu Jindong was Chu Tianqing, not Chu Tianqing. Chu Tianqing secretly followed Chu Zhendong and others.
After Chu Zhendong and others got into trouble, Chu Tianqing was also discovered by them.
A tear fell from the corner of Chu Zhenxiang's eye. Our Chu family is finally complete as before.
Because of Chu Outyan's plan, Chu Zhennan had to take Lu Wenjing, Chu Tianling, who was just 5 years old, and Chu Tianfei, who was born not long ago, to the Magic City. Chu Zhendong got into trouble again not long after, and the Chu family fell apart since then.
This incident has always been a pain in Chu Zhenxiang's heart. How can I be absent from the family reunion? Zhenxiang, you didn't even tell me that Zhennan and Tianling came back. Chapter 89. Chu Tianling breaks through the Grandmaster Peak, Chu Outyan's 11 granddaughters-in-law. Dad.
Chu Zhenxiang was the first to meet him.
The person who came back was Chu Outyan. After Chu Outyan sat down, he looked at Chu Zhennan and his wife with a smile. What's the matter, don't you recognize me? Dad.
Chu Zhennan and Lu Wenjing felt a lump in their throats at the same time.
Chu Outyan looked at Chu Tianling again. Child, do you still remember Grandpa?
Chu Tianling left the Chu family at the age of 5, and it has been 17 years now. Chu Tianling recalled the happy times before he was 5 years old.
Can he have them again now? Grandpa! He cried.
Before getting the system, no one knew how much contempt he had endured, how much suffering and grievances he had endured, and how much suffering and grievances Chu Zhennan and Lu Wenjing had endured. But fortunately, there is always a way out, and he got the system.
Chu Outyan sighed and said, Zhennan, Wenjing, Tianling, don't blame me.
I had no choice at the beginning. At the beginning, that organization colluded with the mysterious creatures and provoked a world war.
The first bloody battle started in our China. 8 of the 9 founder families perished in that battle. I was only at the peak of the Saint realm at that time, and I couldn't protect you at all. So for your safety, I can only choose this method. At the same time, it is also to prepare for the war 3 years later. We tried our best back then, but we couldn't catch all of those mysterious creatures. We could only seal them. Grandpa, I don't blame you.
When Chu Tianling said this, his heart suddenly felt lighter, as if something was broken. He knew that his heart knot had been untied, and a breath burst out from his body. He thus broke through to the peak of the Grandmaster level.
Chu Outyan burst into tears. Zhendong, Xinger, did you see that? Your nephew, second brother, is back. No one could understand Chu Outyan.
The suffering he had endured over the past 17 years, and the fact that he had personally ordered his own son and grandson to be expelled from the family, was an unspeakable pain. But for the sake of his entire family, the entire country, and even the entire world, he had to do this. In the mysterious canyon. Alas, after 17 years, Lao Jiu has finally resolved his knot in his heart. His cultivation should be able to reach a higher level.
The country owes their family too much. I have a suggestion.
When the world military exercise is over, we will give the little guy from the Chu family the rank of general and make him a member of the preparatory parliament.
If he makes another great contribution within 3 years, we will make him the 10th member of parliament. Boss, how can this be possible? Last time, we awarded that little guy the rank of major general for the things he donated to the country. This is a bit too much. You don't know, this little guy has done something great again. Remember the Nagpular family's disgusting ability?
That little guy has already come up with a solution and has already implemented it.
What? Is that kid really a human? Chu Tianling naturally didn't know anything about what was happening in the mysterious canyon. After Chu Outyan learned that Linihan was his granddaughter-in-law, he generously gave Linihan a gift.
The gift was a pendant that could withstand a full-strength attack from a peak saint.
Chu Tianling grinned. Grandpa, one is not enough. Chu Outyan looked at his grandson in a daze.
Chu Zhenxiang explained, this bastard has 6 wives, and now he is still having affairs with the 2 girls from the Long and Feng families. I heard that he has a pair of sisters around him.
Based on this bastard's behavior, I guess the one from the Shangguan family won't be able to escape either.
Dad, you have to prepare 11 of these gifts.
Chu Tianling was stunned. The little girl from the Long family or the Feng family? He asked, Uncle, what are you talking about? The Long family you are talking about is Long Yingqi, right?
I have never seen her from beginning to end.
I have only seen Long Yaoyang once, and I have never seen anyone from the Feng family from beginning to end.
Chu Zhenxiang smiled faintly. The time you saw Long Yaoyang, the girl next to him was Long Yingqi.
As for the girl from the Feng family, she was so happy to hear you call her husband all the time at Magic City University. Chu Tianling's face turned dark instantly.
He didn't expect that the little loli was actually from the Feng family.
And what the hell is this Long Yingqi? We've never seen her, right?
Chapter 90, World Military Exercise begins, 1 team, 3 wives. Time flies, and soon the day of the World Military Exercise arrives. On this day, Chu Tianling got up early. He received a notice last night that today was the day to set off to participate in the World Military Exercise. He put on the special combat uniform sent by his grandfather Chu Outyan, put the tiger wing into the system space, and inserted the dragon fang into the scabbard tied around his waist. He asked Mo Xingzhang, who was far away in the Magic City, to urgently send tiger wing and dragon fang to the imperial capital yesterday. No one knows how long the World Military Exercise will last and what will happen in the middle. After coming out of the Chu family manor, Chu Tianling got on a Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicle. This Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicle is designed as a light 4x4 with a total mass of 5 tons, an installed mass of 1.75 tons, a towing mass of 2 tons, and is equipped with a Cummins inline 4-cylinder turbocharged diesel engine. It is a standard vehicle for the Chinese military.
Chu Tianling sat quietly in the car. An officer who came to pick up Chu Tianling looked at Chu Tianling's profile and thought, is this the youngest general in the history of China?
He was indeed very imposing. In a base in the imperial capital, 11 young men and women, fully armed, stood in front of a military plane. The men were tall and mighty, and the women were cool and beautiful. However, there were a few discordant voices. Our captain is so arrogant.
We are ready to set off, but he hasn't arrived yet. Keep your voice down.
I heard that our captain is a very important person. He is the grandson of Mr. Chu, so he must be very arrogant.
Grandson of Mr. Chu?
The title is impressive, but I don't know how capable he is.
The car arrived soon and Chu Tianling got out.
Looking at the 11 fully armed men and women not far away, Chu Tianling knew that these people were probably the members of his Dragon Breath team. After Chu Tianling returned to the team, one of the team members said, "The Dragon Breath team is composed of top-notch elites. Some people should not die in vain just to get gilded. World military exercises can kill people."
Obviously, these some people refer to Chu Tianling.
An officer shouted, "We haven't even reached the World Military Exercise yet, and you're already fighting among yourselves.
What a shame.
If he really wants to attack, you can't beat him even if you all attack together." The officer pointed at Chu Tianling. What the officer said was right. Among these 11 people, the highest cultivation level was only at the early stage of Grandmaster, and the lowest was only at the middle stage of Innate.
How could they be a match for Chu Tianling, who was at the peak of Grandmaster? Chu Tianling smiled and said, "You seem very unconvinced?"
Well, let's solve the problem now, so that others won't take advantage of us when people are not on the same page. The man who spoke was naturally confident, because his cultivation was at the early stage of Grandmaster. He thought that it was very good to have cultivated to the early stage of Grandmaster at the age of 27.
It was indeed not bad. An early stage of Grandmaster at this age was indeed not bad in the army.
Unfortunately, he met the cheating Chu Tianling.
The man said, "Remember, my name is Su Wen. If you defeat me, you are still the captain. If you are defeated by me, you should give up the position of captain obediently."
After Su Wen finished speaking, he punched Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling spread out his left hand and fiercely grasped Su Wen's fist. With his right hand, he pulled out the dragon fang from his waist and slashed it towards Su Wen's neck. The dragon fang stopped when it just touched Su Wen's skin. Then Chu Tianling glanced at Su Wen, who had a dazed look on his face, and put the dragon fang back into the scabbard.
"My husband is awesome." "Yingqi, is our husband awesome?" Chu Tianling's body suddenly froze.
He turned his head and looked.
Who else could it be but Feng Mashui?
The word husband silenced everyone present.
Chu Tianling looked at the two women beside Feng Mashui.
He had seen a photo of one of them last night but didn't know her.
It was Long Yingqi.
The other person was actually Tang Shishir, who was supposed to be in Shanghai. "Shishir, why are you here?" "I am also one of the members participating in this world military exercise," Tang Shishir said playfully. Long Yingqi said unhappily, "Feng Mashui, if you want to post something naughty, do it at night when there's no one around.
Now there are so many people around, isn't it embarrassing? Besides, I'm not his wife." Chapter 91, Enemies Meet Again, the first clash between Dragon Breath Team and Noah Team.
The plane was flying steadily in the sky. Chu Tianling closed his eyes to rest while Tang Shishir gently massaged his shoulders. Feng Mashue was worried about disturbing Chu Tianling's sleep, so she, who was always noisy, also quieted down. The other members of the Dragon Breath team sitting in the back shouted, "Why don't we have such treatment?" "Of course you don't, because you don't have any cheats and you are not the protagonist." They soon arrived at the place where the World Military Exercise was held, and the Dragon Breath team got off the plane. The World Military Exercise is held in a place called Weiyan Island on the high seas. It was discovered jointly by the three major powers of China, the United States, and the Soviet Union. Since it was impossible to define the ownership of the exploration rights, Weiyan Island was simply designated as the venue for the World Military Exercise. As soon as she got off the plane, Tang Shishir saw a group of people. They all had a familiar shoulder patch on their combat uniforms, which was the symbol of the Nagpular family. Tang Shishir pulled the corner of Chu Tianling's clothes, and Chu Tianling looked in the direction she pointed, and he smiled. Chu Tianling didn't expect that the team sent by Germany was actually his old enemy, the Nagpular family. Su Tian asked, "Captain, what's wrong?" "Those people are the German Noah team." "Do you know them?" Ever since he was defeated by Chu Tianling in 2 moves, he has been convinced by Chu Tianling. Now, in the Dragon Breath team, except for Tang Shishir and Feng Mashue, he is the one who listens to Chu Tianling the most. "More than just knowing each other, we are old acquaintances. I just wiped out more than 100 of them in the Magic City before," Chu Tianling said lightly. "Su Tian, you call this an old acquaintance? But now it seems that they are not very friendly to me. There are only 50 people in the Xiantian realm, 80 people in the Hotian realm, 10 masters, and 10 great masters." "Is it that serious?" Su Tian's mouth twitched. "That's all? Please, Brother Chu, Uncle Chu, the Saint Realm cannot be born until the ban is lifted. If the Saint Realm is not born, a Grandmaster can establish a school in the ancient martial arts world. You came up and wiped out 10 of their Grandmasters. It's a miracle that they are friendly to you. Look, that yellow monkey is here too." There's a saying in China that goes, "You can never find something even if you try your best, but it comes to you without any effort." I originally thought that this yellow-skinned monkey would hide in China after killing someone from our family, but I didn't expect him to come to participate in the World Military Exercise. Judging from where he's standing, he seems to be the captain of the team sent by China this time. If we kill him, Huaxiao will be heartbroken. The people of the Nagpular family obviously recognized Chu Tianling, and the yellow monkey was naturally referring to him. The Noah team blocked the curvature of the Dragon Breath team. The captain of the Noah team said, "Chu Tianling stays, the woman stays, and the others can get out." Chu Tianling glanced at him calmly and said indifferently, "Get out of the way. Otherwise, there will be one less team participating in this World Military Exercise." "Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Who gave you the courage to say that?" The cultivation level of members participating in the World Military Exercise cannot be lower than the middle stage of the innate realm, and cannot be higher than the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. The captain of Noah's team is an early stage Grandmaster, which is equivalent to a 10-winged archangel according to their Western martial arts realm. In the eyes of the captain of Noah's team, Chu Tianling is just an 8-winged archangel at the peak level, while he is an early stage 10-winged archangel. How could Chu Tianling be his opponent? He was wrong. The one he met was not an ordinary 8-winged peak archangel, but an 8-winged peak archangel with cheats. Chu Tianling glanced at him and slapped him. God-destroying palm. The captain of Noah's team suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards, and crashed into a tree, breaking his life or death. The scene was silent. Chapter 92, The Dragon Breath Squad shows its strength. The first round of the World Military Exercise begins. Have you heard? That guy George was killed in one move by the Chinese Captain Dragon Breath. George was killed in one strike? How is that possible? Even though he is a bit of a waste, he is at least an early 10-winged archangel. How could he be killed in one strike? Could it be that Captain Lanchi is a mid-stage 10-winged archangel? That's not right. Those above the early stage of the 10-winged archangel cannot participate in the World Military Exercise. Are you stupid? Let me tell you, the strength of that Dragon Breath captain is only at the peak of the 8-winged archangel. What? Are you kidding me? An 8-winged archangel at the peak of his powers killed a 10-winged archangel at the early stage in one move? Upon learning the news circulating outside, George, the captain of Noah's team, spat out blood again. He was so frustrated. Who would have thought that an 8-winged archangel at the peak of his power could instantly kill him, a 10-winged archangel at the early stage, with just one move? Although many people do not believe it, news from various sources proves that this is true. Many people remained silent and became more wary of Captain Longxi, whom they had never met before. The Dragon Breath Squad's base. Su Tian was terrified. Fortunately, he didn't really fight with Chu Tianling at that time, otherwise he would have died without knowing how. Chu Tianling was only at the peak of Grandmaster level, but he could defeat the early Grandmaster in one move. What was he, an early Grandmaster? A dish? Su Tian was excited. Captain, please accept me as your apprentice. Chu Tianling smiled and said, I don't have this plan for the time being, but I can teach you the ancient martial arts I just used. You can also pass it on after returning to the country. Although the God-destroying palm is a reward from the system, Chu Tianling has asked the system and it is known that it can be passed on to outsiders. After receiving the God-destroying palm from Chu Tianling, all members of the Dragon Breath team were convinced and no longer showed any disrespect to Chu Tianling. The Dragon Breath team became united as one. After a night's rest, the first round of the World Military Exercise began the next morning. The organizers of the World Military Exercise are composed of 2 people sent by the 5 major powers of China, the United States, England, the Soviet Union and Germany, as well as the island countries. Such regulations are also intended to prevent a country from abusing its power for personal gain and opening a back door for its own team. The first round is a ring battle, which is a one-on-one fight. The winner is drawn randomly and 1 point is awarded to his or her team. The loser gets no points. Finally, the teams are ranked according to their total points. The last 3 teams are eliminated. You can seriously injure your opponents but cannot kill them. The draw was over quickly. Tang Shishir's opponent was a late-stage 6-winged archangel from the English Flame Squad, while Feng Mashue drew an early-stage 8-winged archangel deputy captain from the Soviet Wild Leopard Squad. Both of them were easily defeated. Long Yingqi also drew a 6-winged archangel from the island country's Sakura team, who was in the middle stage, as her opponent. The opponents of other members of the Longxi team were basically of similar strength to themselves. Only the unlucky Su Tian drew the captain of the American Lion team. The captain of the Lion team was at the peak of the late stage of an 8-winged archangel, who was only 1 step away from reaching the peak of the 8-winged archangel, while Su Tian was only at the early stage of the Grandmaster. Chu Tianling's opponent is his old acquaintance, George, the captain of Noah's team. I didn't expect this guy to be so lucky. Chu Tianling's God-destroying palm didn't kill him yesterday. After entering the ring, George looked at Chu Tianling opposite him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Why is this evil star here again? I surrender. George surrendered very straightforwardly. Even at his peak, he couldn't beat Chu Tianling, let alone that he was injured now. Su Tian was so sad that he could not even cry, so he simply chose to surrender as soon as he got on the stage. Tang Shishir and Feng Mashue won the victory easily without any doubt and got the 2nd and 3rd points for the Dragon Breath team. At this time, the battle on Long Yingqi's side was also over. Her opponent had 1 arm cut off. Just now, this little guy dared to molest her and blatantly stretched his hand towards her chest. Long Yingqi's face turned cold, and she drew out the dagger she carried with her and cut off this little guy's left arm with 1 sword. Chapter 93, Shocking Results, Sakura Team's Evil Intentions. 10 minutes later, the rest of the Dragon Breath squad also ended the battle. In the first round, except for the poor Su Tian and a mid-stage and 18 member who lost to their opponents, everyone else including Chu Tianling won. The Dragon Breath team achieved a good score of 9 points. When the news spread back to China, the whole country was in an uproar. In the past, it was good enough for China to get 5 points every time it participated in world military exercises. This time, it actually got 9 points. How can it not be worth being happy? Although ordinary people don't know about the existence of ancient warriors, world military exercises can be watched by the whole world. In the eyes of ordinary people, ancient warriors are just a little stronger and a little better in skills. However, even with a score of 9 points, the Dragon Breath team only ranked 3rd. The first place is the American Lions team, which won all 11 games and had 11 points. The second place is the English Flame team, which won 10 out of 11 games and lost 1 game to the Dragon Breath team, with 10 points. The Sakura team from the island nation only scored 3 points, ranking 8th and almost being eliminated. After the first round, the last 3 teams were eliminated, and they left Weiyang Island dejectedly. After the first round, everyone will rest for 3 days, and the second round of competition will take place 3 days later. At night, the Sakura team's base. Mr. Yamamoto, those Chinese guys are too strong. They actually got 3rd place this time.
Our little day's empire only got a pitiful 3 points. If we don't do something, we will probably be eliminated in the next round,"
said a member of the Sakura team. Yamamoto Taro, the captain of the Sakura team, thought for a moment and said, "Watanabe-kun, take that thing and sneak into the Dragon Breath team's camp and give them a big gift."
Mayu Watanabe said, "But Yamamoto-kun, that thing was prepared for the Lion Squad. Now I use it to deal with the Dragon Breath Squad. How can I deal with the Lion Squad later?"
Yamamoto Taro said confidently, "The Lion team is not that strong, but they were lucky in the first round. The opponents they met were too weak, so they won first place. When the time comes, let me be the captain of the Lion team, and you guys deal with the others."
"Hi." Mayu Watanabe went out with a box.
Taro Yamamoto looked at the shining samurai sword in his hand and said to himself, "The champion of the world military exercise must belong to our little day's empire.
No one can take it away.
The Dragon Breath Squad can't do it, the Flame Squad can't do it, and the Lion Squad is even worse." It was obvious that Taro Yamamoto only regarded the Dragon Breath Squad, the Flame Squad and the Lion Squad as his opponents and ignored everyone else. Outside the Dragon Breath Squad's camp, a dark shadow quietly approached here.
This dark shadow was Mayu Watanabe.
Mayu Watanabe took out a bottle from the box, uncorked it, threw something inside, turned around and wanted to run, but unexpectedly bumped into someone.
When Mayu Watanabe came to her senses and took a look, she was immediately frightened. "Captain Longshi? Why are you here?" The person Watanabe Mayu bumped into was Chu Tianling.
At this time, Mayu Watanabe saw the other members of the Longshi team behind Chu Tianling, and her face suddenly turned pale.
Chu Tianling said cheerfully, "Xiao Rizi likes to play dirty tricks. Su Tian, Longingshi, bring this ignorant Xiao Rizi with you, and let's go and ask for an explanation."
As for the bottle that Mayu Watanabe threw into the garrison, Chu Tianling simply chose to ignore it. The bottle contained nothing but some kind of poison.
With Tang Shishir around, what poison could not be cured?
In addition to their terrifying intelligence capabilities, the Tang family was also an expert at using poison and hidden weapons.
In the Sakura Squad's camp, Yamamoto Taro paced back and forth anxiously. Why hasn't Watanabe-kun come back yet?
At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Yamamoto Taro, get out here, I need an explanation."
Chapter 94, Yamamoto Taro's explanation. The second round begins. Isn't that Captain Longshi? What is he doing with his men at the island nation's base? Something must have happened. Look at the two people behind Captain Longshi. What are they holding in their hands? Isn't that Mayu Watanabe from the Sakura team? What's going on? Just follow and you'll find out.
When they arrived at the island country's garrison, Chu Tianling grabbed Mayu Watanabe and slammed her to the ground.
Mayu Watanabe grimaced in pain. "Taro Yamamoto, come out!" Chu Tianling shouted.
When Taro Yamamoto saw Mayu Watanabe who was captured, he knew that Mayu Watanabe had failed and their plan was likely to fail.
"What does this mean, Mr. Chu?" Yamamoto Taro asked, pretending not to know. "Yamamoto Taro, stop playing dumb with me. Mayu Watanabe sneaked into our base and tried to release the gas powder. How are you going to explain this?"
The people around who were watching the fun suddenly started to make a noise.
"What? Dispersing powder? How can people from the island country have such a thing?
This kind of thing can make the divine power in our bodies lose control.
What on earth do those bastards from the island country want to do? Look, the Lion Squad and the Flame Squad are here. People from the Crazy Leopard Squad and the Noah Squad are here too. Could it be that the Japanese attacked the Dragon Breath Squad while also attacking several other squads?
God, the islanders are so brave." As things have developed to this point, Yamamoto Taro knows that if he does not give Chu Tianling an explanation, today's matter will never end well. Because people from several other countries are also here, even if he suddenly attacks Chu Tianling, people from several other countries will take action in an instant, and he will have no way to survive. When it comes to taboo items such as the dispersed gas powder, Yamamoto Taro is still clear about how people from various countries will choose. Gritting his teeth, Yamamoto Taro said, "Mr. Chu, I failed to manage my team members, causing Mr. Watanabe to do such a thing that angered the heavens and the people.
It is my fault. Mr. Watanabe, you can do whatever you want with me."
After saying that, Taro Yamamoto bowed 45 degrees to Chu Tianling.
Chu Tianling sneered in his heart, thinking that this was the end of the matter? How could it be so easy? Just wait and see, you will have a hard time in the second round.
Seeing that the victims had no objections, people from other countries could do nothing. After all, they just came to join in the fun and see if they could get any benefits. 3 days passed in a flash, and soon it was time for the second round. Xu Tianling carefully understood the rules of the second round, heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "The second round is very unfavorable to us. Everyone must remember to go in groups of 2 or 3, and never act alone." Everyone in the Dragon Breath team nodded. The rules for the second round are that the organizer places 200 mithril tokens at different locations in the forest on the island. Players go to the forest to look for tokens within the specified time, and are finally ranked according to the number of tokens they hold. The reason why Chu Tianling said that the second round was extremely disadvantageous for the Dragon Breath team was that the difference between the second round and the first round was that the second round could kill people. Although the Dragon Breath team had Chu Tianling, a cheater, and Long Yingxi, a grandmaster at the peak of the early stage, their overall strength was weaker than other teams. If they acted alone, it would undoubtedly be courting death. Chu Tianling thought for a while and said, "How about this? There are 11 of us in total, divided into 3 groups. I will lead one group, Long Yingxi will lead one group, and Su Tian will lead one group. We can collect tokens faster this way. If we encounter people from other teams, we can grab them if we can beat them, and run away if we can't. There is a rule that allows you to snatch tokens from other teams." Tang Shishir said worriedly, "This is indeed a good idea, but what if the other teams deliberately surround us?" Chapter 95, The Dragon Breath Squad splits up and is about to be attacked from all sides. After discussing for half an hour, everyone still couldn't agree on how to group themselves. A team member who was in the late Xiantian stage suddenly said, "Captain, I have a suggestion." "You say?" "Captain, you, Su Tian, Miss Tang, and Miss Long are the most powerful. You can form a team of 4. This way, you can find and snatch the tokens quickly and efficiently." Chu Tianling said without thinking, "No. What a joke, they are divided into groups of the strongest people. What if the others encounter strong people from other teams? Wouldn't that be a waste of life?" Finally, it was decided that the 5 people with the weakest cultivation would form a group. These 5 members would become the 6th man and would avoid fighting if possible, thus bringing the spirit of the 6th man to the extreme. The 6 people with stronger cultivation would search for the token while looking for the mantis. You ask me what a praying mantis is? Of course it is a mantis stalking a cicada while the oriole is behind it. The group split into 2 groups and quickly disappeared into the forest. On the other side, Yamamoto Taro looked at the 9 people in front of him and said in a cold tone, "Your mission later is only one, and that is to kill the people of the Dragon Breath Squad with all your strength. I will take care of the token issue." After the loss of Mayu Watanabe, there were only 10 people left in the Sakura team, and their strength was greatly reduced. Although Mayu Watanabe looked ordinary, he was actually an 8-winged archangel in the late stage of his cultivation. Mayu Watanabe hid his skills. In the first round, he showed only the strength of an early 8-winged archangel. This was the real 6th best, the top 6th best. But now Mayu Watanabe is dead. Not to mention that he was an early 8-winged archangel, even if he was a peak 10-winged archangel, it would be useless. When Taro Yamamoto chose to surrender, Chu Tianling killed Mayu Watanabe. In an open space, George and Yamamoto Taro stood opposite each other. George looked at Yamamoto Taro with disdain. "What? You want to join forces with me? Are you worthy?" Yamamoto Taro looked unhappy. "George, what do you mean?" George sneered, "What do I mean? Facing Captain Longxi, you didn't even have the courage to fight, and watched your teammates die in the hands of Captain Longxi. Yes, I can't beat Captain Longxi, but at least I have the courage to face him. Your martial arts heart has been cracked, and your martial arts realm has reached its limit. Captain Longxi is your inner demon. As long as Captain Longxi doesn't die, your cultivation will never improve in this life." On the other side, the Flame Squad and the Lion Squad have formed a temporary alliance in order to snipe the Dragon Breath Squad led by Chu Tianling. The captains of the Flame Squad and the Lion Squad have reached a consensus to discuss how to distribute the tokens after the operation is successful. Deep in the forest, the Crazy Leopard Squad had just obtained the 20th token and smiled faintly. "It's not that difficult. It looks like we'll be able to go back soon. Report to the captain." The latest news is that the Flame Squad and the Lion Squad have formed a temporary alliance, and their target is the Dragon Breath Squad. The Sakura Squad has also shown signs of taking action against the Dragon Breath Squad. Only the Noah Squad has not made any move for the time being. "Captain, the Dragon Breath Squad is in a very dangerous situation right now. Should we move on?" The team member made a gesture of wiping his neck. The captain of the Crazy Leopard Squad glanced at him and said,
Use your brains in everything. Remember every word I say next and convey it to the other team members.
If you encounter people from the Flame, Lion, and Sakura teams next, use all your strength to kill them if possible, but if you can't kill them, make sure they are severely injured.
Ignore Team Noah for now.
The member of the Crazy Leopard team opened his eyes wide. He didn't understand why the captain chose to stand on the side of the Dragon Breath team. After all, if one fails miserably, he will have to face the joint encirclement and suppression of 3 or even 4 teams.
Chapter 96, 4 parties encircle and suppress the Dragon Breath Squad. Chu Tianling is seriously injured and missing.
At night, at the camp of the Dragon Breath Squad,
Chu Tianling asked, "No one was hurt, right? What did you get?" After some statistics, they obtained a total of 23 tokens today.
If they had continued at this rate, they would definitely have been the first place, but unfortunately things did not go as they wished.
Not bad, not bad. Now that everyone is here, let's go together. Who is it? Chu Tianling shouted.
Then dozens of figures walked out of the forest. Looking at the dozens of people in front of him, Chu Tianling said with an unpleasant expression, "Flame Squad, Lion Squad, Noah Squad, Sakura Squad." The captain of the Flame Squad sneered, "Chinese boy, you Chinese have a saying, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot, you should know that."
Go ahead.
The 4 teams rushed out at the same time, and Chu Tianling shouted loudly, "Meet the enemy." The 2 sides fought together in an instant, various colors of true energy and divine power intertwined together. Chu Tianling fought alone against the captains of the 3 teams of Flame Sakura Lions. It was dangerous, and he was almost hurt by the opponent. After all, no matter how powerful he was only at the peak of the Grandmaster, while the 3 opponents were all in the early stage of the Grandmaster, and they were the kind of early stage of the Grandmaster without any water. He had killed a Grandmaster outside Yulong Villa before, so he thought that the gap between the early Grandmaster and the peak Grandmaster was not that big, so he had never taken the captains of the Lion teams seriously. Now he knew he was wrong. Several captains were no match for the Grandmaster he had killed outside Yulong Villa before. The Grandmaster he killed was simply a fake. He only had the realm of a Grandmaster but not the combat power of a Grandmaster. In fact, he guessed correctly. The Grandmaster he killed outside Yulong Villa was just one of the Grandmasters mass-produced by the Nagpuller family through drugs. Not only the Grandmaster he killed, but all the 10 Grandmasters who led the team to raid Yulong Villa that day were such fakes. Just as Chu Tianling was daydreaming, a few screams were heard. He turned his head and saw a scene that made him want to tear his eyes out. Tang Shishir, Feng Mashuet and Long Yingqi were all seriously injured and fell to the ground, their lives or deaths unknown. Chu Tianling was about to go over to save people, but was punched away by the captain of the Lion Squad and disappeared. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with internal organs, and with an unwilling look, Chu Tianling slowly closed his eyes. Su Tian was covered in blood and yelled, "Captain! We can't sleep. Wake up! I'm going to fight you." Yamamoto Taro looked at the seriously injured Su Tian and said jokingly, "Didn't expect it? You killed one of my men, and I'll make your whole team pay for it." The captain of the Flame Squad said, "Yamamoto, let's go. It's good to be able to kill in the second round, but 2/3 of the game time has passed. You don't want to end up with nothing, do you?" Taro Yamamoto then looked at Su Tian, who could hardly hold the knife, and said "Pooh," then turned and left. Su Tian looked at his teammates sadly and howled to the sky, "Damn God, why are you so unfair?" The other side. What? What did you say? The Dragon Breath Squad was attacked, and the entire team was seriously injured and their lives are unknown? The captain of the Crazy Leopard Squad asked in shock. The person who went to inquire about the news nodded. Everyone assemble. 1 minute later, the Crazy Leopard Squad was assembled. Captain Quang Bao looked at his teammates and said, "Do you know about the Dragon Breath Squad?" "No. I have to deal with some garbage now. This is my personal matter. If you are willing to help me, stand next to me. I won't force you if you don't want to." Without any hesitation, everyone stood beside Captain Crazy Leopard. Set off. On the way, someone couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain, why do you want to help the Chinese?" Captain Quang Bao stopped and closed his eyes. 2 tears fell from the corners of his eyes. He said in a sad tone, "Aren't you always curious about why I never reveal my real name? I will tell you now, my name is Chu Tianqing, and Captain Longxi's name is Chu Tianling, he is my brother." Chapter 97 Chu Tianqing's Furious Attack, Chu Tianling's Great Fortune. Inside a mysterious space. Child, wake up. The unconscious Chu Tianling suddenly woke up. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, he asked blankly, I am already dead.
Could this be the underworld?
Kid, you are not dead. Your teammates are still waiting for you. The old voice from before sounded again.
Listen to me, kid. Do you see the cat in front of you? Defeat that cat and you can return to the world that originally belonged to you. Chu Tianling struggled to stand up.
His wounds had not healed yet.
He walked towards the cat step by step.
He could feel that the cat only had the strength of the early acquired stage, the kind that had just stepped into the martial arts. Chu Tianling showed an ugly smile and slapped the kitten, which was immediately turned into a meat patty. Although he was injured, he was still able to beat a kitten in the early stage of acquired diseases to death. The next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. The kitten that was beaten into a meat pie was seen to be shining with golden light all over its body. It was resurrected on the spot and its cultivation level had reached the middle stage of the acquired realm. Chu Tianling slapped it again, and the same result happened. The kitten was slapped into a meat pie and then resurrected on the spot not long after, and its cultivation level had reached the late stage of the acquired realm. The third time, the peak of the day after tomorrow. The fourth time, the early stage of innateness. The fifth time, the middle stage of the innate stage. The sixth time, the late stage of innateness. The seventh time, the peak of innateness. After killing the kitten for the seventh time, Chu Tianling finally realized that something was wrong. The kitten had reached the peak of the innate realm after its resurrection. If he killed the kitten again, the kitten would become a master. Moreover, he was injured in the first place, and after several attempts, the little true energy in his body had been almost exhausted. Captain Crazy Leopard, or Chu Tianxing, led his men into the forest to specifically target the lone men from the 4 teams. After several attempts, he had killed nearly 20 people from the 4 teams. The members of the Crazy Leopard team looked at their captain's bloodshot eyes and dared not speak, fearing that the captain would kill them as well. In the mysterious space, Chu Tianling was lying on the ground, thinking about how to defeat the kitten. If direct attack didn't work, what other ways could he use to defeat the kitten? Suddenly, he had an idea. Since hard tactics didn't work, what about soft tactics? Chu Tianling remembered that there were some fast foods such as sausages in his system backpack. Just as he was about to take them out, he was shocked to find that he could not use the system backpack. This was the first time this had happened since he got the system. Chu Tianling made up his mind. Since the temptation of snacks didn't work, the only option was the most primitive one, which was to pet the cat. Chu Tianling dragged himself over, picked up the kitten, and started petting it, and soon the effect was seen. The kitten's cultivation, which had been pushed to the peak of the innate level by him, was actually slowly regressing. Chu Tianling was delighted, knowing that it was effective, and continued to stroke it. Not long after, the kitten's cultivation returned to the initial early acquired level. The kitten meowed and turned into a ray of white light and drilled into Chu Tianling's body. He immediately fainted from the pain. If there were other people here, they would find that Chu Tianling's body had turned into a huge white ball, emitting white light, and from time to time a heart-pounding breath emanated from it. At the same time, somewhere in the forest, Tang Shishir and others burst into tears as they watched Su Tian, who had lost his life. Brother Tian. Su Tian. Xiao Tian. During this period of time, the 4 teams launched countless hunts against them, and everyone was injured to varying degrees. Su Tian even gave his life to cover everyone's escape. Feng Mashua wiped her tears, looked at a newly erected grave not far away, and said firmly, I will avenge you too. The newly built grave belonged to a member of the Flame Squad, a pretty girl named Ai Ishir. While she was participating in the hunt for the Dragon Breath Squad, she accidentally met Su Tian and fell in love with him. So she secretly informed the Dragon Breath Squad many times, but the good times did not last long. Soon, Ai Ishir's behavior was discovered by the captain of the Flame Squad. In order to cover everyone's escape, Ai Ishir was hit by a palm from the captain of the Lion Squad and died in Su Tian's arms. Chapter 98, A Loving and Righteous Couple, a National Hero Serving the Country and Family. Friendly reminder, if you are a person with a low tier point, please prepare tissues when reading this chapter. After a long while, Tang Shishir said, now that we have lost Su Tian and Ai Ishir, we cannot allow any more damage. Otherwise, how are we going to explain to Tianling when he comes back? Everyone was silent. They also hoped that Chu Tianling would return soon, but they all knew in their hearts that Chu Tianling was fighting against the captains of 4 teams alone. With his peak Grandmaster cultivation against 4 great Grandmasters, it was almost a situation of certain death with no possibility of survival. It was just that due to the presence of Tang Shishir and Feng Mashue, the others did not have the heart to attack them and did not explain it clearly. This was the first time that Long Yingqi was worried about a man other than her family. It could be said that ever since Feng Mashue took the initiative to throw herself into Chu Tianling's arms, Chu Tianling's shadow had been engraved in her heart. Inside the mysterious space, a crack suddenly appeared in the white sphere that Chu Tianling transformed into, and then the crack gradually grew bigger and bigger. Finally, with a bang, the sphere suddenly exploded. Chu Tianling stood proudly. He now finally understood why the kitten became stronger and stronger. The kitten was transformed from a pill called Nirvana pill, whose effect was to break through and then reborn. As for where the Nirvana pill came from and why it appeared in the mysterious space, Chu Tianling had no idea. Feeling the power filling his body, he murmured, "Is this the power of a Grandmaster? It is indeed incomparable to the Grandmaster realm." This time, Chu Tianling successfully broke through from the peak of Grandmaster to the early stage of Grandmaster, and the injuries he had suffered before were completely healed. His face turned cold, and Chu Tianling murmured, "Your doom has come." With a move of his body, Chu Tianling appeared in the forest. He already knew that the mysterious space was actually the inside of the system space. The reason why he couldn't use the system backpack before was naturally because of the Nirvana pill. Chu Tianling moved his feet and kept moving through the forest, looking for Tang Shishir and the others. He was extremely anxious. His right eyelid kept twitching and he always felt that something was wrong. Somewhere in the forest, Yamamoto Taro looked at the Dragon Breath team who were retreating step by step in front of him, and laughed. "Didn't expect it? Didn't expect that you would have this day? 3 little beauties, you will be mine soon." In order to find Tang Shishir and the others as soon as possible, Chu Tianling increased his speed to the limit and finally saw Tang Shishir and the others, but the scene in front of him made him furious. Everyone in the Dragon Breath team had blood at the corners of their mouths and were supporting each other as they retreated. The 4 teams were approaching them step by step. Taro Yamamoto walked towards Feng Mashue, who was full of panic, with a lewd smile on his face. Chu Tianling could no longer bear it. Phoenix danced to destroy the sky poem. Chu Tianling raised his hand and slapped Yamamoto Taro. Anyone who dared to touch him was seeking death. The Phoenix Dance Heaven Destroying Palm is an ancient martial art that Chu Tianling comprehended after absorbing the Nirvana pill. Its power is extremely overbearing, far beyond what the God-destroying palm he had used before. Taro Yamamoto's back door was wide open, and he was caught off guard. The Phoenix Dance Heaven Destroying Palm hit him hard on the back. Taro Yamamoto suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, flew out, and fell heavily to the ground. "Who is it?" George was the first to react. The people from the 4 teams turned their heads and saw a scene that horrified them. Chu Tianling walked towards them step by step with a cold face. Every footstep was like the death knell, knocking at the hearts of the foreigners who were besieging the Dragon Breath squad. "It's the captain. The captain is back. Great, the captain is back." Tang Shishir's tears flowed down. Feng Mashue could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Fortunately, a female member of the Dragon Breath team supported her. Long Yingqi beside her also had tears in her eyes. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, Chu Tianling let out a long roar and disappeared on the spot. The next second, he appeared in the crowd of 4 teams. Every time he took action, he would take a life. These people had the blood of all the people in the Dragon Breath team on their hands, and they must die. Soon, only 4 captains were left in the 4 teams, and now the 4 of them are left alone. Taro Yamamoto woke up slowly and saw Chu Tianling, who looked like a killing god not far away. He was so scared that he pissed his pants and tried to escape immediately. Chu Tianling's face turned cold and he hit Taro Yamamoto on the back with a palm. Taro Yamamoto exploded instantly and blood and flesh flew everywhere. George was so scared that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Chu Tianling glanced at him, said nothing, and kicked him on the head. George's head exploded like a watermelon, and his headless body fell to the ground. The captain of the Flame Squad and the captain of the Lion Squad turned around and wanted to escape. At this moment, Chu Tianling could kill Yamamoto Taro and George in seconds, so he could also kill them in seconds. After all, their cultivation was similar. Chu Tianling pulled out the dragon tooth he had just found from his waist and slashed forward suddenly. A flash of knife light cut off the legs of the 2 men. The 2 men fell to the ground, looking at Chu Tianling in horror, and said, "Captain Longxi, you can't kill us. We are all geniuses of our respective countries, and we are supported by our countries to participate in the world military exercise.
Chu Tianling smiled coldly, his voice like the nine nether devil. Oh? Really? Then how come the four of you teamed up to attack me? What do you mean by deliberately surrounding and killing my team members?
The two were too scared to speak. Tang Shishir behind them shouted, Tianling, capture them alive and make them confess in front of Su Tian and Ai Shir's grave.
In front of Su Tian and Ai Shir's tomb? Did something happen to Su Tian? Tang Shishir said in a sad tone, Ai Shir is Su Tian's girlfriend.
She was once a member of the Flame Squad but later left the team. They both sacrificed themselves to cover our departure.
Chu Tianling's head buzzed. What? Su Tian was dead? The Su Tian who wanted to challenge him the moment he saw him was dead? The Su Tian who always called him brother Tianling was dead? How was he going to explain this to Su Tian's family?
An even more terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Chu Tianling. He gritted his teeth and looked at the captains of the Flame and Lion teams. Even if you die 10,000 times, it's not enough. Shishir, take me to Su Tian's grave. I'm going to skin these two beasts alive in front of Su Tian's grave to tell Su Tian's spirit in heaven.
10 minutes later, everyone returned to the open space where Su Tian was buried.
Looking at the two newly built graves, Chu Tianling was overwhelmed with grief. He threw Captain Flame and Captain Lion, whose legs were cut off, to the ground. The two men screamed in pain. Chu Tianling held the dragon tooth in his hand and said in a cold tone, in ancient China, we had an extremely cruel punishment called lingqi. The executioner needs to use a knife to cut off the flesh of the prisoner piece by piece, 3,357 times, not one more or one less.
In addition, the prisoner cannot die during the process of lingqi, otherwise the executioner will be punished. Next, let me take you to experience what lingqi feels like. No. No. Please spare me. You are a devil. A devil.
Chu Tianling raised his head and laughed wildly. Devil, yes, you are right, I am the devil. Afterwards, Chu Tianling stopped talking nonsense, picked up the dragon tooth and started to torture them. Every time he cut, the two screamed. Chu Tianling had been using his true energy to keep the two alive so that they would not die in the process of torture. The people in the Dragon Breath squad watched Chu Tianling cut again and again with an expressionless face, and they could not help but shudder. Fortunately, this man was one of their own, their captain. Finally, after 3,657 cuts, Chu Tianling withdrew his true energy. The two men looked at Chu Tianling with gratitude, then closed their eyes. The organizers arrived late, and seeing the scene that looked like hell, several of them couldn't help but vomit. A woman from an island country couldn't help but say, Yellow Monkey, you are challenging the dignity of our island country. The other islander closed his eyes and knew that this woman was finished. The next second, a sharp blade transformed from true energy pierced the heart of the island woman. The island woman looked down at the bloody hole in her chest and her body fell down with a bang. Then Chu Tianling sneered and attacked again to kill all the organizers from all countries except China. The scene was like a river of blood, like a Shura purgatory. Shao Tian, I have avenged you. Your spirit in heaven can rest in peace now. Chu Tianling raised his head and let out a long roar. Looking at the two Chinese organizers, Chu Tianling sneered, I won't kill you because you are also Chinese. After returning to your country, go to a military court yourself. After that, Chu Tianling smashed the officer's certificate in one of their faces. After taking a look, the man's face turned pale. He handed the officer's ID back to Chu Tianling with both hands, and left with his companion with a lonely look on his face. Chu Tianling's whole body was filled with true energy. He slapped his palm on the ground and shouted loudly. A huge stone was lifted up from the ground by Chu Tianling, covering the tomb of Su Tian and Ai Shir. Chu Tianling took the long sword from a team member, flew into the air, and with a few swipes, the boulder was cut into a mountain. After pulling out the dragon's tooth, Chu Tianling carved two lines of words on the mountain. A loving and loyal couple. A national hero for the country and family. He waved his hands, summoning several bolts of lightning thicker than an adult's arms, which lingered above the mountain. If anyone dared to approach the mountain, they would be instantly turned into powder by the wrath of thunder. After doing all this, Chu Tianling's expression looked a little better. Everyone in the Dragon Breath Squad, listen up. We are not going to participate in this stupid world military exercise anymore. Let's go home. Everything that happened here was transmitted to various countries in real time via satellite. The United States and other countries condemned Xu Tianling internationally and put pressure on China, demanding that China hand over Xu Tianling. China had only 3 words: impossible. When the news spread back to China, the whole country was in an uproar. He is loyal to his own people and ruthless to his enemies. Xu Tianling should be a national hero. National hero. Come here. Go and get ready. When the Dragon Breath Squad returns home, I will personally present the award to them. Chapter 99, Dragon Breath Team returns. Su Tian's identity is so terrifying. Imperial Capital Airport. A group of people were waiting at the airport. They were there to pick someone up. However, if someone knows them, he will be surprised, because this group of people are all important officials from various departments of the Imperial Capital, including the Director of the Imperial Capital Public Security Bureau, the Commander of the Armed Police Force, the Commander of the Special Police Force, the Mayor of the Imperial City, the Secretary of the Imperial City Committee, and even the 9 members of the Chinese Parliament, the highest leadership of China, were present. The 9 members of the Chinese Parliament have all made huge contributions to the country. If anything happens to any one of them, the whole of China will be shaken. Here they come, said an old man standing at the front. A military aircraft landed at the airport. The cabin door opened, and the members of the Dragon Breath team got off the plane one after another. They were shocked to see such a luxurious lineup coming to greet them. Welcome home, the national hero. The leader looked at everyone and said loudly, "Welcome home, our national hero." Everyone behind the old man shouted. Seeing an old man in the crowd, Xu Tianling felt a little sad. He quickly ran to the old man and knelt on his knees. "Grandpa." The unfilial grandson, Xu Tianling, is back. Zhu Outyan burst into tears and quickly helped his grandson up. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Zhu Outyan has been waiting for the word grandfather for 17 years. The old man in the lead noticed that there was one person missing and asked hurriedly, "Where is Xu Tian?" Xu Tianling was filled with grief and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I didn't protect Xu Tian well." The old man paused for a moment, tears streaming down his face, and then he sighed, "My fate, the Xu family's fate." Xu Tianling looked at Zhu Outyan, and Zhu Outyan said at the right time, "This old man is Xu Tian's grandfather." Xu Tianling roughly understood the old man's identity. "Grandpa, I'm sorry, I didn't protect Xu Tian well." The old man said sternly, "Get up. I, Su Kaishan's grandson, will not be included in the ranks of those who cannot die. Get up." Everyone was silent. "Get in the car, what are you all standing there for?" Along the way, Xu Tianling felt bad looking at the cheering crowds on both sides of the road. Zhu Outyan looked at his grandson and sighed, "Child, this is Xu Tian's own choice, don't blame you. If we were there at that time, we wouldn't be able to save him." Su Kaishan in front said, "Xu family boy, cheer up, my Su family is full of loyal martyrs. Xu Tian sacrificed himself for the country, and his sacrifice was worth it. Although this world military exercise was not completed, everyone knows that it was us, China, who had the last laugh. You should be happy." After simply attending the ceremony, Xu Tianling didn't say hello to Zhu Outyan and took Tang Shishir back to the Magic City. Feng Mashue realized it later and searched for Xu Tianling for a long time but couldn't find him. After asking someone, she found out that Xu Tianling had actually returned to the Magic City. She was so angry that she stepped on the foot of a policeman who was being questioned by her. The policeman held his foot and screamed in pain. On Weiyang Island, a man crawled out of the dirt, his face covered in dust, cursing, "Who the hell buried me alive? I'll make you pay when I catch you." Looking at the huge man-made mountain in front of him and the words on the mountain, the man fell silent. A loving and righteous couple, a national hero serving the country and family? The man looked around at the corpses that had been gnawed to pieces by wild beasts. Fuck. Isn't this the captain of the Flame Squad? Why is he dead? Fuck, why is the captain of the Lion Squad also dead? Fuck, the captain of the Noah Squad is also dead. Chapter 100, Hugging Chu on both sides, a handsome beggar begging on the street. Time passed quickly, and a month had passed since Xu Tianling returned from Weiyang Island. Xu Tianling drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and took Mo Xingzhang and Tang Shishir for a bored stroll on the street. The two women were a little excited and a little scared, because tonight they would officially become Xu Tianling's women. In Lin Yihan's words, "You are useless, the fourth and fifth brothers, you haven't eaten Xu Tianling yet, you can't do it." So the current scene happened. Shishir, are you hungry?" Xu Tianling suddenly asked. Mo Zhengzheng touched her belly and said, "I'm a little hungry."
Zhu Tianling rubbed Mo Xingxing's little head. Let's go, I'll take you to eat.
At the same time, in Dongtan, a ragged man got off a smuggling boat. When his feet landed on the ground, the man burst into tears.
You're finally back. Damn Zhu Tianling, I'm not done with you. Phoenix Pavilion is a famous restaurant in Shanghai.
To eat at this restaurant, you need to make a reservation 3 days in advance. If you don't make a reservation, Phoenix Pavilion will not accept you even if you come.
Of course, this rule is only set for ordinary wealthy people.
It is just empty talk in front of rich and powerful people. In a private room on the second floor of Phoenix Pavilion, Zhu Tianling calmly drank red wine, and Mo Xingzheng used crab claws and crab scissors to concentrate on dealing with a king crab in front of her, and Tang Shishir also quietly ate steak with a knife and fork.
Zhu Tianling glanced at Mo Xingzheng, who had spent a long time removing a crab leg, and burst out laughing. He took the tools from Mo Xingzheng's hand, and in no time he cut the nearly 2-pound king crab into 5 pieces, then handed it to Mo Xingzheng.
Thank you, husband.
Mo Xingzheng took Zhu Tianling's right hand and gave him a deep kiss. Tang Shishir, do you treat me like air?
The unyielding Tang Shishir silently finished the last piece of steak, wiped her mouth with a tissue, pushed Zhu Tianling to the ground, and pressed her whole body on him. Soon, Zhu Tianling's face and neck were all covered with lipstick marks left by Tang Shishir.
Zhu Tianling, don't I have any face? At this time, a waiter came in. He ignored the lipstick marks on Zhu Tianling's face and said softly, Mr. Zhu, there is a beggar outside scolding you.
Whom?
Beggars? There are beggars in a place like Phoenix Pavilion? And this beggar is scolding me, Zhu?
Zhu Tianling came to the outside of Phoenix Pavilion with a confused look on his face, but saw a face that was extremely familiar but made him unbelievable. Seeing that the beggar was about to be picked up by the Phoenix Pavilion security guard and thrown out, Zhu Tianling hurriedly shouted, Stop! The security guard stopped and looked at the generous Mr. Zhu in confusion. Zhu Tianling walked up to the beggar with a look of disbelief on his face and wiped the beggar's dusty face with his sleeve. After seeing the face clearly, his nose suddenly felt sore and a line of hot tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes.
Xiao Tian! It's really you! You're still alive!
The beggar was Su Tian, whom Zhu Tianling thought was dead.
Someone come! Quick!
Take my brother to take a shower and change clothes.
Money is not a problem. Zhu Tianling roared. 20 minutes later, Tang Shishir looked at Su Tian standing in front of her with disbelief. Xiao Tian, you're not? Tang Shishir asked in disbelief.
Su Tian kept putting food into his mouth while saying, I wasn't actually dead at that time because I practiced a special ancient martial arts technique that could put a person into a state of suspended animation for 2 hours. However, the sequelae was that one couldn't use true qi within half a year, even if one was at the early stage of acquired strength. But I didn't expect that when I woke up, I would find that I was buried alive.
Su Tian ate too fast and choked.
Zhu Tianling quickly handed Su Tian a glass of water and said, Xiao Tian, eat slowly.
If it's not enough, we can add more.
After finishing a piece of steak in one bite, Su Tian continued, after I struggled to crawl out of the soil, I found that you all had left.
There was no trace of anyone on Weiyan Island.
After swimming for 2 hours, I finally saw a boat. I sneaked on the boat while it was dark, and then returned to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces.
Then I begged all the way back to the Magic City.
Chapter 101 The 5 great treasures are gathered together, and the diamond armor summoning device is obtained.
The meal was finished quickly. Most of the food was eaten by Su Tian. Zhu Tianling, Mo Xingzheng and Tang Shishir did not eat much.
After paying the meal fee of more than 1 million, Zhu Tianling asked, Xiao Tian, should I send you back to the imperial capital first or should you stay in the magic capital for a few days?
Su Tian thought for a moment and said, let's go back to the capital. I have to go back quickly. My grandfather has gone through this 3 times.
I don't want him to go through this a 4th time.
When Su Tian was leaving, Zhu Tianling handed him a box with a bank card inside.
There was 20 million in the card, which was a little help to his brother. After all, Su Tian's background meant that he would not have much pocket money.
After seeing Su Tian off, Zhu Tianling turned around and tried to get into the car when a small, soft hand rested on his shoulder. Zhu Tianling was startled and turned around to find that it was Xianyao whom he hadn't seen for a long time.
Xianyao said nothing, threw a sack on her back to Zhu Tianling, and disappeared on the spot as usual. When he opened the sack, Zhu Tianling's mouth twitched.
Looking at the 4 stones in the sack, Zhu Tianling really wanted to ask Xianyao, aren't you afraid of damaging them by putting them in a sack?
The 4 stones are dark blue, fiery red, green and brown, which are the other 4 stones of the 5 elements. Now with the water shadow stone, fire shadow stone, wood shadow stone and earth shadow stone that Xianyao sent him, he is only missing the last one of the 5 treasures, the spirit of desire.
But Chu Tianling couldn't understand one thing.
He and Xianyao were not related, not even friends. Why would Xianyao help him so much for no reason? Without Xianyao's help, he would not have gotten any of them. The clue to the Eye of Truth was provided by the treasure box Xianyao gave him, and the clue to the Heart of Eternity was also provided by the treasure box. When he got the Eye of Truth, he met Tang Shishir, who became his woman. In order to get the Heart of Eternity, Tang Shishir was seriously injured and unconscious. He got the bloodthirsty blade from Tang Junlin, and the 5 elements stone was directly obtained by Xianyao. He couldn't think of any reason for Xianyao to help him.
Could it be that Xianyao was attracted to him? Chu Tianling thought shamelessly.
But then he thought again, even though he was at the early stage of Grandmaster cultivation, he couldn't disappear instantly like Xianyao, so what level of cultivation should Xianyao be at? Xianyao might not be attracted to him with his current achievements.
Ding!
The host triggers the system task. Option 1, go to Germany and rescue Gu Qianro from the Nagpuller family, and you will be rewarded with the Diamond Armor Summoner.
Option 2, Gu Qianro dies regardless of her life or death. Chu Tianling slammed on the brakes and stopped where he was. What? Ruru was captured by the Nagpuller family? Nagpuller family, you are seeking death. Chu Tianling took out his cell phone and called Chu Outyan, Grandpa, please help me arrange a plane to Germany.
Ruru was captured by the Nagpuller family.
Chu Outyan on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then he reacted, anger filling his whole body. Ro, that girl was captured by the Nagpuller family. My dear grandson, go directly to Hongqiao Airport now. Thank you, Grandpa. Ding!
The host has made a choice and is rewarded with a Diamond Armor Summoner. The Diamond Armor Summoner has been placed in the system space.
Along the way, Chu Tianling had a gloomy face. A car almost hit a big tree on the roadside because of his forced overtaking.
The owner of the car leaned out of the window and was about to curse when he saw the Lamborghini 6th Element driven by Chu Tianling, so he left quietly in annoyance.
Are you kidding?
They can afford a car worth tens of millions, and who knows what family they are from.
Can you afford to offend them, so you just rush in?
Chu Tianling arrived at the destination in just 20 minutes, which should have taken an hour.
He got out of the car and walked towards the tarmac.
He threw the car keys to the airport manager and got on the plane directly.
At Chu Tianling's repeated request, the plane landed at Brandenburg Airport in Germany 2 hours later. Where is the Nagpuller family? Chu Tianling asked casually. A Grandmaster-level ancient warrior beside him replied, Master, the Nagpuller family is in Brandenburg. It takes about half an hour to get there from the airport. Chu Tianling wanted to cause trouble for the Nagpuller family.
As a member of the Chu family, he naturally found out all the information.
Chapter 102,
The Fall of the Nagpuller Family, The Panic of the 4 Major Families. After making all the preparations, Chu Tianling said, everyone take a break and gather in the hotel lobby after dark. Chu Tianling brought more than 50 people with him to Germany this time, all of them were grandmasters, and there were 8 grandmasters at the peak of their powers. With such a luxurious lineup, anyone who came would die if no one from the Saint Realm came out.
Yes, Master. Late at night, in the Nagpuller family, the night watchman noticed something was wrong. Who? Come out. Chu Tianling walked out of the darkness with a smile on his face and asked, Brother, is this the Nagpuller family? The white man on night watch asked in confusion, This is the Nagpuller family. Sir, are you here to visit a young master of our Nagpuller family? Why are you here so late? Chu Tianling showed a harmless smile, That's right, do it.
More than 50 figures suddenly appeared in the darkness behind him.
The night watchman's pupils shrank.
More than 50 10-winged archangels, are they here to cause trouble?
The next second, blood started gushing from his neck and he fell to the ground. Chu Tianling sneered and rushed into the Nagpuller family with his men. Who is it? Ah! Enemy attack, enemy attack. Quickly notify the escort team. The entire Nagpuller family fell into chaos and panic. Go and invite Master Senna.
Your so-called Master Senna has gone to meet God, so you should go and reunite with him too. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours, and no one from the Nagpuller family was spared. Chu Tianling waved his hand, and all the property and treasures of the Nagpuller family were taken into his pocket. He had already decided that among these things, he would donate the treasures belonging to China to the country free of charge, and use the rest to strengthen the Chu family and the hurricane fighting spirit. Chu Tianling found Gu Qianrou covered in blood in a dungeon. She had already fainted. Chu Tianling gently picked up Gu Qianrou. After leaving the dungeon, everyone saw Gu Qianrou's miserable appearance and were immediately furious. "Damn you white-skinned pig! How dare you torture the sixth young madam into this state? If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have sent them to see God so quickly." Several roars suddenly came from a distance. "Destroy my family, you deserve to die. Die, kid." Several figures landed in front of Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling saw it and smiled. The highest cultivation level among these figures is only at the peak of the 10-winged archangel, and he has 8 strong men of this level under his command. Chu Tianling waved his hand casually and walked out holding Gu Qianrou, and several screams were heard behind him. The next morning, a shocking piece of news came. One of the 5 major families, the Nodpuller family, was wiped out overnight. According to people who were watching the battle from a distance, the attackers dispatched more than 50 10-winged archangels, and the Nodpuller family had no ability to resist. The shadow of fear loomed over the heads of the Ahenera family, the Selinkro family, the Alakta family, and the Schwarzenegger family. These 4 families were the other 4 of the 5 major German families except the Nodpuller family. How is it possible? There are so many powerful people in China. My God, there are more than 50 10-winged archangels. How did that young man do it? God, there are more than 50 10-winged archangels. Who can be their opponent if the ban is not lifted? Hurry up and inform everyone that no one is allowed to leave until that guy leaves Germany. Obviously, Chu Tianling's luxurious lineup of more than 50 Grand Masters frightened the remaining 4 major families in Germany. It's no wonder that the 4 major families are too timid. After the war that year, the high-end forces of the ancient warriors on Earth suffered heavy losses. In order to prevent high-level ancient warriors from bullying the weak and attacking middle and low-level ancient warriors in order to cultivate a new generation of strong warriors, all countries jointly issued a ban. After reaching the Holy Realm, they are not allowed to come out without permission. The more than 50 10-winged archangels can indeed sweep all countries directly if the 12-winged archangels cannot come out. Chapter 103, The Legendary Weapon, Seeing the Old Friend Again. Magic City, Hentang Mountain Manor. Chu Tianling looked at the 4 great treasures and the dragon fawn, tiger wing, and dog god in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Now the Eye of Truth, the Heart of Eternity, the Stone of the 5 Elements and the Blade of Weeping Blood are all in hand. Dragon fangs, tiger wings and dog god are also in hand, but there is no clue about the last Spirit of Desire. He had asked everyone who might know the news, but unfortunately no one knew where the Spirit of Desire was or even where it could be. Shuotian didn't know, Shuzhenxiang didn't know, Shuzhenan didn't know, Sukaishan didn't know, and even Xianyao, whom Chu Tianling contacted through Sukaishan, didn't know either. In fact, Chu Tianling had already obtained the Spirit of Desire, and it was the first of the 5 treasures that Chu Tianling obtained. It's just that no one knew what the Spirit of Desire looked like. After Sukaishan managed to contact Xianyao, Chu Tianling finally understood something. The 5 great treasures plus the dragon's fangs, tiger wings and dog gods can be combined to form the legendary weapon, and the Spirit of Desire is the most important part of it. Xianyao also didn't know where the Spirit of Desire was, which made Chu Tianling very depressed. Now the only thing missing was this last Spirit of Desire, but unfortunately no one knew where the Spirit of Desire was. Depressed Chu Tianling simply drove aimlessly on the street, but in a milk tea shop he saw a figure he thought he would never see again. After stopping the car, he looked at the figure who was wiping the table diligently with complicated eyes, sighed, got out of the car, walked into the milk tea shop, and patted the figure on the shoulder. The figure turned around and said sweetly, "Hello, what kind of milk tea would you like to order?" But after seeing Tianling's face clearly, the figure fell silent. That figure was Gu Xiaoxiao. Chu Tianling sighed. Gu Xiaoxiao used to be so proud and arrogant. Her family had some money. When Gu Xiaoxiao chose to be with him, many people were shocked. After all, Chu Tianling was still a poor boy with nothing at that time. But who would have thought that in just 2 years, Gu Xiaoxiao would end up in this situation, reduced to working in a milk tea shop to earn money? Tianling, I regret it so much. Gu Xiaoxiao's tone was a little tearful. She saw that Chu Tianling came in a Lamborghini 6th Element. She had also accidentally run into him driving a Bugatti Noir Vox home before. Her family couldn't even afford a Lamborghini 6th Element worth 15 million before the accident, let alone a Bugatti Noir Vox worth more than 100 million. Hey, tell me, what's going on?
Why are you wiping the table here? Shu Tianling sighed. It's Zhou Haidong. It's all Zhou Haidong. I originally thought he was a rich second generation, but I didn't expect him to be a complete liar. He is actually an orphan. His luxury car is rented, and his clothes are also rented. He was with me just to cheat money. Later I brought him home, and my father was quite satisfied with him and planned to let him work in my company. Who knew he had evil intentions? Gu Xiaoxiao said, crying. Shu Tianling sighed again, took out a bank card from his pocket, put it on the table and gently pushed it in front of Gu Xiaoxiao, then took out his mobile phone and called Zhang Wenjie, I will send you a photo and an address later. Find this person as quickly as possible and send him to the address I sent you. After hanging up the phone, Shu Tianling said, Gu Xiaoxiao, there is 20 million in the card. I have sent someone to arrest Zhou Haidong. In fact, there is one thing you don't know. Zhou Haidong was not an orphan. My people wiped out his family and he became an orphan. So it is me who harmed you. This 20 million is your compensation. We will never see each other again in the future. After saying that, Shu Tianling stood up and walked out of the milk tea shop. Gu Xiaoxiao behind him couldn't help crying out loud. She regretted it, she regretted it. Chapter 104, Breakthrough to the Late Grandmaster Stage, Kunlun Mountain Seal Crack widens. On the street, Shu Tianling was strolling around with Mo Xingzheng bored. Last night, he helped this little girl complete the transformation from a girl to a woman, which took her 2 hours. Shu Tianling originally planned to let her have a good rest at home, but the little girl insisted on coming out. Moron Shui and He Yunji had no choice but to let her follow Shu Tianling out. At this moment, she was holding a pineapple and chewing it, with pineapple juice all over her face. Shu Tianling took out a tissue with a helpless look on his face and wiped the little girl's face clean. By the way, he took off a piece of pineapple flesh stuck on the little girl's nose and stuffed it into his own mouth. Ah! Tianling, it's dirty. Shu Tianling touched Mo Xingzheng's little head and said lovingly, it's not dirty, Xingzheng's face is the cleanest. As they walked, they unknowingly arrived at the gate of Magic City University. Mo Xingzheng became curious and pestered Shu Tianling to take her in to play. Shu Tianling smiled, touched her little head, and took her into the campus. Shu Tianling is now a prominent figure in Magic City University, and is known to everyone in the university. Look, isn't that Shu Tianling? A student asked doubtfully. Ha? Tianling's husband? A certain lovelorn maniac was having a relapse. Bah, shameless, that's obviously my husband Tianling. Everyone looked at the two crazy girls. I don't know why Shu Tianling returned to school. Is he here to withdraw from school? Dropping him out of school? That's right, he hasn't been to school for a long time, it's time to do it. Hey, it smells so sour. Let me tell you, even if Shu Tianling doesn't go to school, he won't starve to death. His family runs a company and is very rich. The cars he drives are worth millions or even tens of millions. Comparing yourself to others is frustrating. Their starting point is our end point. Wake up. Stop dreaming. You will never reach their starting point in your lifetime. Just go to bed. Walking on the campus, Shu Tianling was filled with emotion. Only 2 years had passed, he was still himself, and Magic City University was still the same Magic City University, but things and people had changed. Gu Shengkai has become a department manager in the Tianlong Group, and the next step is deputy general manager, second only to Zhang Wenjie, the general manager. Lin Hai and Lu Chuan have both reached the peak of the acquired realm after joining the Hurricane Battle Soul, and are only one step away from entering the innate realm. As for Shu Tianling, he has gradually grown from a poor boy with nothing 2 years ago to a business tycoon with trillions of assets today. He is also a rising star in the Chinese ancient martial arts world and the youngest general in the history of the Chinese military. Shu Tianling suddenly had an idea. Just live well in the present. No one can predict what will happen in the future. Even the strongest ancient warrior at the peak of the divine realm or the ancient warrior at the otherworldly and mysterious realm will die one day. Why should he still worry about so many unnecessary things? Thinking of this, Shu Tianling suddenly felt as if a shackle in his heart had suddenly broken. His cultivation level also increased as a result, and he broke through to the late Grandmaster level in one fell swoop. Mo Zhengzheng didn't say anything. She knew that her beloved man should have broken through to the late Grandmaster level long ago after that disaster, but he was entangled with too many things and locked himself up. He couldn't break through in his state of mind, so his cultivation level remained at the early Grandmaster level.
At the same time as Chu Tianling's cultivation level broke through, the small crack on the Kunlun mountain suddenly opened up, and a cold current that was countless times more violent than before rushed out of the crack, instantly freezing everything on the top of Kunlun mountain. A voice came from the crack, "There is always a way out. Everyone, attack the crack with all your strength and blast it open as quickly as possible." Chapter 105, Ancient Martial Arts Ban Lifted, Earth's Ancient Martial Arts Revive. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Chu Tianling broke through to the late stage of Grandmaster, and soon it was deep autumn. An uninvited guest suddenly visited Yundingshan Manor and brought news of the spirit of desire to Chu Tianling, but also brought him two bad news. In the Yunding Mountain Manor, Chu Tianling and Xianling sat opposite each other. Chu Tianling looked at Xianling opposite him with a complicated expression. To be precise, it was Aizen Jaro Xianling, the brother of Aizen Jaro Xianyao. The previous ruler of Hurricane was Aizen Jaro Xianling. Without waiting for Chu Tianling to speak, Exintual Xianling spoke first. "Chu Tianling, I know you have a lot of questions to ask me, but now is not the time to chat slowly. I will tell you everything you want to know next time we meet. This time I came to tell you 3 pieces of news, 1 good news and 2 bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Let's hear the bad news first." Exintual Xianling paused and said, "The first bad news is that the ancient martial arts ban will be lifted in 2 months. Maybe you don't know what the ancient martial arts ban is. The ancient martial arts ban is an agreement made by all the top ancient martial artists on Earth after the tragic war. Before the ban is lifted, no master above the Grandmaster is allowed to appear without the permission of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Now that the ancient martial arts ban is about to be lifted, do you know what this means?" Chu Tianling knew what he meant. The current Hurricane fighting soul and the strongest person in the Chu family was him, who was in the late Grandmaster stage, but did not include Chu Outyan, Chu Zhenxiong, and Chu Zhennan. Because Chu Tianling had never seen the 3 of them fight with their full strength, he could not judge their cultivation level. Once the ban on ancient martial arts was lifted, powerful saints above the Grandmaster level could be born, and the Hurricane war soul and the Chu family would be in danger instantly. After all, he had destroyed the Nagpler family and was one of the top 5 families in Germany, with strength that could crush the German royal family. He didn't believe that if there was no saint in the family, he would be able to kill Chu Tianling. The second bad news is that the moment the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance announced that the ancient martial arts ban would be lifted in 2 months, the 5 major German families have announced that they will descend on China in 2 months. You don't have much time left. You must have the strength to fight against the Saint Realm Masters within 2 months. Chu Tianling was silent. "What about the good news?" Chu Tianling asked. "The good news is that I have a clue about the spirit of desire. Currently I only know that the spirit of desire has no entity, and I know nothing else." Chu Tianling asked, "I feel that the overall environment has changed a little bit recently." Chu Tianling could feel that the spiritual energy in the air was now a bit thicker than before. Spiritual energy was the foundation for the survival of ancient warriors. Ancient warriors needed to absorb spiritual energy into their bodies and purify it before converting it into true energy for their own use. Axinjuel Yuo Xianling said, "Your feeling is right. The ancient martial arts on Earth are reviving. It is expected to fully revive after the ban on ancient martial arts is lifted. After the revival of ancient martial arts, it will be easier for ancient martial artists to practice, but the whole world will also be more chaotic." Chu Tianling was silent again. The 5 major German families will descend on China in 2 months. Once the ban on ancient martial arts is lifted, strong men in the Holy Realm will surely appear. In 2 months, will he have the strength to fight against them? There is a watershed between the peak of the innate realm and the early stage of the Grandmaster for ancient warriors, and an even bigger watershed between the peak of the Grandmaster and the early stage of the Holy Realm. A person in the early stage of the Holy Realm is enough to destroy dozens of peak Grandmasters. Chu Tianling clenched his fists. No matter what, he must have the strength to fight against the powerful Saint Realm Masters within 2 months, otherwise that would be the time of his death. Chapter 106, The Hurricane's cultivation seal is lifted. Paul and Peter's cultivation is so terrifying. The next day, Chu Tianling boarded a private plane. He planned to go to the imperial capital to find his grandfather Chu Outyan and tell him about the ban on ancient martial arts. Perhaps Chu Outyan already knew about it, but Chu Tianling felt that he still needed to make a trip to the imperial capital. After all, Mo Xingzhang had mentioned to him that the cultivation of all the people in the Hurricane battle soul had been sealed. Now that the ban on ancient martial arts was about to be lifted, Chu Tianling felt that it was time for the cultivation of everyone in the Hurricane battle soul to be unsealed. In the mysterious canyon.
The little fellow from Lao Jiu's family is coming to the capital again. The little guy should get the job done when he comes to the capital this time. Last time, he suddenly ran back to the magic city, and we old guys were not even prepared. Fifth brother, you go and do this. The second and third brothers and I will go and help this little guy realize his goal first. Otherwise, he won't be able to sleep peacefully. After all, those families are not that strong compared to us, but they also have Saint Realm powerhouses. The little guy's current cultivation is not enough to fight against Saint Realm powerhouses. As soon as he got off the plane, Chu Tianling received a call from Paul. Your Majesty, our cultivation has been restored. Chu Tianling felt warm in his heart. Although he knew that his every move was under the surveillance of the country, he did not have any bad thoughts. After all, he was no longer the poor boy with nothing. He had a lover, relatives, and friends. He could no longer be as reckless as he was when he first got the system. A military vehicle stopped in front of Chu Tianling and a man got out of the vehicle. Chu Tianling took a look and saw that he was a colonel, a high rank. He knew that this was probably the man sent by his grandfather to pick him up. After getting in the car, the man drove quietly without saying a word. He ignored Chu Tianling's words. Chu Tianling found that the other party drove the car to the suburbs, so he became more alert. The man smiled and said, General Chu, don't be nervous. All the leaders are there. I am loyal to the country. Chu Tianling's taut nerves finally relaxed a little, but the vigilance on his face did not diminish in the slightest. He even gathered true energy in his hands. If this man showed any signs of deceiving him, he would immediately use the Phoenix dance to destroy Heaven Palm to send him to see the King of Hell. When they arrived at a seemingly empty canyon, the man stopped the car and said, General Chu, we're here. Please go in. I don't have the qualifications to go in. Chu Tianling was surprised. You know, the rank of colonel is already very high in the army. Above colonel is major general, and above major general is major general. What kind of place could it be that a colonel is not even qualified to enter? As soon as he entered the canyon, Chu Tianling saw a familiar face. Who was it? Su Tian, who was almost buried alive by Tang Shishir, Long Yingqi, and Feng Maxue. Shao Tian, why are you here? Captain? I've been waiting for you for a long time, come with me. Su Tian said. Along the way, Chu Tianling asked Su Tian a lot of questions, and only then did he find out clearly where this canyon was. China's highest leadership is called the Chinese Parliament. The Parliament has a total of 9 members. All of these 9 people have made great contributions to China. Now the Chinese Parliament is about to have its 10th member. Chu Tianling asked, Shao Tian, do you know the identity of this 10th counselor? Su Tian kept the topic in suspense, acting mysterious, so Chu Tianling had no choice but to follow Su Tian patiently step by step. When they reached the deepest part of the canyon, Chu Tianling saw Chu Outyan. Grandpa, why are you here? Chu Tianling asked. Chu Outyan smiled but said nothing. Su Tian on the side said, Captain, Grandpa Chu is the 9th member of our Chinese Parliament. You Chu family are all a bunch of perverts. You have 2 members from the same family. What do you mean 2 members of parliament from one family? I am confused. Chu Outyan looked at his grandson with a smile. Child, Su Tian's meaning is of course that our Chu family will give birth to a 2nd member of parliament besides me. Chu Tianling asked, the 2nd one? Is it the uncle or the father? Chu Outyan looked at his grandson with relief, neither. The 10th member of the Chinese parliament is you, silly boy. What? The 10th member of parliament is actually me? At the same time, in the Yulong villa in the demon capital. Paul, my cultivation has recovered. But unfortunately, I have fallen from the late stage of the Holy Realm to the peak of the middle stage of the Holy Realm. Peter said. Paul smiled and said, this is normal. After all, our cultivation has been sealed for so long, it is normal for it to drop. However, your realm perception is there, and it is only a matter of time before you recover to the late stage of the Saint Realm. I'm not like you, a pervert. It only took you more than 10 minutes to stabilize your cultivation. You're at the peak of the Saint Realm. How amazing. Paul laughed and scolded, you bastard. Chapter 107 The 10th Counselor Ascends, Jason Nogpuller's Fury. After 3 days of vigorous publicity, countries around the world knew that China would soon have its 10th member of parliament, and that this 10th member of parliament was very young. All forces in the world came up with the same idea, the 10th senator must be eliminated before he grows up. If he is allowed to grow,
he will definitely become the second Aizen Jaro Xianfeng in time. That battle left a shadow in the hearts of many powerful people from all over the world. Aizen Jaro Xianfeng, with the strength of the peak of the Holy Realm, fought against 5 14-winged archangels from the west. He killed 3 of the 14 winged archangels at the cost of being seriously injured himself, and seriously injured 1 and scared away 1. This record was undoubtedly very terrifying. You have to know that each level in the ancient martial arts realm is stronger than the previous one. It is terrifying that Aizen Jaro Xianfeng can achieve such a record against 5 enemies alone. What's more, those 5 14-winged archangels are all powerful warriors who have been famous for a long time. Shu family. Shu Zhenan asked worriedly, "Father, will this harm Tianling?" Shu Outyan said calmly, "You can't see the rainbow without going through the wind and rain. Flowers in a greenhouse can't grow into a climate. Don't look at Tianling's current cultivation of a late grandmaster, but once he encounters the perverted guys from those families in the ancient martial arts world, even an early grandmaster can easily defeat him. His realm is rising too fast. Without actual combat experience, it's useless to have a high realm. Don't worry, his current strength and power are enough to deal with the peak of the Saint realm. Once a strong man in the divine realm appears, we old guys will take action." Shu Zhenan finally felt relieved. Suddenly, he was stunned for a moment and asked, "Did that brat break through to the late grandmaster stage?" Shu Outyan smiled and nodded. "I don't know how that brat cultivated. Improving his realm is as easy as eating and drinking water. Father, do you want me to go and warn that old bat and that old wolf?" "No need, old bat and old wolf have been ours for 10 years. Shu Zhenan took a breath of cold air. The Nagpuller family, or rather the ruins of the Nagpuller family. An old man with white hair and beard looked at the scene in front of him and shouted angrily to the sky, "Who did it? Who did it?" A man came out from the dark and said calmly, "Jason, have you considered taking action against China in 2 months? I know you want revenge now, but what if I tell you that everything in front of you was done by the Chinese? Come to the Holy Court of Arbitration in 2 months." The mysterious man smiled. This was exactly the result he wanted. The 5 Saint Realm Masters took action to deal with a group of Grandmasters. Wouldn't that be like playing? However, the reason why he dragged Jason Nagpuller along was just to find a scapegoat. A 22-year-old Grandmaster, such a person is a genius wherever he is. If something goes wrong, China will definitely be furious, and he doesn't want to bear China's anger. After the mysterious man left, Jason Nagpuller suddenly appeared and muttered, "Do you really think I don't know about your conspiracy? Do you really think I'm old and confused and can't tell the truth from the false? Alas, those guys are the same. Why bother with Chu's grandson when there are so many other people to trouble with? Forget it, let's talk about it later." The ban on ancient martial arts has not yet been lifted, and the whole world has fallen into turmoil. Those who are weak and have no power to rely on have wisely chosen to seek shelter or simply withdraw from the world. Only a few stubborn and reckless young people still act as they please and act arrogantly. At Yunning Mountain Manor, Chu Tianling looked at the 4 armor summoners in front of him. He had a hunch that the changes in this world must be related to these 4 armor summoners, but he didn't know the specific connection yet. On Kunlun Mountain. Netherworld Army, listen up. Attack the rift with all your might and tear it open within 10 years. After 10 years, I will flatten this world and get what I need. Chapter 108: The King of Assassins and the King of Mercenaries, the strongest enemies under the Saint Realm. Looking at the 2 posts in front of him, Shu Tianling asked with interest, "King of Assassins? King of Mercenaries? Where did he come from?" Paul on the side said respectfully, "These 2 are from the Dark World. To put it bluntly, assassins and mercenaries are the same kind of people, except that one fights alone and the other fights in a team. The Assassin King is at the peak of the 10-winged Archangel, which is the peak of the Chinese Grandmaster. The Mercenary King is 1 point stronger than the Assassin King and has reached the half-step Saint Realm." "Half a step to the Holy Realm?" Chu Tianling murmured. "If I face the King of Mercenaries now, what are my chances of winning?" Chu Tianling suddenly asked. Paul pondered for a while and replied, "I dare not say that. First of all, I have not seen you use your full strength. Secondly, so many years have passed, and I can't be sure whether the King of Mercenaries has broken through to the Saint Realm." Thinking about Paul's words, Chu Tianling seemed to be thinking about something. "Chu Tianling, come out and die." Paul's face turned dark in an instant. This was the second time that Hurricane Fighting Spirit had been attacked. This was a provocation to Chu Tianling's authority. Paul wanted to rush out at that time, but was held down by Chu Tianling. Paul looked at his master in confusion. The king of killers is coming. Suddenly a dagger stabbed out from behind Chu Tianling. He smiled playfully and gently pinched the dagger between two fingers. Mr. Satan, since you are here, why don't you come out and sit down and have a cup of tea? I've long heard that Hurricane Soul's master is unparalleled in style and unfathomable in strength. On the surface, Master is a late stage 10 winged archangel, but I'm afraid he has actually broken through to the early stage 12 winged archangel. A man emerged from the darkness and said. Chu Tianling smiled and said, Mr. Satan, are you interested in watching a monkey show together? Satan put away his dagger and said, you Chinese have a saying that obedience is worse than respect. Sir, please lead the way. Chu Tianling gave a weird smile and then disappeared from the spot. The pupils of Paul and Satan who stayed where they were narrowed at the same time, especially Paul. With his level of cultivation, he didn't even notice how his master disappeared. His master's cultivation was really getting more and more terrifying. Outside the Yulong villa, Chu Tianling looked calmly at the black man who was shouting across from him, and said indifferently, Where did you come from, you black-skinned lackey? Go back and let your master come to see me. Chu Tianling, you. Chu Tianling's clothes fluttered without wind, and the next second, the black man flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Paul and Satan, who came from behind, looked dazed. Although the black man was just a soldier who challenged the formation, he also had the cultivation of a mid-stage 10 winged archangel. How could he be killed in one move? A tall man clapped his hands and said with a smile, As expected of you, you are the hurricane fighting spirit, as expected of you, Lord. Your strength is indeed unfathomable. Let me introduce myself, Lauren Nagpler. I barely managed to get the title of the King of Mercenaries, but I like them to call me God. God is the code name of the mercenary king Lauren Nagpler in the dark world. Chu Tianling glanced at him and said, A member of the Nagpler family? You are just a stray dog. I have wiped out your Nagpler family. I don't know where you get the confidence to bark like that. God was furious and slapped Chu Tianling with one palm. Chu Tianling also slapped back with a calm expression. The two men flew backwards. The mercenary king fell to the ground and took 6 steps back before he could steady himself. In contrast, Chu Tianling only took 3 steps back. Hiss. I didn't expect Mr. God to be no match for Lord Hurricane Battle Spirit. Mr. God has retreated 6 steps, but the Hurricane Fighting Spirit has only retreated 3 steps. Mr. God is a half-step 12-winged archangel. Could it be that the Hurricane War Spirit is an early stage 12-winged archangel? You are stupid. If the Hurricane Soul's master was an early stage 12-winged archangel, then Mr. God would have either fought him or been killed instantly. The power of Chu Tianling's palm shocked everyone present. Paul was also dumbfounded. When did his master become so powerful? A late-stage grandmaster fought against a half-step saint and even got the upper hand. Who was the half-step saint? Chapter 109, Injure 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own, God suffers in Yulong Villa. God put away his contempt and said coldly, That was just a test. I'm going to get serious next time. As you wish. The two men completely abandoned the ancient martial artists' way of fighting, and tacitly adopted the most traditional hand-to-hand combat, punching each other in the flesh. After the fight, both of them had many bruises on their bodies. God spat out a mouthful of blood and roared, Your Majesty, Hurricane, die. As soon as God finished speaking, a golden light enveloped him. After the golden light dissipated, God was covered in a suit of armor. However, this suit of armor of God was not actually real armor, because God's armor was only composed of 2 shoulder armors, 2 hand armors, 2 leg armors and a chest armor. It was far inferior to Chu Tianling's armor. Chu Tianling said, Oh? Armor? Sorry, I have one too. Shura armor, combine. Eternal sword. Ashura purgatory halberd. The two men summoned their weapons at the same time, wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths tacitly, and then rushed towards each other. Eternal glory. God and demon extermination / The god was on the verge of collapse, using the eternal sword as a support to barely stand. Looking at Chu Tianling, who was also on the verge of collapse, he forced a cold smile and said, Your Majesty Hurricane, today is the day you die. Chu Tianling refused to be outdone and retorted, Come on, let's see whether you will collect my body today or I will plant grass on your grave. The two camps in the field, plus the neutral king of killers, all looked at the two people fighting and were amazed. Satan asked, Paul, now I understand why you, a peak 12-winged archangel, would be willing to be inferior to a 10-winged archangel. With your lordship's fighting power, let alone God, a half-step 12-winged archangel, even if a true 12-winged archangel in his early stage came, he might not be able to get any good results. Paul smiled but said nothing, and Satan had an idea in his mind. The armor of both men disintegrated at the same time. The divine power in his body recovered a little, and God summoned out his half-baked armor again, looking at Chu Tianling coldly. Lord Hurricane, if I guess correctly, you can't use that purple-black armor now, right? Prepare to die. Chu Tianling raised his lips and said, It's true that I can't use the Shura armor now, but who told you that I only have one set of armor? God was stunned. What? Xingtian armor, combine. God of War Xingtian, upgrade. The God of War's fiery sword. Seeing that Chu Tianling had changed into another set of fiery red armor, God was so sad that he wanted to cry. You can't play it like this. It's just like when you were piking with others in the game, you finally beat the opponent down to low health, and you don't have much health left, but suddenly the opponent takes out a blood bottle and uses it, and your health is instantly full. You can imagine how you feel at this moment. His half-baked armor had the function of restoring divine power, so he was able to use it for the second time in such a short time. He thought that Chu Tianling's armor was the same, but he was wrong. Chu Tianling's armor relied on mental power. In other words, as long as Chu Tianling was not unconscious, he could continue to use the armor. However, the god and demon extermination slash was too powerful, and Chu Tianling was unable to figure out the mysterious power contained in the Shura armor. Therefore, he did not dare to use the Shura armor again at this time. In fact, God also has a second set of armor, but he dare not use it easily. Chu Tianling smiled coldly, You seem weak. These two words are a fatal blow to all men. God couldn't bear the anger in his heart, so he drew his sword and rushed towards Chu Tianling. Eternal glory. Heaven and earth war god slash. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the spot. After the smoke dissipated, Chu Tianling's figure stood proudly, with God's headless corpse under his feet. As for the head, it was held in Chu Tianling's left hand. God has fallen. Chapter 110, The Hidden Family of the Ancient Martial Arts World visits, Chu Tianling strike back. After Chu Tianling killed God alone with a powerful move, the news spread all over the world in just 3 days. Oh my god, is Chu Tianling going to defy fate? A late-stage grandmaster killed a half-step saint alone. Does the Chu family really only produce perverts? Baga. That idiot Yamamoto Taro, it would have been fine if he hadn't done his job well, it would have been fine if he had died, but he actually provoked such a powerful enemy for our great Little Days empire. It seems that our ally is not as simple as it seems. Crazy Leopard's proposal can be passed. This Chinese kid can kill a half-step 12-winged archangel with the strength of a late-stage 10-winged archangel. He is a genius. Find a way to bring him to our camp. Fuck. How can he be so strong? No matter how strong he is only a late-stage 10-winged archangel. Killing a half-step 12-winged archangel alone is already the limit. I don't believe that 5 early-stage 12-winged archangels can't make him die. Just as countries around the world were shocked by Chu Tianling's solo kill of Lauren Nogpler, several uninvited guests came to Hentang Mountain Manor. Chu Tianling looked at the 6 people in front of him and asked with interest, Why are you visiting my small Yundingshan manor? A woman said, Chu Tianling, we came here to ask for a favor. Before Chu Tianling could speak, a man said in a threatening tone, Chu Tianling, I advise you to be sensible and hand over your cross-level combat skills, otherwise the Chu family will be destroyed and the Tianlong group will change hands. The woman sighed and it was over. The next second, Chu Tianling's face turned cold and he slapped the man with his palm. The man flew backwards and broke the door. Chu Tianling said coldly, You can let me help you deal with your enemies, but if you want my skills, forget it. And I have 3 conditions. The woman said, You say. First, tell me who you are. Second, tell me the identity of your enemy. Third, make this garbage disappear from my sight. The trash Chu Tianling was talking about was naturally the man who was knocked away by his palm. The woman didn't say anything. Someone behind her said, Chu Tianling, don't go too far. Chu Tianling sneered and replied, I am overdoing it? Since you are here to ask me for help, shouldn't you tell me your identities? And I don't even know who your enemies are, why should I help you? And secondly, this rubbish wants my skills right away, who the hell is he? The woman said, I agree to your 3 conditions. My name is Xianyuan Linger, the second daughter of the Xianyuan family, a hidden family in the ancient martial arts world. They are all from my Xian Yuan family. We came here this time to ask you to help us deal with an organization. As for the person who offended you before, I will deal with him. Zhu Tianling's expression improved a little. Which organization do you want me to help you deal with? Xian Yuanlinger said, Angry Shadow Disaster Flame. Zhu Tianling said calmly, If that's the case, Miss Xian Yuan can rest assured. Nui Xian and I are mortal enemies. Xian Yuanlinger became interested. Are you and Nui Xian mortal enemies? Zhu Tianling poured himself a cup of tea. The whole ancient martial arts world knows that Angry Shadow Xian and Hurricane War Soul are mortal enemies, and I am the current master of Hurricane War Soul. So I will take action against Angry Shadow Xian without you telling me. Xian Yuanlinger was a little surprised. According to the information she had investigated, Zhu Tianling had no other identity except the chairman of the Tianlong Group, the captain of the Dragon Breath team of the Chinese military, and the eldest son of the Chu family in the imperial capital. Who knew that he was also the master of the hurricane fighting spirit? Tell me, how did your Xian Yuan family become enemies with Nui Xian? Xian Yuanlinger showed a trace of sadness on her face. You know about the battle with the mysterious creatures back then. My father and my sister participated in that battle. They survived the battle, but who knew that on their way home, the people of Nui Xian ambushed them, and my father and sister didn't survive. Zhu Tianling understood that Xian Yuanlinger had a similar experience to himself. Both of their relatives were killed by Nui Xian's people. Zhu Tianling said calmly, I agree to your request. Notify me when you take action against Nui Xian. Zhang Zhang, show him away. Mo Zhengzhang, who was sitting obediently on the side, stood up. Xian Yuanlinger was about to leave with her people when Zhu Tianling behind them suddenly said, Pay compensation for the gate. Xian Yuanlinger took a deep breath and said, Go to the imperial capital Xian Yuan Group tomorrow to find Xian Yuanweier. She is my third sister. Just say that I asked you to go. After saying that, Xian Yuanlinger took her people away. After Xian Yuanlinger and the others left, Mo Xingzheng asked, Tianling, did you just agree to them? Zhu Tianling said calmly, Nui Xian and I are mortal enemies. It's a good thing to have another ally, but I'm not just a bunch of idiots. If the Xian Yuan family dares to stab me in the back, I will teach them a lesson. After all, you shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Chapter 111 Zhu Tianling visits Xuan Yuan's family, the identity of the mysterious creature. Early the next morning, Zhu Tianling suddenly received a call from Xian Yuanlinger. Miss Xian Yuan called me so early in the morning. What's the matter? Zhu Tianling said slowly while eating breakfast. Zhu Tianling, are you free recently? My grandpa wants to see you. Zhu Tianling spat out a mouthful of soy milk. What did you say? Your grandfather wants to see me? Xian Yuanlinger said, Some things are inconvenient to talk about over the phone. If you have time, you should come to my Xian Yuan home. I will send you the address later. Not long after hanging up the phone, Zhu Tianling received a message. Looking at the address in the message, Zhu Tianling looked a little strange. The Xian Yuan family is located in Shenangjia, and not far from the Tang family. The last time Tang Shishir ran away in anger, he went to that place to chase Tang Shishir. Unexpectedly, that was the entrance to the Xian Yuan family. Xian Yuan family, main hall. Xian Yuan Chuanqi asked, How is it, Linger, did the boy agree? Xian Yuanlinger said, Grandpa, he agreed. This boy is only 22 years old, but his cultivation has already reached the late stage of Grandmaster. He is also the captain of the Dragon Breath team of the national military and the chairman of the Tianlong Group. He must be a rare talent. Xian Yuanlinger looked at her grandfather in shock. What kind of person was her grandfather? Old man Xian Yuan Chuanqi had participated in the war that year, but he did not expect that his son and eldest granddaughter would be ambushed by Angry Shadow Xian later, which caused him to lose his son and eldest granddaughter forever. Whenever he thought of this, he could not help but cry alone. Some people say that Xian Yuan Legend's cultivation has reached the mysterious realm above the realm of gods, some people say that Xian Yuan Legend has only reached the half-step mysterious realm, and some people say that Xian Yuan Legend is only at the peak of the realm of gods. Because no one has seen Xian Yuan Legend actually take action, no one knows what level of his cultivation has reached. 5 hours later, Zhu Tianling arrived at the gate of Xuan Yuan's house. The guard at the door shouted, Who is it? I came to visit at the invitation of Xian Yuanlinger. Please inform this brother. A stream of true energy with a piece of jade quietly fell into the guard's hand. Seeing that there was no one around, the guard quietly put it away, nodded to Chu Tianling, took out a peculiar flute and blew it. 10 minutes later, another flute sound came from a distance, and the guard said, "You can go in. The second lady is waiting for you in the main hall." He is not an ordinary person, and his name will definitely be among the top powerful people on earth in the future. This was the evaluation Shen Yuan Chuanqi gave when he saw Chu Tianling for the first time.
I wonder why the old man called me here. Chu Tianling bowed neither humbly nor arrogantly.
Shen Yuan Chuanqi said with a smile, "One official matter, one private matter. As for official business, take a look at this first. As for personal matters, the old man would like you to take care of Linger and Weyer for me."
Chu Tianling spat out a mouthful of tea.
How could he not know that Shen Yuan Chuanqi was rushing to send him a wife?
"Grandpa, what are you talking about?"
Chu Tianling looked at the portrait that Shen Yuan Chuanqi handed him again, and he was so frightened that he was speechless.
He recognized the person in this portrait and was very familiar with it. Chu Tianling stuttered and asked, "Grandpa Shen Yuan, where did you get this portrait from?"
Shen Yuan Chuanqi asked doubtfully, "It was sent by the person guarding the spacecraft. The mysterious creature that could not be eliminated after the war that year was suppressed in that spacecraft. This portrait is clearly of Baobi, one of Lufa's 24 guards in the special drama Armor Hero Xingtian."
Could it be that Armor Hero Xingtian is not a special drama but a real documentary?
This portrait was sent by the person guarding the spacecraft. He had asked his grandfather Chu Outyan about the spacecraft before coming here. Those mysterious creatures were suppressed by this spacecraft. Could those mysterious creatures be Lufa's netherworld guards?
Chapter 112. Is the mysterious creature really a ghost demon?
Chu Tianling's doubts and disbelief.
Shen Yuan Chuanqi asked in surprise, "Chu family boy, do you know these mysterious creatures?"
Chu Tianling nodded. This group of creatures is called the Netherworld Legion.
Their leader is called Lufa. He has 24 Netherworld warriors under him, divided into 3 teams: Red Netherworld, Grey Netherworld, and Purple Netherworld.
The captain of the Red Netherworld team is called Kufans, and the deputy captain is called Kula. The captain of the Grey Netherworld team is called Anmise, and the deputy captain is called Sabin. The captain of the Purple Netherworld team is called Xiao Shefei, and the deputy captain is called Baru. The Netherworld Legion comes from Ares, which is thousands of light years away from our Earth. Its technology is 3,000 years ahead of Earth, and its armaments are 3,200 years ahead of Earth. Every Ares person is born with the strength of an early Grandmaster, and can reach the Saint Realm after adulthood. It's not that the warriors of the Nether Legion cannot be completely eliminated, it's just that you haven't found the right method. After the death of each Nether Legion warrior, their own genes will condense into a gene code. The shape of this gene code is similar to the Rubik's Cube on our Earth. Only by destroying this gene code can a Nether warrior be completely eliminated. Shen Yuan Chuanqi was silent. No wonder they had not been able to eliminate those creatures. It turned out that they had been going in the wrong direction. They originally thought that although those creatures looked horrible and scary, they were generally similar to humans and would die if their hearts were pierced or their heads suffered fatal injuries. They didn't expect that this was the only way to completely eliminate those mysterious creatures. With a technological lead of 3,000 years and an armed force lead of 3,200 years, can the Earth really defeat such an opponent? As for the Netherworld Legion that Chu Tianling mentioned, Shen Yuan legend guessed that Chu Tianling was referring to the generals of those creatures. After all, the mysterious creatures he saw were tens of thousands, not just 20 or so. When Chu Tianling returned to Hentang Mountain Manor, he found that everyone had returned, including the King of Light, the King of Wind, the King of Ice, the King of Thunder, and Paul Peter. Peter asked, "Your Excellency, you rushed to Shenangjia in a hurry this morning. Did something happen?" Chu Tianling nodded solemnly, and then told everyone about his conversation with Shen Yuan Chuanqi. "What? There is life on planets other than Earth? 3,000 years ahead of us in technology, and 3,200 years ahead in armaments? Oh my God! The child is born at the early stage of Grandmaster level, and can directly reach the Saint Realm when he grows up?" Obviously, everyone was shocked by this big news. Chu Tianling said solemnly, "I am just guessing now, but it is better to believe it than not. Paul and Peter, the two of you will focus on training the members of Hurricane Battle Spirit from now on. Wind King, the 6 of you will take the 12 Constellation Guardians to recruit new members as much as possible. If possible, try to recruit those famous independent cultivators as well." "Yes. Yes.
Lin Yihan gently rubbed Chu Tianling's shoulders and asked, Tianling, is it serious? Chu Tianling said with a headache, it's more than serious. If we don't handle it well, it could be the end of the earth. Yihan, you are not an ancient warrior, so you don't know about ancient warriors. Let me tell you this, our enemy, a newborn baby, has the strength of a boxing champion, while we need more than 10 years or even decades to have such strength. Do you think it's serious? I hope all this is just my guess. Otherwise this really will be the end of the world. Chapter 113 Chu Tianling travels through the Super Beast world and encounters the Lion King, one of the four guardians, in his first battle. Chu Tianling hasn't been sleeping well in recent days. Ever since he learned that the mysterious creatures invading the earth were most likely the nether demons, he couldn't sleep all day. After all, the nether demons' individual and group combat capabilities were far superior to those of the current earth. Ding! The host's distress is detected. Now the host is provided with a chance to travel through time and space to get help. Do you want to use it now? This time the host can specify a world to travel through, and after completing the mission, he can return to the host's current time and space. Chu Tianling was completely dumbfounded. After leaving a letter for Lin Yihan and other girls. System, travel through the Super Beast world. Ding, the host has made a choice and is traveling through the Super Beast world. Then Chu Tianling's eyes went dark, and he knew nothing. When Chu Tianling woke up, he had come to a strange world. He was lying on a huge rock, and not far away two armies were fighting a decisive battle. Chu Tianling, who had watched Super Beast armor, recognized at a glance that these two armies were the Hades Lion Legion under Pluto and the Snow Queen's Tiger Legion. The Lion King, one of the four guardians under Hades, was leading the Hades Lion Legion to rush towards the Tiger Legion led by Gigu, a subordinate of the Snow Emperor. Chu Tianling sighed inwardly that something was not good. At this time, the Lion King cannot use the Super Beast weapon, and the opponent's Gigu is much stronger than the Lion King. Once Gigu really takes action, the Lion King will surely die here. On the surface, Gigu is just an inconspicuous general under the Snow Emperor, but in fact his true identity is the Ghost King, one of the four great nebula-bodied powerhouses in the Super Beast world. The Lion King cannot be armed with Super Beasts, so he will definitely be in danger if he faces Gigu. Thinking of this, Chu Tianling decided to stop the war. After all, the purpose of his coming here was to invite the Lion King, Scorpion King, Whale Shark King, Super Beast Team and Yuan Zhang to help fight the Nether Demon. If Gigu killed the Lion King, he would have no chance of getting reinforcements. The Ghost King had to be killed. The Snow King and Hades were both the bosses of their respective camps and could not be moved, so Yuan Zhang could only be invited. With a move of his figure, Chu Tianling appeared on the scene. Suddenly a person appeared, and both sides were startled and stopped immediately. Gigu looked at Chu Tianling in the field with a bad face and asked, "Who are you?" At this time, Chu Tianling asked the system, "Is there any way to solve the current difficulties?" The host can summon the Shura armor. After the Shura armor is combined, it will look similar to their armed appearance. The system will give the host an ability. As long as the host shouts Shura Nebula, the host's body will become huge. This ability will be invalid when leaving this world. Chu Tianling understood that the Shura armor he summoned in this world was equivalent to the human form armor of Huel Infi and others, and the ability bestowed upon him by the system made him the fifth strongest nebula-level warrior in the Super Beast world. Who am I? Shura armor, combine. Shura Nebula. Oh my god, the fifth nebula-level expert. Who is he? Why have I never seen him? Gigu looked at Chu Tianling with a pale face. He didn't expect that this mysterious man who suddenly appeared would be a nebula body-level warrior. Although he was also a nebula body-level warrior, he couldn't reveal his identity yet, so he asked tentatively. "Senior, why did you come here?" Chu Tianling glanced at him and said calmly, "Come for the Lion King." Gigu was horrified. The strange nebula body warrior in front of him was actually standing on the side of the Lion King. If he wanted to take action, he could not reveal his identity. Then who could be his opponent? Chu Tianling said, "Lion King, take your people and follow me." "Gigu, take care of yourself, tell the Snow Queen that I will visit her." Then Chu Tianling put away the Shura Nebula and walked towards the distance on his own. The Lion King thought for a while and followed Chu Tianling with the Hades Lion Legion. Chapter 114, Doubts from the Lion King, Death of the Ghost King. Based on the results of the system analysis, Chu Tianling calculated that a strong man at the nebula level in the Super Beast world is roughly equivalent to an ancient warrior at the peak of the divine realm on Earth. The Lion King looked at the nebula body expert of unknown origin and asked in a deep voice, "Why did you save me? What's the matter?" "Don't be nervous, Lion King. I have no ill will towards you. Let the Dark Lion army go back, and the two of us will go to the third parallel universe." "Senior, are you looking for the Scorpion King?" Chu Tianling looked at the Lion King. "How do you know?"
The Lion King said, "Except for the Scorpion King, the people in the third parallel universe are basically civilians."
"A person like you would not be idle and search the entire universe for a civilian."
However, the Scorpion King is not in the third parallel universe at this time, but in the fifth parallel universe.
Not only the Scorpion King, but also the Whale Shark King is in the fifth parallel universe. The fifth parallel universe? Isn't that where Pluto is? Why would Scorpion King and his companions go to the fifth parallel universe when they have nothing better to do?
But it's okay, so I don't have to go through the trouble of looking for them one by one.
Chu Tianling thought so.
Then please, Lion King, take me to the fifth parallel universe. 10 minutes later, Chu Tianling and the Lion King appeared outside the palace of Pluto in the fifth parallel universe.
Meet Hades. The Hades on the throne asked, "Lion King, why did you come back suddenly? Logically speaking, you should be fighting the Tiger Legion at this time."
Then the Lion King told Hades everything that had happened. When everyone found out that the inconspicuous Chu Tianling in front of them was actually a nebula body level warrior, they were stunned.
Chu Tianling said, "King of Hell, I came here to borrow 3 people from you. I will reward you handsomely after the task is completed." "Oh? Borrow 3 people? Which 3?
Chu Tianling said calmly, "Lion King, Scorpion King, Whale Shark King."
Hades said, "Your Excellency should know that these 3 are my capable men, right?"
Chu Tianling naturally understood what Hades meant, and he said, "Take these little things."
Chu Tianling threw 3 things to Pluto. Hades took it and looked at it. "Supernatural lock?"
Chu Tianling said calmly, "With these 3 supernatural locks, plus the talented people under His Majesty Pluto, I believe it won't be a problem for 3 more strong men to appear." Hades understood that the Lion King and his 2 companions were most likely never to return, and these 3 supernatural locks were the best proof. Where did Chu Tianling's ability lock come from?
Of course, it was provided by the system. But don't worry, Pluto.
I will go to the Snow Queen after I leave here.
3 days later, Chu Tianling brought the 3 Lion Kings to the Snow Emperor's territory. "Snow Queen, come out and see. How dare you? How dare you address His Majesty by his name?"
Just as the guards were about to take action, a voice came from behind, "Back off."
"Greetings to His Majesty the Snow Emperor. I wonder why this friend suddenly visited my Snow Emperor palace?"
asked the Snow Emperor. Chu Tianling said calmly, 2 things.
First, borrow 1 person. Second, kill 1 person. "Oh? Borrow from whom? Kill whom?" "The one who borrowed it was Feng Yao. The one who killed it was Gue Gu." The Snow Queen was shocked and asked, "Feng Yao? Gue Gu? Why did you borrow Feng Yao, and why did you want to kill Gue Gu?" Chu Tianling summoned Shura Nebula and said loudly, "Borrowing Feng Yao will naturally be of use to me. As for why I want to kill Gigu, I think there is a name that you are familiar with." "Who?" "Ghost King." The Snow Queen was horrified. "You said Gigu is the Ghost King?" Chu Tianling nodded. "Am I right, Your Majesty the Ghost King?"
Gigu, no, it should be the Ghost King, laughed a few times. "I'm curious, how did you recognize it?" Chu Tianling didn't waste time talking to him. "Lion King, Scorpion King, Whale Shark King, take action."
"Snow Queen, why are you still standing there? Take action."
The Snow Queen was stunned for a moment before she reacted and quickly joined the battle. At this point she had to believe it even if she didn't want to, because the Ghost King had revealed his true form.
Assure 100 breaking attack. 7 wounds. Devil's resentment. Tsunami disaster. Holy light of Snow White. The evil tribulation. The 6 people fought together, and the aftermath instantly destroyed half of the Snow Palace. The Ghost King coughed, spat out a mouthful of blood, and said with a strange smile, "No more supernatural power, right?" The Ghost King was right.
After a great battle, the Lion King, Scorpion King, and Whale Shark King had exhausted all the special energies in their bodies. The Snow Emperor had been staying in the Snow Palace all year round. In order to suppress a mysterious existence under the Snow Palace, there was very little special energy left in his body.
Chu Tianling smiled faintly and said, "Ghost King, you seem to have forgotten me." The Ghost King was horrified. Could it be? Ashura Purgatory Halberd. God and Demon Extermination / The Ghost King's huge head flew out. Shu Tianling removed his Shura armor and said to the stunned Lion King and the other two, "Let's go, what are you standing there for?" According to the information given by the Snow Queen, Feng Yao is currently in the first parallel universe.
Shu Tianling doesn't understand why Feng Yao is in the first parallel universe, but it happens to be on his way back, and the Super Beast team is also in the first parallel universe, so it saves him trouble. Chapter 115, the Super Beast team assembles and sets out on the journey home. The first parallel universe. Shu Tianling looked at the 8 people in front of him with a strange expression. These 8 people were none other than the 8 members of the Super Beast team. At this time, Feng Yao and Yiling Yun had not yet joined the Super Beast team. The two were now working together to resist the attack of Hu Linfei and 5 others. This was why Shu Tianling looked strange. Feng Yao and Yiling Yun actually joined forces, and they were actually fighting against Hu Linfei and others. Shu Tianling gave a look, and the Whale Shark King stepped forward and said, "Stop." The 7 people who took action, along with Miao Qiaojuan who had no fighting ability, looked over here.
Whale Shark King? Why is it you? The Whale Shark King said calmly, "You have to ask our general about this." Shu Tianling said, "What's the point of fighting back and forth? Feng Yao, Feng Ying is your sister, don't you know? Yiling Yun, Hu Linfei is your savior, don't you know? Besides, we are all members of the Super Beast team, what's the point of fighting among ourselves?"
After 2 hours of nonsense, the 8 people finally reached a consensus and understood why the Whale Shark King and others would obey Shu Tianling's orders.
The Ghost King is dead? He was a powerful warrior at the Nebula body level, how could he die just like that? Miao Qiaojuan said in disbelief.
Scorpion King Longing glanced at the little fat man and said, "The general is also a Nebula level warrior." At that time, the Lion King, the Whale Shark King, and I all participated in the battle. The Snow King also participated in the battle. If the 5 of us worked together, would the Ghost King still have a chance to survive? Long Jian asked, "General, what should we do next?" The Demon King is dead, and the mission of the Super Beast Wars has been completed in disguise, so they have nothing to do. Shu Tianling said calmly, "Go back to my hometown. There are still countless enemies there." Hu Linfei asked curiously, "Could it be that the general, even though he is a Nebula body expert, can't solve it?" Shu Tianling said, "In my hometown, there are 14 Nebula body masters that I know of. Not counting those old 6. The 14 Nebula body powerhouses that Shu Tianling mentioned were ancient warriors at the peak of the divine realm. They were naturally the 9 members of the Chinese parliament before him and the patriarchs of the 5 major German families. When Shu Tianling destroyed the Nogpuller family before, he learned from a book of the Nogpuller family that the patriarchs of the 5 major families were all at the peak of the divine realm. Everyone was shocked. That's not all. In my hometown, the Nebula body strongman is not the strongest. Shu Tianling did not forget that there is a mysterious realm above the divine realm. Feng Yao laughed loudly, "A real man is born to fight and fights until he dies." "General, I will go back with you." Scorpion King, "I want to meet the men from the general's hometown." Whale Shark King, "Where there is oppression there will be resistance, and I am happy to deal with it." Hu Linfei, "When the enemy is in front of me, they either flee or are defeated." With these 4 people taking the lead, the rest of the people quickly made a decision. They were all willing to go back to Earth with Shu Tianling. Hu Linfei, Miao Qiaojuan's world belongs to the parallel dimension of the Earth. The space-time channel opened, and Shu Tianling brought everyone back to Earth. Yulong Villa. The sudden appearance of the crowd scared Mo Xingzhang, who was strolling around. "Oh my god, who is that? I'm scared to death." Shu Tianling's face was filled with black lines. "Zhang Zhang, it's me." Mo Xingzhang came back to her senses. "Huh? Hubby? Why did you bring so many people back? Who is the one with red hair? Who is the one with blue hair? And who is the woman with the scorpion tail? Who are they?" The faces of the Whale Shark King and the other 2 turned dark instantly. There is no doubt that the blue-haired man is talking about the Whale Shark King, the red-haired man is talking about the Lion King, and the woman with a scorpion tail is naturally the Scorpion King. "Zhang Zhang, come here, let me introduce you. Lion King. Scorpion King. Whale Shark King. Slim and handsome. Hu Linfei. Long Jian. Tian Yu. Terry. Yiling Yun. Feng Yao. Wind Shadow. Emo Jingjing screamed, "Wow, the Super Beast team." Then he turned and ran away in fright. Whale Shark King and others. After 7 or 8 hours of explanation, everyone in Hurricane finally accepted the fact that the cartoon characters had turned into real people and appeared before their eyes.
Chapter 116 Hurricane Holy Alliance, Shangguan Ginghong and Xianyuan Linger in Xianyuan Weier. 5 days later.
Chu Tianling stood on the high platform of the Yulong Villa Martial Arts Arena and said to the Hurricane members and the Super Beast team below the platform, "In the past 5 days, I have made a decision. That is, our Hurricane Fighting Soul will be officially renamed the Hurricane Holy Alliance. I will be the first leader, Paul and Peter will be the vice leaders, the 6 kings of wind, thunder, light, darkness, ice and fog, as well as the Whale Shark King, Lion King and Scorpion King will be the 9 guardians. The Super Beast team will be organized into a small team except for Miao Chaojuan to guard the north.
I have other candidates for the south, west and east. Do you have any objections?" "No." Chu Tianling smiled and said, "Very good, disband. Miao Chaojuan, follow me."
Chu Tianling did this because the system gave him a second chance to travel through time. As for which world he would travel to, Chu Tianling had not made a plan yet. The name change of Hurricane Fighting Soul to Hurricane Holy Alliance was just a relapse of Chu Tianling's middle school syndrome. The Hurricane Alliance is growing stronger and stronger, and the time for lifting the ban on ancient martial arts is getting closer. Chu Tianling understands that it is time to find a new place to serve as the headquarters of the Hurricane Alliance.
Yulong Villa is too high profile. Miao Chaojuan, I have a mission for you.
Drive your Xuanwu spaceship and find me a good place in this land as the new base for our Hurricane Holy Alliance.
Chu Tianling gave the map of China to Miao Chaojuan. The Xuanwu spacecraft is indeed a top-level spacecraft capable of traveling through the universe. Miao Chaojuan returned in just half a day.
Miao Chaojuan pointed to a place on the map and said, "Alliance leader, I searched around in the area you specified, and finally found that this is the only place that is suitable." Chu Tianling took a look and found that the place Miao Chaojuan found was none other than the foot of Kunlun Mountain.
"Okay, this is it. You've worked hard, get down." Chu Tianling thought about it, took out his cell phone and called Chu Outyan to explain his thoughts. Chu Outyan on the other end of the phone pondered for a while and said, "Okay. Just build your new address there, and leave the rest to Grandpa. Is there anything else you need Grandpa's help with?" "No more, Grandpa." After hanging up the phone, Chu Tianling called Zhang Wenjie. Tianlong Group has a subsidiary in the construction sector.
"Zhang Wenjie, help me find a construction team with about 2,000 people. Money is not a problem, but the people in the construction team must be reliable and complete this project for me in the shortest time. I will transfer the money to the company account later." Zhang Wenjie naturally believed in Chu Tianling's words, and he was also tactful enough not to give Chu Tianling any reasons. Then he received an email from Chu Tianling, and he understood why a construction team of 2,000 people was needed. This building complex was really too big. 10 minutes later, 2 billion more appeared in Tianlong Group's public account. The problem of the new location of the Hurricane Alliance has been solved. What else can be done? Chu Tianling pondered. After thinking for a while, Chu Tianling realized that everyone had something to do except him. "Just as I picked up the car keys and was about to go out for a walk, the housekeeper called. 'Mr. Chu, there are 3 beautiful girls looking for you outside.' "Pretty girls? Or 3? Who are they?" Chu Tianling replied casually, "Let them in." After a while, the housekeeper came in with 3 girls, one of whom he knew, Xianyuan Linger. "Ms. Xianyuan? Why are you here?" Xianyuan Linger said, "This is what my grandfather meant. He said he wanted you to take care of me and my sister." Chu Tianling was stunned. He thought Xianyuan Xuanqi was just talking casually, but he didn't expect that he actually took it seriously. Looking at the girl next to Xianyuan Linger who looked very similar to Xianyuan Linger, Chu Tianling knew that this was Xianyuan Linger's sister Xianyuan Weier. "Who is this?" Chu Tianling pointed at the last girl. "Shangguan Ginghong from the Shangguan family in the imperial capital." The girl's words were simple and clear. At this time, the housekeeper called again, "Mr. Chu, there are 2 beautiful girls who came to see you. They said their names are Feng Maxue and Long Yingqi." Chu Tianling had a headache. He hasn't figured out how to settle Xianyuan Linger, Xianyuan Weier and Shangguan Ginghong yet, so why are Feng Maxue and Long Yingqi here too? The housekeeper's third call came in, "Mr. Chu, Miss Long Lingyin and Miss Long Lingyu are here too." Long Lingyin and Long Lingyu had been to Hentang Mountain Manor before, so the housekeeper knew them.
The end of the world has come. Chu Tianling wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 117, Chu's Big Bed, Long Yingqi and Shangwan Ginghong who have nowhere to go.
Looking at the 7 girls in front of him, Chu Tianling felt like crying but had no tears.
Mr. Chu, who are they? Long Lingyin asked. Husband, who are they? Feng Mashue asked. Chu Tianling had a terrible headache. The girls kept quarreling, and Chu Tianling couldn't stand it anymore. Shut up.
The girls fell silent instantly, except for Long Yingqi and Shangwan Ginghong, who had been silent the whole time, who glanced at Chu Tianling.
Tell me, what happened? At this moment, Lin Yihan came back.
Seeing so many girls in the house, she was stunned.
Chu Tianling.
It's been such a short time since we last met, and you've already brought back all the old men, from the 8th to the 13th.
You're amazing. Chu Tianling's face was full of black lines. Hey Han, listen to me. Then Chu Tianling explained what happened with a dark face. Lin Yihan glanced at him and said, You playboy. Shangwan Jinghong said calmly, I'm not his wife, I'm here with a friend.
Long Yingqi also said, Me neither.
Lin Yihan laughed sinisterly, So, who are the rest? The 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th? Chu Tianling's face turned even darker. Feng Mashue drooled from the corner of his mouth and said, I am the 7th Feng Mashue. Xian Yuan Linger blushed and said, I am the 8th Xian Yuan Linger.
Xian Yuan Wire said shyly, I am the 9th Xian Yuan Wire.
Long Lingyin said with a shy tone, I am the 10th Long Lingyin. Long Lingyu said playfully, I am the 11th Long Lingyu. Lin Yihan glanced at Chu Tianling, Sisters, Chu Tianling, you can do it. Chu Tianling shrank his neck and dared not speak. Long Yingqi looked at Chu Tianling thoughtfully.
She didn't expect that the famous and murderous Captain Longxi, Chu Tianling, was actually afraid of his wife. This was really a new thing.
Shangwan Jinghong stood up first, I have something else to do, I'm leaving first. Long Yingqi glanced at Chu Tianling, Captain, I'm leaving first. Lin Yihan was furious.
This playboy would flirt with other girls as soon as he relaxed a little.
Lin Yihan suddenly came up with an evil idea. Since it's a foregone conclusion, why don't you just get it done tonight? With Qianro, there are 6 sisters. I want to see how many kidneys you, Chu Tianling, have. Feng Mashue puffed out his chest, come on, who's afraid of who?
A woman with big breasts and no brains.
I'll cook something for you for dinner. I want to see how many kidneys you have. Lin Yihan said slowly. Chu Tianling's legs went limp.
At dinner, Chu Tianling was frightened when he saw a large plate of leeks and a large plate of pork kidneys in front of him. The meal took half an hour, which was the shortest meal Chu Tianling had ever taken. With a nervous mood, Chu Tianling was about to escape, but found that the door to the living room had been locked.
Where do you want to go? Lin Yihan said indifferently. I want to go out for a walk. You should go hang out on your bed.
Chu Tianling came to his bedroom with a bitter face and found that Feng Mashue, the Xian Yuan sisters and the Long sisters were all there.
Chu Tianling's legs became even weaker.
Feng Mashue, this little girl, has always been greedy for my body. It goes without saying that the 2 sisters of the Long family are very close to me, and the Xian Yuan sisters were entrusted to me by old man Xian Yuan Chuanqi.
No matter how I look at it, it seems like I won't survive this night.
On the other side, Long Yingqi and Shangwan Jinghong, who had run away from Hentang Mountain Manor, walked a long way before realizing that their wallets were left at Chu Tianling's house, and their ID cards were also in the wallets. The 2 looked at each other, it's over, we are homeless. The 2 looked around and said that they didn't know the way. It was their first time in Shanghai and they were not familiar with the city at all. At this time, an old man on a tricycle happened to pass by. The 2 were overjoyed and hurried forward to say,
Grandpa, Grandpa, do you know how to get to Yunding Mountain?
Chapter 118, Preparing to travel through the fruit treasure world, Chu becomes a father. Early the next morning, Chu Tianling was eating breakfast with 2 panda eyes, looking at Lin Yihan with resentment. Lin Yihan was eating and drinking soy milk, ignoring Chu Tianling's gaze.
Morong Shui came down from upstairs and saw Chu Tianling with dark circles under his eyes. She covered her mouth and laughed, Wow, where did this giant panda come from?
Lin Yihan said calmly, Mr. Chu, eat quickly, and when you're done, give breakfast to Qianro and the other sisters.
After breakfast, Chu Tianling answered a phone call and went out. Lin Yihan looked at Chu Tianling's back and said unhappily, You're running out after you're full.
Although she said this, the worry on her face did not diminish at all.
Chu Tianling came to Yulong Villa and found Paul directly. What happened? The call Chu Tianling just received was from Paul.
Paul said, Alliance leader, the ban on ancient martial arts will be lifted in 1 month.
Chu Tianling didn't expect time to pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed.
Paul asked worriedly, Alliance leader, are the people you brought back reliable?
I'm afraid they can't withstand the attack of the 5 major families.
What Paul was talking about was naturally the Whale Shark King and others.
Chu Tianling smiled and said, you can rest assured about this.
If they can't resist, then only the strong people of the level of our Chinese parliament members can resist. After bringing the Whale Shark King and others back to Earth, Chu Tianling roughly divided everyone into different levels of strength.
The Lion King was in the early stage of the Divine Realm, the Scorpion King was in the middle stage of the Divine Realm, the Whale Shark King was in the late stage of the Divine Realm, and as for the Super Beast team, except for Xiao Tiaojuan, everyone else was half a step into the Divine Realm.
Paul, you can't see through them, right?
Chu Tianling asked with interest.
Yes, leader. Chu Tianling said calmly, except for the fat guy, the lowest level of their cultivation is half a step into the Divine Realm.
As for their loyalty, you don't have to worry. They won't betray even if you put a knife to their necks. Chu Tianling stayed in Yulong Villa for a whole day and night.
At noon the next day, Chu Tianling was ready to use his second chance to travel through time. After returning from the Super Beast world, because he exceeded the mission target, the system rewarded him with a second chance to travel through time. This time, his goal was the fruity world. After all, he had watched this anime when he was a child, and he was very envious of the 3 mechas in it. At the same time, in Yundingshan Manor, the Xianyuan sisters who were laughing and playing suddenly vomited.
Vomit. Vomit. He Yinji looked at the 2 of them in disbelief, and Mo Zhengzheng was completely confused. Linger, where, you, are pregnant? He Yinji looked at them in disbelief. That should be it. Go call a doctor.
Congratulations, ladies.
Mo Zhengzheng pouted and said, why? Why am I not pregnant? I'm the 4th child.
Girls, this silly girl.
After discovering that Chu Tianling's phone call was unreachable, He Yunji reluctantly called Linihan. Linihan rushed back in a hurry.
As for why Chua's phone call couldn't be reached, it was because Chu had now traveled to the fruit treasure world.
With the experience from last time, Chu would certainly not faint tragically again this time.
The corners of his mouth twitched as Chu Tianling looked at the scene in front of him. I saw Guiyuan Tianzuan supporting a huge inverted triangle-shaped rock with both hands, while Fruity War God and Demon Overlord were fighting on the rock. Chu Tianling, who was familiar with the plot of Fruity, knew that this was the finale of the second part. At this moment, he was on the 6th floor of the Flower Fruit Mountain, and the inverted triangle-shaped rock was the 7th floor of the Flower Fruit Mountain. Turtle Taigon used a trick to snatch the Demon King from Dongfan Choubai and others, intending to destroy the fruit world. Chang Liuxiang and others summoned the fruit god to fight a decisive battle with Turtle Taigon. The battle collapsed the 7th floor. Fortunately, Feng Qingyang and others arrived in time and summoned Fruit Yuan Tianzuan to support the 7th floor. Otherwise, the 7th floor would collapse and the 7-colored lotus would die, and Turtle Taigon would not have to take action. Chu Tianling did not help because his target was the 3 mechas in the 3rd part. If he helped kill Turtle Grandpa at this time, the 7-colored lotus would not trigger a wormhole in time and space, and pineapple blowing snow would not travel through parallel time and space, and the plot of the 3rd part would naturally not unfold.
Shit, am I going to travel through time again?
Chapter 119 obtained the Little Fruit Battle Treasure and the Banana Zune, and the Watermelon Zune was almost blown up.
Ouch, it hurts so much. Chu Tianling fell down as soon as he arrived in the world of Fruit Treasure Part 3. Why? Because the space-time wormhole was opened in mid-air. Don't ask why a martial artist in the late stage of Grandmaster status could still wrestle. The reason is that there were 2 people on top of him. One is Pineapple Blowing Snow, the other is Turtle Taigong. Due to the appearance of Chu Tianling, Turtle Taigong, who was supposed to be lost in the turbulence of time and space, also came to this world. Chu Tianling smiled faintly, then with a slap of his hand, he turned the turtle into a meat patty, making it deader than dead. According to the power classification on Earth, Gue Taigong is only a mid-stage grandmaster. How can he be a match for Chu Tianling, who was a late-stage grandmaster? Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes almost popped out. The 7 of them summoned the fruit god of war but couldn't do anything to Turtle Grandpa no matter how hard they tried.
The mysterious man in front of them actually slapped Turtle Grandpa to death with just one slap. Chu Tianling is now wrapped in a black robe, looking like a daily ninja. There is no other way, the fruit world is ruled by fruits, and if he walks around the street in a swagger, it will undoubtedly cause panic.
Turtle Taigong is the best example.
Senior, please accept me as your disciple.
Pineapple Blowing Snow knelt in front of Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling glanced at him and said, "My technique is not suitable for you to practice."
At this time, a fighting sound was heard in front.
Chu Tianling quietly stepped forward to take a look.
It turned out that the Xiaoguo war treasure summoned by Lu Xiaoguo was fighting with the banana Zun summoned by the blackened Wuji and the watermelon Zun summoned by the blackened hero. Chu Tianling's mouth corners raised.
Isn't this just 1/5 of the goal achieved?
With a flash of his figure, Chu Tianling appeared in the field.
He raised his hand and slapped the banana statue away.
The banana statue disintegrated instantly, and the blackened Wuji fell to the ground and fainted.
Chu Tianling did the same thing and knocked Xiaoguo Zhanbao away with another palm. Lu Xiaoguo's mecha disintegrated and he fainted.
The blackened hero asked with a hint of fear, "Who are you? How dare you ruin the good deeds of the Eastern cult master?" Chu Tianling smiled playfully, "This question is not important." Chu Tianling walked leisurely to the side of the blackened Wuji, raised his hand, and used the extraction ability given to him by the system to extract a yellow ball from the blackened Wuji's body. Just like when he first arrived in the Super Beast world, when Chu Tianling first arrived in the Fruit Treasure world, the system gave him an ability, extraction. At that time, Chu Tianling didn't understand the use of this ability, but now he understands.
The function of this ability is to extract the mecha core from the human body. The yellow ball is the mecha core of Banana Zun.
Whether it is Wuji in normal state or the blackened Wuji, he can summon Banana Zun by relying on this mecha core. Now that the mecha core has been extracted by Chu Tianling, Wuji will never be able to summon Banana Zun again.
Using the same method, Chu Tianling extracted the mecha core of Xiaoguo Zhanbao.
The blackened hero was horrified.
The mecha core has always been their secret.
Not only him, Wuji and Lu Xiaoguo, but all the people in the fruit world who can summon fruit treasure mechas rely on the mecha core. Now this secret is known by the unknown person in front of him.
Is there any way for him to survive? Chu Tianling put away the two mecha cores, turned around and looked at the dazed black hero, grinning, "It's your turn."
He raised his hand and punched, sending Shiguazun flying backwards and hitting the city wall, instantly disintegrating.
The blackened hero's body lay limply on the ground.
Looking at the wound on the blackened hero's body that was only a hair's breadth away from his heart, Chu Tianling was terrified, because the core of the mecha was right at the heart, and his punch almost blew up Shiguazun's mecha core.
If the mecha core was blown up, then the mecha would be scrapped. Pineapple Blowing Snow hid in the bushes not far away, sweating coldly with fear.
Where did this powerful man come from?
He actually used his physical strength to smash the mecha into pieces. It was too brutal.
Chapter 120 Dongfang Choubai's shock, Wabao War God is in hand.
What did you say? Wuji and the others were defeated with just one move, and their mechas were taken away? Dongfang Choubai said in disbelief as he looked at the sugarcane soldiers kneeling on the ground.
The soldier said, "Yes, master. I saw it clearly while hiding in the bushes. I think if that mysterious man hadn't shown mercy on purpose, I would never have been able to come back."
Dongfang Choubai asked, "Are you done?" "That's all."
"Someone drag him out and squeeze him into sugarcane juice to feed the pigs."
"Master, please don't do that."
"Master, please spare my life. What I said is true." Dongfang Choubai sneered, "You can beat the mecha to pieces with your flesh and blood, and even take away its core.
Do you think I'm your kid?"
"The four evil thieves. I'm here. Since this mysterious man wants the mecha core, let's grant his wish. Tell Feng Qingyang and Fruity Robo the news. The thief guards the first level of the Flower Fruit Mountain. Acknowledge the thief as your father and guard the second level of Huagua Mountain. The traitors are guarding the third level of Huagua Mountain. There is no thief in the world guarding the fourth floor of Huagua Mountain." Just as Dongfang Choubai was deploying troops to deal with Chu Tianling. In just over 2 hours, Chu Tianling had successively obtained the Orange Battle Treasure, Pineapple Battle Treasure, Grape Battle Treasure, Strawberry Battle Treasure, Peach Battle Treasure and the Mecha Core of the Assembly Battle Treasure. The Fruity War God, one of the three combined mechas, was already in his hands. Together with Watermelon Lord and Banana Lord, Chu Tianling has obtained more than half of the mechas in the fruit world. Zheng Sanfeng and Shangwan Jinhong and Guasanli don't know martial arts, and they even have very few roles, so there are no Tai Chi gods and Bagua gods here, and the mass-produced mechas that play minor roles don't count. Looking at the 9 mecha cores in front of him, Chu Tianling nodded with satisfaction. You shameless little thief, come out here and die. A clear female voice came from outside. Chu Tianling smiled when he heard the voice. The 10th mecha core came to his door. The clear female voice was that of Yi Yan, the summoner of Shanjuzun. Yi Yan said angrily, you shameless little thief, hand over the mecha cores of Fruit War God, Banana Lord, and Watermelon Lord. Chu Tianling said calmly, Yi Yan, you should be glad that you met me instead of someone else. My patience is limited, hand over Shanjuzun's mecha core. Dream. Yi Yan stabbed at Chu Tianling with a sword, but the tip of the sword was caught by Chu Tianling with 2 fingers. What? Yi Yan was shocked. Chu Tianling yawned, are you done? If you are, hand over the mecha core. I don't have the habit of hitting women. If you ask if he has no habit of laying hands on women, then how did Chu Tianling get the strawberry battle treasure, peach battle treasure, grape battle treasure, and the mecha core that assembled the battle treasures? It was very simple. Chu Tianling just ate a strawberry in front of Shangguanzi, a bunch of grapes in front of Huarui, a peach in front of Lawashi, and a pineapple in front of Pineapple Xiaowei. Yi Yan took a deep breath and asked, what do you want the mecha core for? Isn't 1 fruit war god enough? Chu Tianling smiled faintly, 1 fruit god of war is not enough, I also want to get Guiyuan Tianzuan and Emoba Tianwang. Dongfang Choubai should have deployed a large number of troops waiting for me at this time, but how could he know that no matter how many fruits there are, they can't defeat a human being? What? You are human? Yi Yan said in horror. Chu Tianling said calmly, Teacher Yi Yan, you can rest assured. I have no interest in anything other than the mecha core. I believe you have also heard about my previous battles to seize the mecha core. To me, dominating the world is as easy as eating and drinking. Yi Yan was silent. Chu Tianling was right. He was too strong. If Chu Tianling wanted to dominate the fruit world, no one could stop him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yan took out Shanshuzhen's mecha core and handed it to Chu Tianling. Chu Tianling smiled and said, Teacher Yi Yan, please go back and persuade the abbot and Grandma Gui to hand over the mecha cores of Coconut Lord and Green Plum Lord. I will wait for you on the 6th floor of Huaguo Mountain. Yi Yan was in a trance for a while, and when she came to her senses, there was no one in front of her.